Hey, thanks for watching PoliceTube right here on YouTube. We're going over the Jeremy Dewitte case website that was taken down. Now, the first page of the website here goes over the Jeremy Dewitte case. It starts off by listing 8 of his mugshots. And the website reads, "The story of the Jeremy Dewitte case stands out because it began with profanity-laced videos of a man on a motorcycle topping speeds at 100 miles per hour and shutting down major highways in Central Florida." It says, although he appeared to be wearing a police uniform, Jeremy Dewitte wasn't a police officer or even a security guard. No one knew who he was or his history. These videos were released through public records requests in the state of Florida. Florida has some of the most transparent public records laws when it comes to what can and cannot be released for all to see. And then it has links to real-world police videos of Jeremy Dewitte speeding around. It says, in the videos, it appears Jeremy Dewitte, who owns a business directing funeral processions called Metro State Special Services, decided to take the law into his own hands while on the road and blew the minds of law enforcement and the public. Almost overnight, he became somewhat of a media sensation. The videos were filmed on Jeremy Dewitte's own body camera and later given to law enforcement through a search warrant. He would later learn Jeremy recorded himself on numerous occasions, and the employees of Metro State also wore body cameras when they were working. It says, before most of the footage was released and uploaded on YouTube and various internet platforms, Jeremy Dewitte claimed to local broadcast news stations that it was all a mistake and he wasn't impersonating police officers as the charges stated. He wasn't even in some of the footage, according to him. He'd been arrested on September 7th, 2019 by Windermere Police Department for falsely impersonating an officer, unlawful use of a two-way communications device, and resisting an officer without violence. The arrest video was later released and seen by millions on YouTube on a channel called Real World Police. Jeremy told reporters and anyone who would listen he had been running his business for 10 years with no problems. And here's a picture of one of Jeremy's embroidered patches here. He claimed to have a history with one of the sergeants on the scene in Windermere, and he was demanding an apology and suspension. Jeremy Dewitte would go on to file a complaint against the officer. Windermere is a small town just outside of Florida, Orlando, Florida. While most cities have good and bad areas, Windermere is mostly good and filled with $500,000 to multi-million-dollar homes. Very little crime occurs there, and things that may slip by larger cities like Orlando would immediately grab the attention of a sleepier and more affluent city. Windermere Police Detective John Allen of Casey Anthony investigated the complaint and asked Jeremy Dewitte and his attorney Amir Ladan to come in for an interview on Friday, September 13th, 2019. During this interview, Jeremy Dewitte claimed he had not been in any legal troubles for 10 years. He was making a complaint, but his credibility also had to come into play. Was Jeremy someone who complained a lot over minor issues? Was he someone who had trouble telling the truth? Was he a felon or a violent offender? In order to understand all of Jeremy Dewitte's legal troubles and how he was given the label of an infamous police impersonator, we should start from the first chapter in his criminal career. And that kicks off the first page of the Jeremy Dewitte case, which is now a defunct website. We're going to be going over chapter by chapter, and I'm going to be analyzing each page and archiving them here for YouTube. So make sure you stay tuned, make sure you subscribe to the channel down below, and leave a comment and a like on this video if you don't mind, and go ahead and click to the next video to see the next part of the Jeremy Dewitte case. Thanks for watching PoliceTube, and as always, have a good day. Hey, what's up, everybody? Thanks for watching PoliceTube. We're looking at the JeremyDeWitteCase.com website. Today we're looking at the page titled The First Arrest. It was published March 13th, 2020, and it reads, Jeremy Charles Dewitte was born February 10th, 1980 in Port Richey, Florida. At the age of 18, he lived in Orlando, Florida. This is also where he was arrested for the very first time. It says at 7:35 a.m., May 18th, 1998, just 3 months after Jeremy's 18th birthday, a blue 1990 Dodge Shadow pulled into a mobile gas station at 1000 West Colonial Drive, one of Orlando's busiest streets. The cashier, Cassandra, noticed the blue Dodge with large blue lights in the dashboard. She also noticed the driver of the car was having difficulties pumping his gas. The driver was wearing jeans and boots and a gold badge on his belt. She believed he was a police officer and activated the pump for the driver. $14.50 worth of gas was pumped into the Dodge Shadow. The driver then walked into the mobile gas station to pay for the gas. He handed Cassandra a prepaid Mobile Go card, and the payment was declined. The driver said he had no other way to pay and told her he was in fact a police officer. Cassandra told the driver she couldn't allow him to leave without paying, and she was aware police officers had state gasoline cards. The driver said he was called onto the job early that morning and forgot his state gasoline card at home. Cassandra's intuition told her something wasn't right, and she felt she should call the police. Instead, she chose to ignore her gut and called her supervisor. Her supervisor told her to write down all the driver's information and then allowed him to leave. Before the driver left, he spoke with KJ on the phone and told KJ, the supervisor, to contact his supervisor at the police station, but it would be a waste of time since he would only receive a slap on the wrist. Or KJ could simply allow the driver to return the same day at a later time and pay for the $14.50 in gasoline. Instead of calling his bluff, KJ agreed to let the driver return later that day. The driver gave Cassandra his name, home address, date of birth, driver's license number, and home and work phone numbers. At the time, there were no area codes, and the number the driver provided, 424-2414, was very similar to the number for Orlando Police Department, 246-2414. The driver was later identified as Jeremy Charles Dewitte. Jeremy Dewitte never returned to the mobile gas station to pay as promised, and the store supervisor, KJ, agreed to press charges. At the time, Jeremy was a suspect in a similar case with another mobile gas station involving gasoline theft. He was also a witness in a separate case where he claimed to be a security guard at the Palms Apartments in Orlando, Florida. Jeremy was 18 years old in 1998, and he was ineligible to be a police officer in the state of Florida because of his age. On June 25, 1998, Officer Ross and Deputy Sheriff Rees of Orange County Sheriff's Office went to Jeremy Dewitte's home. There was a blue 1990 Dodge Shadow parked in the driveway. The Shadow had flashing lights in the windshield and rear window, both strobe and rotating. The trunk had 3 large metal antennas, and the vehicle tag was a Police Athletic League tag. Police Athletic League, or PAL as it's known in Florida, is a non-profit organization dedicated to providing athletic opportunities after school and during summer for children and teens. Jeremy Dewitte was arrested, and a man was later identified as his stepfather yelled from inside the home, "Jeremy, you're a effing liar. You told me that mobile was the last one." His stepfather later emerged from the house and gave police officers Jeremy's wallet, which contained his driver's license. It also contained a gold Oviedo Police Explorer badge. It was seized and entered into evidence. The blue Dodge Shadow was seized as well. Inside the vehicle was a blue plastic box with an unloaded Smith & Wesson Model 686 revolver, 6 .38 caliber rounds, and 2 speed loaders. All of this was entered into evidence. And we can see here on the screen the Orange County Sheriff's Department charging affidavit with all of the information listed. It says here at 1000 West Colonial Drive, falsely impersonating a law enforcement officer and stealing $14.50 worth of gasoline. Times sure have changed. I don't think people in Florida are now prosecuting for $14 worth of gas theft. On June 11th, 1998, at approximately 3:15 in the afternoon, Officer Ross, met with complainant at Colonial Drive at the gas station in reference to a theft. This person is the owner of the listed mobile gas station. He, along with the witness, the cashier, advised me of the following in a sworn statement. Okay, and the website goes on to read, "It is ironic that Jeremy Dewitte's first encounter with law enforcement began with impersonating a police officer, and what appears to be his last encounter is also a series of alleged police impersonations. Most men at the age of 18 are preparing for college or have started classes. Some young men join the military and others become entrepreneurs or work a few jobs so they can live on their own. It appeared Jeremy Dewitte had a goal of becoming a member of law enforcement. He was an Oviedo police explorer and earning community service hours for school credit. He would have learned about the principles of law enforcement, discipline, traffic control, and traffic stops. It would have been a great starting point for him. Unfortunately, it seems Jeremy had other ideas about how he wanted to use the knowledge he'd gained being an explorer. Most people make mistakes, learn from them, and never make the same mistake again because they truly feel sorrowful about what they have done. Some people make mistakes and never learn because they feel they have to make these mistakes to survive, such as theft or prostitution. And others make mistakes and learn ways to fly under the radar when they repeat those actions. It's no longer a mistake. It's a deliberate act, and the person has figured out how to continue to do what they want without getting caught. The person can figure out loopholes so well they can even get away with it for 10 years. Now, this page is very interesting because although we don't know for sure who wrote this website, I have a feeling that it's Jeremy's girlfriend, and the fact that she would cite this right here, theft or prostitution. Some people make mistakes and never learn because they feel they have to make these mistakes to survive, such as theft or prostitution. Why would they throw in prostitution there? That's an interesting thought. Also, sorrowful is an interesting word choice to use right there. This website's also interesting because it seems to be an indictment of Jeremy Dewitte, but it's also compassionate toward him, like it's being written by somebody who likes Jeremy Dewitte and is trying to maybe get him off, but be truthful about his past in some ways. So again, this is jeremydewittecase.com. It's an old defunct website and it's highly biased. So the information on it, we're just going over an archive format just to remember what it said on there. So thanks for watching PoliceTube. Make sure you tune in to the next episode so we can see what happens next. Hey everybody, you're watching the archived version of the jeremydewittecase.com website, which is now defunct. We're going over it page by page. Today we're looking at part 3 called The Pattern. This page was published March 13th, 2020, and it reads, after his first arrest in May 1998, where he was charged with falsely impersonating a police officer and petty theft of $14.50 in gas, Jeremy Dewitte appeared to lay low at least for another year and 4 months. On September 30th, 1999, Jeremy Dewitte was charged for using a fictitious name on his driver's license and for carrying a concealed weapon. He was arrested by Orange County Sheriff's Office, and he hired an attorney from Yamansky Law Firm in Orlando, Florida. The charges were dismissed, and life continued on for Jeremy. On May 24th, 2000, and August 11th, 2000, Jeremy Dewitte was ticketed for failure to pay a toll. There were no other legal issues in his life for the entire year, and it appeared he may have learned to stay out of the system, the legal system. But on May 8th, 2001, he had another run-in with law enforcement for unlawful radio equipment, use of flashing and rotating blue lights, and prohibited red and blue lights on his vehicle. Harvey Cohen was his attorney, and Jeremy Dewitte was simply ticketed for this. On August 18th, 2001, and August 29th, 2001, Jeremy was again arrested for impersonating a police officer. Harvey Cohen was still his attorney. The first impersonation charge on August 18th, 2001 was never actually filed. Jeremy Dewitte was given community control, which is a much stricter form of probation, but nevertheless better than imprisonment. It began on October 8th, 2001. On February 21st, 2003, Jeremy violated his community control. He also changed attorneys, and Michael H. Gibson represented him. Jeremy admitted to violating his community control at a hearing on March 7, 2003. He was sentenced to 22 months imprisonment with credit for 1 year and 64 days. During this time, Jeremy Dewitte was also receiving multiple traffic tickets for failure to pay tolls, driving with a suspended license, not obeying traffic controls, and driving on a median strip. On July 1st, 2003, just 4 months after Jeremy's hearing for violating his community control, a warrant was issued for his arrest. He was accused of using a false name on a driver's license and unauthorized possession of an identity card on March 24th, 2003, and March 25th, 2003. Now, for the viewers that are watching and listening, you may remember that's when he was working with his roommate at the time, Brett Solomon, and he basically paid or got Brett to give him his ID, and then he went and used all of his identifying documents to get an ID with Brett's name on it, but Jeremy's picture. And then Jeremy used that ID, and he actually got a passport as well, to travel overseas for a little while. I did a video about that. You can look that up on my channel. It's called Jeremy Dewitte's Fake Name. For this, it says, he hired attorney Michael Gibson again, and on July 7th, 2003, Gibson filed his appearance. And on July 30th, 2003, Michael Gibson filed a motion to withdraw as counsel. So he was counsel for just 3 weeks, it looks like. There was a hearing on August 5th, 2003, and a public defender was appointed for Jeremy Dewitte that same day, shortly after his bond was revoked. On October 15th, 2003, Michael Gibson entered again as Jeremy's attorney, and on October 23rd, 2003, a public defender was appointed. Jeremy Dewitte was given 10 months in jail with a credit of 114 days after a nolo contendere plea. Of course, we all know what that means from Latin class, is no guilt with a plea. It's basically when a defendant in a criminal prosecution enters a plea but does not admit guilt. Based on court records, there was a clear pattern, according to this website, showing a complete disregard for rules at this time. There was also an escalation in Jeremy's behavior. He went from not paying the $14.50 worth of gas here and there and flashing an Explorer badge when it was convenient, to using fake names, driving with a suspended license, running tolls, continuing to use flashing lights, and continuing to impersonate law enforcement, as well as carrying a concealed weapon. Jeremy violated his community control, which is given as an alternative to jail or prison time, and is seen as a second chance. On at least one occasion he violated this community control. He appeared to drop and pick up attorneys when it was convenient for him. Thankfully, things were very quiet for Jeremy Dewitte, police departments, and the courts after October 22nd, 2003. For nearly 15 months, he didn't even receive a traffic ticket. In his young life, this was the longest he had ever gone without a ticket or a court date, but his entire life was about to change on January 10th, 2005. So this website, even though it's written by an unknown person, I believe it was written by and managed by Jeremy Dewitte's ex-girlfriend, but it's obviously from somebody that likes him, because it says, thankfully, things were very quiet for Jeremy Dewitte. Thankfully for who? This was not written by a concerned member of the citizenry. This was written by somebody that's closest to Jeremy Dewitte, either one of his contractors, one of his girlfriends, or a family member. So anyway, thanks for watching PoliceTube. Check us out in the next part 3, where we're going to be talking about the girl that Jeremy took advantage of, that it's talking about here. Thanks for watching PoliceTube. See you in the next part. Thanks for watching PoliceTube. We're going over the JeremyDeWitteCase.com website, which is now defunct, but I'm looking at it and archiving it here for YouTube. This is the fourth video in our series. It's about a page on the site called The Girl. It was published March 13th, 2020, and it's recently been removed. So now you get to see it even though it's no longer active. It starts off by saying, social relationships are a large part of a young adult's life. Between the ages of 20 to 35 years old, intimacy is very important in this stage. Partnership is usually at the forefront of a young person's mind, and lacking in that area can lead to social isolation and withdrawal. Having the ability to form long or even short-term intimate relationships is important at this time. Now, this is interesting because we all know where this is going. This is about Jeremy Dewitte having relations with an underage girl. An underage girl? A girl that's underage. So this is obviously starting off very compassionate toward Jeremy Dewitte, which is very concerning about who's writing this. Even though the website is written by unknown person, I think it's obviously written by somebody that cares very much for Jeremy. And this makes it sound like it was actually written by a family member rather than a girlfriend, because a girlfriend usually wouldn't talk like this about, being a registered ex-offender. You know what I'm saying? Anyway, we continue on here. In the fall of 2004, Jeremy Dewitte was 4 months away from turning 25 years old. In need of a social outlet, he went to a nightclub in Orlando, Florida on October 1st, 2004. This was when he met a young lady who stated she was 18 years old. Jeremy and the young lady were intimate that night. And this could very well be true. He could have went to this nightclub and met a girl that lied. But the case that he was convicted for, that's not how it went down. He actually went down and met this girl and went to her home and lived with her and knew her for a long time and then had relations with her over that period of time. So Jeremy's excuse that she had a fake ID, which is being touted here on this website, is an erroneous excuse. It's something that he came up with afterward. And the fact that this website is putting forth that argument and kind of downplaying what happened here is very suspect to me. But this is for archive purposes, so we're going to look at this and just see what it says. It goes on to explain, they saw each other again on November 1st, 2004, according to court documents. On January 10, 2005, a warrant was issued for Jeremy Dewitte for 2 charges of lewd or lascivious battery on a minor between the ages of 12 and 15. Both charges were second-degree felonies in the state of Florida and were punishable by up to 15 years in prison for each charge. Jeremy was given a bond of $2,500 and was ordered to have home supervision. These 2 charges stemmed from the encounter Jeremy had with the young lady in the Orlando nightclub on October 1st, 2004. She was not an 18-year-old woman. She was a 15-year-old and lied about her age, is what Jeremy Dewitte says. See, but the website states that as it's a fact, which is actually Jeremy's excuse. It's unclear if Jeremy learned the truth before or after they were intimate. So this was obviously not written by Jeremy because it's unclear. On January 18, 2005, attorney Michael Gibson was retained again by Jeremy Dewitte. Jeremy appeared in court with his attorney and he was told not to have unsupervised contact with anyone under 18, with the exception of his brother, Dylan Vogt, who was a minor at the time. Jeremy was also not to have any contact with the victim. On February 10, 2005, the state of Florida officially filed charges against Jeremy Dewitte. It should be noted February 10, 2005 was also Jeremy's 25th birthday. On February 17, 2005, the state made the defense aware it was being prosecuted as a X crime. You know what I'm saying? X crime for YouTube algorithm. March 7th, 2005 was the day Jeremy pled not guilty to all charges, but on July 19th, 2005, Jeremy Dewitte entered a plea and was adjudicated guilty on 1 count of lewd or lascivious battery on July 20th, 2005. Count 2 was not pursued by the prosecutor, and the plea of not guilty by Jeremy Dewitte on March 7th, 2005 was withdrawn. Instead of facing up to 15 years in prison, he was sentenced to 1 year and 1 day in the Department of Corrections, with time served for 31 days, plus 5 years of offender probation. This was a stipulated downward departure, meaning a judge agreed to depart from the applicable sentence and gave the defendant a lesser sentence. It should be noted the first judge in this case was Judge Rene Roche. Now that's interesting because right now in 2021, Jeremy Dewitte is still dealing with Rene Roche in court. She is also a judge for at least one of Jeremy Dewitte's current 2019, 2020, and now, since we're in the future, 2021 cases. Jeremy was fingerprinted on July 20th, 2005, and he was given special conditions for this ex-offender probation. For nearly 3 years, there was very little activity in Jeremy Dewitte's life. He had very few minor traffic tickets, but there wasn't anything else that would stand out, according to the JeremyDewittecase.com. On May 5, 2008, defense attorney Eric H. Dubois filed a motion to modify the conditions of Jeremy's probation. At this time, Jeremy only had 2 more years of his special probation, but he hired Eric Dubois to decrease the severity of or eliminate the probation. Probation, according to this website, is seen as a second chance, an alternative to imprisonment. The courts already agreed to a downward departure in the case, and on May 21, 2008, the motion to modify was denied. On June 24th, 2008, Eric Dubois filed another motion to modify the conditions of Jeremy's probation. And finally, on July 8th, 2008, the court granted the motion to modify but not eliminate the conditions of his probation. On March 7th, 2009, an arrest affidavit for violation of probation was drawn up, and on April 1st, 2009, a warrant was issued for Jeremy Dewitte. On April 3rd, 2009, Jeremy had an in-jail arraignment, and he was given no bond. No bond for you. During a hearing on June 18th, 2009, Jeremy Dewitte admitted he violated his probation. Jeremy was again given a downward departure, and instead of facing 8 years and 3 months in prison, he was to only serve 4 years with 109 days credited. 4 years. It should be noted the judge in the violation of probation hearing was Judge Julie O'Kane. She described Jeremy Dewitte as alert and intelligent. She is also one of the judges on at least one of Jeremy Dewitte's 2019-2020 cases. During this hearing, information about Jeremy Dewitte's desire to build a youth team was revealed. Apparently, he had attempted to start a junior varsity airsoft military simulation team while his probation was active and after he became a registered offender. Jeremy Dewitte said he took full responsibility for what he had done and made a point of only apologizing to an Officer Franks and an Officer Cullerly for lying to them. He was then carted off to Graceville Correctional Facility in Jackson County, Florida, 5 hours away from Orlando, Florida. And as you remember from the videos that Jennifer released on the Metro State Channel, here's the video of some of his airsoft training and whatnot. There he is. So anyway, thank you for watching PoliceTube. We're going to continue this in part 5. It's the girl part 2. So make sure you subscribe to PoliceTube and go ahead and click over to that video right now. Thanks for watching, and as always, have a good day. Hey everybody, thanks for watching PoliceTube. You're watching part 5 of the JeremyDewittecase.com. We're analyzing the entire website, and this is analyzing the page that was published March 13th, 2020, called The Girl Part 2. These are the transcripts. This website reads, after Jeremy Dewitte's violation of probation hearing, court transcripts were made public. In those transcripts, information was revealed about what Jeremy Dewitte had been doing while on his first probation for, ex-offender. One of those things was an attempt to create a junior varsity airsoft military simulation team for minors. And then here's the court records, if you want to read through these. One interesting thing, they ask Jeremy, have you ever been treated for a mental illness or emotional disturbance? And he says, no, ma'am. And then the court asks him, what is the highest level of education you've completed? And Jeremy answers, 13, 14. I don't and then they ask him, do you read and understand English? And he says, yes, ma'am. So that's kind of funny. So if you want to read these this summary of the court transcripts, I guess it's not a summary. You can just pause it and check it out. One thing that they did say here, they asked him, do you understand that as a consequence of your plea today, you may be subject to involuntary civil commitment as a violent predator upon completion of your prison sentence? And Jeremy agreed, yes. And then Mr. Dubois, the court said, Mr. Dubois, and then Jeremy said, ma'am. And then the court said, did you explain the Jimmy Rice consequences to him? Mr. Dubois, his attorney, said, I have, Your Honor. The court said, okay. Then Mr. Dubois mumbled something probably to Jeremy like, you're an idiot. Then the court said, you understand that? And Jeremy Dewitte said, yes, ma'am. Then the court said, all right. Miss Peggs, anything else of the factual basis? Miss Peggs said, not on VOP, Your Honor. The court said, I see from looking at the screenshot that he scores 100.95 months in the Department of Corrections. The 4-year recommendation is obviously a significant downward departure from that. So those are the transcripts from when he was in court, and there's also some comments on this page which you can look at there. So remember, everything you're reading on this website is very biased, but these things like the court transcripts in here, I pretty much trust those. So make sure you join us in the next part called Part 6, which is called the correspondence. So make sure you subscribe to my channel down below and like this video. Make sure you click over to the next video so you can see what happens next in the Jeremy Dewitte case right here on PoliceTube. Hey everybody, thanks for watching PoliceTube. You're watching Part 6 on the Jeremy Dewitte case archives, where I'm going over every single page on the jeremydewittekcase.com, which is now a defunct website. It's offline, so we are archiving it right here on PoliceTube. This page on the website is called the correspondence. Remember, everything is pretty biased on this website. We don't know exactly who wrote it, but we do want to cover it and just make sure that it's public for all to view at all times, forever. This page was written March 13th, 2020. It reads, after admitting to violating his 5-year probation in place of an 8-year prison sentence, Jeremy Dewitte became an inmate at Graceville Correctional Facility in Jackson County, Florida, 5 hours from his home in Orlando. He was sentenced to 4 years in prison with a credit of 109 days. At the time, Graceville Correction Facility was only 2 years old and housed 1,884 male inmates. It's an adult level 5 correctional facility. Visiting hours are on the weekends, and during the week, inmates have opportunities to learn about graphic design, computers, and repairs, and there's even a class for future barbers. On September 8th, 2009, less than 3 months after arriving at Graceville, a judge received a letter from Jeremy Dewitte asking for a clarification of his sentence. On October 2nd, 2009, the judge denied Jeremy's petition for clarification. On October 6, 2009, Jeremy filed another petition for clarification, and on November 4th, 2009, the judge denied his petition yet again. Some time passed, and when Jeremy Dewitte was in year 2 of his 4-year prison sentence with credit for 109 days, he filed another motion on May 18, 2011 for post-conviction relief. He was pro se, which means I believe he represented himself. Also known as his own attorney. At this time, in the 8-page handwritten motion, Jeremy asked the court to clarify his sentence. In the correspondence, he stated his prison sentence was longer than what was agreed upon by the court. Jeremy Dewitte also went on to complain about ineffective counsel and stated his attorney did not make him aware that violating his offender probation would cause 47 days of his Department of Corrections credit to be forfeited. It goes on to read, he believed he was sentenced to 4 years with 366 days of prison credit. Instead, he lost 47 days. Jeremy Dewitte claimed he was also given only 28 days of jail credit instead of 109 days. He asked the judge to compel the Department of Corrections to comply with the court. The 8-page letter was written on May 13, 2011 and received on May 18, 2011. On June 12, 2014, this correspondence was ordered to be stricken by Judge Janet Thorpe, and on October 9, 2014, Jeremy Dewitte's motion for post-conviction relief was denied. By this time, Jeremy Dewitte had already been released from prison after serving only 2 of the 4 years he was sentenced to. He had also started a company called Metro State Special Services. Now, you got to remember, everything on this website is pretty biased. There are some facts, but we're going over this for archive purposes. And in my opinion here, it sounds like Jeremy started studying some law, and he gave it his best shot to try to get post-conviction relief. And he was very insistent on it, but it did get denied, which is pretty interesting. So this has been part 6 of the JeremyDewittecase.com. Join us on part 7, because I'm going to read the letter to you and show you the letter that Jeremy wrote to the court. So click over to that part. It's part 6. Thanks for watching PoliceTube. Hey everybody, thanks for watching part 7 of the JeremyDewittecase.com. It's a defunct website that we're covering here on PoliceTube. Today we're going to be going over the letter that Jeremy Dewitte petitioned the court in order to get post-conviction relief. I went over that in part 6, so let's go ahead and read the letter. If you haven't seen part 6 yet, go ahead and click over and watch that. This page of the JeremyDewittecase.com website was written March 13th, 2020, and it reads, Jeremy Dewitte made several attempts to contact the courts in Orange County during his prison time in Jackson County, Florida. One of those attempts included this 8-page letter to a judge, as well as her response. There's the letter. I hope you read it. Just kidding. I'm going to read it to you here. And he wrote it out by hand, and it's kind of in this court format. I like how he did that there. I think he read that in a lawyer book in jail. It says, "Comes now the petitioner Jeremy Dewitte, pro se, and pursuant to Rule 3.850, Florida Revised Criminal Procedures, moves this honorable court to vacate or set aside the judgment, conviction, and sentence in this case. The petitioner respectively requests that his honorable court to expedite their review of the foregoing due to the Department of Corrections' incorrect application of this honorable court's instructions regarding the judgment and sentence to be imposed. The petitioner's motion should be received expedited consideration by this honorable court, because failing to do so would cause this petitioner to be incarcerated for a longer term than was mandated by this honorable court's judgment and sentence." Let me just set this aside really quick. This is like reminding me of Jeremy Dewitte always saying like Officer Ogletree, or Sergeant. This one he just keeps saying, "This honorable court, your honorable court's judgment." So this is honorable court time. And plus, notice that it's written in, first of all, I like his handwriting here. But second of all, notice that it's all capitals. Some people say that psychopaths use all capitals. Or is he yelling at the court? Let's continue on here. "In support of this petitioner," states the following: "On July 21, 2005, this petitioner entered a plea with this honorable court to 1 year and by 1 day Department of Corrections, followed by 5 years probation for 1 count of lewd and lascivious." He even said it really tiny right there because he didn't want to say it. "This petitioner received a technical violation of probation on June 17, 2009. This petitioner entered a plea for said violation and was subsequently sentenced by this court to 4 years Department of Corrections with 366 days prison credit and 109 days jail credit." First of all, I don't think Jeremy wrote this. I think someone helped him write this. This doesn't look like his handwriting, first of all, and this definitely is not written in the words of Jeremy Dewitte. He can't write like this. Anyway, it continues on. Ground number 1. Counsel was ineffective for failure to advise defendant that gain time could be forfeited due to a violation of probation, and for subsequently failing to file a motion to have defendant's plea agreement enforced. On or about July 21, 2005, this petitioner entered into a plea agreement with the state to be sentenced to 1 year and 1 day in this Department of Corrections, followed by 5 years probation for 1 count of lewd and lascivious battery with a minor 15 on or about April 2nd, 2009. See, it's like somebody wrote this out and then they said, like, enter your information here. Enter your case information here. On or about April 2, 2009, this petitioner received a technical violation of probation. For said technical violation of probation, this petitioner entered into a negated plea agreement with the state. It was petitioner's understanding, according to the negotiated plea agreement, that the sentence to be imposed would consist of 4 years in the Department of Corrections with 366 days prison credit and 109 days of jail credit for time already served. On or about June 17, 2009, this petitioner was sentenced by this honorable court pursuant to the above-cited negotiated plea agreement. After arriving to the Department of Corrections, petitioner was informed that the Department of Corrections forfeited 47 days of his gain time prison credits. Counsel was ineffective for failing to advise petitioner that this gain time credits could be forfeited due to this violation of probation. Now, I want you to check out Galindez versus the state 90950.2D597. Petitioner was informed about his gain time forfeited by his institutional classification officer. Gain time forfeiture in the Department of Corrections determination of gain time consists of newly discovered information within the meaning of Rule 3.850B1. See Hall versus State 8915021 blah 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 blah. Spradley versus State 86 da 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 da. Judges love it when you reference other court cases. First of all, judges love it when you give them paperwork, and they love it when you give them other court cases to go look up, especially if they're just random. Judges love that. It continues on. Jeremy continues on. Counsel was ineffective for failing to inform this petitioner of the probability that the Department of Corrections would forfeit his earned gain time due to the violation of probation. He just keeps repeating himself. I almost can't even read this. I will keep trying for you guys, though. Counsel is also ineffective for failing to rectify this deficiency. After he was alerted by this petitioner during a phone call in the month of April 2011 of the situation and that he will be incarcerated an extra 47 days than the negotiated plea allows. Because of defense counsel's ineffectiveness, this petitioner is prejudiced by being incarcerated 47 days above and beyond the term he was sentenced to. Geez, Jeremy makes a terrible argument here. It is well settled that the Department of Corrections has the authority to forfeit the defendant's gain time followed a violation of probation. Horton v. State 943SO2D859. However, a defendant is entitled to have the plea agreement enforced if the department's forfeiture of gain time thwarts the Etanians v. State. Blah, blah, blah. In Delahore v. State, the court held that the Department of Corrections forfeited of gain time cannot be countermandated by the court, but neither can that forfeiture thwart a plea agreement. In this present case, the Department of Corrections forfeiture of the prisoner's gain time caused the petitioner's sentence to exceed the negotiated plea agreement by 47 days. This petitioner respectfully requests that this honorable court to enforce its plea agreement, and he just goes on and on and on. Please, in this next page, I hope he doesn't say the honorable court and the ineffectiveness of his counsel. This petitioner was recently informed by his institutional classification officer that the Department of Corrections only gave him 78 days jail credit. When petitioner was sentenced by this honorable court, the sentencing judge orders that the petitioner be given credit for 109 days spent in the county jail. This petitioner's judgment and sentence documents mandate that he is to be given 109 days jail credit. The Department of Corrections are not complying with this court's sentencing order and are depriving the prisoner of 31 days. He was to be awarded by this honorable court. This petitioner informed defense counsel of said discrepancy during a phone call in the month of April 2011. Defense counsel had failed to act on petitioner's behalf, and because of his lack of executive exactitude performance, petitioner is being prejudiced by having to be incarcerated an extra 31 days than his sentence allows. If you guys want to read this, you can continue to read this all the way down to there. I'll read some of this, but that was just too ridiculous for me to continue to read. This petitioner requests that this honorable court compel the... He's saying it again. And then number 2, he's saying it again. And number 3, he's saying it again. I would dismiss this out of idiocracy. I do like how Jeremy wrote out his name and everything like this. It's very, very professional looking because he couldn't type it, but he wrote it out like this. So I give him that, and I give him the fact that he tried. Now let's read a professional's writing. This is the order from the court, striking down Jeremy's plea, his wants. It says, this matter came before the court for consideration of defendants Jeremy Dewitte, motion for post-conviction relief, blah, blah, blah. The court, having reviewed the motion of the court file and being otherwise fully advised of the premises, finds as following. By the way, whenever I read court documents, I have to do as like a Southern lawyer. I have to do, so that's my best Southern lawyer accent in an old-time TV show from the 80s. The defendant's motion is facially insufficient. Fatally insufficient, I would say. On February 3rd, 2005, defendant was charged with 2 counts of lewd or lascivious battery, and on July 20th, 2005, he pled guilty to a single count of lewd or lascivious battery and was sentenced to 1 year and 1 day in the Department of Corrections with credit for 31 days time served, to be followed by 5 years probation. He did not take an appeal. On June 18, 2009, defendant admitted to violation of his probation and was sentenced to 4 years in the Department of Corrections with credit for 109 days time served. He did not appeal. The defendant asserts 2 claims of ineffective assistance of counsel. In order to satisfy the prejudice requirements in a case where the defendant has pled, a defendant must show that there was a reasonable probability that, but for the counsel's errors, he or she would not have entered a guilty plea and would have insisted on going to trial. And then they recap what he was saying. The defendant has failed to expressly state that there was a reasonable probability that, but for counsel's errors, he would not have entered a guilty plea and would have insisted on going to trial. Consequently, the defendant's claims fails to meet the prejudice prong of the Hill case. Therefore, pursuant to Serpa v. State, the defendant will have one opportunity to amend his claims. It is hereby ordered and adjudicated that the defendant's motion is stricken. The defendant shall amend his motion within 60 days from the date of rendition of this order to file facially sufficient motion that complies with the requirements of Rule 3.850. If he does not do so, the court will proceed with ruling on the claims as presented. The court also cautions defendant that he may only amend the existing claims he raised in his original motion. Any new claims presented will be denied as they would be untimely. Done and ordered in the chambers of Orange County, Orlando, Florida, this 12th day of June, 2014. Janet C. Thorpe. Oh, I'm sorry, Janet. I was doing a male Southern attorney voice. No offense. So that was Part 7 of the Jeremy Dewitte case, reading the correspondence, the letter that he wrote to the court. Make sure you join us on the next part, Part 8, which is going to talk about the business that Jeremy Dewitte started. So thank you for watching, and as always, have yourself a great day. Make sure you're subscribed to my channel here if you can. Like and comment down below on this video, and click to the next video, Part 8, to learn about the business. Thank you very much for watching. Have a great day. Okay, you're watching Part 9 of the Jeremy Dewitte case that we're reviewing and analyzing right here on PoliceTube on YouTube. This page was called The Business, and it was published March 14th, 2020. I'll go ahead and read it to you here. The website says, it's still unclear when Jeremy Dewitte started Metro State Special Services. His badge and uniform state it was established in 2010. On television and in police recordings in 2019, he said he ran his business for the last 10 years with no problems. And then it has a picture of one of his badges up close. It goes on to read, yet in May of 2011, Jeremy sent a correspondence from prison while serving a 4-year prison sentence and being released after 2 years. The Metro State Special Services was also not registered in the state of Florida until February 2019 after someone informed police about Jeremy Dewitte's business practices. When Jeremy Dewitte was released from Graceville Correction Facility, he stayed out of legal troubles, at least criminally, and at least for a while, it should say. On January 12, 2009, he filed a personal injury suit against State Farm Fire and Casualty Company. The insurance was in his wife Rania Dewitte's name. In 2009, Rania still went by her maiden name of Abdelharaman, if that's how you pronounce it. On December 30th, 2015, Jeremy Dewitte filed another civil lawsuit against a different insurance company for $15,000. Jeremy was able to afford insurance in his own name at that time. David Moffitt from the law firm Morgan & Morgan was his attorney. From 2013 to 2017, Jeremy Dewitte was ticketed multiple times. On December 26, 2013, he was ticketed for unlawful speeding. It appears this is the first time he met and retained his attorney, Amir Ladan, the best attorney in Central Orlando, by the way. So early 2014, like January 2014 is when he met Amir Ladan. That's interesting to know. And then it has this picture of Jeremy in his office reaching for his pepper ball gun and a couple California license plates in the background. Now this is very interesting because Jeremy Dewitte reached for his pepper ball gun and took this photo as a screen. This is a screenshot that Jennifer actually took on her phone. She released it on her when she had control of Metro State YouTube channel. She released a video of Jeremy hooking up lights and showing off his pepper ball guns and stuff and his motorcycles. So this indicates to me that this website was at least partially authored by Jennifer because she's providing these images. So that's a clue. Anyway, the website goes on to read, For 4 years, Jeremy used various attorneys for traffic citations involving driving on the wrong side of the road, speeding, using loud horns and red and blue lights, and impeding traffic. Many of these tickets were a result of his funeral escort business in Central Florida. Metro State Special Services was a company used almost exclusively with funeral homes and churches. Why would it say that? Why would it say it's used almost exclusively with funeral homes and churches? Isn't that the only thing they should be doing? But we know now that they were doing illegal charity rides. They were also operating as a security company in some senses sometimes. The website goes on to read, the purpose of the business was to lead grieving friends and family from churches to burial sites. The traffic tickets suggested that there were actions occurring during these funeral processions that were outside of the scope of what was lawful. During this time, Jeremy Dewitte met with attorney Mark Nejami and Sheriff Jerry Dimmings at the Orange County Sheriff's Office. Now, as you guys may remember, Sheriff Jerry Dimmings is now Mayor Jerry Dimmings, and his wife is Val Dimmings, U.S. House of Representatives Val Dimmings. She led the impeachment against Donald Trump. So these people are very much connected. This is one of his early connections with Jerry Dimmings and meetings with Jerry Dimmings. It says here, there were concerns with law enforcement about the direction of this new company and where it was going. And the sheriff's office wanted to make very clear what could and could not happen on the road. Jeremy was given at least one letter clarifying what Metro State Special Services was allowed to do and how their uniforms should appear. And here's another picture of inside Jeremy's garage. And it looks like it's another picture that Jennifer took from her cell phone. It says, there didn't appear to be anything else that stood out in the years between Jeremy Dewitte's prison release in 2017, except for one incident on September 8, 2014. On this day, Jeremy and his attorney Daniel Lapina filed a petition for a name change in front of Judge Diana Tennis. As a registered ex-offender, Jeremy had to register nearly everything he did, from creating online accounts to moving down the street. Any changes to his name or his identity would also be something he would have to register, and it would immediately grab the attention of law enforcement. On October 16, 2014, Judge Tennis dismissed the petition. Jeremy Charles Dewitte would have to continue using his original name. It says this 2014 attempt to change his name and identity would come up again 4 years later. And there's 2 comments here on the website you can read if you want. So join us on part 9 of the Jeremy Dewitte case. It's going to be called The Secrets. I'm going to be going over that page from this defunct website. Before you click that, though, make sure that you're subscribed to the PoliceTube channel. And if you can, make sure you like this video and leave a comment down below if you don't mind. So thanks for watching PoliceTube, and as always, have yourself a great day. I'll see you in part 9. Thanks for watching PoliceTube right here on YouTube. We're looking at the JeremyDeWitteCase.com defunct website. This is part 9 of the series. Make sure you're subscribed to my channel, and we're going to be reading over this website. This page was published March 14, 2020, and it starts off with a picture of Jeremy in full uniform standing next to his wife, Rania Mohammed Dewitte. The website says, according to law enforcement, Jeremy Dewitte married Rania Abdelrahman, an Egyptian immigrant who was 5 years older than her husband. 15 years ago in 2005, it should be noted Jeremy was also charged with lewd or lascivious battery on a minor, and in January of 2005, Rania Dewitte used her maiden name until 2009. So I don't know if I read that correctly or not, but it's basically saying that Jeremy Dewitte met Rania at that same time. In fact, I believe that they signed the marriage paperwork on the same day that he had a plea agreement signed as well, or something like that. It says here, in court documents, there are statements made by witnesses that suggest, despite finding the Muslim bride he always wanted, Jeremy wasn't fulfilled in his marriage. The witnesses state Jeremy Dewitte had been cheating on his wife for years, and his favorite ways of finding other women was through dating applications and websites, like Ashley Madison was one of those. Now, you know, Ashley Madison is where Jennifer Burton, Jeremy's ex-girlfriend, stalker, whatever, they met each other in March of 2018 on Ashley Madison. And then they met each other in person the first time, March 27th of 2018. And they did the dirty at the inn, at the Comfort Inn and Suites in downtown Orlando, I think. And then, according to police statements, they went home. Jennifer went home, and she the next day she went and filed a police report against Jeremy because she found out that he was doing a bunch of illegal things. So that's very interesting. It goes on to read, the Ashland Madison Agency is an online dating service founded in Canada in 2002. The slogan of the company is "Life is short, have an affair." It was very clear what the online experience offered. It was used for those who were married or in a relationship to meet and have fun on the side. Listen to that. It says, listen to how it's worded here. It was very clear what the online experience offered. Like it's no longer offering that. Like it's speaking in the past tense as if someone that was writing this was actually using the service. Like this is Jeremy's ex-girlfriend that he met on Ashley Madison who's writing this website. That would indicate to me that, again, maybe this is Jennifer writing this website. And we know that she is a former person that used Ashley Madison, so it would make sense that she would be speaking in the past tense like this. I don't think this is Jeremy's mother or wife. Has another picture of Jeremy in full uniform here. The company goes on to read, the company was hacked on July 15th, 2015, and all the client information, including emails, names, home addresses, and credit card information was released. This didn't appear to have an effect on Jeremy Dewitte because on March 4th, 2018, while using the pseudonym SF Ops 2015, he contacted a woman who caught his attention. SF Ops 2015 was later revealed to mean Special Forces Operations. It isn't clear if 2015 was the year Jeremy Dewitte created the username. Then it has a picture of Jennifer here. It says, please check out my profile. You might be interested in connecting with me. If you're interested, email me back and we'll initiate contact. I don't normally send a message first. What to make sure you're real. Was struck by how breathtakingly beautiful you are. You're amazingly beautiful, and I would love to get a chance to know you. If we could chat or grab coffee or whatever it takes to grab your attention, please let me know. I hope to hear back from you. SF Ops. And it says, please send me a key to access photos in your private showcase. What this means is I believe you can send each other keys on Ashley Madison, and that'll allow people to access like more lewd and lascivious photos of yourself, you know? So somebody wanted to see some naked photos. It says here, he sent the woman, who is Jennifer Burton, a wink and a message, something he stated he normally didn't do. The woman ignored his messages, but not to be deterred, Jeremy Dewitte contacted her again on March 15th, 2018, and asked for access to her private photos on the app. See, now how would it know that the woman ignored his messages? That's going inside the mind of the woman, who is right here, Jennifer. Who would be inside the mind of this woman? Anyone but Jennifer. It's her. So this indicates again to me that this is Jennifer writing this. It says on March 21, 2018, the woman, whose name was Jennifer Burton, responded to Jeremy Dewitte's messages. She apologized for not getting back to him, and she stated she liked his previous message. See, now this says that she apologized for not getting back to him. That's not indicating that she was ignoring him. How would this writer know that this woman was ignoring the messages unless that was Jennifer ignoring the messages? Because all we know is that she apologized for not getting back to him. She could have been in the hospital for all we know. No one ever said that she was ignoring the messages, so I think she was, and that's how she knew, and she is the writer here. It says here, the two went on to exchange a few more messages where Jeremy made it clear he didn't want a woman who only wanted money from him or a woman who wasn't exotic. Let's see what he says here. Please check out my profile to see if anything struck you. Okay, we just read this. I don't know if you send this message to all women, but it was very nice. Sorry for not being able to get back to you. Life got in the way of fun for a while. No, I don't send that to all the women I message. To be quite honest, I don't message a lot of women. Mostly only white women on this website or women looking for just money. Your image, although it was hard to see, find the blur, you look very exotic and very pretty. And I was hoping that we would send... I was hoping that me sending that message would get your attention. How are you? How is your life going? I hope nothing bad got in the way. Message me back soon. I hope we can chat a little bit. Sorry, I was in North Carolina on business. Just got back to Orlando. Message me when you get a chance. If you have any other way to message, like Kik or some other kind of way, we can send messages faster. That would be good. Let me know. Hope to hear back from you. So this is good to know. This is when Jeremy was in North Carolina March 2018. It says here, your profile says you speak Arabic. Yeah, life has been pretty bad. Sorry to tell you. My kick is Jennifer69 or whatever. And then she sent the key to her erotic messages. And then he says, nice. When he sees those messages, he's like, nice. And then she favorited him, and then he favorited her. The website goes on to read, and by the way, who would have access to these messages? This looks like it's coming from Jeremy's phone, possibly. But, you know, this is between Jennifer and Jeremy. So who do you think is posting these messages? It says he told Jennifer he had just returned to Orlando from a business trip in North Carolina. He didn't get into the specifics of what the business trip was for. Jeremy Dewitte suggested this conversation should continue on another messaging app called Kik. Jennifer gave him her Kik username, and after mutually making each other as favorites, they continued to speak on Kik Messenger. Their messages would later be added to court documents as time went on, and the girl from Ashley Madison, you know, Jennifer, she's speaking about herself in the third person, it sounds like. And the girl from Ashley Madison learned more about Jeremy Dewitte. It's funny because this is labeled March 26, 2018. And I know from a written statement that Jennifer filed with the police department on April 3rd, 2018, that she says she met Jeremy for dinner at the Palm Restaurant at Hard Rock Hotel on March 27, 2018 for the first time. And it says, we had dinner there, attempted to get a room at the Hard Rock Hotel, but everything was sold out, which it actually wasn't. They sent them away. It kind of seemed like she was into, like, you know, prostitution. And they sent her away. Anyway, that night, Jennifer did the dirty with Jeremy, and then she went home and discovered who he really was after looking up his name and really doing some research. From there to this very day, she's been constantly investigating Jeremy and making a dossier against him and filing police reports against him. She became his worst nightmare, basically. She's a lot of people's worst nightmare, but definitely Jeremy's at that time. Also, look at this. Look how the face of Jennifer's blurred her here. It's like she was trying to remain anonymous. Who would blur her face? If somebody had access to these messages, why would they be blurring her face and her username here? Somebody would probably just release that without taking the time to blur that. I think this was Jennifer writing this. Anyway, this has been part 9 of the Jeremy Dewitte case. I want you to check us out on part 10, which is going to be called The Startup. It's one of the pages that's listed here on the original JeremyDeWitteCase.com website, which is now offline and defunct, and all this is gone. So make sure you subscribe to my channel so you can check all this out. Make sure you like and comment on this video if you don't mind. And also, after you do all that, click over to part 10, The Startup. I'll see you there. Thanks for watching PoliceTube, and have a great day. Hey everybody, thanks for watching PoliceTube. We're going over the JeremyDeWitteCase.com defunct website, no longer online. This is part 10. It's called The Startup, and this was published on March 14th, 2020. The website reads, sometime after being released from prison, Jeremy Dewitte started a small company called Metro State Special Services. The exact date of when the business was established is still unknown. At first glance, it was a modest business that began with 1 or 2 sedans and rapidly expanded into a fleet of vehicles. Metro State Special Services Metro State Special Services sponsored many local events, including an event for Nemours Children's Hospital. Yeah, geez. And here's a picture of Jeremy Dewitte. He shouldn't be anywhere near a children's hospital. The website goes on to read, but even with the success of the business, there were still legal issues, such as the amount of tickets Jeremy Dewitte and his employees were racking up. There was also at least one meeting with Orange County Sheriff Jerry Demings about some of the actions being performed during Metro State's funeral escorts. And remember, Jerry Demings is now the mayor, Jerry Demings, and his wife is House of Representatives Representative Val Demings, who led the impeachment against Donald Trump. Here's another picture of one of Jeremy's patches, apparently. He actually spent money to have these patches made for his paintball team. The website goes on to read, another interesting situation that crept up was Jeremy Dewitte's interest in having his vehicles photographed next to real police vehicles and fire trucks. As you know, Jeremy Dewitte would take these photos and he would upload them to his website and Flickr account. I guess it probably made him feel like, that represented that he was part of law enforcement. It says here, Metro State Special Services vehicles would arrive on many scenes, including accidents. The vehicles would park next to the scenes, and photos would be taken by Jeremy Dewitte or another Metro State employee. Sometimes Victor Lopez, his name's Photo. And here's some photos that were taken here. It looked like they were taken on an iPhone, though. The website continues here. Despite what could be described as odd but legal behavior, Metro State Special Services continued to grow. So one thing that I noticed about this page, it says that despite the success of the company, and, there's very few people that would call this company a success because they weren't paying their taxes, they weren't properly insuring their drivers, they weren't properly obeying the laws, they weren't on a path to become more successful. They were on a downward destructive path. So somebody that is very close to Jeremy is obviously writing this if they're calling his business a success. So anyway, this has just been a short part series, part 10 called The Startup. Join us on part 11 called The Influence. It's the next page of the website. And make sure you subscribe to my channel, like this video, and comment down below before going to the next page, part 11. I'll see you there. Thanks for watching PoliceTube and have a great day. You're watching part 11 of the Jeremy Dewitte case archives right here on PoliceTube. We're going over every page of this website. This page is called The Influence. Now remember, this website is no longer online, so that's why we're archiving it here on PoliceTube. Here's a picture of Jeremy Dewitte's brother, Dylan Vogt. You can always tell because he has this mark on the side of his face. The website reads, after his release from prison, Jeremy Dewitte was juggling a marriage and dating apps, but he was also building the now infamous Metro State Special Services. To balance it all, he enlisted the help of a few people he kept close to him. One of those people was his brother, Dylan Kent Vogt. Dylan was born on November 2nd, 1993. He's 13 years younger than Jeremy Dewitte and was only 11 years old when Jeremy was first arrested in January of 2005 for lewd or lascivious battery on a minor. So how old was he? He was 11. Like Jeremy, Dylan also inherited recessive auburn hair. And like Jeremy, he would later inherit issues with criminal courts. And as you know from Real World Police released a video of Dylan being basically arrested for trying to meet up with a minor after having online chats with her. It says here, taller and lankier, Dylan Vogt appeared to follow his older brother's lead. The first sign of Jeremy Dewitte's influence was on September 9, 2013, when Dylan was ticketed for improper passing and driving on pavement. Dylan hired Daniel Lapina to defend him, the same Daniel Lapina who defended his brother Jeremy Dewitte during his criminal case. In 2014, 2015, and 2018, Dylan Vogt received tickets for failure to obey traffic controls, improperly stopping on a sidewalk, and having prohibited red and blue lights on his vehicle. Most of those traffic citations, he retained Amir Ladan, the same Amir Ladan who assisted Jeremy Dewitte in the past in traffic court, and the same Amir Ladan who is currently Jeremy's criminal defense attorney. Many people would elect to attend traffic school or handle the citation head-on without legal assistance. But by 2014, Dylan Vogt was used to attorneys in the court system because on November 24th, 2013, he was arrested and charged with lewd or lascivious battery on a 12 or 15-year-old. In a similar situation as his older brother, Jeremy Dewitte, Dylan Vogt was accused of a crime like that. Unlike his older brother, Dylan was accused of attempting to commit the act. 28 other people were arrested in Osceola County, Florida, in that same sting. Dylan was one of the 28 arrested. Well, it says here 28 other people were arrested, and then it says he was one of the 28, so it indicates there were 29, but whatever. Detectives posed as juveniles in chat rooms, and some of the accused sent graphic sexual photos of the detectives. The suspects traveled to meet the people in various meeting locations and were arrested. Undercover deputies involved in the sting were from Lake, Polk, Osceola, and Orange counties, to name a few. Dylan Vogt was charged with unlawful use of a two-way communication device, possession of 20 grams or less of cannabis, possession of drug paraphernalia, traveling to meet a minor for an unlawful act, criminal attempt to solicit or conspire, and batter a 12 or 15-year-old. Ronald Ecker was Dylan's defense attorney, and his first appearance on November 25, 2013, Dylan's bond was set at $65,000, which was $62,000 more than his brother's Jeremy's $2,500 bond in 2005, when Jeremy was accused of 2 counts of the same thing. Dylan Vogt was bonded out a week later on December 2, 2013. On September 17, 2014, Dylan took a plea deal and was given 12 months of community control, a stricter form of probation, and an additional 4 years of actual probation. He was ordered to complete 100 hours of community service and a drug and alcohol evaluation. Dylan Vogt only pled guilty to unlawful use of a two-way communication device, possession of 20 grams of cannabis, and paraphernalia. We all know that Dylan likes to smoke marijuana, and Jeremy Dewitte doesn't like to smoke marijuana. It's a big difference between those two. It says here, on August 11, 2015, Dylan Vogt's defense attorney filed a motion to modify because he wanted to be able to return to his parents' home. His sister and her son lived in the home, and Dylan was unable to live there because his nephew was a minor. On August 17, 2015, the motion was granted, and Dylan was able to return home to his mom on the condition his interactions with his nephew were supervised at all times. That's sad, but appropriate. Daniel Lapina, defense attorney for Jeremy Dewitte's previous criminal cases, became the defense attorney for Dylan Vogt, and on September 27, 2017, he filed a motion asking for early termination of Dylan's 4-year probation. The motion was denied on May 16, 2018, and in September 2019, Dylan Vogt's probation ended. Ironically, the website says, Dylan's probation ended the same month his brother Jeremy Dewitte was arrested by Windermere Police on September 7, 2019. This also wasn't the end of Dylan Vogt's own troubles, because an incident that occurred in the summer of 2017 would come back to haunt him and his brother Jeremy. Now we'll hear about that incident in the summer of 2017 in an upcoming episode, which is part 24 of this series. It's called The Brothers. And you also got to remember that this website was written by somebody close to Jeremy Dewitte, so anything on here is very biased. So keep that in mind. Join us on the next episode of PoliceTube, where we're going to be reading The Influence Part 2, The Documents. And make sure before you click over to that, which is part 12 of this series, the next part is part 12, make sure you like this video, comment down below, whatever you're thinking, and subscribe to my channel so you can get all the updates as I post them and go live. So thanks for watching, and I'll see you on The Influence Part 2, The Documents, which is Part 12 of the Jeremy Dewitte case series right here on PoliceTube. Hey everybody, you're watching PoliceTube, the JeremyDeWitteCase.com archives. You're watching Part 12 right now, called The Influence Part 2, which is entitled The Documents. This is from the JeremyDeWitteCase.com website. We're going over it page by page, and this page was published March 14th of 2020. Taken down January of 2021. Let's go ahead and go over it a little bit here. It says, court documents from Dylan Vogt's arrest on November 24th, 2013, which we covered in part 11 of this series, the last video. It says, he was charged with lewd or lascivious battery on this minor, unlawful use of a two-way communication device, possession of 20 grams or less of cannabis, possession of drug paraphernalia, traveling to minor for unlawful and criminal attempt to solicit. Here's the document for that. You can read through here if you want. You can see that he was ordered to provide a DNA sample. He was ordered community service, a drug and alcohol evaluation, and also probation. Here's the court documents. Comes now defending Dylan Kent Vogt, and through his undersigned attorney respectfully submits this motion to modify probation to allow contact with nephew, and as further grounds therefore would state, on September 17, 2014, defendant was sentenced to 12 months community control, followed by 4 years of supervised probation. Special conditions include sexual offender conditions. Anyway, you can read this if you want. It's just basic stuff. Basic court documents. It says here, Dear Dylan Vogt, and this was sent September 16, 2019. You are hereby notified that you completed your term of supervision on September 16, 2019, as referenced above. You are no longer under the supervision of the Department of Corrections. So as soon as everything started heating up with Jeremy and his criminal cases, that's when Dylan was finally relieved of his terms of supervision. But Dylan was also being pursued by the police now because of his criminal involvement and in police impersonation. Now, if you remember, this whole website, Jeremy Dewitte case, was started in March of 2020, right after Jeremy and Dylan were charged for impersonating from 2017. So February 10th, 11th, 12th, 13th of 2020 is when Jeremy and Dylan were charged for impersonating, and then this website, jeremydewittecase.com, popped up just about 3 or 4 weeks later in defense of Jeremy and, I guess, Dylan as well. So I think that shows a little bit about what is behind this website and the thinking behind this website. So anyway, we're going to go on to part 13. You can check this out of the case here. It's called The Brain. The Brain. We're going to go ahead and check that out. And make sure you subscribe to my channel. Make sure you like this video and comment down below. I appreciate you watching. Thanks a lot. Bye-bye. Hello, everybody, and thanks for watching PoliceTube right here on YouTube. We're going over the jeremydewittecase.com website. This is part 13 of the PoliceTube series of this website. Now, this page is called The Brain. It was published March 15th of 2020. I'm going to go ahead and read it here. It says, Pinky and the Brain was a 1995 cartoon that lasted 4 seasons on Kids WB. What this has to do with Jeremy Dewitte, I have no idea, but we'll see where this is going. It was Steven Spielberg's production and received its own spin-off after the characters gained popularity during their 1993 appearance on another animated television series, Animaniacs. Pinky was sweet but a little naive and goofy, while Brain was clever and always plotting. Brain had plans to take over the world, and if those plans ended poorly, Pinky was usually the cause of the failure. Brain was the most intelligent and emotionally cold of the two, and Pinky was kind and scatterbrained. In March 2018, there was a text conversation on Kik Messenger between Jeremy Dewitte and his love interest, Jennifer Burton, about the cartoon. Okay, I get it now. It says here, Jeremy called Jennifer Pinky, and she corrected him with a wink, stating she was clearly the brain of the two, but Jeremy insisted he was smarter than her. This is interesting, because this shows that I think someone behind this website, jeremydewittecase.com, is, again, going inside Jennifer's head. And who could go inside Jennifer's head other than Jennifer? So I think she might be the one authoring this website. It says, when Jeremy Dewitte was using Kik Messenger with Jennifer, he again chose to use a username which referenced Special Forces. And his avatar in the app referenced law enforcement. And then it has this picture here, like it's Jeremy's thing. This is like a California Highway Patrol badge, and he modified it to say police officer. This is the Eureka symbol of California. During this time period, it appeared the two got along well as two people who were having an affair could get along. Jeremy Dewitte wanted to meet her immediately, and the feeling appeared to be mutual. Jeremy and Jennifer met, and in court documents, she claims she stated to him, "You look just like a cop." According to news articles and court documents, Jennifer would later say Jeremy Dewitte told her he used to be an Oviedo Police Department officer, a soldier with the U.S. Army, and when they began dating, he was a security officer who owned his own business. Now that's interesting that it says Jeremy and Jennifer met, and in court documents she claims she stated to him, "You look like a cop." That indicates to me that when they met that first night, he was pretending to be more than who he actually was. And when she went home that first night after doing the dirty with him, she started looking him up, and that's when she discovered that he's no one who he's making out to be. Nowhere like the person he's making out to be. In fact, he's a felon, and he's a criminal, and he's a registered SO. You know what that means. says here, Jeremy Dewitte claimed he was in the military and in the elite position of being part of Special Forces operation, hence the SF Ops 2105 username, according to Jennifer's statements and evidence presented. It goes on to read, this would be the second but not the final time someone claimed Jeremy Dewitte led them to believe he was a member of law enforcement. It was the first time, however, someone claimed he led them to believe he was a veteran. Is that the first time? Based on Jennifer's statements, it appeared she liked Jeremy Dewitte and the two continued dating and made plans for the future. All the plans for their future appeared to be in jeopardy when officers from Orlando Police Department arrived at Jeremy's door and arrested him in front of his wife Rania on April 7, 2018. That's interesting because on April 3rd, 2018, Jennifer went and filed a police report against Jeremy. And that was just a few days after meeting him and having, doing it with Jeremy for the first time. They met and did it the first night, and then she went to the police the next day, and they said they didn't have enough evidence to look in on him, so she went back over the next few days after that and recorded videos in his office and started writing out a statement and started compiling a dossier, and then on April 3rd, 2018, she went and filed that dossier with the police. And then a few days later, Jeremy was arrested. That's interesting. It says Jeremy Dewitte was charged with one count of failure to register as a SO. He failed to register an electronic mail address or internet identifier, and he was charged with one count of failure of a offender to report to the sheriff's, FDLE. Both of these charges were third-degree felonies and punishable by up to 5 years in prison. It says for the first time in 7 years, Jeremy Dewitte was back in the criminal courtroom because the woman he thought was gullible, Pinky, was actually a shrewd brain. So now they're pumping up Jennifer's brain. Jennifer, first of all, she stated she was the brain. And now this website is also saying that Jennifer was the brain. So I would say, again, that this is more indication that this website was written and authored by Jennifer. She's the admin right here that's posting all these things. And she believes she's the brain and that Jeremy is very, very dumb. There's 2 comments on here that I'll leave here. Oh, look, it says, was she an informant turned girlfriend or a girlfriend turned informant? I don't think she was an informant at first, but she definitely became an informant that night they met. So this has been part 13 of the Jeremy Dewitte case. Join us on part 14 called The Stories. That's the next part here. And make sure you're subscribed to my channel. That way you can get all the things about Jeremy Dewitte. And if you don't mind, can you like this video and comment down below? Just let me know whatever you're thinking about this case. And we're going to go ahead and continue this over in part 14. Make sure you click over there now. Thanks for watching. Have a great day. Hey, you're watching part 14 of the Jeremy Dewitte case, archived right here on PoliceTube on YouTube. This page is called The Stories. Now, this was authored by the administrator of JeremyDeWitteCase.com, which is an unknown person, but I have reason to believe that it's somebody very, very close to Jeremy Dewitte. So this was authored March 15th, the same as the last page. That if you didn't see that, go ahead and check that out. That's The Brain, part 13. So anyway, the website here, it reads, ironically, when Jeremy Dewitte was arrested at the age of 18 on May 18, 1998, for impersonating a police officer while carrying an Oviedo Police Explorer badge, Jennifer, the woman he met from Ashley Madison, was attending middle school in Oviedo, Florida. Jennifer would later state to law enforcement she joined a few dating apps because she had a tough breakup and she wanted a lighter relationship with zero expectations. Her relationship would not be light with Jeremy Dewitte, nor would it end with his arrest in April of 2018. In fact, that was just the beginning of everything. And let's see here. What are we looking at here? A picture of Jeremy Dewitte. The website reads, there were many stories Jeremy Dewitte told others in the past, according to court documents. The first story was his identity. Jeremy Dewitte told Jennifer Burton his name was Jay Dewitte. In various statements, Jennifer claimed she was immediately suspicious about the name Jay because it sounded like a nickname for a proper name. According to her, Jeremy said his name was in fact Jay, and it wasn't a nickname. Jennifer stated she also saw multiple spellings of Jeremy Dewitte's last name on paperwork and aforementioned Dewitte and then Dewitte spelled differently. Now, this is actually important on a side note here. because on the police report that Jennifer filed against Jeremy on April 3rd, she stated how she found him. She said she went home and she looked up J. Dewitte and she didn't find anything on Google. So she started looking up other iterations of that name, like John and James and Jason. And she went down the list until she finally got to Jeremy, and that's when she found that he was a registered offender of things. He was a criminal. He was a police impersonator. And that's when she realized that she got tricked by this guy, and she gave herself to this man who lied to her. She felt used. She felt used. You know what I'm saying? Then the website recaps what we already know, that Jeremy attempted to change his name on September 8th, 2014 with his attorney, Daniel Lapina, 3 years after being released from prison and 4 years before meeting Jennifer. Judge Dana Tennis dismissed those, as we already read. And it has this images here. Supporters of this memorial. What is this? It says the second story was Jeremy Dewitte's former career as an Oviedo police officer. In the 1998 Mobile gasoline theft and police impersonation case, Mobile employee Cassandra and her supervisor KJ assumed Jeremy was a law enforcement officer, but in the state of Florida, Jeremy was ineligible to be a sworn officer because he hadn't reached the age of 19. Because of his felony arrest, he never would have been able to become a police officer in the state of Florida. Here's a picture of Jeremy standing in a public restroom taking a photo of himself. And they cropped this photo a little bit because there was another man in the stall over here going to the bathroom. And then his brother Dylan was right here doing a very weird pose. It says the third story was Jeremy Dewitte's military past. In looking at court documents, it appears Jeremy told Jennifer he was in the military, in Special Forces operations, and he met his wife Rania while fighting overseas and brought her back to the United States. Police investigators have repeatedly said Jeremy Dewitte was never in the military, and he certainly wasn't in Special Forces. I also think he didn't bring Rania back from overseas. She was already in the United States. She had already been married once in the United States, and she was already living here. Maybe he met her in Egypt, or they saw each other in Egypt or something, but she was a United States immigrant at that point, if it's called an immigrant, I don't know. She was already here and on her way. It wasn't her first time being brought to the United States or anything. Has text messages here. You want me to call you? Is that you? And then he says, yep. So Jeremy apparently said that this is a photo of him. It says here, the fourth story was his wife Rania's medical condition. In text messages attached to court documents, it appears Jeremy Dewitte told Jennifer his wife Rania was physically ill and she had a bad heart. Jeremy also appeared to bring up his wife's illness when Jennifer wasn't responding quickly enough to his messages or phone calls. In one message, Jeremy Dewitte stated his wife had a heart attack, and Jennifer and Jeremy began discussing Rania's refusal to take her medication. Then it has the text messages here. I'm sorry, I'll text later. Rania had a heart attack and is in the ER. I'm sorry about this morning. I don't know why you were mad. I like you, and I want us to move forward. Please trust me. I'm sorry about this morning. Da, da, da. She says, how is your wife? He says, not that great. She's sleeping now. Jennifer says, did the doctor say what caused the attack? Did you tell them she only recently started taking her meds? And he says, yep and yep. She has a bad valve or a murmur. God willing, just a murmur. And we probably all remember hearing Jeremy have that conversation with her because Jennifer recorded this on her cell phone in Jeremy's office. The fifth story was Jeremy Dewitte's felonious past. In an affidavit, Jennifer claimed Jeremy never told her he was a felon, and she never would have believed he was, since he said he owned a security business and guns. At the time, Jeremy Dewitte was a registered ex-offender, but this information was never disclosed to Jennifer according to her claims. According to Jennifer's police statement on April 3rd, 2018, she found out that he was an offender on the first night that they met after she went home. But before that, she did not know. The final story was Jeremy Dewitte's ability to pull motorists over and to command his employees and also pull motorists over. According to an affidavit, Jennifer stated she heard Jeremy pulling people over numerous times, and she had many discussions with him about it. She also claimed Jeremy reassured her it was fine with law enforcement and all of his employees were allowed to do it. Then here's a picture of one of Jeremy's badges wrapped in plastic here. So that's the end of that. There's 3 comments I'll save on there for you. So this has been part 14, the stories of the Jeremy Dewitte case. Check us out on part 15. It's called The Red Flags. We're going to be going over that next. Before you go over there, though, make sure you click subscribe to my channel. That way you don't miss any updates. Make sure you also like and subscribe to this video. I really appreciate it. And as always, thanks for watching PoliceTube. I'll see you in part 15. Hey, thanks for watching PoliceTube. You're watching part 15 called The Red Flags. This is the JeremyDewittecase.com defunct website, archived by PoliceTube right here on YouTube. So this page was published again March 15, 2020, the same as the last few pages here. And it starts off with a quote by Gavin de Becker. It says, "Intuition is always right in at least two important ways. It is always in response to something, and it always has your best interest at heart." That's an interesting quote, because who would have wrote that quote about intuition? I think this is talking about Jennifer Burton's intuition from when she first met Jeremy, and that's an indication to me that this website is authored by Jennifer, although the actual author is unknown. So let's go ahead and read what it says here. It goes on to say, this was a quote from Gavin de Becker, author of the bestseller The Gift of Fear, Survival Signals That Protect Us from Violence. Gavin de Becker is a security expert who evaluates threats and has protected celebrities and former U.S. presidents. He advises everyone from law enforcement to victims of domestic violence. Intuition, discernment, gut instinct, a sixth sense are some of the terms used to describe an imbalance in energy, and having the insight to feel what is actually happiness, or having the insight to feel what is actually happening is different from what we are being told is happening. In 1998, mobile cashier Cassandra had a feeling something wasn't quite right about the story she was being told by Jeremy Dewitte, who at the time claimed he was a member of law enforcement. Cassandra stated something told her he wasn't really a police officer, but instead of trusting her own instincts, she continued to listen to Jeremy as he allegedly tried to convince her what she was seeing wasn't what was occurring. Manipulation can be seen in a child as young as 2 years old, unable to verbalize his wants and needs as well as an adult. A toddler is still able to learn how to get a response from his parents. He throws himself on the ground or holds his breath because mom and dad run in circles to stop the behavior. I think she's saying he because she's equating this child to be Jeremy Dewitte, basically. As an adult, manipulative lies work best when someone is confident in their lying. Having the ability to make someone feel guilty for believing their intuition and not the shaky story presented in front of them is another layer of how cunning a calculating person can be. In society, we believe we are all the same. No one would ever do action A because we would never do action A. No one would ever lie about action B because we would never lie about action B. No one would be capable of hurting person C because we would never hurt person C. So the author here talks about doing action A, lying about action B, and hurting person C. That's an interesting combination that they're putting together there. The website goes on to read, "The need to rationalize what we see in front of us is common. Cassandra at the mobile gas station saw a man wearing a police badge with lights in his dashboard, and she listened as he said he was a police officer. He looked right, but it didn't feel right. A normal person would question why anyone would lie about something so big and so easy to disprove. A manipulative person hopes these doubts spin around a normal person's mind, and the manipulative person hopes the questions last long enough for them to slink away after they have committed their crimes." According to court documents, Jennifer Burton said everything was going well with Jeremy Dewitte. The problem was something didn't feel right. Jennifer had the same reaction as Cassandra 20 years earlier. She was being presented with what looked right but felt wrong. In an affidavit, she said she knew the name she was being given wasn't correct. After a recent date in April 2018, Jennifer looked up Jay Dewitte and Orlando, Florida in a Google search, and she couldn't find a match. After checking a series of male names beginning with J plus Jeremy Dewitte's fictitious last name, Jennifer was finally able to find Jeremy Dewitte's Florida Department of Law Enforcement sex offender flyer. Now, this is partially incorrect because it says after a recent date in April 2018, Jennifer looked up Jay Dewitte. But according to the police document that was filed by Jennifer on April 3rd, 2018, she says that she looked up Jay Dewitte on March 27th of 2018, that night. And she went to the police the next day, but then she went home and got more evidence and filed an actual police report April 3rd of 2018. So I don't know about this recent date. The website goes on to continue. Jennifer claims she was shocked, and she called Orange County Sheriff's Office because she was concerned. She met Detective Michael Mastrangelo, the officer Jeremy Dewitte was to report all registration changes to. Jennifer was asked by law enforcement to collect as much information as she could when she was around Jeremy without placing herself in danger. So this is very interesting because March 27th, she did it with Jeremy, and then she went home and looked him up that night, and on the 28th, she went into law enforcement. And that's when she met with Detective, and that's when he told her, and they told her to collect evidence. And that's when she went and recorded those videos that she recently released on the Metro State channel, which she recently removed, where Jeremy DeWitte's hooking up the lights and playing with his pepper ball gun and saying that he's allowed to pull people over and that he was dismantling bombs overseas. That is on March 28th, 29th, 30th, and April 1st. And then during that weekend, April 1st is basically when Jennifer wrote out a statement and went into the police department on April 3rd and filed it. So that's very interesting that she was acting as a confidential informant before, just days after she had first met Jeremy. I'm going to read that again here. It says, Jennifer was asked by law enforcement to collect as much information as she could when she was around Jeremy. So at this point, she was acting as a confidential informant. And this is March 29th of 2018, just a couple days after she met him. Then it has text messages here. Oh, here it is. It says, this was one of the last texts she sent to Jeremy before his arrest on April 7th. He says, okay. She says, baby, I know you're busy, but can you send me a picture in uniform? I love the way you look in it. It's so sexy. And that's when he sent her this picture of him standing next to Brevard County Sheriff. And he's in full dress uniform. You know, he's associated with the sheriff. He has all these pictures of him standing next to the sheriff. That's a whole nother thing, but he is connected with the sheriff. So that's very interesting. The reason that she asked him for this, the reason Jennifer asked him for this message is because she is collecting evidence against him. That's what I just recently predicted in one of my videos where I was talking about this image and why she asked for it. It says here, what Jeremy DeWitte didn't know at the time was Jennifer was sitting in front of a police detective when she made the request for the photo. Exactly. She was a confidential informant sitting in front of the detective. I knew it. I knew it. When asked what else she knew about Jeremy DeWitte and his business, Metro State Special Services, Jennifer stated Jeremy and his employees were pulling motorists over according to court documents. This part of her statement wouldn't be investigated or shared with other members of law enforcement for another year and a half. Now, that's not necessarily true because she wrote it out in a statement, and that statement was provided to law enforcement April 3rd of 2018. Oh, this part of her statement wouldn't be investigated or shared with other members of law enforcement for a year and a half. Okay, gotcha. And then it has 3 comments down here below that you can look up. Cassandra would be very interesting to talk to. So this has been part 15 called The Red Flags from the Jeremy DeWitte case. I appreciate you watching here. Make sure you subscribe to my channel so you can see all the parts and new information that I'm releasing. And if you like this, go ahead and like this video and make a comment down below. And check out part 16, which is next, and that's called The Registration. That's the next page on the Jeremy DeWitte case. I'll see you there. Thanks for watching PoliceTube. Thanks for watching PoliceTube. You're watching part 16 of a long series of going over and analyzing and archiving the JeremyDeWitteCase.com. This page is called The Registration, and it was published March 15th by the administrator of the website, who's unknown, but I believe it's Jennifer or somebody very close to Jeremy. So make sure you're subscribed to my channel so you can see all these parts, by the way. This website reads, on April 7th, 2018, a warrant was issued for Jeremy DeWitte's arrest for failing to register 2 online accounts as a SO. Both of these accounts were used to interact with at least one woman he was dating named Jennifer. So this means to me that Jennifer, after meeting Jeremy on March 27th of 2018, she reported him and reported his username and accounts to Sergeant Mastrangelo. And that's when Jeremy was arrested just days later. And Jennifer, according to part 15 if you go back and watch my part 15 called The Red Flags, you'll see that Jennifer admits that she was working as a confidential informant and the police were asking her to gather evidence. The website reads here, Amir Ladan, the best attorney in Central Orlando, once again made an appearance as Jeremy Dewitte's defense attorney. On June 13, 2018, the state of Florida officially filed charges against Jeremy, and Sarah Hatch was the assigned assistant state attorney. Jeremy Dewitte entered a plea of not guilty, and the case seemed to move along without any issues for 8 months. But then the court was blindsided when the judicial assistant received an email correspondence on February 6, 2019, from Jennifer Burton herself, who was now a witness for the state. According to the email, Jennifer was in a relationship with Jeremy Dewitte from May of 2018 until February of 2019, unbeknownst to the court. Now, let's just pause real quick right there, because we know that Jennifer is still in a relationship with Jeremy Dewitte. We also know that the relationship with Jeremy Dewitte started March of 2018, and they started doing it at the latest in March 27th of 2018, according to Jennifer's police statement. And, so maybe they did something to make it more official in May. But, this actually started in April. In March. Now let's go ahead and read the letter here. We'll start down here, which is Jennifer's first email. It says, good morning, and this is February 6, 2019 at 8:04 a.m. Jennifer woke up early and wrote out this email. I'm very concerned about myself and my safety at this point. Jeremy Dewitte is the defendant in this case titled above, and in 2018 I contacted Florida Department of Law Enforcement and Orange County Sheriff's Office about his failure to register on 2 online apps we communicated through. Although I was told Dewitte's arrest was no fault of my own, and I was also told there wouldn't even be a trial, Mr. Dewitte has asked me repeatedly to speak to prosecutors, the first being Sarah Hatch on his behalf. He has claimed he'll kill himself, and it will be my fault, or he will flee the country to Egypt, and that will also be my fault. I have experienced a trauma recently, and I was something redacted. Mr. Dewitte is aware of this, and he has used this opportunity to manipulate and intimidate me into being a neutral party so he won't have a prison sentence. He has told me if he loses his business, he will be a very difficult man to deal with. Now, this was written in 2019. We're now in 2021, and Jeremy Dewitte has now lost his business, and so he may be a very difficult man to deal with, huh? It says, he said, he will make things hard for me. That's what she said. He then backtracks and says he will kill himself and tells me he will either do it by motorcycle accident or jumping off a bridge. I have screenshots of some of these texts, which I will send in a separate email. As I've said before, and I'm aware there won't be a trial, and I won't even have to be a witness. But in the event that Mr. Dewitte is given an unfair sentence, as he has said, I'm worried about what may happen. My statements to Orange County and Florida Department of Law Enforcement are accurate and truthful. Signed, Jennifer. Then the website goes, oh yeah. Then the prosecutor wrote back, or the judicial assistant wrote back, I understand what you are going through. Unfortunately, this is considered ex parte communication, and I cannot address this situation. I have copied the state and Mr. Dewitte in this email so they can be aware. Please be advised that this communication is going to be filed with the clerk of the courts. So let's go ahead and read what the website continues to say. Apparently, Jennifer and Jeremy rekindled their relationship just 1 month after his April 2018 arrest. Text messages reveal the two were communicating during Ramadan, which was May 15th through June 14th of 2018. There was also a text message conversation about Rania Mohammed Dewitte, Jeremy Dewitte's wife. In her email, she claimed Jeremy Dewitte asked her repeatedly to change her testimony. Jennifer said she was given instructions to meet at his attorney Amir Ladan's office and sign a new document stating she didn't mean to report certain parts of her first affidavit in 2018. Jennifer also forwarded text messages from Jeremy Dewitte, and in those texts he claimed he would either run away to Egypt or kill himself if she didn't change her testimony. Now here's Jeremy's text. This is Jeremy's business number. It says, I said if I have to go to jail, you get it dropped. I will talk the next day. I said that before. She said, "I don't know if I can. I'm tired, and every time I think about what you said about Egypt, I become sad and angry." He says, "Well, if you lose me to the system, I don't need to keep saying the same this, do I? 'Cause I did not call cops on myself." Of course, they told Jennifer that he was being arrested through no fault of her own, but it was clearly because she reported him to the cops. And it wasn't because of anything she did, it's because of what he's doing. But Jennifer's trying to act like, he was arrested because of his own things, not because of her, but it was because of her reporting him. But also, it's not her fault, it's Jeremy's fault, obviously. Jeremy says, "They won't let me go, and I have spent all of my money and reinvested it into the ambulance. And now I have none, and I lose the motors due to going to jail. I have nothing, and I can't and won't restart from jail. It will be easier to off myself, and they sell all of my stuff before I lose it to the banks and credit." He's currently selling all of his stuff on eBay. We're seeing this happen now. She says, "Stop it. Don't even say that. Please don't even think that way." And the website continues on. "Whether Jeremy Dewitte was manipulating Jennifer is up to interpretation, but one thing was clear. The two apparently had an eventful year and hit the reset button after Jeremy's 2018 April arrest." So this has been part 16. Join us on the next part called The Courtroom, which is part 17 for all of those mathematicians out there. We're going over the JeremyDewittCase.com. Make sure you subscribe to PoliceTube so you can see all the parts of my videos here. And if you don't mind, like this video and leave a comment down below. I'd love to hear what you guys have to say. I appreciate you watching, and I'll see you in the next part, part 17, called The Courtroom. Have a great day. Thanks for watching PoliceTube. We're going over the JeremyDewittCase.com defunct website, which is no longer online, so I'm recording and archiving it right here on PoliceTube on YouTube for everybody to see. Today we're going over the page called The Courtroom, one of 100 pages on this website. This is part 17. Appreciate you watching here. I'm going to go ahead and read this. It says, "According to court documents, this was a text message from Jeremy Dewitte to a state witness and his girlfriend at the time, Jennifer Burton. She received it in February of 2019. This all seemed to stem from Jeremy Dewitte's 2018 felony case, which dragged into the following year. The felony case where he was failing to register all of his online accounts as a registered SO. And Jennifer went to the police and reported him, and then he got arrested a couple days later. It says here, Sarah Hatch was the original assistant state attorney in the case and offered a plea deal to Jeremy Dewitte. On October 24, 2018, Judge Keith White rejected the deal because it only required 30 days in jail when Jeremy had a prison score equaling over 2 years of imprisonment. Shortly thereafter, Tatiana Cordiner, who was admitted into the Florida bar in 2013, became the second and final assistant state attorney on this case. Of course, there's new state's attorneys on the newest cases. It says here, when Judge Keith White's judicial assistant received an email correspondence from state witness named Jennifer Burton, the email was shared with the prosecutor and Jeremy Dewitte's defense attorney, Amir Ladan. Now, we read this statement on part 16. If you haven't seen that, go ahead and go back one episode in the show, and you'll be able to see part 16 called The Registration. I'll skip over that in this one, though. The website continues on and says, Jennifer would later claim to reporters she knew all contact with the judicial assistant was to be shared with all parties, and she purposely did this because she wasn't receiving any help and she wanted to end things with Jeremy Dewitte. In court documents, Jennifer stated she tried to tell Sarah Hatch and Tatiana Cordiner that Jeremy Dewitte wanted her to change her testimony. Instead of filing a motion or adding a charge of tampering with a witness, Tatiana Cordiner contacted Amir Ladan and told him to stop his client. These documents also show texts from Jeremy where he stated the prosecutor shared everything Jennifer said back to the defense attorney, who then communicated with Jeremy Dewitte. On February 7th and February 9th of 2019, Jennifer sent an email to the judicial assistant and state's attorney, Tatiana Cordiner, about Jeremy Dewitte's attempts to contact her directly and through his Metro State Special Services employees. Now, this is interesting because at this present time, in about February, January 2019, that's when Real World Police started getting all the documents and releasing videos of Jeremy Dewitte on their website. And this is when the world really became aware of Jeremy Dewitte. It says here, good afternoon, in one of these messages. Jeremy Dewitte is still contacting me via the text, and although he's been made aware that I don't want any contact. He has texted me even after his attorney Amir Landan has specifically told him that I fear him. What can I do about this? I'm aware that this information will be shared with Landan, and the prosecutors, so I've copied them on this email as well. Signed, Jennifer. The website says court documents show she claimed she was receiving harassing phone calls and texts from Jeremy and his employees of Metro State Special Services since February 6th of 2019, when she sent the first email correspondence to the judicial assistant. So I wonder what employees of Metro State Special Services she was being contacted by. I think that might have been Jessica Bolden and Wendy Tools Nichols, who I've reported on my channel. You can search for those. She said that she was being harassed by those two women. And I think those two women filed a police report against Jennifer, saying Jennifer was harassing them. The website says here, after Jennifer was awarded a temporary restraining order against Jeremy Dewitte, he was offered another plea on February 19, 2019. Jeremy would have to complete 1 year of community control, a strict form of probation he was familiar with from past criminal cases, and a restriction he always violated. On February 21st, 2019, Jennifer sent an email to Tatiana Cordner because the prosecutor claims she forgot to add a no-contact condition into the plea deal. She also carbon copied Cordner's supervisor on the email. Jennifer's taking care of business here, trying to get Jeremy indicted. There didn't appear to be any response from Tatiana Cordner or her supervisor. Unsurprisingly, according to this website, on March 1st, 2019, just 2 weeks after accepting his plea, a violation of probation affidavit was created and a warrant was put out for Jeremy Dewitte's arrest with a recommendation of 5 years imprisonment from Officer David Kleggenberg. I'll leave this here so you can check it out if you want to read that warrant. Second page here. This one says, this is the page 2 of the warrant, violation of Condition B of the Order of Community Control by failing to remain confined to his approved residence except for 1 half hour before and after approved employment. Public Service Works, blah, blah, blah. And violation of Condition D, the Order of Community Control by failing to follow the rules of electronic monitoring. There's another page here. You can read that if you want. Another page, lots to read if you want to check that out. It says here, violation of the community control, failing, the Department of Corrections received several notifications of a bracelet gone notification, which is an alert that the subject has separated himself from his GPS cell phone tracking device, which is required to keep close to him at all times. So that's interesting. That was in February of 2019. Go ahead and read through that there. Pay some fines. The website continues to read, on March 5th, 2019, Jennifer Burton contacted Tatiana Cordner's supervisor, Catherine Marlowe, directly, who then instructed the assistant state's attorney to make a modification. So Jennifer was very persistent in this. On March 11, 2019, a motion to modify the sentence was filed, and on March 18, 2019, the motion was granted. Jeremy Dewitte was not to have any contact with Jennifer Burton for the entire year of his community control. Well, we know that didn't happen because we're now in the future. During this time, Jeremy Dewitte was still in an Orange County jail for his violation of probation arrest. Despite the recommendation of 5 years in prison from Officer Kleggenberg, the state offered the original 30-day plea, which was rejected by Judge Keith White on October of 2018. Jeremy accepted the plea and was given a credit for 23 days in jail. On March 25, 2019, Jeremy Dewitte's community control ended, and after serving less than 30 days in jail when his prison score equaled 2.5 years in prison, he was a free man. The website continues on and says, this also meant any restrictions placed on him were removed, including the no-contact condition requested by Jennifer Burton. According to a reporter, the state never contacted her to tell her of the new deal or the results of the in-jail arraignment. She contacted Officer David Kleggenberg, and he was the only person who told her the news. This was another stipulated downward departure, another lesser sentence, and another second chance in a long line of second chances given to Jeremy Dewitte. But in the not so distant future, it would appear Jeremy's ability to sidestep consequences was coming to an end. I agree with this, These are downward departures. So anyway, this has been part 17. Check us out on part 18 called The Calm. And that's, you can see linked right down here. So this is PoliceTube. Make sure you're subscribed to my channel. Click that subscribe button. Make sure you like this video. Make sure you comment down below. And I'll see you over in part 18 of the JeremyDewittCase.com series. Thanks for watching PoliceTube. All right. Hey, what's up, everybody? Thanks for watching. You're watching part 18 of the JeremyDewittCase.com archived website. This is page 18, basically. It's called The Calm. I'm going to read it to you here. It was published March 15th, 2020. And it says, on September 13th, 2019, Jeremy Dewitte and his attorney Amir Ladan casually walked into Windermere Police Department for an interview. On September 7, 2019, Jeremy Dewitte was arrested in Windermere, Florida, and charged with resisting arrest, unlawful use of a two-way communications device, and falsely impersonating a police officer. One of Jeremy's employees, Randall Allen Brocus, was also arrested and hit with an open display of a firearm. And this is one of the videos that we saw from Real World Police in like Blue Jacket Park or something, where they arrested this guy for openly carrying a firearm. Randall Brocus. Between February of 2019 and September 2019, Jeremy Dewitte appeared to be unstoppable. He dodged prison time in February for failing to register as a sex offender and for violating his community control. His company, Metro State Special Services, has expanded from a funeral escort business to an ambulance company. That's an important part to say, because Jennifer, who I think is writing this website, was very upset that Jeremy had partnered with Jessica Bolden to start this ambulance company. So she keeps mentioning it because, that's not good to her because she's being pushed out of the picture. However, his luck seemed to end when he was arrested that September day during a funeral procession. On Friday the 13th, again, Jeremy Dewitte and Amir Ladan sat down with Windermere Police Detective John Allen, who was overseeing the matter. As a former investigator in the 2011 Casey Anthony case, this would not have been Detective Allen's first time interviewing a complex character. During Jeremy's taped interview, Detective Allen asked pointed questions about his criminal past. Jeremy Dewitte claimed he hadn't been in trouble in over 10 years. When Detective Allen asked him again if he had been in trouble with law enforcement in the last 10 years, Jeremy recanted and said he had been in trouble, but only because of Jennifer Burton, his ex-girlfriend, got him into trouble. Jeremy Dewitte didn't appear to admit his role in the trouble, which was his failure to register 2 online accounts before he even knew Jennifer. Detective John Allen asked Jeremy Dewitte about a June 2019 arrest in Chicago, Illinois. According to body cam footage from Chicago police officers, Jeremy Dewitte and his wife Rania Dewitte were visiting the area in a rented Airbnb apartment. A witness contacted police and stated Jeremy was throwing metal chairs from the balcony of his 6th-floor apartment. And we remember seeing that video on Real World Police as well, where Jeremy Dewitte was clearly an aggressor in an assault against a tow truck driver because he didn't want his car to be towed. And he claimed in that part to be a police officer, basically. The police asked him, they said, "I'm going to be lenient on you because you're an officer, correct?" And Jeremy said, "Yes, sir." It says here, Rania Dewitte went downstairs to speak to the tow truck driver, and Jeremy Dewitte stayed inside and threw 6 metal chairs off the balcony. During this commotion, Jeremy met with Chicago police officers and stated on police body camera that he was a police officer and a federal state agent. He was arrested shortly thereafter, released on his own recognizance, and given a court date. Here's an image from up above. This is a nice image. You see the tow truck with the car, the chairs scattered about, and he claims he did that because the tow truck driver was going to attack his wife with a long screwdriver orange handle. It says here, when Detective John Allen asked Jeremy Dewitte about his arrest, Jeremy claimed he hadn't been arrested. He was never released on his own recognizance, nor was there even a court date. Seeming increasingly defensive, Jeremy Dewitte asked what any of his prior troubles had to do with his complaint against the officer in Windermere. Detective Allen stated his credibility was an important part of the investigation. What Jeremy Dewitte didn't know was every part of his past had already been looked over with a fine-tooth comb. Law enforcement already knew about his troubles in Orlando with Jennifer and his arrest in Chicago. Shortly after his interview, someone from Jeremy Dewitte's past would be interviewed by Detective John Allen and Orange County Sheriff's Office Corporal John Ramsey. Now, what you should know about during this time is that Jeremy Dewitte was also being looked into by Corporal John Ramsey and Sergeant Keith Vidler for racketeering and criminal organization, organized crime. So he had a RICO case opened against him. So anyway, this has been part 18. Check us out in part 19. It's going to be called The Officers, and that'll tell us more about the case here. So thanks for watching PoliceTube, and I'll see you in part 19. Make sure you subscribe to my channel, too, so you don't miss anything, okay? Thanks a lot for watching, and have a great day. Thank you for watching PoliceTube right here on YouTube. You're watching part 19 of the JeremyDeWitteCase.com website, where we're going over every page of this website because it's been deleted. So these pages aren't available anymore. So I want to show them to everybody that's interested in Jeremy Dewitte. This is part 19. It's called The Officers. And it starts off with pictures of 4 of his quote-unquote officers. Jessica Bolden, Randall Brokus, and this guy. I forget his name. A cult, a herd, a gang. There are many ways to describe groups of people who bond over unusual beliefs or goals. Moving in a pack can influence our behavior. A pack mentality is seen in animals, typically dogs, but it can also be seen in humans. The ability to find the courage we wouldn't necessarily have on our own can be found when we run with others. This is interesting. I mean, why is somebody putting this in here? If Jennifer is making this website, then that would be... This doesn't sound like her. This sounds like it's from a textbook. So anyway, we don't know who made this website, JeremyDeWitteCase.com. We can only speculate. Website goes on to read, it would be fair to say that it takes a strong personality to become a police officer. Mental agility, assertiveness, good communication, and being able to remain calm in all situations are key skills found in good police officers. It would also be fair to say it takes a peculiar type of personality to impersonate or encourage the impersonation of police officers. When the owner of Metro State Special Services, Jeremy Dewitte, picked certain officers, as he called them, to join his company, it would be reasonable to believe he picked individuals who were similar in personality, or those who would be passive enough to accept certain personality traits. One of those officers was Jessica Bolden. Now, it's interesting that this website would go over Jessica Bolden because Jennifer Burton had a direct confrontation with Jessica Bolden. She doesn't like her. So the fact that she's going to highlight her tells me that maybe Jennifer is behind this website, although we don't know exactly. It says Jessica Bolden is listed as one of the owners of Metro State's various side jobs, in particular Metro State Emergency Ambulance Services. According to law enforcement, Jessica Bolden is also Jeremy Dewitte's second girlfriend he found online. Here's some info there. And here's an application for a registration of a fictitious name filed October 12, 2018, where Jessica Bolden set up Metro State Emergency Services Unit, starting basically a ambulance company with Jeremy, which was being bankrolled by his personal injury attorney, Michael Breen. So here's a picture of Jessica Bolden and this guy again, who I'm sure we'll find out soon. Another officer was Stephen Negron. That's right, Stephen Negron. I believe that's egg roll. Stephen had legal issues of his own when he joined Metro State Special Services. On August 9, 2017, charges were filed against him for assault with a deadly weapon. His attorney, Benjamin Jones. Oh, his attorney was Benjamin Jones. Stephen had more charges filed against him on a separate case on April 4, 2018. Those charges included extortion with a weapon, grand theft, and possession of a firearm in the commission of a felony. Benjamin Jones was his attorney yet again. And let me correct myself. Stephen Negron was actually named Recycle. I accidentally called him Egg Rolled, but that was Constantine Tanada. So anyway, this guy's name is Recycle. I don't know why he's standing next to the sheriff's car, but it's true. He later became a witness for the state. And what that means is he became an informant, another confidential informant. Now, that's interesting because he was arrested April 4th. Jeremy was arrested April 7th. Jennifer reported Jeremy April 3rd and March 27th. So something was going on here. Jennifer was working on an investigation, but at the same time, Jeremy was already being investigated with those RICO charges as well. So this was coming from two different directions here. It says here, Randall Allen Brokus was a Metro State Special Services officer who was arrested for open display of a firearm during Jeremy Dewitte's September 2019 fiasco. So there's some pictures of Randall Brokus there. We saw him being arrested in the Real World Police body cam footage that was released. This was not Randall's first arrest, nor would it be his last. After Jeremy Dewitte's release from jail in the earlier part of 2019, it didn't appear as if Metro State Special Services had any other issues beside a legal hiccup in Chicago, Illinois, which was quickly forgotten. It says here, but Jeremy Dewitte's Windermere arrest seemed to cause a ripple effect of problems. 6 days after meeting with Detective John Allen in Windermere, Florida, a civil case was initiated against Jeremy Dewitte and Metro State Special Services for failure to pay their rental lease. It says, it was also worth noting that the attorney who was hired to evict Jeremy Dewitte was the same attorney who was hired to evict Randall Brokus and his wife at the time from their rental unit in spring of 2017. And here on the screen you can see the eviction notice for Randall. Here's page 2 of it if you want to pause the video and read that. And here's an affidavit of service. And then here's the actual eviction notice, the 3 days notice to pay rent or leave. The website finishes up. However, this wasn't anything in comparison to what was to come in the following months for Jeremy Dewitte, or Metro State Special Services. And then here's some comments here. I'll note those for you. Now, this has been part 19 of the JeremyDeWitteCase.com website. We're going to be reading part 20 next, called The Storm. This is very interesting, so make sure you're subscribed to PoliceTube. Make sure you click the subscribe button on my channel. And if you don't mind, make sure you like this video and comment down below anything that you're thinking, okay? I'll see you on the next part, part 20. Look for it. And it's called The Storm. I'll see you then. Thanks for watching PoliceTube. You're watching part 20 of the PoliceTube archives of the JeremyDeWitteCase.com website. This page is called The Storm. It was published March 16th, 2020. And it starts off with a quote that you can read right here silently in your head by Jeremy Charles Dewitte. When you put his name like this and below a quote, it almost looks like he's a distinguished author. Like he wrote Moby, I don't even know if I can say that other word on YouTube without getting demonetized. The website says, those were the first words Jeremy Dewitte allegedly spoke to Lauren Frazier on October 1st, 2019. Who's Lauren Frazier? Lauren Frazier is a crime analyst employed by the state's attorney's office. A receptionist asked for Frazier's help because a man was on hold and he wanted to make a complaint against Orange County Sheriff's Office. The man on the line was Jeremy Dewitte. After Jeremy explained that he was a SO, and after he tried to explain the series of events that led to his registration status, he then went on to say that why he initially called. Jeremy Dewitte claimed he was being harassed by Orange County Sheriff's Office, and this never occurred when Sheriff Jerry Demings was in office. Jerry Demings is now the mayor of Orange County, Florida, and his wife Val Demings is in the House of Representatives, led the impeachment against Donald J. Trump. Damn it. And as you know from watching some of my other videos, Jeremy Dewitte has lots of connections to the sheriff's departments here and the lead sheriff of the sheriff department, who's an elected official. It says here on the website, according to court documents, Jeremy said this all began with John Minna, former police chief of Orlando Police Department, when he became the sheriff of Orange County. And here is a picture of Jeremy Dewitte standing next to John Minna. Why would John Minna be standing next to this guy? John Minna actually, we know now, has direct connections to Jeremy Dewitte through his personal injury attorney. Jeremy Dewitte has a business partner named Michael Breen, who is heavily invested in Jeremy Dewitte in his ambulance business. And Michael Breen is also really good friends with John Minna. They used to work together, and they stay in contact now. And Michael Breen donated money to John Minna's political campaign to get him elected. And Michael Breen also had a conversation with John Minna about Jeremy's arrest just before he was released. It says here, Jerry Demings, who is now the mayor of Orange County, has been referenced several times by Jeremy Dewitte. Mayor Demings has never commented on the story, though. Lauren Frazier said she would place Jeremy Dewitte on speakerphone and bring an investigator onto the line. Gregory Vestrunino is a deputy chief investigator and a sworn law enforcement officer. Jeremy told Vestorino that he wanted to make a complaint against Orange County Sheriff's Office. He immediately let Vestorino know that he was a SO and he owned Metro State Special Services for 10 years. Then it has a picture of some of Jeremy's bikes here. It says here, Jeremy Dewitte said he had been harassed by deputy sheriffs and his employees had been threatened with arrests. Vestorino asked if Jeremy had any open cases against him, to which Jeremy Dewitte said no. Jeremy Dewitte went on to say that Sergeant Keith Vidler was the one targeting him, which is true because Keith Vidler had a RICO case open against Jeremy Dewitte, so that's his job to investigate him. Jeremy Dewitte claimed Orange County Sheriff's Office was trying to shut down his business. As he often did, Jeremy referenced a statute and stated what he was doing was legal. Now, Orange County Sheriff's Office was not trying to shut down his business, but Keith Vidler and John Ramsey were investigating Jeremy Dewitte, which would eventually lead to his business having to be shut down. It says here, Jeremy Dewitte also claimed on September 16, 2019, 3 days after his interview with Detective John Allen in Windermere, he had been struck with a vehicle driven by an off-duty deputy sheriff, Todd Mahoney, I think is his name, and threatened with arrest. Orlando Police Department responded to that call. Vestorino told Jeremy Dewitte to make a complaint to Internal Affairs, and Jeremy claimed he had, but he wasn't happy with the resolution. Vestorino told him that if there was an ongoing investigation, he couldn't speak to him about it. Unbeknownst to Jeremy, Vestorino and Lauren Frazier, unbeknownst to Gregory Venturino and Lauren Frazier, the entire call was being recorded by Jeremy Dewitte. And I believe that call was released on Real World Police as well. So that was illegal wiretapping that Jeremy Dewitte was doing. And here's the official statement made by Vestorino and Frazier. I believe it's Frazier as well. Definitely Vestorino. You can read this if you want. I'll pause it right here. And I'll also pause it right here. Boom. It says here basically that Mr. Dewitte, which is spelled wrong, said he was looking for the SAO to assist him in reference to his complaint. He provided me with the contact phone number here and this. The call, which lasted approximately 10 minutes, was then ended. It says here, I was later advised by Lauren Frazier that Mr. Dewitte is a defendant in an Orange County case for falsely impersonating an officer, resisting without violence, Chief Edwards, chief investigator for the SAO, Judicial Circuit, was advised of the phone conversations, and the Assistant State's Attorney Mark Wickstrom and Assistant State's Attorney Stephen Casey Miller were also advised of the conversation via email. On December 16, 2019, I received a disc from Chief Edwards, which he obtained from Detective John Allen, who works with the Windermere Police Department. On December 23, 2019 and December 26, 2019, I reviewed the above-mentioned disc, which contains an audio file of a recorded phone conversation that took place on October 1st, 2019, between a person who identified himself as Jeremy Dewitte and SAO crime analyst Lauren Frazier and myself. Lauren Frazier was present on December 26, 2019, when I reviewed the recorded phone conversation again while in my office. After reviewing the recording, I was able to immediately determine, based on my recollection and voice recognition, that the recorded phone conversation was in fact a recording of us, blah, blah, blah. You can read that if you want. And then here's a statement by Lauren Frazier that's basically saying the same type of thing, but we'll read it. I received a call from Eloise Tenorino, who is a receptionist at the State's Attorney's Office. She stated that she had an individual on the phone named Jeremy Dewitte who was requesting to speak with an investigator regarding a complaint that he had against the Orange County Sheriff's Office. Eloisa also stated Mr. Dewitte was a defendant in another case. I took the call and introduced myself to Mr. Dewitte. He began the conversation by stating that he is known as the biggest piece of S in Orange County and informed me that he is a registered SO. He also stated that the girl lied about her age, but that is irrelevant. Mr. Dewitte proceeded to inform me that he owns a funeral escort service and the Orange County Sheriff's Office has it out for him and keeps harassing him unlawfully and arresting him, and now also arrests his employees. He claimed that Sheriff Dimmings had no problem with the way he conducted his business, but now the Sheriff Mina took over, things have changed. I informed Mr. Dewitte that I was going to ask our Deputy Chief Investigator Gregory Vestorino to assist in the phone call with Mr. Dewitte, then explained to Gregory Vestorino how he conducts his business and that he did not feel like either himself or any of the employees were doing anything wrong. At no time during the conversation, either before or after, Deputy Chief Investigator Gregory Vestorino joined the call did Mr. Dewitte inform us that he was recording the call. The website finishes up by saying, after ending the call and without having the knowledge of the entire conversation was recorded, Lauren Frazier revealed to Gregory Vestorino that Jeremy Dewitte was a defendant in a case and the charges were impersonating a police officer, blah, blah, blah. Jeremy Dewitte was arrested 3 weeks after the call for another police impersonation charge. Has one comment here. The next part is part 21, called The Cases. You can watch that right here on PoliceTube. Make sure you're subscribed to my channel so you don't miss anything. And if you've liked this video at least a little bit, give me a like and also give me a comment down below and let me know what you think. This is part 19 of the JeremyDeWitteCase.com, and I'll see you on part 20. Wait, nope, this is part 20 of the JeremyDeWitteCase.com. I'm going to see you on part 21 called The Cases. So thanks for watching, and as always, have yourself a great day. Hi, everybody. Thanks for watching the JeremyDeWitteCase.com analysis right here on PoliceTube. You're watching part 21 called The Cases. Now, this was published March 16th of 2020. And it says, after speaking to Lauren Frazier and Gregory Vestorino from the state's attorney's office on October 1st, 2019, Jeremy Dewitte was arrested shortly after. If you want to see these conversations, be sure to check out part 20 of our series called The Storm. This website goes on to read, his second arrest would occur in the latter part of October 2019, and he was again charged with impersonating a police officer as well as 2 counts of aggravated assault with a deadly weapon. Then it has a link to a tweet from WFTV Carla Ray. It says, this particular arrest sparked more media attention and Jeremy Dewitte's life began to have a spotlight placed on it. During his in-jail arraignment, Jeremy appeared to cry and stated his wife had recently had a miscarriage. And we saw that video, I think it was released by somebody on the internet, but it is on YouTube that you can check out if you wanted. Seemingly sympathetic, the female judge allowed Jeremy Dewitte to post bond. It seemed as if the holidays would be a quiet time for Metro State Special Services. Again. However, Jeremy Dewitte was arrested for a third and final time, at least a year, at least in the year 2019. Of course, now being in the future, we know that he's been arrested a lot more than that. In November, he was charged with 1 count of falsely personating a police officer. This case was filed in Osceola County. And there's Jeremy. In 2020, Jeremy Dewitte would again face multiple charges, many of which we will get into in separate posts on different videos here. For now, it's interesting to look at the number of cases and the number of individual charges Jeremy Dewitte is facing for crimes as recent as 2019 and as distant as 2017. In fact, I would say it's more interesting to even look back all the way to 1999. So in here it has some of the charges that he's facing. A lot of these he's still going through, which are going to be resolved here hopefully in 2020 with a trial. Falsely personating, unlawful interception, wiretap, unlawful interception, wiretap, falsely personating, and on. Jeremy Dewitte was given a court date notification today, March 16th, 2020. He has a mandatory court appearance for misrepresentation of insurance, which occurred on March 14th, 2020. So this statement right here, that Jeremy Dewitte was given a court date notification today, March 16th, indicates to me that this website is being created and authored by somebody that's very, very close to Jeremy. Not like an old employee or anything that is trying to get something over on Jeremy. It's somebody that has direct access to Jeremy, where Jeremy got this notification and then he immediately shared it with somebody. So this is indicating that this is somebody who's very close to Jeremy. I'm still thinking Jennifer, but it could also be somebody from his family maybe. But I'm definitely thinking Jennifer definitely has a part in this. It says he has a mandatory court appearance for misrepresentation of insurance from March 14th, 2020. That's when he didn't have the proper insurances. The above referenced traffic citations issued in your name have been filed with this office. The charge requires a mandatory court appearance. It says misrepresentation of insurance is a first-degree misdemeanor in the state of Florida. It appears even when he isn't behind bars, the state of Florida is keeping a close watch on Jeremy Dewitte. And there's a couple statements there. So as we know, that Jeremy had a whole bunch of vehicles, and he registered them in his wife's name. And she was not happy about that when the police came a knocking. In fact, she yelled at Jeremy, "Get these vehicles out of my name! Like, what are you doing to me?" So anyway, this has been part 21 of our series here about the Jeremy Dewitte case. Join us for our next part series, part 22, for those who are counting. It's called the habitual felony offender. We're going to be going over that. Make sure you subscribe to my channel, like this video, and comment down below. I would really appreciate that. And find the next video, and I'll meet you over there, okay? Part 22. Hey, there you guys are. Thanks for meeting me at part 22 of the JeremyDeWitteCase.com. This page is called the Habitual Felony Offender, and it was uploaded on March 16th, 2020. It says the state of Florida has enacted a sentence enhancement which allows the court to impose an extended term of imprisonment for habitual felony offenders. And this is in reference to, of course, Jeremy Dewitte of Metro State Special Services. Now, we don't know who wrote this website, but I am assuming that it is probably Jennifer Burton has a hand in it. So keep that in mind. Its website is highly biased on its information, but we want to archive it and just remember what it said here. In Florida Statute 775.8084, a defendant qualifies as a habitual felony offender if the defendant has been convicted of 2 or more felonies, the current offense was committed while the defendant was incarcerated for a felony or felony supervision within 5 years after a felony conviction or release from state prison, or 1 of 2 priors is not an offense involving the purchase or possession of controlled substances. So if the defendant qualifies as an HFO, the state is required to serve a notice of enhanced penalty to the defendant. Whoever's writing this website is making a legal case to make Jeremy stay in prison longer. It has here a document from the Circuit Court, 9th Circuit, Orange County, Florida, State of Florida versus Jeremy Dewitte. Unlike non-habituals, a habitual felony offender is not eligible for any early release programs, even if awarded gain time up to the maximum allowable 15% for any crime committed on or after October 1st, 1995. That gain time may be forfeited, and 100% of the sentence may have to be served. A lot of people say that when you get sentence in Florida, like 10 years, they say you can't get out in 10 years. Life is life. You know, there is no parole. But, you know, it looks like Jeremy and other people have been and can get reduced sentences, that's for sure. It says the state of Florida hereby gives notice to the defendant that it will request the judge to classify and sentence the defendant as a habitual felony offender. So that's by Stephen Casey Miller, wrote this document on December 4th, 2019. He had to. I mean, it's the law that Jeremy has to be classified as a habitual felony offender. And when somebody instructs Stephen Casey Miller that he can't do what the law instructs him to do, that's when apparently he stepped back and said, if you're going to have me not enforce the laws, then I can't work here. And they said, okay, we'll get another assistant state's attorney. We don't need you. And apparently that's why Stephen Casey Miller left. It wasn't because he was fired. It was because he vacated his position because of corruption in the Orange County Sheriff's Department and Prosecutor's Office. Here's another document from March 9th of 2020. Same habitual felony offender. This one was by Stephen Casey Miller, but it was signed this weird signature. Here's another one from February 13th, 2020. This one's signed Stephen Casey Miller. Basically says the same thing. Here's another one from March 9th. Same thing. The website now reads, Stephen Casey Miller was the lead prosecutor in Orange County, Florida, Jeremy Dewitte cases. He has served a notice on 4 of the 9 felony cases currently open against Jeremy Dewitte. While Jeremy Dewitte insisted he had not been in trouble in the last 10 years when he met with Detective John Allen, Jeremy certainly had trouble in the last year. He accepted a felony plea in 2019 for his April 2018 arrest for failing to register an online account as a sex offender. Jeremy then accepted another felony plea 1 month later in 2019. And there's the documents for that. We just went over those in the previous parts here. So if you're not watching this in order, make sure you check out, part 12, 13, 14, 15. It says here, these 2 felony pleas triggered the habitual felony offender notice as felony charges continued to roll in for Jeremy Dewitte. After a defendant receives the HFO notice, the court has the discretion to impose the habitual felony offender sentence if it is found the sentencing is necessary for the protection of the public. The maximum penalties are third-degree felonies, 10 years, second-degree felonies, 30 years, first-degree felonies, life in prison. The punishments are doubled under this sentence enhancement. If Jeremy Dewitte had not pled guilty in 2019, the state would have been unable to seek the sentence enhancement. As of March 16, 2020, 4 notices of intent have been filed by the state. Jeremy Dewitte has an arraignment hearing on March 17, 2020 for his remaining 5 felony cases. Now it seems to me that whoever's writing this is on Jeremy Dewitte's side. Like they don't want him to be prosecuted, and they don't think he should have been prosecuted just because he had pled guilty in this 2019. So this is part 22 of the JeremyDewitteCase.com, a highly biased website, sometimes for, sometimes against Jeremy Dewitte. It's written by an unknown author, but I have a feeling it's Jennifer and possibly someone else, but it's definitely by people that are local to Jeremy. So I appreciate you watching PoliceTube. Join us on the next part 23, entitled The Numbers. I'm going to show you what that's all about. So I appreciate you watching. I'll see you there. Hey everybody, you're watching part 23 of PoliceTube, JeremyDewitteCase.com archives. Appreciate you watching here. This post is titled The Numbers, and it was posted March 16th, 2020 onto the JeremyDewitteCase.com, which now does not exist anymore. So that's why we're archiving it here on PoliceTube. The website reads, when handing down punishments for the state of Florida, uses a criminal punishment code score sheet, otherwise known as Rule 3.992A, Sergeant. It's a printed score sheet required in a felony sentencing. And here's the form. It says the prosecutor prepares 1 or more score shots, and scorer. I don't know why I'm reading so bad right now. The prosecutor prepares 1 or more score sheets and shows these sheets to the defense attorney for review. The sentencing judge must also review the score sheets and sign them. It says there are 10 levels of offenses from least to most severe. Convictions for offenses committed more than 10 years before the current case cannot be scored if the offender hasn't been convicted of any other crime for 10 consecutive years. In April 2018, Jeremy Dewitte had a prison score which was over 44 points. If any defendant has over 44 points, the score equals a mandatory prison sentence. As of March 16, 2020, Jeremy Dewitte has 10 felony cases pending, 1 in Osceola County and 9 in Orange County. He has a total of 19 charges, 17 of which are third-degree felonies. To simplify the numbers, we will only look at his 17 felony charges. And again, just setting that aside real quick, this is from the website JeremyDewitteCase.com, which is a very biased website, so we're just reading it straight from here. And it says here if he add it all up, it's a total of 85 years. Third-degree felonies are punishable by up to 5 years in prison. There's a chance Jeremy Dewitte could be sentenced to a lesser amount. This does not take into account Jeremy Dewitte's previous criminal cases or the current points on his score sheet. If the court decides to label Jeremy Dewitte as a habitual felony offender, his sentences would be doubled. If he was punished up to the allowable amount, he would serve 170 years in prison. Now, of course, this is 2021 now, so we know the actual numbers. We know that with everything, Jeremy Dewitte is offered a plea deal right now, 5 years in prison, and that's to eliminate all of his charges, not eliminate, but resolve all of his charges. And so 5 years in prison, he's currently fighting it. We'll see how that goes. That should be resolved in 2021. I'm thinking the trial starts in August. I think that'll be wrapped up pretty soon here. So anyway, this has been part 23. Check us out on part 24. We're going to be talking about this next page called The Brothers. Make sure you subscribe to my channel. Make sure you like this video, and make sure you comment down below. I love reading that stuff. So I appreciate you watching, and I'll see you on part 24. Thanks for watching. Bye-bye. Hey everybody, thanks for watching PoliceTube. You're watching part 24 of the JeremyDewitteCase.com recorded and archived by PoliceTube right here on PoliceTube. This website's been deleted off the internet, so we are recording it here on YouTube, so it's never forgotten about. This is, like I said, part 24. It's entitled The Brothers. This page was posted March 17th, 2020. It starts off with a picture of Dylan Vogt and Jeremy Dewitte, the brothers. It reads, Jeremy Charles Dewitte and his younger brother Dylan Kent Vogt are chronologically years apart, but appear to be closer in their alleged criminal behavior. Both brothers have felony arrests on their records, and both brothers have faced charges regarding criminal sexual contact with minors. The brothers own and maintain a business called Metro State Special Services, which has been at the center of controversy for years in Central Florida. It says on February 16, 2020, just 5 months after finishing 4 years of probation, Dylan Vogt was arrested and charged with falsely impersonating an officer and criminal mischief. Both charges were third-degree felonies in the state of Florida and punishable by up to 5 years in prison for each charge. Dylan's brother, Jeremy Dewitte, was also charged for impersonating a police officer. There are some pictures of these two scoundrels. It says, on July 27, 2017, Dylan Vogt and Jeremy Dewitte were conducting a funeral escort for Baldwin Fairchild Funeral Home. It's interesting to note Baldwin Fairchild is a funeral home which frequently used the services of Metro State. It's alleged Jeremy Dewitte and Dylan Vogt impersonated law enforcement on that day, and Dylan caused damage to a motorist's vehicle by repeatedly hitting the hood of the luxury vehicle with his fists. Now, if you haven't seen that video, you can see it on my channel here. This is Dylan Vogt that we're looking at here. And this is the guy that he slams on his look. Dylan tries to stop his path.
Stop your car. You're committing assault right now. Stop your car. Hey! Hey! Stop your car.
I know that had to hurt Dylan's hand because he has very small, weak, bony hands. But this Dylan's not allowed to jump in front of cars and try to stop them in the middle of the road. So this guy was adjudicated and found innocent, while Dylan ended up being charged with a felony. But that was years afterward. This guy initially was charged as a criminal, but then once this was actually looked into, they figured it all out. Back to the website here, it reads, the summer of 2017, Dylan Vogt claimed he jumped off his motorcycle, raised his hands, and ordered the motorist to stop. Vogt repeatedly shouted at the motorist. Dylan Vogt stated that the motorist drove forward to strike him, and Dylan had to step back so he would not be hit. Jeremy Dewitte would later make a similar claim in 2019 regarding a separate incident with an off-duty deputy who allegedly hit him with his vehicle, which we all know about that as well. From Real World Police releasing that image. In 2019, Jeremy Dewitte also claimed he had to step back in order not to be hit by a moving vehicle. According to court documents, Dylan Vogt and Jeremy Dewitte falsely accused the motorist, Jerome, of striking Dylan with his vehicle and driving away in 2017. The Winter Park officer who arrived, Officer Joshua Larson, was under the false impression Dylan and Jeremy were police officers, and Officer Larson believed Dylan was the victim of a hit and run. Years later, Officer Larson, who now works for Orlando Police Department, admitted his agency didn't properly investigate Metro State Vehicle Protection Unit, as it was called back in 2017. These false allegations resulted in Jerome, the guy that was driving that vehicle that you just saw. He was arrested and charged for aggravated assault and battery on July 27, 2017. The charges were later dismissed. Dylan Vogt filed a lawsuit against Jerome, who's a wealthy real estate investor. They were hoping to get paid. It's unclear when Dylan was made aware of Jerome's assets. Jerome retained attorney Scott R. Roast of South Millhausen and countersued. The case is still pending as of the writing of this, of 2020. It was later revealed that during this 2017 incident, Dylan Vogt was wearing a body camera, which was entered as evidence by the Winter Park Police Department. The video showed Dylan acting outside of the scope of Florida Statute 316-1974. It also did not show the crimes Jerome was being accused of. To add more weight to the story, Jerome kept photos of Jeremy Dewitte from 2017 incident as Jeremy allegedly approached his vehicle and threatened him. So that's interesting. I've never seen those photos of Jeremy Dewitte approaching Jerome's vehicle. Pictures that Jerome has. It says after Jeremy Dewitte's fall, 2019 arrests appeared on local news stations. Contact was made between Jerome's attorney and Sergeant Keith Vidler of Orange County Sheriff's Department. the same Sergeant Vidler mentioned in Jeremy DeWitte's phone call with employees at the state's attorney's office. Sergeant Keith Vidler and Corporal John Ramsey met with Jerome and Scott Roast on December 5th, 2019. During their interview with Jerome, he stated he was confused because he didn't know if Dylan Vogt was actually a member of law enforcement. According to Jerome, Dylan Vogt became erratic and hit his vehicle multiple times with a closed fist. It was at this point Jerome knew Dylan wasn't a real police officer. Jerome attempted to get away from Dylan Vogt, but was later cornered by Jeremy DeWitte, who followed him on his motorcycle. Jerome stated Jeremy DeWitte yelled and cursed at him and threatened him, stating, "No one touches one of my law enforcement officers." I doubt that Jeremy said law enforcement. It sounds to me like Jeremy probably would have said, "No one touches one of my officers," because that's what Jeremy always says. Jerome tried to call 911, but in a panic, he kept dialing the number 1, which went to his office. I don't get that. Jerome tried to call 911, but in a panic, he kept dialing the number 1. Just 111? I don't get that. The bond between siblings can be very powerful, particularly when they grow up in the same household. The bond is important during the adolescence years as well as adulthood. It's like another quote from a textbook. The relationship between brothers is usually the longest relationship of their life. It is impenetrable, and separation can be devastating. The problems occur when the siblings no longer see each other as individuals, but as a whole. Independence is lost, and entanglement is encouraged. Entanglement is encouraged? That's interesting. The problems occur when siblings are no longer see each other as individuals, but as a whole. That's like straight out of a textbook or something. It says typically sibling rivalry occurs the most between brothers, but this didn't appear to be the case for Jeremy DeWitte and Dylan Vogt. They appeared to be a tag team who became enmeshed with one another and created a separate world just for them called Metro State Special Services. It's interesting that they used the word enmeshed. I mean, that's not a common word. So anyway, this has been part 24 of the JeremyDeWitteCase.com recap and archive. Make sure you catch me on the next part, 25, entitled The Media. So make sure you're subscribed to my channel, like this video, and comment down below. I'd appreciate all 3 of those things, and I'll see you over on the next part of the video. Thanks for watching, and as always, have yourself a great day. Hey everybody, thanks for watching PoliceTube. We're watching part 25 of the JeremyDeWitteCase.com website. We're going over every page of the website since it's no longer online. I want you to be able to still see it in perpetuity. So this page is called The Media. It was uploaded March 18th of 2020. It was taken down 2021, so it's no longer up. It starts off with another quote from Jeremy Charles DeWitte saying, "I'm definitely going to want some kind of suspension and definitely a letter of apology." Just shows you Jeremy's state of mind, back in the past. This was a quote from Jeremy DeWitte during a broadcast interview with Orlando's WESH Channel 2 news station on September 9, 2019. The interview aired 2 days after Jeremy DeWitte's September arrest in Windermere, Florida. WESH reporter Greg Fox was given a tour of Metro State Special Services and their new headquarters after the company was evicted from its old location. Jeremy DeWitte showed Greg Fox footage of Metro State Special Services joining a funeral procession for Lieutenant Deborah Clayton and Deputy Norman Lewis. Lieutenant Clayton was a member of Orlando Police Department, and Deputy Lewis was a member of Orange County Sheriff's Office. The same sheriff's office Jeremy DeWitte claimed had been harassing him since 2014. In the interview, Jeremy DeWitte went on to say he never should have been placed in handcuffs or stripped of his gear in public. And this is that case that we saw where Jeremy was pulled over on his bike, and it was like an illegally registered bike. It was like a reported stolen, but then they found it wasn't reported stolen, but they took off all his gear. And that was one of the first videos we saw on Real World Police. It says here, this was the first interview Jeremy DeWitte agreed to, and it appeared he was eager to get in front of the story before the ink was dry on the police reports. During this case, the media would play a large part in how Jeremy DeWitte was perceived, how reporters chose to broadcast the story, and the way Jeremy DeWitte would use the media coverage to his own advantage. In 1860, Joseph Pulitzer created a journalistic style of writing which focused on sensationalism or fake news. Pulitzer enjoyed writing about crime, and violence for attention-seeking headlines. The Pulitzer Prize is currently a prestigious award, but during Joseph Pulitzer's life, his work was seen as nothing more than a tabloid. With the rise in social media, opinionated journalism similar to Joseph Pulitzer's style was accepted, and the ability to remain impartial wavered. Some publications like the Houston Chronicle went in the opposite direction, and one of their biggest decisions was to stop posting mugshots of people who were charged but not convicted of a crime. While this appeared to be admirable, it also meant a story wasn't being fully reported if the subject of the story was not a child or a victim and was being protected. Jeremy Dewitte is a convicted SO, and this information was used in many headlines. Some thought his SO status case was irrelevant because the 15-year-old consented to doing it, according to this website, which she didn't. So, I mean, see how this website is saying on the side of Jeremy Dewitte that the underage victim of Jeremy Dewitte was consenting to, underage people can't consent because they don't know. Anyway, and I would think that if a woman was writing this website, she would possibly agree with that. Anyway, it says, however, Florida law states a minor can't consent. See, it says right there. And it would be fair to say a 15 didn't understand the gravity of a situation involving doing this with Jeremy. Jeremy Dewitte sought out the media on more than one occasion and appeared to use the platform as a way to present his defense without taking the actual stand. After a September 9, 2019 interview with WESH, Jeremy Dewitte did another interview with an independent news company called Orange Observer. He stated he may file a lawsuit against Windermere Police Department, and he also planned to reach out to the Department of Justice as he believed he was wrongfully arrested. As of March 18, 2020, no suits have been filed. On October 30, 2019, Jeremy Dewitte was arrested for a second time by Orange County Sheriff Office, and Carla Ray of WFTV Channel 9 News was the only reporter who caught a glimpse of Jeremy arriving to the local jail. It was during this clip that Jeremy Dewitte claimed as he was pulling away from the officers and forced into the building, he had been harassed by Orange County Sheriff's Office since 2014. And we all remember that little news broadcast where he says, "I'm protecting women and children," and as he's being taken away in handcuffs. It says here, on October 31st, 2019, Laura Seabrook of WFTV Channel 9 News spoke to Jeremy Dewitte as he was bonded out of jail. Jeremy claims some of the body camera footage was of an employee he fired. Jeremy Dewitte never revealed this person's name, nor did he reveal why the former employee's voice was so similar to his. Maybe he had a brother like PoliceTuber. Jeremy also stated an off-duty deputy tried to run him over, and just like his brother Dylan Vogt, Jeremy Dewitte had to hit the hood of his car and step back, according to Lauren Seabrook. There was a video of this entire incident, and Jeremy promised to send the video to her, but Lauren never received it. As far as the crime of involving a victim named Heather, whose phone conversations were placed on speakerphone and recorded by Jeremy Dewitte while his flock of employees watched and laughed, and you might remember that was another real-world police video that was released where he called a woman that was calling to complain about being cut off and traffic being interfered with. He ended up calling her the B word and hanging up on her, and he kept calling her back and harassing her. And then she ended the phone call by calling the police and filing a lawsuit against him, I think. Maybe not a lawsuit, but she filed police reports against him, and that kicked off a whole spew of charges. Anyway, the website continues. On October 31st, 2019, Windermere Police Chief David Ogden gave an interview. He spoke with Fox 35 Valerie Boye. Chief Ogden stated it was clear Metro State employees were trying to impersonate police officers, and they were never allowed to use sirens or conduct traffic stops. Chief Ogden also urged anyone in the public who was a victim of Metro State Special Services to immediately contact the jurisdiction where it occurred. One of the last interviews Jeremy Dewitte agreed to participate in was November 18, 2019 at that time. WESH Channel 2's Greg Fox. This was after being released from jail for his third arrest in 2 months. Looking pale and bewildered, Jeremy Dewitte insisted he was innocent, and because he wasn't working on the last day of August 2019 as the body camera suggested. The state attorney's office would later amend the information filed with the words approximately September 1st, 2019. So the state attorney changed the date, which they can do once they find out that that was a 1 day off or something. Jeremy Dewitte stated in the taped interview he didn't understand why various law enforcement agencies seemed to be targeting him. He would then utter the infamous line, "The fact that we were running our business for 10 years with no problems and then all of a sudden now it keeps happening over and over is a little confusing and very discerning." I don't think he said discerning though, did he? It seemed Jeremy Dewitte used the media on September 9, 2019 to help his case, but the more he spoke, the deeper reporters and the public started to look into his past. You're telling me. By November 2019, Jeremy Dewitte was no longer a business owner wrongfully targeted and arrested by police officers. He had turned into a felonious SO, registered SO with multiple arrests for impersonating law enforcement who owned a business which wasn't as squeaky clean as it initially seemed. It appeared Jeremy Dewitte's attempts to use the media and change the narrative of his criminal charges had simply backfired. So that's a good story right there. This has been part 25 of the JeremyDeWitteCase.com. Join me on part 26, which is going to be called The Gallery. This is PoliceTube. Make sure you're subscribed to this channel if you don't mind. Also, like this video and comment down below before you click over to The Gallery, and we'll see what's on there. So I appreciate you watching, and as always, have yourself a great day. Hey, everybody. Thanks for watching PoliceTube right here on YouTube. Today is part 26 called The Gallery of the JeremyDeWitteCase.com. As you know, this is a website. It's defunct now. It's no longer online, but it put out 100 pages of Jeremy Dewitte content, and we're going over one page by page, and this is page 26. This was published March 18th, 2020, and it reads, during the 19th century, vaudeville era, the term peanut gallery was created. It was seen as an offensive term used for the poorest section of a theater, which was usually filled with hecklers. The peanut gallery would give their unsolicited opinion by booing, hissing, and throwing peanut shells. In the Jeremy Dewitte case, there were thousands of spectators, almost all of whom had a strong opinion about the accused. It's like PoliceTube. Central Florida is no stranger to intensely unlikable defendants such as Casey Anthony and George Zimmerman. Although Jeremy Dewitte wasn't on trial for murder, he was capable of creating the same visceral reaction amongst many people from many different groups. Seems like somebody that has a community college level of education, some of the words they use. It links here to Real World Police's video camera footage that they uploaded, which you can go to their channel and check out if you want. The website continues, on the other end of the spectrum, Jeremy Dewitte parody accounts and fan clubs materialized from the gallery. A community that had never met Jeremy Dewitte demanded more from the man behind the scenes. To them, he was a fool on a motorcycle, their fool, and this particular part of the gallery couldn't get enough of his antics. That's true, but this is still reading like it's a textbook. How it's telling us where the peanut gallery originated from and stuff. That's interesting. Whoever's writing this is very interesting. Strangely enough, Jeremy Dewitte was also a spectator of his own circus. Part of that world, I guess, according to Jennifer. After posting comments on a YouTube channel called Blue Bacon, it became clear Jeremy Dewitte and employees of Metro State Special Services were watching the commotion from the sidelines. Recently, the channel Blue Bacon uploaded an interview with someone who claimed to be a former Metro State Special Services employee. Here's the video here with Blue Bacon. This guy used to work for Jeremy Dewitte. And let's see, that was actually uploaded March 6th of 2020. And this page, as you know, on Jeremy Dewitte case was March 18th. So yeah, they were watching. Whoever was making this website was also watching. The website continues, emerging from the shadows, someone using the Metro State Special Services YouTube account vehemently denied this individual ever worked for the company. The mysterious person then chastised Blue Bacon for caring about increasing his viewership. This is like this was back in when? 2020. And this is still going on over a year later because Jennifer is still doing this stuff. She just got done doing this to PoliceTube. And it looks like, according to this website, she was doing the same thing a year ago. Let's read what it says here. It would truly be nice that before you post any videos, you confirm that person actually worked for us, because you just posted a video of someone speaking about our company and our boss and never, ever worked for us. But it's about your likes, not the truth, and we understand that. You should call our office and schedule an interview with the owner. Oh, that's cool. But, that sounds like Jennifer. Ironically, Metro State had been on hiatus on their own YouTube channel for several months and just recently began uploading videos during the height of their infamy. The mystery man or woman from the controversial company stated he or she was a secretary for Metro State Special Services and had been for over 6 years. The secretary didn't explain why they didn't perform their secretarial duty and register Metro State Special Services as a legitimate business until February of 2019. The business was registered after Jeremy Dewitte's ex, Jennifer Burton, contacted law enforcement about the business practices. It says here, Mr. Blue Bacon, sir, you are not telling the truth. We have a very up-to-date call system, and we receive every call and or respond to every call that comes in. They're talking about their cell phones. They have a very up-to-date cell phone because they just updated it, the software. We have never received any call from you or from your staff asking for any kind of interview or info about past contractors. I have been in the HR secretary for over 6 years, and I personally handle all calls, and never once have we spoke. But again, it's for your viewers, not the truth. I mean, maybe this is Jeremy. If they've been secretary for 6 years, that's Jeremy. He's his own secretary. It says here, after disappearing into the night, several spectators pounced on the employee or owner of Metro State. Here's Carlos Rios. Metro State, Jay, you're a liar and a bully just like I told you you are. I'm taking it easy on you in this video. There's so much more I could have talked about. I promise you. Jay, I'll make you cry if I ever see your idiotic face again. You fake valor piece of garbage. I don't care if you really were in the military or not. You were never a police officer. You fake valor piece of garbage. It turns out karma is real after all. Huh, idiot. This other guy, Bob Smith, says, dude, you shouldn't be complaining. Look at you, almost killing yourself as speed between semi-truck and SUV, wacko. You were very entertaining. Can't believe you were commenting about this. Focus more on your defense, man. Travis K. said, this sounds like dumb wit. Like DeWitte? I mean DeWitte. Has anyone seen his wife? No wonder why he is so... She is beat to S. I can't believe that they're trying to have a child. They're telling him not to. Aaron Shelton says, hey, Jeremy, a little advice. Don't drop sub. You might want to work your temper. These are just common, standard comments. Keyboard warriors, online haters. You have the audacity to even use the word truth. You, sir, are nothing more than pathological. Blue Thunder, haha, Metro State is beyond a joke. Mr. Dimwick carrying, da-da-da-da. Go Army MP. I don't see any of these people around anymore, by the way. Please don't throw chairs at us. The website ends up by saying, although Jeremy Dewitte is currently a free man, there will come a time when he will have to enter a Florida courtroom and face a judge and a jury, and he will be seated next to his defense attorney, Amir Ladan, with a gallery of people behind him. So that's kind of an ominous way to end this page. I mean, Jeremy Dewitte is still a free man as I'm reading this right now. It's July 2021. He goes to trial next month, so we'll see what happens then. But this is pretty ominous. This is like Jennifer. Somebody wants him to be taken down. This is not like family member that's writing this. This is somebody that is close to Jeremy, that's with Jeremy all the time, like a confidential informant, but that doesn't really like him. Let's read that again. Although Jeremy Dewitte is currently a free man, there will come a time when he will have to enter a Florida courtroom and face a judge and a jury, and he will be seated next to his defense attorney, Amir Ladan, with a gallery of people behind him. So anyway, thanks for watching. This is part 26 of the JeremyDeWitteCase.com. Meet us on the next part, part 27, the co-defendant. We'll see how that goes. Thanks for watching PoliceTube. Make sure you subscribe to my channel. Make sure you like this video. Make sure you comment down below. I really appreciate it. Thanks a lot. Talk to you next time. Hey everybody, thanks for watching. Watching part 27 of the JeremyDeWitteCase.com analysis and archiving right here on PoliceTube. We're looking at the page called The Co-Defendant. Looks like it's going to be about Randall Brokus. This page was published March 19th of 2020 and taken down about December or January of 2021, actually. It says here, Randall Allen Brokus is the co-defendant in the Jeremy Dewitte's fifth pending felony case in Orange County. Randall Brokus is also an employee for Metro State Special Services. He was. Prior to being charged, Randall Brokus was arrested on September 7, 2019 in Windermere for a separate case of openly displaying a firearm. This was the same day Jeremy Dewitte was arrested for allegedly impersonating a police officer. However, this did not appear to be Randall's first firearm fiasco. Randall Brocus was adjudicated guilty in 2012 for openly displaying a firearm in Lake County. In that case, he declined counsel and he was immediately sentenced to 6 months of probation and a mental health evaluation. His probation was terminated on June 12, 2013. There's a picture of him when he was younger. Prior to his 2012 adjudication, Randall Brocus received multiple criminal traffic tickets for driving with a suspended or revoked license, and in 2004, he was adjudicated guilty in a similar felony case. During this time, Randall Brocus filed for divorce from his first wife, Rebecca, on June 23, 2004, and the marriage was dissolved on July 26, 2004. Reportedly, Rebecca attempted to attack one of her ex-husbands with a pair of scissors, but it is unclear if Randall was the intended target. On Halloween of 2017, Randall Brocus filed for divorce from his second wife, Yanira, and the divorce was finalized on February 2, 2018. Why are they attacking Randall so much with this Jeremy Dewitte case? After his September 7, 2019 arrest in Windermere with Jeremy Dewitte, Randall Brocus retained attorney John Scattericino. John Scattericino was also the attorney who appeared at Jeremy Dewitte's police impersonation pretrial hearing in Osceola County on March 3, 2020. John Scattericino is an attorney with the Ledan law firm. Interesting. There's another picture of Randall Brocus. Stephen Casey Miller, the prosecutor assigned to all Jeremy Dewitte's Orange County felony cases, was the assistant state attorney assigned to Randall's case as well. Of course, Stephen Casey Miller is no longer there. Now it's Colin Moore, I believe is his name. Randall Brocus entered a plea February 24th, 2020, and he was adjudicated guilty of openly displaying a firearm. A week and 4 days before he entered his plea, Randall Brocus was arrested again, this time for allegedly impersonating a police officer with Jeremy Dewitte on October 12, 2019. In a sworn affidavit, Sergeant Keith Vidler stated he responded to the Dr. Phillips area of Orlando, Florida. Metro State Special Services was conducting a funeral escort for Postel Mortuary, and the procession was headed to the Dr. Phillips Cemetery. Randall Brocus and Jeremy Dewitte were riding motorcycles with decals and strobe lights that mirrored law enforcement, according to Vidler. A black and white Dodge Charger, which also mirrored law enforcement with its decals and flashing lights, was driven by Stephen Negron. Stephen was one of Jeremy Dewitte's officers, as he called them. Stephen is also a witness for the state, a confidential informant. Sergeant Vidler, or an informant, I should say, not confidential. Sergeant Vidler observed Jeremy Dewitte entering an intersection as he blew his police-style horn with all of his lights activated. Jeremy then acted as a traffic control device and began directing traffic. Randall Brocus entered the intersection with his horn blowing and all of his lights activated and parked his motorcycle in the middle of the intersection, according to the affidavit. It's 50-50 in the intersection. Randall Brocus also began directing traffic. When Stephen was interviewed by law enforcement, he confirmed he was driving the black and white Dodge Charger, and he confirmed Jeremy Dewitte and Randall Brocus were riding the motorcycles. Stephen Negron said Jeremy was in the middle of the intersection and holding traffic on all sides. Stephen also said Randall Brocus was riding ahead of the funeral procession and entering intersections before it was appropriate. On September 26, 2019, Jeremy Dewitte voluntarily went to the Orange County Sheriff's Office and gave an interview. This was 19 days after his Windermere arrest and 13 days after his interview with Detective John Allen at the Windermere Police Department. According to Sergeant Vidler's affidavit, Jeremy Dewitte stated his employees wore uniforms and drove vehicles that resembled law enforcement to gain compliance from the public. Vidler went on to say that he'd witnessed Metro State Special Services conducting funeral escorts illegally and recklessly throughout Central Florida. Here's a quote from Vidler. It says, "Metro State is nothing more than an LLC with no enforcement powers." Accurate. Sergeant Vidler made it clear that Metro State was not a security company and never had been. Therefore, there was no legitimate requirement for the equipment or uniforms. In 2019, in his 2019 open display of a firearm case, Randall Brocus chose an attorney from Ledan Law Firm. And as a co-defendant in the pending impersonation case, Randall decided to go in a different direction, and he chose Rachel Maddie from Umansky Law Firm. As co-defendants, Jeremy Dewitte and Randall Brokus are to have zero contact with one another. This would make it almost impossible for Randall Brokus to continue working for Metro State Special Services. Speaking to a co-defendant can also be seen as tampering with a witness. Stephen was in a unique position as a witness for the state who had freely given information to law enforcement about his longtime employer, Jeremy Dewitte. At least one Metro State employee began stealthily feeding information to news outlets. Jennifer. This person is expected to make an appearance in an upcoming news story, according to a local reporter. Personally, I believe that is probably this interview right here. I'll play it for you.
Impersonating police officers was just arrested again, and tonight we heard from a woman who says she reached out to deputies about an encounter she had with that same man years ago. Channel 9's Ashley Edlin is live outside the courthouse for us tonight. Ashley, you met with that woman to hear her side of the story.
Yeah, Greg, and she told me that it was her gut instinct that drove her to the sheriff's office to talk about those concerns back in 2018.
Did you hear that? Her gut instinct. That's also what it said in an earlier part of the series. That's very interesting. I think it's called part 15, called Red Flags, and that's where the person that's writing this JeremyDewittecase.com website says that you got to trust your instincts, and she should have listened to her instincts. So that's interesting.
This recent arrest, she says she's glad she did.
This woman who only wants to be called Jennifer.
So we obviously know who this is. Those are her hands. That's her watch right there. Very interesting.
So she met Jeremy Dewitte online and went on a first date back in 2018. At the time, he told her his name was Jay. He also told her he was a cop.
He told me that he worked for Oviedo Police Department and that he was a security officer and that he worked with Orlando Police Department and Orange County Sheriff's Office.
It was then Jennifer says she felt uneasy.
I just dug a little deeper into who he was. And
so we went through all that. So I believe that this is who they're talking about. At least one Metro State employee, who was Jennifer, began stealthily feeding information to news stories. She was already a confidential informant for the police and recording Jeremy secretly, so I definitely believe that they were talking about her there. And one thing to note is this website keeps referring, whenever they talk about Jennifer, they talk about her as a woman, or they don't really name her name, or they just call her Jennifer. When everybody else, they're saying Jeremy Dewitte, Randall Brokus, Stephen Negron. But with Jennifer, it's always just Jennifer. It's never Jennifer Burton. So that indicates to me that Jennifer is behind this website and possibly an author of it, even though the author is actually unknown. The website continues to read, Metro State Special Services attracted certain individuals, and there appeared to be a fierce sense of loyalty in the group. However, as the felony cases piled up and the money potentially dried up, the cracks in their friendship between the crew began to show. So thank you for watching. This has been part 27 of the JeremyDewittecase.com. Join us in part 28. We're going to be going over the name game and digging a little bit deeper into this. You can watch all the parts by making sure you're subscribed to PoliceTube right now. Hit that red subscribe button. Make sure you like this video. Make sure you comment down below. Thanks for watching. I'll see you in the next part. Hey everybody, thank you for watching. This is part 28 of the JeremyDewittecase.com. We're going over this website and archiving all the pages that were deleted this year so that you can continue to see them. This page is called The Name Game, which is importantly particular to Jennifer because she spent a lot of time trying to figure out what Jeremy Dewitte's real name was. So this is something close to her own heart. Let's go ahead and read what it says. It was posted on JeremyDewittecase.com March 20th, 2020. It says, The Name Game was a song released in 1964 by an artist named Shirley Ellis. The Name Game was a fun pop hit which focused on rhyming different names and fake phrases. Jeremy Dewitte also had an interest in interchangeable names and pseudonyms. So this is interesting because it always gives like irrelevant facts and then goes into the story about Jeremy Dewitte. But all these irrelevant facts are part of the life of the author. So they all do have something interesting to say. I have to tally them all up at the end, and that'll tell us a lot about who this author is. So Jeremy Dewitte also had an interest in interchangeable names and pseudonyms. We all know that. All these different business-type names. There were business names listed on legal documents pertaining to the company Metro State Protection Agency. Was filed as registered business in 2016 by his mother, Leanda. I think it's Leandra. I don't know, Leanda McMurdy. Leanda is reportedly Jeremy Dewitte's relative. See, whoever wrote this website, this tells a lot, because they were very close to Jeremy, but they weren't that close to where they knew that Leanda is Jeremy Dewitte's mother. Not his birth mother, but his mother's wife. His mother got married to Leanda, so this is considered his second mother. Jennifer now knows that because Jennifer, I think, said that Leanda is his second mother. So whoever wrote this website, when they wrote it back here in 2020, I don't think they knew that. So Leanda did have some businesses that she registered for Jeremy, as Metro State Security Services, very weird stuff. At one point, she even made a legal report and said she doesn't know who Jeremy Dewitte is. And that was very interesting because she was married to Jeremy Dewitte's mom and she owned his business. It says a dissolution of this company was filed on September 22nd, 2017. On February 6, 2019, Jeremy Dewitte's ex, Jennifer Dewitte, Jennifer Burton, contacted Detective Michael Mastrangelo, it's hard to say that name, and Crystal Betty, who was employed at the Orange County EMF office at the medical director. According to court documents and emails, Jennifer Burton told them Jeremy Dewitte's businesses had never been registered. Here's a picture that Jennifer actually took inside Jeremy Dewitte's office, so more indication that Jennifer is behind this. On February 15, 2019, the Metro State employee Jessica Bolden filed 2 businesses with the state of Florida. One of those businesses was called Metro State Emergency Services Unit, LLC, and the other was called Metro State Services, LLC. The effective date for both companies was February 15, 2019. On February 15, 2019, Jeremy Dewitte also filed a business with the state of Florida called Metro State Special Services Vehicle Protection Unit. This kind of stuff made Jennifer very upset. Remember, Jennifer met Jeremy in March of 2018. So just a year later, all of a sudden he's dating Jessica Bolden and starting a company with her with all this money. Jennifer wanted a part of that. So Jennifer hopped back in there and started getting into this life again. Here's the names that he filed on these, always writing his name different. Jeremy Dewitte used the alias Jeremy Dewitte when he filed the paperwork. This should not be confused with the name he used in his commercial rental agreement, which was Jeremy Dewitte with one I. His electronic signature was changed to Jeremy Dewitte, as it was stated on the paperwork. Submitting false documentation was a third-degree felony in the state of Florida. Jennifer signing an affidavit with someone else's name. According to law enforcement, Jessica Bolden was dating Jeremy Dewitte. And according to Jessica Bolden, also, on November 1st, 2019, Jessica filed 2 voluntary dissolutions for Metro State Emergency Services, and this. Jessica listed 2 separate reasons for the dissolutions, which was decided not to pursue the business, and I didn't authorize this was the second reason. There's the articles of dissolution. That's all public documents. It says, this was confusing because Jeremy Dewitte and Metro State made a popular cameo appearance on a WWE episode just a week or so before Jessica Bolden claimed she no longer wanted to pursue the business. This was confusing. See, I heard Jennifer say that sometimes because she picked that up from Jeremy. Oh, of course, we've all seen the Jeremy Dewitte on WWE wrestling with his businesses. If you haven't seen that, look up this title on YouTube and you can check that out. The website continues on. It was also confusing because Jessica Bolden claimed she didn't authorize her signature, yet as of March 19, 2020, no criminal charges had been brought against Jeremy Dewitte for fraud or identity theft. It is interesting to note Jeremy Dewitte was also arrested for a second time on October 30th, 2019, and he was released after openly speaking about his wife Rania Dewitte's miscarriages, which we covered in a previous part of the series. Jessica Bolden filed her voluntary dissolutions on November 1st, 2019, 2 days later, and on February 20th, 2020, 9 days after Jeremy Dewitte's 4th felony arrest, Jessica Bolden was evicted from her Lakeland apartment, which is completely irrelevant to the story except that Jennifer Burton hates Jessica Bolden, so that's why she's putting in these details. The website continues, Jeremy Dewitte's Metro State Special Services Vehicle Protection Unit is the only active business that is still outstanding. Okay. So here's some comments that were left on here. Now, this has been part 28 of the JeremyDewittCase.com. Join us on the next part. It's called The Virus. We're going to be going over that. So thank you for watching, PoliceTube. Make sure you liked this video. Make sure you're commented down below, and make sure you subscribe to this channel so you can catch all the updates. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you on part 28. I'm sorry, this is part 28. I'll see you on part 29. Thanks for watching. Hey everybody, thanks for watching part 29 of the JeremyDewittCase.com YouTube archive by PoliceTube. This website's offline, but I've archived it here so we can all remember it. This is part 29. It's called The Virus. It's a page that was uploaded March 20th of 2020 by the administrator. They called it The Virus. Let's go ahead and go over it now. It starts off by saying the Florida circuit courts are trial courts, and circuit court judges primarily oversee civil and felony cases. These judges serve 6-year terms and are elected by the voters. There are 20 judicial courts in Florida. Orange County and Osceola County are in the 9th Judicial Circuit. This is also where Jeremy Dewitte's 10 felony cases are currently pending. Let's just pause that real quick, because all of these pages always give like a little background information, like an informative, like I'm trying to teach you something, and then it's going to get into the Jeremy Dewitte case. And I find that it's very peculiar that the author does it that way. That's an interesting style, a writing style that should be probably noted. Anyway, the website continues. The felony cases usually take 6 months to resolve, and over 9 months if it's trial by jury. Unsurprisingly, the shortest cases involve guilty pleas, which ordinarily are no more than 6 months. Jeremy Dewitte's arraignment hearing for 5 of his 9 felony cases in Orange County, Florida, were originally scheduled for March 17, 2020, with Judge Rene Roche. These 5 felony cases all involved police impersonation charges, but on March 13, 2020, Florida Supreme Court Justice Charles T. Kennedy suspended in-person hearings because of the coronavirus disease in 2019. You guys might remember COVID-19, the Chinese virus. In an effort to suppress the spread of the virus, Kennedy gave directions to chief judges to restrict all hearings to those which were deemed critical. He stated the requirements would immediately take effect and last through March 27th of 2020. And here's those documents. Of course, we remember everything got suspended in 2020. And luckily for Jeremy, he got to stay out of prison for a while because of it. Jeremy Dewitte's arraignment hearing was rescheduled for April 2nd, 2020. Jeremy Dewitte has only one, as of the writing of this website, it says Jeremy Dewitte has only one upcoming hearing before the effective date ends, and that is a March 24th, 2020 pretrial conference with Judge Wilson. Of course, it's now 2021 as I'm reading this, and we all know that he has a bunch of trials coming up in August 2021. Although the hearing will more than likely be rescheduled, Amir Ladan filed a waiver of Jeremy Dewitte's appearance today, March 20th, 2020, for the upcoming hearing. In the meantime, Jeremy Dewitte has continued to collect traffic tickets. On March 14th, 2020, he was ticketed by Sergeant Keith Vidler for displaying red lights and having prohibited lights on his vehicle. And we all remember seeing that video. It's up on my channel. I've also uploaded it, or it's been uploaded to Real World Police. As most of these have. It says Jeremy Dewitte was given a second ticket for misrepresentation of insurance. On the ticket, Sergeant Vidler claimed Jeremy told him that he had e-insurance. And there's that. This is a criminal violation, a first-degree misdemeanor, and a court appearance is required. The officer who hands out the ticket also makes an appearance. The court hearing was originally scheduled for March 26, 2020, but appears to have a new date of March 31st, 2020. The Ladan law firm also asked for a continuance for at least 3 of the 10 felony cases against Jeremy Dewitte. The firm has asked for 4 continuances in 3 separate felony cases, stating they weren't sufficiently prepared. And as we know now, this is over a year after this page was actually written, well over a year. Amir Ladan has continued to do this, continually stating that he wasn't sufficiently prepared for the case, which is a good excuse, because how can a judge make you go to trial if your attorney is not sufficiently prepared? As we learned in Part 6 and Part 7 of this video series, Jeremy Dewitte established to us and to the court that your attorney has to be competent. And if you can prove your attorney's not competent, then maybe your charges can get relitigated or something like that. So if Amir says that he was not sufficiently prepared, then you don't go to trial, because that could be a clear dismissal of the case later because the attorney told you he wasn't sufficiently prepared. So here's the documents there. He says he needs additional time to conduct discovery. And it's been over a year and it still hasn't taken place. So Amir, he is the master of continuances, as he's known. Says here, given the sheer number of charges and the video evidence stacked against Jeremy Dewitte, it is fair to assume that the court agreed. And, this is actually a lot to prepare for, but he should be prepared by now. And we know that Amir likes to say this in order to get continuances. Whew. So there's one comment down below. Make sure you join us on the next part 30. It's going to be called The Caller. We're going to go through that, and you can click it now. Make sure you're subscribed to my channel, like this video, and comment down below. That all helps my channel out a lot, and I hope you appreciate these videos that I'm bringing you, archiving this old website that's no longer available to the public. So anyway, I'll see you in part 30. Thanks for watching. PoliceTube. Hey, thanks for watching PoliceTube. We were watching part 30 of the JeremyDeWitteCase.com. We're archiving the whole website here. Today's page is called The Caller. It was published March 21st, 2020, and starts off with some text messages here. I'm going to read these. It says, "That's fine. I have every text and every video that we have been sitting together talking every time, and every phone call. When you call me, I put you on speakerphone, and I'm in my car with my body camera running, so everything you've ever said is on video, and I can use those videos because you're calling me at work, and I tell you every time I'm at work, and that means I'm in my truck with my I'm in my truck with my body camera, which and you said over and over, that I videotape everything." This is Jeremy talking to what sounds like Jennifer. According to the court documents, this is a text message Jeremy Dewitte sent to his ex-girlfriend Jennifer Burton in February 2019. Which is interesting because Jeremy's threatening her that, I have everything recorded, when in fact, Jennifer is the one that has everything recorded for over a year, almost a year at this point. The website goes on to read, and remember, this website is probably written by Jennifer, so it's highly biased, but we're reading it just to have it in our minds of what it said. The website reads, "On October 8th, 2019, 8 months after the text messages to Jennifer, Sergeant Keith Vidler of the Orange County Sheriff's Office received information from Detective John Allen from Windermere Police Department. Detective Allen obtained videos of several crimes from Jeremy Dewitte's body camera after a search warrant was conducted. Sergeant Vidler reviewed the videos, and he watched as Jeremy Dewitte handled a citizen's complaint via cell phone. The video was 7 minutes and 41 seconds long. We've all seen that on Real World Police. It was labeled File 0160. Jeremy Dewitte identified himself to the victim, Heather, as Jay. This conversation occurred on September 26, 2019. During the conversation, Jeremy Dewitte's cell phone was in clear view of the body camera, and 35 seconds into the recording, it appears Jeremy adjusted his body camera to ensure the phone call was being recorded. 4 minutes and 31 seconds into the call, Heather hung up. Jeremy Dewitte immediately called her back and continued to record the call until the 5-minute and 41 mark. Heather hung up once again. Jeremy called her back and recorded the conversation until the 7:30 mark, when he appeared to be satisfied with his responses and he terminated the call. That's where he called her the B word. It is interesting to note Metro State employees were seen in the background encouraging Jeremy's behavior during this interaction. This was very similar to a complaint his ex made about incessant calls and texts from Jeremy Dewitte and his employees. So here's a report from Sergeant Keith Vidler. It says he basically just talking about that incident. In this report, Sergeant Keith Vidler stated that there were 3 separate calls between Heather and Jeremy Dewitte, and at no time did Jeremy inform the victim she was being recorded. On October 8th, 2019, Corporal John Ramsey met Heather at her place of employment and conducted a taped interview. October 8th, 2019. Heather stated on September 26, 2019 at 11 a.m., she stopped for a red light when she began to hear sirens approaching from behind. Heather saw a white police-style motorcycle approach the intersection, and Jeremy Dewitte began to direct traffic. Heather was ordered to move from her stopped position, but she was suspicious because she had never heard of Metro State Special Services. She was also suspicious about the use of purple and amber lights instead of red and blue lights. Heather stated Metro State vehicles were driving aggressively and had emergency lights and sirens activated. She called 911 to report the activity, but the dispatcher had never heard of Metro State Services either. So this is nothing we don't already know. It appeared Jeremy Dewitte's body-worn camera was one of his favorite work devices. He seemed to use it often, so often he had come to create electronic files to save all of his materials in a safe place. Jeremy Dewitte admitted in Jennifer's February 2019 text that he recorded everyone and everything, audio and visual, in his vehicles and in his office, and he did it all without the person's consent. It was almost as if it was a pile of little treasures he collected. Heather's September 2019 recording was only found because of the search warrant Windermere Police Department conducted. The recorded conversation between two employees with the state's attorney's office and Jeremy Dewitte was also found in a search. Whether someone else's private conversation or in-person interactions with Jeremy Dewitte's were also taped and secretly squirreled away in file 0001 through file 0159, and those remain to be seen. Maybe we have seen some of those by now because this was written a long time ago. But what I found interesting about this is the beginning of this when it's describing Sergeant Keith Vidler and his thought process. Sergeant Keith Vidler received information from Detective John Allen from Windermere Police Department. What did it say here? It says here, Sergeant Vidler reviewed the videos and he watched as Jeremy Dewitte handled a citizen's complaint via cell phone. Why is it describing Sergeant Vidler reviewing the videos and he watched? It's almost as if they were there with Jeremy Dewitte. Or I'm sorry, they're with Sergeant Vidler. They're there. They have testimony from Vidler. I didn't see that in the report, but this person is going a long way to describe how Vidler was being when he was watching those, you know? So that's interesting. Here's a comment down below. Join us on the next episode. This is episode 30, part 30. Check out part 31. It's next. It's called The Photo Stream. And that'll be talking about some other stuff here that you want to see. And this is PoliceTube you're watching. Make sure you're subscribed to my channel, like this video, and comment down below. And then find The Photo Stream, part 30 on my channel. Thanks for watching. I'll talk to you later. All right, thanks for continuing to watch PoliceTube. You're watching part 31 of the JeremyDeWitteCase.com website, which is offline, defunct, deleted. This is a page that they entitled The Photo Stream. It was uploaded March 22nd, 2020 by the administrator. And as always, it starts off with a little irrelevant background information about something else, in this case, Flickr and Instagram. It reads, Instagram is one of the most popular forms of social media in the world today. With over 95 million daily posts, it's the mecca of human connectivity. The online photo community, Flickr, pales in comparison to Instagram's numbers, but it still churns out 3.5 million new posts every day. Flickr was founded in Canada on February 10th, 2004, which was the same day Jeremy Dewitte turned 24 years old. I like how the writer makes irrelevant connections and ties, you know, what she's going to talk about is Jeremy's Flickr account into the background of Flickr and then ties the dates together. It's pretty clever writing. Ironically, again, using the word ironically, Jeremy Dewitte is a longtime Flickr consumer. With over 25 pages of photos and over 200 pages of favorited photos, it appears Flickr is the #1 choice for Metro State Special Services. It also seems to reveal a lot about its owner. Each Flickr account has a photo stream, a favorites album, and the ability to create multiple albums. As with most things pertaining to Metro State, Jeremy Dewitte appears to be in charge of the account. The account's now been deleted, so it's not even up anymore. It is easy to see his influence because nearly every page is carefully curated to promote Metro State Special Services, and almost every photo is exclusively about police officers and emergency vehicles. In fact, there are thousands of photos of police officers, police sedans and motorcycles, firefighters and fire trucks, and paramedics and ambulance vehicles. And then the writer of this website lists a few that allegedly were on the site. I've been on the site. I don't necessarily remember a lot of these, but who knows. The owner of the account also seems to enjoy photos involving police officers pulling motorists over. But the most interesting parts of Metro State photo collection are the most frequently favorited photos. And that is interesting. I know King G Money did a video about that. A bull neck, and then they go into the what? Bull neck. Interesting. A bull neck is traditionally known as an enlarged neck or leather made from the neck of a bull. It's one of the toughest parts of the animal. However, Flickr used username bullneck is specifically speaking of a tough or macho men, particularly male police officers. This user describes himself as a gay man with a partner and a pit bull, and he enjoys photography. He has an interest in hypermasculinity. It's fair to say most officers are masculine men, if not physically, then in their demeanor. Based on the number of times the owner of Metro State's Flickr account favorited Bullneck's photos, it appears they also have an interest in hypermasculinity. Bullneck always leaves tags under his photographs, and he makes it very clear what his page entails. Yet this did not appear to stop whoever is in charge of Metro State Flickr account from adding these photos to their favorites album. Comments under some of the photos are sexually explicit, and compliments are given to the officers about their assets. It appears motorcycle officers are the main focus of the crowd. It is interesting because Jeremy Dewitte also seems to consider himself to be a motor officer. He's a real motorman. It says there are over 200 pages of police officers from all over the world on Metro State's photo stream, and some of the photos are very suggestive. In part 2 of this post, which we're going to look at next, we're going to look even further into Metro State's Flickr photo stream, which is owned by Jeremy Dewitte. So we're going to wrap this part up. This is part 31. Check out part 32 because we're going to be looking at the photo stream part 2, which is going to be talking about some of this stuff in deeper detail. Make sure you subscribe to this page, and I'll check you out on part 32. Hey, thanks everybody for watching PoliceTube. We're watching part 32 of the JeremyDeWitteCase.com. This page is entitled The Marriage. Just in case you're wondering, part 32 can't be found. You know, that page was no longer on the website, and I couldn't do a video about it, even though I thought it was relevant. It was called the Photo Stream Part 2, but I couldn't find that page, so we're skipping it for now, and we're going on to The Marriage, which was posted March 23rd, 2020. And it starts off with a picture of Rania, and it says, Rania Dewitte was known as Rania Mohammed Abdelrahman before her husband, Jeremy Charles Dewitte, brought her to the United States from Egypt. Now remember, this website is highly biased. I don't even think it's correct. Rania, I believe, was married before Jeremy, and she was brought to America actually by her first husband, who they divorced a little while before she married Jeremy. Whether she went back to Egypt and came back to the United States with Jeremy, she was already in America. She was in the United States, and she was already allowed to be here. It had nothing to do with Jeremy. So this fact right here is very suspect to me. But continuing on here. It says, the two married on July 25th, 2005 in Orlando, Florida. Ideally, a hot summer day isn't conducive for a wedding, particularly in a tropical climate, whatever that means. And I believe that they actually got married on the same day or thereabouts where Jeremy Dewitte was finalizing his lewd, lascivious offender charge, you know. But it continues on to read, but this appeared to be a non-traditional ceremony because the marriage license was issued on July 19th, 2005, which is the same day Jeremy Dewitte entered a guilty plea for lewd and lascivious battery on that person. Yeah, exactly. So they were married July 25th, and the marriage license was issued July 19th. So exactly less than a week after he entered his guilty plea, they got married. That's very interesting. While Jeremy Dewitte was imprisoned in Graceville facility for violating his 5-year probation, Rania Dewitte lived with his family. His mom, that's interesting, Leandra, since she was in school during his incarceration, probably in the surgical technician school. Reportedly, Rania Dewitte was a medical doctor in Egypt. I don't think so. But there was no record of Rania Dewitte as a licensed medical professional in the state of Florida. Well, she is now. She's a surgical technician, so whatever she was doing then, I mean, it wouldn't make sense that she would be a licensed medical professional in the state of Florida if this website is trying to say that Jeremy brought her to the United States and they got married. Why would she be a medical professional at that point? Anyway, the website continues, according to court documents, Jeremy Dewitte claimed Rania Dewitte had a heart condition and she may or may not have suffered from a heart attack. We went over these texts before. You've probably seen them where Jeremy's like, hey, I'm sorry I can't call you back, Jennifer. I know I'm cheating on you with my wife, but I couldn't call you back because my wife had a heart attack, which turned out to be a murmur. It says he would later make claims that her overall physical health and agoraphobia prevented her from working. Both Jeremy and Rania Dewitte are Muslims. In the Muslim culture, appointing multiple wives is a part of the tradition. It's saying these as if it's like some fact, like this website's trying to educate us or something. And it's not even exactly correct. In the Muslim culture, appointing multiple wives is part of the tradition. I mean, it's acceptable in the tradition under certain circumstances. It says, despite what appeared to be open and acceptable relationships in their home, Jeremy saved his girlfriend, Jennifer Burton's number in his cell phone as Orlando Funeral Home, and his other girlfriend, Jessica Bolden's number, was saved as Lakeland Funeral Home. It seemed neither girlfriend knew about the other. It depends. I mean, at first, maybe not, but, you know, Jennifer definitely figured it out. They all figured it out. It says here, looking at texts from Jennifer, she would not have been tolerant of being number 2 for very long. Who's to say that except for Jennifer? Which makes me believe that Jennifer is the one authoring this website. Because it says, looking at the text from Jennifer, it says Jennifer would not have been tolerant of being number 2 for very long. I don't think so. Only Jennifer would know that. You know, I can say Rania wouldn't be tolerant of being number 2 for very long. Especially, you know, in the Muslim culture, you know, all women have to be treated equally, all wives. So if Jeremy is dating Jessica Bolden and putting her in charge and giving her assets ownership of his company, then that equal part should also be granted to Rania. So I know Jeremy has brought this up before. Here's some more texts. It says, no, LOL, she needs money, LOL. Okay, so you aren't naive because I thought the same thing. She's not going anywhere, unfortunately. Jeremy responds, she might if I chose that. Jennifer says, for her to even say that is effed up, though. Choose what? If I find something in life, maybe I'll leave her, my wife. I loved you the night we were together. I worried when. Then she says, what was that sentence? I cried when I found out it is you. And he's probably referring to it's you that's reporting me to the police and you're the confidential informant. And he's talking about I loved you the night when we were together. And that's the first night, March 27th of 2018, when they were together. But then Jennifer found out that, you know, Jeremy was lying to her and took advantage of her. It says here, Jessica Bolden, however, seemed to jump in without missing a beat. According to law enforcement and public records, she became second in command to Jeremy Dewitte's company, Metro State Special Services. She even ran his company while Jeremy Dewitte spent 30 days in jail for violating his community control in 2019, and funeral homes were told he was out of the country. Oh, very interesting, because in 2021, Jennifer Burton was running Jeremy's company for about 30 days while he was in jail. So that's very interesting. In jail because of her. Wait, I'm sorry, I shouldn't say that. In jail because of dating violence dispute that they were having. Not because of her and whatever. It's more because of him, I would say. It says here, after Jennifer and Jeremy broke up, Jessica Bolden filed 2 limited liability companies, one being Metro State Special Services and the other being this company. We just discussed this a couple episodes ago, so we'll just go over it here again. It says, his wife Rania Dewitte's name wasn't listed anywhere on these filings. Rania Dewitte's name doesn't appear to be on any of Jeremy Dewitte's business assets, just the insurance. Jeremy Dewitte reportedly dumped all of his savings into his businesses. And yet, in less than a year, the companies were dissolved and practically given away by Jessica Bolden for only $50 after the filing fees. The reasons for dismantling the companies were also interesting, which we've already covered. She says, I never authorized this, and something else, she's no longer interested. It says here, Jessica Bolden's e-signature was on both documents filed on the same day, but she claimed only one of her signatures was authorized. That's not true. She claimed that one of her signatures was not authorized. So the author of this website is claiming that that means that the other one was authorized. 2 days before these dissolutions, Jeremy Dewitte was arrested a second time by Orange County Sheriff's Office for impersonating a law enforcement officer and aggravated assault with a deadly weapon. Reportedly, Jeremy Dewitte was very confident the Windermere felony case wasn't strong enough, and in fact he wanted to file a suit against the police department. It seemed the second arrest by Orange County Sheriff's Office caught him off guard. Within 48 hours of his second arrest, the companies were voluntarily dissolved by Jessica Bolden. It appeared Jeremy Dewitte wasn't the only one making fast moves. Meanwhile, Rania Dewitte had at least one miscarriage around this time, which Jeremy Dewitte mentioned in almost all of his in-jail hearings. Despite having a heart attack a year prior and ongoing heart and health problems, according to her husband, the two were actively trying to conceive a child, which we know now in the year 2020 that they do have a beautiful daughter named Amira. Although the stress of battling 10 felony cases would not be the ideal situation to bring a child into, it would not be the first time Rania Dewitte anchored herself to Jeremy Dewitte as he faced a strong possibility of incarceration. Well, that's true. That is a very interesting statement right there. It would not be the first time Rania Dewitte anchored herself to Jeremy Dewitte as he faced a strong possibility of incarceration. Now, this page has 30 comments here. I'll scroll through them slowly so you can read them, pause them, and read them if you want. Now, you've been watching part 33 of the JeremyDewittCase.com. We're going through every page of the website. There's 99 pages. This is page 33. So thank you for watching. Now check us out on part 34, which is going to be called The Sheriff's Office. You can see it right here, and make sure you're subscribed to my channel, like this video, and comment down below, and we'll see you on the next part, part 34, The Sheriff's Office. Hey everybody, thanks for watching PoliceTube. You're watching JeremyDewittCase.com archived website. This is part 34. This page is entitled The Sheriff's Office, and it was put up on JeremyDewittCase.com website, which is now deleted and gone, defunct, on March 24th, 2020. And it talks about the Orange County Sheriff's Office, which Jeremy Dewitte has a long history with. It starts off with a quote from Jeremy Charles Dewitte saying, "When Sheriff Jerry Demings, who sat in office, had sat down with us, had their attorneys sit with us, they chose the gray shirts. They asked us not to wear blue." Of course, Jeremy tries to pretend that, other people are the cause of everything that he's going through. So anyway, the website says here, from 1998 until 2020, Jeremy Dewitte had several run-ins with law enforcement, in particularly the Orange County Sheriff's Office. During Jeremy's first arrest in 1998, Kevin Barry was the sheriff of Orange County. Barry held the position from 1993 until 2009. Kevin Barry was the son of a police chief, and his brother Richard was also a police chief. Barry was appointed by former Governor Jeb Bush to co-chair the Florida Domestic Security Task Force. In 2005, he was accused of corruption, which resulted in an audit of his Homeland Security spending. In March 2007, he was cleared by the Florida Department of Law Enforcement. However, on April 10, 2007, the Florida Commission on Ethics found probable cause to believe Barry violated Florida ethics laws. In July 2009, Barry pled guilty to violating Florida ethics laws and was fined $20,000. During this time period, Jeremy Dewitte had a number of arrests. He was arrested twice for impersonating a police officer, twice for violating his probation, once for using a false name or being unauthorized possession of an ID from Brett Solomon, once for carrying a concealed weapon, and once for lewd and lascivious battery on a minor. Unsurprisingly, with legal issues of his own, Kevin Barry chose not to run for a 5th term as Orange County Sheriff. In 2009, Jerry Demings won the election for the Democratic Party, and he became the new sheriff of Orange County. This is Jerry Demings. He's now the mayor of Orange County, and his wife is in the U.S. House of Representatives. Val Demings, she led the impeachment against Donald Trump. It says here, Jerry Demings was the police chief of Orlando Police Department for 21 years before he retired in 2002. He was the director of public safety for Orange County for 6 years until he became the sheriff on January 5th, 2009. Demings was reelected in 2012 and again in 2016. Now, just so you know, the sheriff, there's the sheriff department, but then the sheriff is the highest ranking law enforcement officer in a county, and it's an elected position. So this is the highest law enforcement officer in Orange County, Florida, basically. And the person under him would be the undersheriff. It says here, in 2012, Demings' opponent, Michael Green, made a complaint to FDLE, for the Florida Department of Law Enforcement. Michael Green was a retired New York police officer who claimed Demings conspired to reclassify 17 crimes as thefts instead of burglaries in an effort to make the crime rate look lower. That's interesting because that same time Jeremy Dewitte was reporting what seemed to be a false burglary, which was an insurance scam from when he went to Florida, and then he came home and he said all of his stuff was stolen, all this unbelievable stuff. After an investigation, an FDLE crime analyst stated some of the crimes should have been reported as burglaries, but there wasn't a conspiracy. In January 2019, Jeremy Dewitte told the media that he sat down with the former sheriff and his attorney Mark Najami in 2015. Jeremy claimed he was being harassed by Orange County deputies. In 2015, an Orange County Sheriff's Office investigation was opened primarily to look into the business practices and legalities of Metro State Special Services. You know, that's, what's that called, a RICO investigation? Racketeering and organized crime is what they were actually looking in on Jeremy and his company and their associates. It was a organized crime ring, according to the RICO investigation. It goes on, but this website didn't know that. Whoever was writing this website didn't realize that at the time of writing this. It goes on to read, reportedly, the investigators were told not to look any further and no arrests were made. It is unclear why this order was given. Let me look up here really quick. Now, if we look at here, later we're going to find that they added some links. Oh, here it is, the RICO Act. Yeah, so pretty soon we're going to get into the RICO statutes, which I guess this website author figured out. It says here, reportedly, the investigators were told not to look any further and no arrests were made. It is unclear why this order was given. It says, ironically, in 2015, Jerry Demings requested 500 body cameras for deputy sheriffs. He also became president of the Florida Sheriff's Association, and he was criticized for not focusing on Orange County. In August of 2018, Jerry Demings was elected mayor of Orange County in Orlando. Police Chief John Minna was his successor, and you can see John Minna standing right here. Jerry Demings was the sheriff of Orange County from 2009 until 2018. Jeremy Dewitte was released from the Graceville Prison facility in 2011. Jeremy Dewitte was only arrested twice during those years, once for failure to register as a sex offender, and again for violating his community control, which was the punishment for this failure. None of his arrests from 2011 until 2018 included police impersonation charges. In 2019 interview with Jeremy, he stated his issues began when John Minna became sheriff. This was also the beginning of his impersonation arrests. The arrests were the result of uncovered body camera footage from 2019, 2018, and 2017. Witnesses told Orange County Sheriff's Office that Jeremy was impersonating police officers in 2017 and 18. However, it wasn't investigated until September 2019 after Jeremy Dewitte's Windermere arrest and after Jerry Demings left office. So this is indicating that Jerry Dimmings had something to do with this, but John Minna has nothing to do with this, which I know for a fact that John Minna, the current sheriff, had personal contact with one of his good friends, Michael Breen, who's also a business partner with Jeremy Dewitte. They talked about the Jeremy Dewitte case, and after that, the Jeremy Dewitte case got shoved to the side. Of course, now it's back in the limelight, so we'll see what happens here with the Jeremy Dewitte case. The website goes on to read, after showing these videos that Jennifer took, it says, one of the greatest mysteries of this case is how Jeremy Dewitte could overtly display his alleged crimes and still stay under the radar of deputy sheriffs for nearly 10 years. Isn't that something? Then it's got 20 comments here, which I will let you pause on and check out here. Now, this has been part 34 of the JeremyDeWitteCase.com. Check out part 35. It's going to be called The Lawsuit. So subscribe to PoliceTube, hit that red subscribe button, hit the bell notification, like this video, comment down below, and then check me out on part 35 called The Lawsuit. I'll see you there. Hey everybody, thanks for watching part 35 of the JeremyDeWitteCase.com archives. We're looking at the page called The Lawsuit today. It was published by the administrator on March 25th, 2020. It reads, on March 23rd, 2018, just before his brother Jeremy Dewitte was arrested for failing to register properly as a SO, Dylan Vogt filed a lawsuit against a man named Jerome. So this is going to talk about the incident where Dylan banged his hands on the hood of that Range Rover and tried to get a guy arrested for him not doing anything illegal. Dylan was doing something illegal. But this is also interesting. March 23rd, 2018 was just before Jeremy Dewitte was arrested. Oh, okay. That was right when he met Jennifer, and Jennifer got him arrested, basically. I get that. It goes on to read, an incident, and remember, this is written, I think, by Jennifer. It's authored by unknown, but I believe it's Jennifer Burton who wrote this, so that's why it's, worded this way. Jennifer got him arrested, but it says, Jeremy Dewitte got himself arrested. It goes on to read, an incident occurred on July 27, 2017 in Winter Park, Florida, between Dylan Vogt and Jerome. Dylan alleged Jerome hit him with his SUV and fled the scene. Now, we've covered that video on our the PoliceTube channel, and we've also just covered it in the same series. It's part 24, I believe. It's called The Brothers. You can check out that little clip of that video there, but it's also on PoliceTube.com if you want to check that out. PoliceTuber.com, PoliceTube channel on YouTube. It says here, the Winter Park Police Department was dispatched and Officer Joshua Larson arrested Jerome, who was later charged for aggravated assault and battery. The charges were dismissed. However, it didn't appear Dylan Vogt was finished with this case. His attorney, James Shea Gentry, filed the suit and asked for monetary damages as well as a trial by jury. Here's that paperwork. And this was sent to Jerome from Dylan Vogt. It says, a lawsuit has been filed against you. You have 20 calendar days after this summons is served on you to file a written response to the attached complaint with the clerk of the court. A phone call will not protect you. Your written response, including da-da-da-da. It says here, Dylan Vogt claimed he suffered damages in excess of $15,000 for mental anguish and the loss of enjoyment of life. That's the exact same thing that Jeremy claimed later in a lawsuit as well for himself. Dylan accused Jerome of intentionally striking him, which is untrue. We saw in the video that Dylan intentionally struck Jerome and started banging his hands on the hood of his car as Jerome approached lawfully. It says here, Dylan also claimed he was working as an independent contractor at Metro State rather than being the owner's brother and an employee. It says here, in the complaint, James Gentry, ironically, again using that word ironically, this word is used a lot on this website, ironically mentioned Dylan Vogt was directing traffic during the incident, an act which was outside of the scope of the funeral escort business, and an act which would later cause him to be charged with impersonating a police officer. You can't dress like a police officer and start directing traffic, dude. It says here on May 17, 2019, Scott Rost and Stephanie Pillar made an appearance on behalf of Jerome. A few weeks later, Jerome filed a countersuit against Dylan Vogt, Metro State Special Services, and Baldwin Fairchild Funeral Homes, otherwise known as SE Funeral Homes of Florida. And then here's the countersuit. Third-party defendant summons. You can pause it and read that if you want. This website goes on to say, although Jeremy Dewitte claimed Metro State was in business for 10 years, the company had only recently been registered on February 15th, 2019. SE Funeral Homes and Baldwin Fairchild was believed to have been negligent in hiring Metro State Special Services to act as a security for their funeral services when Jeremy Dewitte and Dylan Vogt were both felons. During the time of the incident, Dylan Vogt was still on felony probation, and neither Dylan or Jeremy possessed a D security license. According to Jerome's attorney, SE Funeral Homes either failed to verify this information or knew the brothers were felons who couldn't possibly qualify for the job, but were still hired and placed the public at risk. And despite earlier attempts to retrieve highly personal information from Jerome, Dylan Vogt refused to produce his own personal information. Copies, and then it says here, copies of any documents or agreement relating to this litigation you need to provide, your W-2s. Plaintiff objects to this request as it's vague, ambiguous, and overboard. They're also requesting evidence of income, which he didn't want to provide. It says Dylan refused to provide a copy of his driver's license, and he even refused to produce a copy of his last tax return. So this website's being a little adversarial toward Dylan, saying Dylan refused. He even refused. So if it was Jeremy Dewitte doing this, he would be more for his brother. But somebody that's writing this website, it seems against the Dewitte brothers right now at this point. The website goes on to read, this was interesting because Jeremy Dewitte's ex, Jennifer Burton, claimed in an affidavit Metro State employees were being paid under the table. Somebody who wrote this really knows everything about what Jennifer did, didn't they? They read all these affidavits. I mean, who read all these affidavits? You know, the police and Jennifer when she wrote them. This website goes on to continue. On June 27, 2019, SE Funeral Homes was served with a third-party defendant summons. On September 6, 2019, one day before Jeremy Dewitte's Windermere arrest, attorney Lawrence Burkhalter made an appearance for the funeral home. On September 18, 2019, Jay Bowen stated he attempted to serve Jeremy Dewitte with a third-party defendant summons on behalf of Jerome 3 separate times, beginning on July 25, 2019. It says on July 25, 2019, Jay Bowen went to 95 Columbia Street and Crest Apartments in Orlando. The doors to the buildings were locked and 2 lower units were vacant. This address was also listed on Jeremy Dewitte's business filing, reportedly this wasn't a legitimate address and it was strictly used to pick up and drop off packages. On August 14, 2019 at 8:08 a.m., Jay Bowen attempted to serve Jeremy Dewitte at Metro State Special Services headquarters on North Orange Blossom Trail. There were no vehicles present because Metro State had recently been served in eviction papers and moved to a new location. On August 15, 2019, Jay Bowen called Jeremy Dewitte. Jeremy refused to provide an address and stated he wanted an attorney to call him. On September 26, 2019, Judge Keith Karsten, who we all know is Jeremy's attorney's good friend, who work together and they're staying in touch. Amir Ladan and Keith Karsten are good friends. Judge Keith Karsten granted Jerome's motion to extend time in order to serve Metro State Special Services. December 31st, 2019 at 11:45 a.m., Jay Bowen arrived at Jeremy Dewitte's home. By this time, Jeremy had been arrested 3 times for police impersonation. Rania Dewitte opened the door. Jay Bowen identified himself and asked for Jeremy Dewitte. Rania said he wasn't home. Rania refused to say her name, and she would only say she resided at the rental home, which they're calling this a rental home. Jay Bowen told her he had legal documents for Jeremy. Rania Dewitte stated she wasn't accepting anything for him. Jay Bowen claimed he told Rania that because she was a legal resident of the home, she was authorized by statute to receive the summons on his behalf. Rania refused and attempted to close the door. Jay Bowen told her he was leaving the documents on a chair next to the door. Jay stated Rania Dewitte was indifferent and closed the door. He also saw Jeremy Dewitte's personal Metro State vehicle in the driveway. And here's the verified return of service, County of Orange, saying that all this, that they were being served. And this Georgia Boulevard address, we've shown that on the PoliceTube channel. It's a nice little quaint house on a quiet little street, little square house, like a 1-bedroom. So I guess that's where they were staying as a rental house. That's funny because I think they own that house. Somebody they know owns that house. And that was in 2019. Okay. Here we go again with, ironically, it was Dylan Vogt's decision to file a lawsuit against Jerome that caused a spotlight to be placed on Metro State Special Services and Jeremy Dewitte's contracts with funeral homes. If Dylan hadn't filed the lawsuit, in Orange County Sheriff's Office would not have looked deeper into that incident, and he and his brother Jeremy Dewitte would not be co-defendants in a felony police impersonation case. Okay, so this is part 35 of the JeremyDeWitteCase.com. That's very interesting. And while I'm talking, I'll scroll through some of these comments so you can read them here. But this is, again, telling us what Sergeant Keith Vidler was saying and thinking in his behaviors. So I wonder why it's talking so much about Sergeant Keith Vidler and Jennifer Burton and their inner thought processes. It's all very interesting, but anyway, stay tuned for part 36 because apparently there's going to be some updates here. Let's make sure that this works. Yes. So click on to part 36 and make sure you're subscribed to my channel. Like this video, comment down below if you have anything to say, and I'll be more than happy to read it and respond if I can. And I'll see you on the next part, part 36. Thanks for watching PoliceTube. Have a great day. Hey, everybody. Thanks for watching part 36 right here on PoliceTube of the JeremyDeWitteCase.com archived website that we're archiving on YouTube, word for word. This is part 36 of this series, page 36, entitled Updates. This was published March 25th of 2020 on JeremyDeWitteCase.com, a website that's defunct. It's gone, no longer exists. Let's see what it says here. It says, Jeremy Dewitte was scheduled to begin one of his many trials in March of 2019. COVID-19, or the coronavirus, has placed these trials at a standstill. Mayor of Orange County, Jerry Dimmings, announced a 2-week lockdown for Orange County beginning on Thursday evening at 11 p.m. So this is at the beginning of the coronavirus pandemic. So this is actually an update for, March of 2020. This is when the whole country was beginning to go into lockdown and wear masks, and the beginning of the whole vaccination. And this is actually when people started realizing the severity of COVID-19. So this is an update that was written at that time. Very interesting. It says, beginning Thursday evening at 11 p.m., Mayor Jerry Dimmings stated citizens would still be able to leave to pick up groceries and medicine, exercise, or go to work if they are providing an essential service. It says, unsurprisingly, attorneys and judges provide essential services, and 2 circuit civil judges confirmed there will be an upcoming change in circuit criminal courts. It says the 2 judges, one in Osceola County and the other in Orange County, both Ninth Circuit, stated they currently have criminal assignments. The Ninth Circuit Court recently received its assignments on November 15th, 2019, which became effective January 1st, 2020. Typically, these assignments rotate every few years. COVID-19 appears to have changed that rotation. Judges who are assigned to the Circuit Civil will take on some of the workload of judges assigned to Circuit Criminal and oversee lighter parts of the felony cases such as bond hearings and arraignments. This will allow the courts to focus on resolving criminal felony cases which take precedence over all cases in the Ninth Circuit Judicial Court. Someone who doesn't appear to be easily distracted or discouraged is Stephen Casey Miller, lead prosecutor assigned to all of Jeremy Dewitte's Orange County felony cases, or at least he was at this time in 2020. He's since resigned, and now it's a Colin Moore, state prosecutor Colin Moore. Here's a notice of supplemental discovery here, where they were looking for a DVR sent to defense via U.S. mail with arrest affidavit, body cam, audio interviews, bunch of stuff. It says 2 days ago, Stephen Casey Miller filed a notice of supplemental discovery in the felony, a case against Jeremy Dewitte and his brother and co-defendant Dylan Vogt. This felony case is a police impersonation case, and the victim is Jerome. The person, Dylan Vogt, and Jeremy Dewitte falsely accused of striking Dylan with a vehicle, according to the state. Stephen Casey Miller also filed a notice of supplemental discovery in one of Jeremy Dewitte's separate felony cases. This case involved the infamous Windermere police arrest and Officer Gerald Ogletree. With the upcoming 2-week lockdown, it's unclear how these events will further delay Jeremy Dewitte's felony cases, but at some point the lockdown will be lifted and the courtroom doors will open, which unfortunately it's been over a year and, this crap is still going on. So, did I say crap? I can't say crap on YouTube, can I? Here's some comments about this. This has been part 36, called The Updates. Very important update for this website because it's like COVID was happening and they wanted to make sure they made an update about it. Next video is going to be part 37. Make sure you look for it. It's called The Impersonations. We're going to be going over that. Make sure you subscribe to PoliceTube. Hit that red subscribe button. Hit that bell notification. Like this video and click to the next video. Part 37. The Impersonations. Thanks for watching PoliceTube. Hey, this is part 37 of PoliceTube's archiving of the JeremyDewittecase.com. This page is called The Impersonations. It was published on JeremyDewittecase.com on March 25th, 2020. It's a now defunct website, so that's why you're watching it here, because it's archived. Let me read this to you. It says, for reasons unknown, Jeremy Dewitte and his ex, Jennifer Burton, reunited on May 19th, 2018. How would this website know that exactly? How would they know that exact date? Anyway, we'll see. And it was May 19th, 2018, after Jeremy was arrested for failing to properly register as a sexual offender. Of course, this is correct. May 19th, that's when they were already together. How could they be reunited? Because they had just met for the first time in March, and they were together in April. They were hanging out. And then in May, they reunited? It doesn't make sense. But what that means is Jeremy got arrested, and when he got out, they got back together, even though Jennifer was the catalyst behind this arrest, which made their decision to see each other again even more baffling. So this statement makes me wonder who's writing this website. It doesn't sound like it's Jennifer, because who is it more baffling to? If it was Jennifer, why would it be baffling to her? And why would she say that Jennifer herself was the catalyst behind this arrest when she said, and when it said in another post that Jennifer was not the catalyst behind the arrest? It was obviously Jeremy Dewitte doing his own thing. Anyway, here's some text message. It says, hi, just so we're good and clear, you are inviting me to come see you. I am not forcing you to see me and in not telling you what to do or say. Jennifer says, of course, we're cool. Because she's reporting on him. She's a confidential informant for the police at this point. Jeremy continues, that was so nice. I miss you so much. Are you okay? Hi. And then Jennifer responded back, remember, the cell signal isn't great. According to this court documents and the text exchange between the two, it seemed Jeremy Dewitte was apprehensive about seeing Jennifer Burton again. It seemed he wanted to make it clear he wasn't tampering with a witness. Apparently things went well when they reunited, but the honeymoon phase slowly turned into countless discussions about Jeremy Dewitte, recordings, and police impersonations. In April 2018, Jennifer told Detective Michael Mastrangelo that Jeremy Dewitte was pulling motorists over. This information wouldn't be shared with other members of law enforcement for another year and a half. Another year and a half. Interesting. Okay. So Jeremy Dewitte was adamant he had never pulled a motorist over, nor did he tell a motorist he was a police officer. He seemed angry this information was shared with Detective Mastrangelo. Of course, we know that Jennifer had released videos on Metro State recently in 2021 that show her interactions with Jeremy, where he says that he's pulling people over and he's allowed to pull people over and that it's okay. It says here, I've never ever said I pull people over, and all I've ever said was we pull people out of our funerals. That's probably true, kind of. And what's funny is Detective Mr. Angelo asked me the same question during our interview, and I told him the same thing I'm telling you now. I've never pulled anyone over. Have we pulled people out of our funeral? All the time, every day, because they cut in our funeral. They're breaking the law and cutting us off. But we don't pull them over and get off our bikes and go talk to them like we're making a traffic stop. We tell them, get out of our funeral, F-boy, and we keep on, or we keep riding, or we don't stop, or we don't make traffic stops, which kind of sounds like what Jeremy actually told her. Today, there are countless body camera videos of someone who appears to strongly match the description of Jeremy Dewitte, telling motorists to pull over and using his sirens, lights, and even physical force to control citizens. Many of those body cameras shots were from 2018 and 19, which would have been right around the time Jennifer and other witnesses alerted law enforcement about Metro State employees who were impersonating law enforcement officers. During these alleged police impersonation acts, Jeremy Dewitte has also been accused by law enforcement and the state's attorney's office of illegally recording citizens. Before his November 2019 arrest for allegedly recording a motorist named Heather and repeatedly harassing her, which we just went over in part 30, entitled The Caller. You can see that on my channel. It says, before Jeremy Dewitte and Jennifer Burton exchanged a series of texts about illegal recordings and police impersonations on January 5th, 2019. And those are those same ones that basically we just saw. I never said I was an officer. I never have I ever said that. Never even imply, period. What I said was in my office, the building where I keep my equipment and where we met, in my vehicles, all of my vehicles, I'm the building. I office the building where we met. There are signs that say you're being visually audio recorded under federal law. As long as I have that posted and the video cameras are in plain view, then you're being videotaped and audio recorded. That's the only way I can be used in court, and that would be the only way you could give it to the state's attorney, saying something which doesn't matter because I never said anything other than what I've told you, which I don't have guns and I'm pulling people over. And she says, Jennifer responds, that's not true. You're not an officer. Get over it. Wow, she's using very strong words with him there. When were these texts taken? January 5th of 2019. He goes on to say, it appears Jeremy Dewitte was unaware of the laws of recording conversations, both private and in public. Jeremy denied ever pulling anyone over, and he denied ever unknowingly recording another individual. Just 8 months after these conversations, Jeremy Dewitte would be arrested for impersonating a police officer. This would begin a series of arrests and charges against him, thanks to Jennifer. And himself, basically what he's doing, but Jennifer was a catalyst for this. There have been a number of puzzling moments in this case, and what appeared to be an almost nonchalant attitude about Metro State Special Services was one of them. If we were to use the videotapes, and only the videotapes as evidence, it is clear the company didn't attempt to hide who they were from law enforcement. In almost all of his reports, Sergeant Keith Vidler stated employees of Metro State Special Services wore uniforms or drove vehicles displaying the words, all these words, Metro State, Vehicle Protection Unit, Recovery Unit, Public Safety Officer, Motor Unit, Motor Officer, Protection Officer. Most of the employees wore bulletproof vests, handcuffs, pepper spray, BB guns, authentic guns, motor wing insignia, and drove black and white vehicles with flashing lights, horns, and sirens. Jeremy Dewitte wore 2 black stars, which represent a 2-star general in the military. It seems Metro State Special Services wanted attention from the public, and it's safe to say a light is now glaring on the entire organization. So another adversarial statement that was made against Jeremy Dewitte here. So this has been part 37. The next part is part 38, called The Statutes. Make sure you check that out. Subscribe to PoliceTube. Hit that red subscribe button. Like this video. And make sure you leave a comment down below. Here's some of the comments that were recorded on here. So interesting to see these. We'll just archive these here. Make sure they're all on video for everybody to see forever. So make sure you check us out on our next video, part 38. It's called The Statutes. We'll see you there. Thanks for watching PoliceTube. Hey everybody, thanks for watching PoliceTube. You're watching part 38 of a 100-part series of the JeremyDewittCase.com. We're going over page by page of this defunct website that's now offline and can't access it anymore, so I wanted to archive it on YouTube here. This page is entitled The Statutes, and I think this was authored by Jennifer, and I'll explain why here in a minute. March 26, 2020 is when this page was posted. And it starts off by saying, on January 5th, 2019, Jeremy Dewitte texted his ex, Jennifer. I like how it refers to basically Jennifer just by her name, Jennifer, instead of her full name, which is exactly what Jennifer would want if she was authoring this. She wouldn't want to be putting her full name on all these pages. And it also refers clearly as their exes. Jennifer would want to make that distinction, you know. So it says, during this time, Jennifer Burton stopped responding to Jeremy's text messages, and the two appeared to go on a hiatus over the holidays. Starting fresh, Jeremy Dewitte contacted Jennifer and stated he was from Metro State Special Services. After a quick exchange, Jeremy immediately began to talk about his impending court date in February 2019 and what he believed to be a conspiracy involving the police department. That's interesting. So anybody that has been watching my channel, you know that I've been talking about a conspiracy, some corruption that's going on in the Orange County Sheriff's Office, and people want to say, no, that's impossible. But even Jeremy is saying that there's a conspiracy going on in the police department. So it's like one or the other, kind of, I believe. Of course, the police department, for anybody that doesn't know, is different than the sheriff. The sheriff covers the whole county. Police departments cover individual cities. Anyway, this goes on to read, the statute Jeremy Dewitte was referring to is Florida Statute 316-1974, Sergeant. Of course, we all know that one. It says, in the statute, it states what can and cannot occur during a funeral procession, particularly with funeral escorts, which I've covered this statute clearly a bunch of times on my channel, so you can check out those if you want to go over line by line the statute and find out what's exactly in it. The website continues to read that the vehicles Jeremy Dewitte used during the funeral processions were equipped with purple and amber lights. The statute only allows purple or amber lights, not a combination of the colors. And then check this out. It shows this screenshot here, which is a screenshot of a video that Jennifer Burton took on her cell phone. In 2021, she actually released this video on the Metro State YouTube channel showing Jeremy hooking up lights and saying that he was deployed overseas, dismantling bombs. So who else would have access to that video and be able to take a screenshot right here and post it on this website? None other than Jennifer Burton. That tells me that Jennifer Burton was definitely involved in this in the creation of this website. Either that or Jennifer Burton was a confidential informant, an undercover informant working for the police, and she was feeding this information to the police, and somebody in the police department is involved in this website. It says here, the flashing lights can only be used during a funeral procession in regards to the Florida Statute 316-1974. It says there doesn't appear to be anything in the statute which allows sirens, air horns, or police-like uniforms. There's also nothing that disallows it. It seemed Jeremy Dewitte's knowledge of Florida Statute 316-1974 was shaky at best, but the Florida statute he should have delved into and which would cause an uproar in his life was Florida Statute 843.08. which states anyone who takes it upon himself or herself to act as a law enforcement officer or requires anyone else to aid or assist him or her during this act has committed a third-degree felony. During Jeremy Dewitte's September 7, 2019 Windermere arrest, Officer Ogletree listed the items Jeremy was wearing. It was a shirt with a police-like badge, a fully equipped duty belt, pepper spray, baton, handcuffs, 2 pocket knives, 2-way radio, a police-style badge. Of course, we've all seen the arrest video on Real World Police of him getting stripped of all this stuff. Whose fingers are these holding this badge? That'd be interesting to know. In his report, Officer Ogletree emphasized Jeremy Dewitte being in plain sight of the public. If the alleged impersonator gets out of their vehicle or is riding on a motorcycle or directs traffic where motorists can see the individual and reasonably believe the person is a cop, this is seen as impersonating law enforcement. In almost all of the police reports, Jeremy Dewitte was accused of flashing amber and purple lights and directing traffic within the view of the public. Deputy Todd Mahoney was an off-duty officer when he and his wife and child encountered Jeremy Dewitte and Metro State Special Services employees. Deputy Mahoney claimed Jeremy Dewitte blocked traffic with his purple and amber lights flashing. Jeremy was also accused of slapping the front hood of the deputy's truck and placing his right hand on his gun holster. Metro State Special Services employees followed the deputy, who at the time called 911. Jeremy Dewitte stated on September 26, 2019 during an Orange County Sheriff's Office interview he was unaware Deputy Mahoney was a cop. Unfortunately for Jeremy, huh? And of course, we've all seen that video on Real World Police as well. On March 25th, 2020, defense attorney Amir Ladan filed an unopposed motion to continue the case involving Deputy Mahoney. On September 2nd, 2019, a victim named Stephen drove around Jeremy Dewitte, who was blocking traffic. According to Stephen, Jeremy followed him and tried to pull him over, while his lights and sirens and air horn were activated. Jeremy Dewitte pulled up next to him and the two exchanged words, and Stephen asked him to stop pretending to be a police officer. Of course, we all know Stephen as the guy in that Porsche where he's like, stop pretending you're a police officer, and I'm not interfering with you at all. Jeremy Dewitte told Stephen he had his tag number and the entire incident was on his cameras. Metro State Special Services employee Stephen, who is now a witness for the state, allegedly blocked the victim, Stephen, and he couldn't leave the scene. So Stephen Negron blocked this other guy, Stephen, so he couldn't leave the scene. A motorist named Daniel met Jeremy Dewitte when Jeremy pulled up to his black Porsche. Jeremy activated his police style. Oh, I'm sorry. That other guy was in the blue car, I guess. So now this guy, Daniel, was in the Porsche. Jeremy activated his police style horn because Daniel didn't respond to "Hi." Jeremy Dewitte instructed Daniel to roll down his window and proceeded to tell him he was going over the speed limit. Daniel asked Jeremy if he was a police officer, to which Jeremy responded he was a state agent. The two exchanged words and Daniel drove off. Jeremy Dewitte followed him. Following and harassing others seemed to be a pattern for Jeremy Dewitte and his employees. Of course, this is all documented in the Real World Police videos. Jeremy got off his motorcycle and walked to Daniel's vehicle, placing his hands inside. Jeremy Dewitte hopped back on his motorcycle and challenged Daniel to a fight, which he accepted. In the end, Jeremy Dewitte appeared to change his mind because Daniel left and said, pull over here, basically. And Jeremy was like, pull over there. And so Daniel went over there, and then Jeremy Dewitte went the opposite way. And then it says here, on February 16th, 2018, a victim named Kevin refused to stop for Metro State Special Services. Specifically, Jeremy Dewitte. Kevin repeatedly asked Jeremy if he was a police officer, which Jeremy tried to brush it off several times. And this is the guy that was in that truck. Jeremy kept telling him, like, sir, stay right there. And the guy was like, are you a police officer? If you're a police officer, I ain't stopping. And then Jeremy Dewitte put his hand on his gun, and the guy was like, good, pull it, pull it. Jeremy Dewitte recited several statutes during his arrests, and in conversations with others, he seemed to know them by heart. Jeremy knew the statutes well enough to convince the public. Oh, it says right here, Kevin also claimed Jeremy reached for what appeared to be a handgun at least twice during their exchange, and you can see that in the video. It says here that Jeremy knew the statutes well enough to convince the public he wasn't committing any crimes, but his felony arrests suggest he didn't know them well enough to persuade law enforcement. And then there's also a comment that was left here. Anonymous comments are now enabled. There's no longer a need to input your name or email address on these pages. So here's a bunch of comments. While I'm wrapping this up, I'll go ahead and scroll through here so that these are all on file. Make sure you watch part 39. That's the next one. It's entitled The Updates Part 2. And we're just basically going over the JeremyDewittCase.com website one page at a time, making sure everything is archived because the website's offline. So I'm making sure all this is archived. Look at all these anonymous comments. So this has been part 39, the statutes. Part 38, the updates, will be in the next video. Make sure you're subscribed. Make sure you like. Make sure you comment down below, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey, everybody. Thanks for watching part 39 of the 100-part series of the JeremyDewittCase.com. We're going over every page by page. This is page 39. It's entitled The Updates Part 2. This was uploaded to JeremyDewittCase.com March 26th of 2020. The website's now gone and offline, so that's why you're watching it here. It's just a quick update, it looks like. It says, there's a tentative update regarding Metro State Special Services. According to law enforcement agencies, there was a crash this morning in Apopka? I don't know how to pronounce that because I'm not Native American Indian, but Apopka, Florida, on Main Street and Forest Avenue near Dunkin' Donuts. Reportedly, a pedestrian was killed by a Metro State Special Services employee. This is the only information we have received at this time. I mean, that doesn't make any sense because nobody's ever heard anything about that since. And that was apparently March 25th or 26th of 2020. I'm sure Real World Police would have put that out. And it says, this person says, unfortunately, it's true. I forwarded the information and contacts to an Orlando reporter I like, and she will run the story when all the information is released. An Orlando reporter. So the person that's running JeremyDewittecase.com has contacts with an Orlando reporter she likes. That tells me that the person running this website is Jennifer. And so what's this all about? Somebody was killed on March 25th, 26th of 2020. I haven't heard anything about this. So if you guys want to read through these comments, if you guys want to check into this, look into it. I mean, this is a quick update 2 on this website. So that's interesting. I wonder if this will continue to be like this. So anyway, this is part 39. This concludes part 39 of the 100-part series, JeremyDewittecase.com. The next part is going to be part 40, for those of you who are counting. It's called The Ambulance. Make sure you check that out. Make sure you subscribe. Make sure you like. Make sure you comment. Make sure you do this, do that, and read the signs. All thanks for watching PoliceTube and PoliceTuber, PoliceTuber.com, Real PoliceTube on Twitter. Now, blah, blah, blah. We can click off this video, and I'll see you with my sanity info over on part 40, The Ambulance. We'll see you there. All right, you're watching part 40 of the JeremyDewittecase.com. This is a defunct website. It's gone. It's off the internet. But, you know, I'm going over all 100 pages as they were when they were originally published. This is page 40 called The Ambulance. It was published on March 27th of 2020. And it starts off with Jeremy DeWitte's text messages to Jennifer. All of this pretty much revolves around Jeremy and Jennifer's communication. So I'm pretty sure the website was written by Jennifer, but it's really an unknown author. Nothing's confirmed. It says, how have things changed? He says, I don't know. You said things have changed and today's a new day. I just assumed it's because you're sleeping with more women, like the last time we saw each other. Jeremy DeWitte says, yes, I never slept with her. We met once and then they came after me for money. And he's probably referring to Jessica Bolden, a woman that Jennifer staunchly hates. And Jeremy says, yes. I don't think you ever loved me, Jennifer says. And Jeremy says, what about her? What about her? Jennifer replies, you said you were being blackmailed by a man or woman, trans. Then you had that girl's number saved in your phone like a funeral home. I heard her slow and ghetto voice, Jeremy. And Jeremy responds, I'm confused. You're asking about my wife? I think she was talking about Jessica Bolden or Wendy Tools Nichols or something like that. But, you know, I heard her slow and ghetto voice, and Jeremy's like, are you talking about my wife? The website, after showing those texts, it goes on to read, after going through their usual pleasantries on January 5th, 2019, Jennifer Burton and Jeremy DeWitte began to discuss Jeremy's extracurricular activities during their month-long break, according to statements in an affidavit. According to court documents, Jennifer was under the impression Jeremy DeWitte was robbed by a woman and a trans woman. Jeremy DeWitte claimed it was Jessica Bolden. Now here's a picture of Jessica Bolden, who Jeremy DeWitte started an ambulance company with. And here's a picture of Wendy Tools Nichols, who is some other unknown person that's never been found other than this, as far as I know. What I do know is that Jennifer Burton hates Jessica Bolden, so you got to remember that this sounds like it was written by Jessica, so you can only take it with a grain of salt. This is obviously expressing emotions and trying to bait Jeremy into a conversation here about some negative stuff. She's using this as evidence. And remember, this is January, the early January of 2019. So this is long after Jennifer Burton had started working as a confidential informant and undercover informant for the police, gathering information in order to indict Jeremy. And it's not because the police asked her to do it. It's because she wants to do this, because she felt like she was hurt by Jeremy and lied to. So anyway, it goes on to continue. Jeremy DeWitte was dating Jessica Bolden, an employee and soon-to-be co-partner of Metro State Special Services. And I believe this is Stephen. It appeared Jeremy was dating Jennifer and Jessica Bolden at the same time for quite a while. Jennifer's phone number was saved as Orlando Funeral Home, and Jessica's phone number was saved as Lakeland Funeral Home, which we covered in another part here. During this time, Jeremy Dewitte wanted to expand Metro State Special Services, and his next area of interest was in the paratransit industry. Paratransit is a transportation service that provides rides for those on a fixed income, like the elderly, vulnerable adults, and children. There are several steps that must take place because the clients are protected and there are significant responsibilities involved. And this was also coordinated with a personal injury attorney named Michael Breen, as far as I heard. And he invested a lot of money in this company, this ambulance company, with Jeremy Dewitte. So once Jeremy started getting arrested and everything went to hell in a handbag, that's when Michael Breen called up his good friend, the sheriff, John Minna, and was like, what can we do about this, man? I'm losing money here. And John Minna's like, what do you want me to do? And Michael Breen was theoretically like, hey, I contribute a lot of money to your political campaign to get you elected sheriff, man. Time to scratch my back. And so, that's the theory out there, let's say, Here's a picture of the application for paratransit service licensing instruction. You can pause that and read it if you want about the experience that you must have. The website goes on to say, in Orange County, an aspiring paratransit company must go through the Office of the Medical Director. At the time of Jessica Bolden's filing the Metro State Emergency Services Unit, LLC, Crystal Ford was the person of contact at that office. In the state of Florida, anyone who will have contact with children, the elderly, or the vulnerable adults while they are employed must pass a level 2 background check. It says, unlike a level 1 background check, which is only a state check and a history of your employment, a level 2 requires much more detail. It says a level 2 background check is a state and national fingerprint-based check. Florida Statute 435.04, Sergeant, requires a level 2 background checks on all employees. Now, this is very interesting because this is really going into like level 1, level 2, and going into the history of this. Is Jennifer writing this? Because if Jennifer is behind this website, like a lot of people assert, and like it seems, then this indicates a high degree of competency in, language arts and writing. Anyway, it continues on. Jessica Bolden didn't appear to have a criminal record, but some of the employees of Metro State Special Services certainly did. In text messages to his ex, Jennifer, and Jeremy Dewitte stated he placed all of his money into the ambulance business. Jeremy purchased several ambulance trucks in a surplus auction in Polk County. What the writer of this website didn't know is that Jeremy was invested with Michael Breen in these ambulance businesses. And of course, Jeremy is telling that Jennifer Burton that all of his money's tied up in a business. I got rid of all my money, Jennifer. Why would he be telling this woman that? It's because he's tired of giving this woman money. He's tired of Jennifer asking him for money. So the only thing he can do is say, I don't have any money. That's what's happening here. Obviously, he had money. Don't you see the Under Armour and the Oakleys? It says, it is safe to assume Jeremy Dewitte was deeply involved in the paratransit company, although he would never be able to pass the level 2 background check. But Jessica Bolden could. In October of 2019, 1 month after Jeremy Dewitte's Windermere arrest and right before his second police impersonation arrest, Jeremy Dewitte and Metro State Emergency Services were invited to participate in a shoot with WWE, a media and entertainment group for professional wrestling. Of course, we all know what WWE is. The only type of person that would explain what WWE is probably Jennifer Burton, because she's probably like, WWE, it's a media and entertainment group for professional wrestling. Who would ever explain it like that? It's a very odd way to explain it, and it sounds like Jennifer would probably explain it that way. But we've all seen on Real World Police or whatever, the video of him at the WWE event loading up a wrestler that appeared hurt into his ambulance that didn't have anything in it. It says here, it appeared Jeremy Dewitte was officially an employee of Metro State Emergency Services. This was puzzling because a level 2 background check has certain disqualifying offenses. These things. Goes on to read, Jeremy Dewitte is a convicted SO, Part 3 of the paratransit application stated all information regarding all employees must be submitted. All employees must go through a level 2 background check. See, Jennifer Burton was hating Jessica at this point, and she was saying basically, you know, I'm going to look into all the laws and the rules and regulations and find out what you guys are doing wrong, and I'm going to shut it down because my boyfriend who was giving me money is no longer giving me money because he says he's giving all his money to you and in this business. So the only way for me to get my money from this guy is for him to stop giving the money into the business, which he seems deeply ingrained into. That's Jennifer's thinking as far as I'm concerned. It says either Jessica Bolden was less than truthful when she completed the application, or the state of Florida decided not to run level 2 background checks on any of Metro State Emergency Services employees. On November 1st, 2019, 2 days after Jeremy Dewitte was arrested for a second time for impersonating a police officer and aggravated assault with a deadly weapon, Jessica Bolden filed 2 business dissolutions with the state of Florida. It's because Jessica was like, you know, I've got to get out of this crazy relationship. It's not that Jeremy's the crazy one here necessarily, but this other girl, Jennifer, is suing me for stalking and harassing me. And, you know, they had a bunch of civil suits going back and forth, as well as what was going on with Jeremy. Here's a copy of the Articles of Dissolution. Metro State Emergency Services, LLC, was the first company Jessica Bolden stepped away from less than 3 weeks prior to this. Filing Metro State Emergency Services was given a unique opportunity to build a relationship with WWE. The media coverage would have been wonderful for the business, according to Jessica. I'm sorry, according to whoever's writing this. I mean, Jennifer. There were also many hoops and loops Jessica Bolden and Metro State Special Services had to go through in order to qualify as a paratransit company in Florida. You know, I want to just comment real quick. We'll set that aside like a Rolex and just remind everybody, we don't know who authored this website. It's unknown, you know. I was just thinking, you know, could it have been Jessica? Who knows? It could have been anybody who made this website. To me, it seems like it's Jennifer, but, you know, we really don't know. Nothing's been confirmed as of this point. It says the company was less than a year old and riding the waves of a successful television appearance, and within a month, the company ended after Jeremy Dewitte's second felony arrest. Jessica Bolden also filed a dissolution for a company called Metro State Services, LLC, and unlike Metro State Emergency Services, LLC, it didn't appear Jessica decided to stop pursuing the business. Jessica Bolden specifically stated she didn't authorize her attachment to the company. This was also puzzling because there are quite a few steps an individual has to take in order to file a limited liability company. Well, that is true. There are a number of steps, but, you know, it's not that hard. To start a limited liability company in the state of Florida, you must review the instructions for filing, gather all required information to complete the form, and have a valid form of payment. Actually, all you have to do is, you know, submit the paperwork. And you don't have to submit the paperwork. Someone else can submit the paperwork. All you really have to do to own a corporation is to sign the paperwork. So it looks like, you know, Jessica signed the paperwork. And if it wasn't her that signed it, then somebody signed her name. It says the accepted payment options are credit cards, debit cards, or a prepaid SunBiz e-file account, which links back to a valid bank account. Jessica Bolden claims she didn't authorize Metro State Special Services, LLC, but in order to complete an application, the registered agent, must use a form of payment in their own name. Third-party payments aren't accepted. So what, the author is trying to get us to look in on who paid for the LLC, and that'll prove who signed the name? The application isn't vague, and there are bright yellow notices stating the signature of the individual must be made with their full knowledge, otherwise it's a forgery. Florida Statute 81306, Sergeant. If any submitted information is false, it is a third-degree felony. The author here is just going over new felonies for Jeremy. Jeremy Dewitte has been arrested and charged with several felonies, but he has never been arrested for forgery or submitting false information. Either Jessica Bolden was less than truthful when she ended Metro State Services, LLC, or someone who has a vested interest in Metro State stole her banking information and created the businesses using her name. How does this author know that her banking information was used, her credit cards or her prepaid account? How do you know that Jessica paid for this? Anybody could have paid for this. After Jeremy Dewitte's October 30th, 2019 felony arrest, and after Jessica Bolden's November 1st, 2019 dissolution filings, Metro State Emergency Services LLC was no longer active. And when this website was written, it wasn't even aware yet that there was going to be a harassment and stalking case filed against Jessica Bolden from Jennifer Burton. And Jessica Bolden was also going to file the same thing back at Jennifer Burton. So this was a court case back and forth that went between these people. Pretty much, I mean, Jessica seems a lot more normal than Jennifer to me, and I feel that this was mostly sparked by Jennifer's actions. Here's the comments. We'll just save these so you can check them out. This has been part 40 of a 100-part series of the Jeremy Dewitte case. We're going over every page here. The next page is going to be part 41. It should be called Updates Part 3. So they've given a couple updates here on the website, and this one's going to be Updates Part 3. Make sure you're subscribed to PoliceTube. Make sure you like this video, if you don't mind. Make sure you leave a comment down below, and we are going to be seeing you over on Part 41. So check us out there. As always, have yourself a great day. Okay, what's up, everybody? You're watching Part 41 of the JeremyDeWitteCase.com. This is a very interesting thing. If you saw our last update, which was, I think, Updates 2, Part 39, it gave us a quick update saying the Metro State employee killed somebody. And now this is Updates 3, published on this website on March 27, 2020. And it says here that Randall Brokus is the Metro State Special Services employee who struck and killed a pedestrian. This happened about March 25th or 26th. And this is very interesting. Randall Brokus was driving a Metro State Special Services vehicle to a separate security job. Now, this is the guy, if you remember, he got arrested by Sergeant Keith Vidler for carrying a weapon, actual firearm. He had a license to carry the firearm while he was working security. And then he said, you know, while I'm doing these funerals, that's security. So he said, so he was carrying his gun, and he got arrested for it. And both him and Jeremy were together at the time, and they both claimed, like, they don't know, basically blaming each other. This says Randall Brokus is also a co-defendant in one of Jeremy Dewitte's 10 pending felony cases. Randall was accused of impersonating a police officer with Jeremy Dewitte in October 2019. A new update here, it says, that was probably issued later. We are still waiting to hear more about yesterday's fatal crash involving a Metro State Special Services employee as law enforcement begins their investigation. Last night, we forwarded the information to an Orlando broadcast news reporter that we're familiar with. Jennifer is familiar with this Orlando reporter, I believe. It says comments have been lightly moderated as there have been a wave of spam and abusive comments posted in the last few days. This morning we received this comment which was waiting to be approved. It was an accident and you know it. Something in darkness, 6 to 7 a.m. accidents happen. And it has the IP address here. It says the comment was submitted today, March 27, 2020 at 4:02 a.m. The individual used a broadband connection with a company called Spectrum. The IP address hits less than 5 miles away from Jeremy Dewitte's home. We chose to blur one portion of the message because the individual who left the message disparaged the victim and attempted to publicly shame the victim. Thankfully, we chose to moderate comments overnight. Now, just on a separate note, I did an interview on 50 Patrol's channel with Buddy, and then they censored the video, they privated it, and then they edited it down to almost nothing. And the reason they said is almost this exact same thing. They says, we chose to edit the portion of the video because an individual was leaving messages disparaging one of our other guests, and they were attempting to publicly shame the victim, shame the woman. And they said they chose to moderate the video, basically. So that's an interesting correlation there as well. I mean, I don't know about this victim. There's a lot to know about that. Thankfully, we chose to moderate comments overnight. The site is choosing to focus on the facts of the case and the individuals involved using court documents and verifiable information. We believe there are other pockets of the internet where Jeremy Dewitte and anyone speaking on his behalf can be welcomed and entertained. So that's very interesting. Here's a bunch of comments here. You can pause these as I'm going down here. This has been part 41. And personally, I've learned a lot about this case. I've been covering it I've done a lot on this case now, but I've never known about a Metro State car killing a pedestrian. And if their family or anybody's listening, I mean, I'm sorry to hear that. I really am. And, you know, I'll look more into this case. I got to figure more out about that. So let's not forget about that. March 25th, March 26th of 2020. And that was right when COVID was starting up too. So lots of comments on this. You know, I'm not going to read through all these, but if you guys see anything interesting here, comment it down below. You know, there's a lot to read here. A lot of it's just trash or whatever. Yep. So, I mean, if you see anything here that's good, interesting, comment it. And also comment the timestamp too. That way we can all check it out. Also, like this video and make sure you're subscribed to PoliceTube channel. I'm going to be doing a whole bunch of other series here. And the next one is going to be called The Backlash. It's part 42 of the JeremyDewittecase.com. And remember, this website was taken offline, so it's no longer available publicly. In fact, it's not available. Everything was deleted off the website, and the website was taken offline. So this is no longer active. That's why I'm archiving it here on YouTube for everybody. So I hope you're enjoying this. If you do, like this video and go ahead and follow us. And part 42, check it out on my YouTube channel playlist, whatever you have to do to find it. It's called The Backlash, part 42. I'll see you there. Have a great day. All right, guys and gals, we're watching part 42 of the JeremyDewittecase.com. This page is called The Backlash, and it goes hand in hand with part 41, so make sure you check that. It's called Updates, part 3. It's part 41 of this series. It talks about the Metro State service car that was being driven by Randall Brokus, who apparently killed somebody on accident. And they got a comment once they posted that article on the website, and now I guess they're talking about it. So this was posted March 28th of 2020, and this is completely offline now. All this has been deleted. Here's what it says. It says, after receiving yesterday's comment from someone who appeared to be affiliated with Jeremy Dewitte, we received another comment today, March 28, 2020 at 1:22 a.m. This time the individual used a different IP address which went back to a T-Mobile prepaid phone. This IP address appeared to hit in the Lakeland, Florida area. And whoever's writing this website just, you know, gives out all that information. Because a cell phone was used, it is unclear if the individual was in Lakeland, Florida when they left the comment, or if the phone was purchased and activated in Lakeland, Florida. Jessica Bolden, who is a Lakeland, Florida resident and Jeremy Dewitte's girlfriend, it sounds like Jennifer's writing this, uses an AT&T for Metro State Business Line. And here's the Metro State Business Line, which is now apparently defunct. The website goes on to read, the person immediately began to question the sources of who provided the information regarding Randall Brokus and the fatal crash he was involved in, which resulted in the death of a pedestrian. Allegedly, I mean, I haven't heard of this anywhere, and we got to remember that this website is written by an unknown person, so we don't even know if this is true or not. Has anybody verified this? As of me reading this, I haven't been able to verify this because I just read this right now with you. Now it goes on to show the comment and the IP address. It says, funny thing is, if you were half the journalist you think that you are, you'd already know it was an accident, and that's why the driver was released from the scene. Then you chose to blur out the text where I simply state blah, 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 blah. And then she blurred it out again. According to eyewitness account and law enforcement on the scene, so make sure you go back and correct yourself now that you presumably know this from other sources. Granted, you even have a real source. Granted, if you even have a real source, because if you did, you wouldn't be bringing any attention to my comment because it makes you look misinformed. The question is, will you delete my original comment that you've highlighted when you finally learn something disparaging about the pedestrian that was hit? It says probably not, again, because that would make you look misinformed. Stop acting like you're an investigative journalist because you're clearly far from it. Let me just pause right there real quick as PoliceTube, because that's an interesting thing. These are like comments that I get on my channel from some specific people that say, like, stop acting like you're an investigative journalist because you're clearly far from it. That's exactly the type of comment I get. when I start talking about certain things in this case. Wonder what IP address that commenter is from. Put you on my naughty list. The website goes on to read, despite the fact that this website was the first website to reveal this information the day it occurred, this didn't appear to be good enough for the person who was under the impression the site was made to please him or her. The individual tried to publicly shame the deceased victim again in the new comment and seemed unable to have any form of empathy for the victim or understand why the information they were trying to release could be harmful. The person made an attempt to micromanage the site by giving us orders to correct ourselves, although there was no need for a correction. The individual seemed to have a desire to direct the behavior of others. The person believed bringing the attention to their previous comment made the site look misinformed. This was a puzzling conclusion to come to because the site never claimed Randall Brokus or anyone from Metro State Special Services intentionally killed a pedestrian, nor did we reveal any information about the victim. We refused to include private information about the victim who couldn't defend himself. The person finished the comment by stating we should stop acting like we're investigative journalists, a title we have never mentioned on this site. It would be fair to say Jeremy Dewitte has been told to stop acting like a police officer on more than one occasion, but we are unaware of anyone on this site who has claimed to be a journalist. Ironically, it appears Jeremy Dewitte's family seems to have an issue with anyone publicly shaming him or his company, Metro State Special Services. His family, huh? Then it goes on to list some other stuff. At this time, I realize he must be an off-duty police officer. I don't think anyone should use this company for any services. They obviously need mental help and are a danger to everyone. And then Leanda McMurdy, who's Jeremy Dewitte's mother's wife, commented back on March 12, 2020 here, wherever this is at. Company was very respectful during the funeral. The staff were professional and helped make a sad situation bearable. And then Ursula DeWitt Vote also commented that same day saying, I hired Metro State Services to conduct the funeral for my mother, and I agree with the other reviewers that people don't have very much respect and try to cut in and out through the funeral escort. Not only is this disrespectful, but it's placing family members who are grieving in great danger. I appreciate Metro State's professionalism, and yet they were very insistent and paid attention to everything that was happening. So his mothers are giving reviews in response. That's interesting. Hi, Leanda, if you're watching. Hi, Ursula, if you're watching. James M. Ooh, we'll never see his comment. It says, these are Yelp reviews posted by Leanda M. and Ursula D. Leanda McMurdy and Ursula are family members of Jeremy Dewitte, to say the least, right? His mother and his mother's wife. It says on February 25th, 2020, someone left a thumbs up or something. It says, this company is the most professional you or a family can ever ask for. Don't read past the green thumbs up. Molly on March 2nd, 2020, says, Metro State was the last minute call. We called the night before my mother's funeral. We were told by Orange County Sheriff's Office they would do funeral, but at 3:45 Friday they called and said they would not provide escort. We called Metro. We saw all the horrible reviews and the issues the owner's dealing with, but I can tell you from the first-hand dealing with him and his staff, the most professional, polite, and caring group of men and women I have ever met. Yeah, right. We believe that, right? I only hope and pray for him. She can't even pray for him correctly. He took care of us as if we were his own family and cared only about our safety and time issues. Word would never express my feelings about them. Thank you, Metro State. God bless you and your team. Becky. I hope you read my review all the way through. I have read all the other reviews on this page, and it's funny. The only reviews that are negative, Becky. On a business review site, a woman named Molly claims she had a positive experience with Metro State Services. And it goes on here to show all these other reviews. This one's from Becky. This one's from Davis. It says, our family used Metro State this weekend, the most professional, most organized unit I have ever seen. They handled our family's hardest time with the most respect and honor that I have ever seen. Da-da-da-da. I'm not even going to read this out loud, you know. You can pause this and read this if you want. These are pretty interesting. Dan, Beverly, Brenda, Becky, Davis. Website reads on, days later, Metro State was the last-minute call for 3 other individuals. Molly and 3 other individuals posted on different days or at different times, but they seem to have written the same positive experience. Yeah, it's called, getting your friends and family to write your reviews on Yelp. The website goes on to read, which you guys can pause this, Andra and Mark. It says here, March 11th, 2020, just 1 minute apart, a person named Andra and a person named Mark had the same opinion about Metro State Special Services and Jeremy Dewitte. The 2 individuals defended Jeremy Dewitte's status as a registered SO, and both individuals seem to have an issue with white people. Enablers work on another person's behalf and placate their needs and wants, which encourages dysfunctional behavior. The enablers will lie for the person, screen calls or visitors, make excuses, hide evidence, and bail the person out of jail. The enablers believe taking over the responsibilities of another adult will eventually change their behavior. Some enablers actually enjoy having another adult around who repeatedly asks for help. These enablers have no interest in seeing personal growth in the adult because these enablers enjoy being at the center of the chaos. It appears after years of protecting someone or after years of being protected, the individual who left the comment is unable to recognize actions which should bring public shame, such as felony arrests, and those that should be kept private, such as death. Wow, that's pretty heavy here. Yeah, it's true, yeah. Okay. I'd like to know who these people are, but this website has 199 comments. This has been part 42 of the 100-part Jeremy Dewitte case series. If you want to read these comments, you can pause it as I scroll down the list here, one by one. Join us in part 43. It's going to be called The Fugitive. And that's going to be pretty interesting. So make sure you're subscribed to PoliceTube. If it's not already out, it'll be coming out soon, that's for sure. So make sure you're subscribed, hit that bell notification icon, like this video, and also, what else do people do? Oh yeah, comment down below. If you see anything interesting here in these comments on the site, since I'm not reading them all, I want you to comment it down below. That way we can check it out. Like, what's this? Bullneck, Ambulance, Brain, and his letter to the judge are my favorites. If you see anything interesting here, just call it out with a timestamp and maybe write it in the comments below. That way other people can check it out. Because there's bound to be interesting stuff here. And people's names that they used. It's all pretty interesting. So I do want to thank you for watching PoliceTube. If you're a subscriber, I want to thank you for subscribing. I'm going to keep bringing you this series. We're going over every page of this old website since it's completely offline and gone. I want to bring it to your attention so we can check it out and remember it and archive it right here on YouTube for everyone to see forever. So this has been part 42 of the 100-part series. I'll see you in part 43. Have a good day. Hey everybody, thanks for watching PoliceTube. You're watching part 43 of a 100-part series of the JeremyDeWitteCase.com. We're going over every page of this website, trying to figure it all out. This page is called The Fugitive, and it was uploaded March 29th of 2020, and it was deleted off the internet in about January of 2021. So it says here, according to his Florida Department of Law Enforcement sex offender flyer and court records, Jeremy Charles Dewitte has used many aliases over the years. And here's a long list of them here. Jeremy Omar Charles? I've never heard that one. That sounds like a terrorist. Jeremy Dewitte appears to have one or more aliases on the list. Brett E. Solomon. Around 2003, Jeremy Dewitte and Brett E. Solomon resided in the same home in Ocoee, Florida. During this time, the two allegedly conspired to make a fake passport for Jeremy. They both got arrested for it. Jeremy Dewitte had an interest in traveling to Beirut, Lebanon in 2003 for some reason nobody knows why. Jeremy Dewitte became a felon after his arrest in 1998 for impersonating a police officer in Florida. Jeremy apparently asked his roommate Brett for assistance, and they put together this scheme for Jeremy to use his name and take over his identity, basically. It says from March 2003 until May 2003, the two conspired to make false statements in an application for a passport. In early March 2003, Jeremy Dewitte asked Brett Solomon for his personal information, and for unknown reasons, Brett gave Jeremy a social security number, date of birth, place of birth, and birth certificate. I think those unknown reasons are probably cash, cash on hand. It says on March 25th, 2003, Jeremy Dewitte obtained a Florida driver's license with Jeremy's photo and address, but Brett Solomon's name and driver's license number. On April 14th, 2003, Jeremy Dewitte applied for a U.S. passport using Brett Solomon's name in Miami-Dade County. This is right after the 2001 Patriot Act came out, too. On April 23rd, 2003, Jeremy Dewitte traveled to Beirut, Lebanon, using the passport with Brett's name. On May 5th, 2003, Jeremy Dewitte re-entered the United States using the passport with Brett's name. On September 25th, 2003, an arrest warrant was issued for Jeremy Dewitte and Brett E. Solomon. I wonder how they found out, and enough to issue an arrest warrant. How did they find out that Jeremy had done this? I mean, let's see, September 25th, and Jeremy did this in April. So law enforcement figured this out pretty quickly, that Jeremy Dewitte and Brett Solomon knowingly and willfully combined, conspired, and agreed with each other to commit an offense against the United States, which is to make false statements on an application for a passport with intent to induce and secure the issuance of a passport under the authority of the United States, contrary to the laws regulating the issuance of passport, blah, blah, blah. So here's the court paperwork for that. I mean, it's pretty extensive. You can read through all of this if you want. I mean, pause that and you can read it. And pause this page, you can read it. The website goes on to say Brett Solomon was charged with conspiring to commit offense against the United States. He faced a maximum of 5 years in prison, and he was given a bond of $25,000. Boom. Boom. Goes on to say Jeremy Dewitte was charged with conspiring to commit an offense against the United States and making a false statement on an application for a passport. He faced maximum of 15 years in prison, and he was given a bond of $150,000. Boom. Boom. Pepperball. Brett Solomon was appointed a public defender, and at his arraignment on November 6, he entered a plea of not guilty. However, it appeared Jeremy Dewitte made other plans on the day of his arraignment. On December 23, 2003, U.S. District Judge Joan A. Leonard declared Jeremy Dewitte was a fugitive from justice. And there's the order from the court, ordered and adjudicated. It says here on February 25th, 2004, there was another order stating Jeremy was a fugitive from justice. The judge ordered Jeremy Dewitte's name be removed from the court's pending court case list and moved to the clerk's fugitive case list. There's the order if you want to check that out. It says here the courts would later realize Jeremy Dewitte was confined in the Putnam Correctional Institution, Politica. Politica? I don't know how to pronounce it, but it's a Native American Indian name, I believe, in Florida. On February 26, 2004, U.S. Magistrate Judge Stephen T. Brown ordered the warden at Putnam Correctional Institution and any U.S. Marshals to bring Jeremy Dewitte before the court for his arraignment. Here's the writ of habeas corpus ad prosequendum. It says here just, bring him to me. Here's another one. It says on March 18, 2004, Jeremy Dewitte made his initial appearance. A plea hearing was set for July 23, 2004. Jeremy Dewitte pled guilty to conspiring to commit an offense against the United States. Count 2 was dismissed. Too bad he didn't have Amir Ladan, the best attorney in Orlando at the time, because Amir could have gotten a continuance on this 2004 court date and pushed it to, 2022. So here's the paperwork if you want to check that out. Website says here, Jeremy Dewitte, who was facing 15 years in prison, was sentenced to 4 months imprisonment and 3 years of at-home supervised release. On October 19, 2004, a motion for early release was filed by Jeremy Dewitte's defense attorney, Kurt Aubrunt. Florida's going to run out of attorneys for this guy. So there's the motion for early termination of supervised release. If you want to read that, just legal mumbo jumbo. Aubrunt claimed Jeremy Dewitte was accepted into the Florida Army National Guard. During Jeremy's plea hearing, the judge stated she would consider an early termination of his supervised release if he was accepted into the Army. Staff Sergeant William W. Snodgrass wrote a letter to the judge, and he admitted he was aware of Jeremy Dewitte's criminal record, which at the time included a conviction for impersonating a police officer. And here's the letter that was written by Sergeant William W. Snodgrass, if this guy actually exists. This letter is to notify Your Honor that Jeremy C. Dewitte has applied to the Florida Army National Guard and has been accepted into this military branch. The Florida Army National Guard is aware of Jeremy Dewitte's criminal record and is willing to file the waivers necessary to enable his entry by October 15, 2004. This will allow Jeremy Dewitte to start and finish all training necessary, which would afford him a chance to deploy to Afghanistan with E Company to 124th, whatever that means, you know. Somebody in the military can probably tell me exactly what that means. But me, you know, I don't know. It says, we respectfully request any assistance that Your Honor can provide for this recruit to be able to take the proper steps into the right direction to better his future in the Florida Army National Guard. Once again, this letter is to state that Jeremy C. Dewitte is a recruit and has been accepted to the Florida National Army Guard pending Your Honor's assistance. This sounds like it was written by Jeremy Dewitte, to be honest with you. Now, this is signed clearly by William W. Snodgrass, but if we look up the Florida residence records list, we can see that there is no William W. Snodgrass that lives in Florida. There's William Luther Snodgrass, William Frank Snodgrass, and William C. Snodgrass. Florida residents' names are public record. If there was a William W. Snodgrass living there, they would be listed here. So that's very suspect information. And this writing seems like Jeremy Dewitte, the way he says Your Honor over and over, and the way he talks about his subject here, and then he repeats it all here. That's exactly what Jeremy Dewitte does. It says here, the website says, Staff Sergeant Snodgrass stated he was willing to file the necessary waivers to enable Jeremy's entry by October 2004. He wanted to give Jeremy Dewitte a second chance to right his wrongs, according to his letter. Jeremy Dewitte also wrote a letter to the judge on October 5, 2004. In the letter, he claimed he'd made several mistakes and he wanted to become a better person. So this letter by Snodgrass is interesting also because it has no date on it. You know, Snodgrass would probably put a date on it. But let's see, what date did they say here? I don't know what date this letter came in, but it seems like it was actually coordinated with Jeremy's letter here. Look how Jeremy starts his letter. To the Honorable Judge Leonard. Look how this letter starts. Honorable Judge Leonard, comma, period. Very much similar. This one's from Jeremy. It says, I'm writing this letter to inform you, I'm here to inform you that my house arrest program is going very well, and I should be off the program on 8th of October. The primary reason I am writing you is because at my sentencing, you stated that you would consider early termination of my probation in the event that the armed services would accept me. So he's basically like, I remember that, so I've constructed this letter by Snodgrass. I have been successfully attending college, including military leadership courses locally. I would like to not only be taking the right step into the U.S. Army, but also go the right direction in my life. This is to inform you that the Florida Army National Guard has accepted me into their branch. I have included a statement from my recruiter for your review. This seems to me like Jeremy wrote a letter and then his mother helped him correct the letter and tighten up the language on it, you know. It says, Your Honor, I know I have made quite a few mistakes in my life and have lost a lot of direction because of them. However, in the last 13 months of my life, I have come to recognize that these poor decisions I have made are not fixing my life, but making it a lot harder. I have finally made some right decisions, and I have faith in God, Your Honor. I am starting off on the right foot. Therefore, I would like to ask you to consider this request for early termination. I have a once-in-a-lifetime chance to fix my past and make me a better person, at the same time defend my country and to give back some of the things I have taken for granted. I would like to thank you for your time in this matter. My only hopes is that you can see it in your power to give me the opportunity to right so many wrongs and make my country proud of who I am and what I hope to become. Which is a police impersonator, the most infamous ever, Jeremy. Jeez, that was written 16, 17 years ago. It says October 5th, 2004 was 4 days after his first encounter with a 15-year-old victim in his lewd or lascivious battery. So that was just right after he started doing his next crime. Unbelievable. He started his crime, and then he started trying to get out of his first crime. It says Jeremy Dewitte's current defense attorney, Amir Ladan, has stated several times that Jeremy isn't a flight risk, and he should receive bond. However, Jeremy Dewitte's past as a fugitive from justice who willingly conspired to leave the country while using false documents contradicts all these statements. There's a note here by the author that says, we would like to thank Anani Moose, who left a comment about this case yesterday. We appreciate it and are always open to additional verifiable information. It says here comments are still under light moderation. If your comment doesn't show immediately, please give it a moment to be approved. Now, our next episode here is going to be part 44, called the photo stream. Photo stream part 2 we didn't have that one on file, so we'll see if this one works. In the meantime, I'll go through the comments here, so if you want to check these out, because the comments always have some interesting things here. While I'm going through here, if you pause it and you read and you see something interesting, comment it down below so you can bring my attention to it, because I'm not reading all these comments. I'm just reading the deleted website of jeremydewittecase.com. None of this stuff exists anymore. It's all been removed from the internet. That's why I'm archiving it right here on YouTube so that we don't need to forget about it, because this is some interesting stuff. This website's very biased in the things that it's saying, but you know, it is interesting and important and relevant information. So we got to weed through some of the crap to get through some of the nutrients, which sounds gross, but you know, we'll be able to digest this sooner than later. So we're going to be going to part 44 here soon. Make sure you meet us there. Make sure you subscribe to PoliceTube. Make sure you hit that bell icon to make sure you like the video. And then we'll see you over on part 44. Check it out. It's called The Photo Stream, Part 3. I'll see you there. Thanks for watching PoliceTube. All right, everybody. We're watching part 44 of the JeremyDewittecase.com. This website's completely offline, but we're archiving it right here for you on PoliceTube. This is page number 44, basically. It's called The Photo Stream, Part 3. It was posted March 30th, 2020. Is that right? 2020? Yeah, 2020. And it says, on March 22, 2020, we took a closer look into the Flickr account for Metro State Special Services. And then it recaps that Flickr is a photo streaming services which was founded in February 10th, 2004, which is completely irrelevant. Now, let me just say this. We don't know who wrote this website, Jeremy Dewitte Case, but it says we. We took a closer look. It means that two people at least are conspiring together to put this website together. I really wonder who it is. You know, sometimes it seems like it's Jennifer. Sometimes it seems like it's not. But sometimes Jennifer refers to herself in the third person. So who knows what's going on here. It says Metro State has over 25 pages of uploaded photos and over 200 pages of favorited photos. The owner of the album has an interest in cars and motorcycles, in particular police cars and motorcycles. Here's some photos from the photo stream, or similar photos. It says there were also favorited pictures that focused on the body parts of policemen in those cars and those motorcycles. The owner of the album appeared to have an interest in trans women, a person who is biologically a man but who identifies as a woman. It is now 1 week after our post, and the owner of the album seems to be in need of a vacation. There are favorited pictures of the town of Palm Beach, Florida, European bistros, and Plitzvis Lakes. I don't know how to pronounce that. The owner of the album is also a member of several Flickr groups such as Sexy Arab and Indian motorcycle cops, Florida law enforcement vehicles, United States police departments, federal police agencies, Black Fantasy, and United States first responders. The owner, who's Jeremy Dewitte obviously, clearly has an interest in foreign women, but we noticed some photos we were unwilling to post here. Several photos by a Flickr user named Detailed Expert were favorited by the owner of Metro State's Flickr account. These photos consisted of females who looked very, very young, it says. These individuals wore Hello Kitty tops and underwear with little bows, backpacks. I don't even want to say all this stuff because of the YouTube algorithm. The individuals were attempting to make poses showing off what they believed to be cleavage and parts of their you-know-what. Some of the individuals wore braces. They wore braces or they had braces. It's a medical device. And one person took photos in her bedroom while sitting on her bed sheets. Her pink and white bed sheets, it goes to note. The user Detailed Expert currently has a suspended Flickr account. There are women who look for their age. It's possible that these were 18 to 20-year-old women, but because they appeared to be under, chose not to upload the photos to the site. I got to be careful what I say for the YouTube algorithm here. There have been no uploads from the Metro State Special Services Flickr account since March 8th, 2020. The March 8, 2020 uploads were silently filmed videos of Metro State's fleet vehicles, including a tow truck. According to law enforcement, Metro State's attempts to expand into a tow truck company failed, and it's another company that Jeremy Dewitte was unable to get off the ground, which they're referring to, the ambulance. Which, I mean, it got shut down because Jennifer's insistence on getting Jeremy arrested and making sure that these businesses were going to be reported and investigated immediately. It says here, the law enforcement also states Jeremy Dewitte is still in charge of Metro State Special Services and the funeral escort service is still open for business. So this has been part 44. Part 45 is going to be next, obviously, if you're counting, and it's called The Witness. So I also want to go through some of these comments here because some of these comments can be important. You comment down below, please, if you see anything interesting here that you want to bring my attention to, or if there's anything else you want to say at all. You know, I like reading all the comments. You can feel free to pause the video to read any of these because these could be interesting. And I'm glad I'm getting them all on video because, you know, you never know when we might need to go back and see who said what and when. Especially this casual observer. He's always saying stuff on here. So if you see anything interesting there, let me know. Also, if you don't mind liking this video and also subscribing to my channel and hitting the bell notification. That way you can see the next video as it comes out. If it's not released yet, it'll be released soon. It's part 45. It's going to be called The Witness. And, of course, this is all written by an unknown author, posted on the Jeremy Dewitte case in 2020, and then deleted early 2021. So all this is offline. So the only place you can really see this right now is right here. What's this? Metro State Emergency Services, LLC. Real World Police is one of the best YouTubers out because the person is so snarky. I get my information and laughs. Da-da-da. It's true. It's true. So anyway, everybody, I'll see you in part 45 called The Witness. Thank you for watching PoliceTube. I appreciate every view. I appreciate every comment. All of you, thanks for watching. Thanks for listening. And have yourself a great, great day. You're watching part 45 of the JeremyDeWitteCase.com defunct website. It's deleted off the internet, so I'm archiving it right here for everybody on PoliceTube, so we never forget what was written about Jeremy Dewitte. We don't know who wrote this website, but we can get some pretty good ideas, I guess, from it. This is part 45. Make sure you check out parts 1 through 44 if you haven't already. This page was entitled The Witness, and it was uploaded March 31st of 2020. And it says, Jeremy Dewitte currently has 10 pending felony cases, 9 in Orange County and 1 in Osceola County. Stephen Negron is an employee, contractor, of Metro State Special Services. He's also a witness for the state. The state calls this witness, they call him an informant, actually. Before being employed with Metro State Special Services, Stephen Negron, who is also known as Recycle, worked for Great Value Inn Suites as a community service officer. Stephen was also an operations manager for Freeman Security. And then here's a picture of Recycle, Stephen Negron, who's an informant for the state, and Jessica Bolden. very close. It says Stephen Negron gained his training from Renee's Security and Firearms, and an Explorer program provided through the Orange County Sheriff's Office. He received his Florida D and G licenses and his concealed weapons permit. It says on April 4th, 2018, charges were filed against Stephen Negron for extortion, possession of a firearm, and a commission of a felony, and grand theft. And here is the charges. The attorney in Ninth Circuit charges that Sean Jeffrey Bridgemahan, Stephen Dion Negron, and Constantine Thomas Tanada on or about January 12th, 2018, in said county and state did, in violation of Florida Statute 83605, verbally or by written or printed communication, maliciously threaten or accuse another person of a crime, injury. That's where they extorted a bar owner. They basically went into a bar with another girl and had the girl order drinks without an ID, and then told the bar owner that, you know, they're law enforcement. The only way he's getting out of this, you know, giving that underage girl alcohol, is to pay them. And they made him go to the bank and made him pay him money or something like that. So that's interesting. And that happened January 12th of 2018. Is that right? Yeah, January 12th. And that's just a couple months before Jennifer Burton met Jeremy Dewitte on Ashley Madison. It's almost like things were coming back around now. Things are coming down on Jeremy. It says here, according to court documents, on January 1st, 2018, Stephen Negron and two additional Metro State employees, Sean Bridgemahan and Constantine Tanada Eggroll, entered Royal Hookah Lounge owned by a man named Mohammed. Mohammed stated he knew Stephen and Stephen's mother from previous visits to his lounge. When Stephen, Sean, and Constantine arrived at the lounge, Stephen suggested all four men step outside and speak, according to Mohammed. Constantine was carrying a folder and wearing a suit. Constantine was also demanding payments for outstanding fees from Mohammed. Mohammed claimed he was physically assaulted outside of his lounge, and Constantine demanded $11,000. Constantine Tanada had a badge and claimed he was a law enforcement officer. It's kind of not going into the whole story here. The men decided to go to Bank of America and ordered Mohammed to withdraw money from his account. Stephen Negron stayed behind and watched over the lounge. Mohammed was handcuffed and taken to the bank, where he withdrew $1,000. When the men returned, Stephen Negron said, "See how we helped you?" According to Mohammed's statements, Mohammed told police officers he believed Stephen Negron, Sean Bridgemahan, and Constantine Tanada were members of law enforcement. Mohammed said in his country of Syria it's commonplace for police officers to extort citizens, and he accepted the treatment he received. Now, we got to remember that this is written by an unknown author, and this is obviously biased. It's not giving us the full story here. There's a whole story behind what went down in that lounge, and it was, you know, it was extortion, but there's a lot more to it than here. I don't know if it's going to get into it here, but just remember that this is written by an unknown entity, and we're just going over the archived version of this deleted webpage now. It says here, this webpage says, after the incident, Mohammed contacted Sergeant Susan Soto at Orange County Sheriff's Office. On January 29, 2018, Agent Alex Roman received information from a man identifying himself as Jay. The man also claimed to be the owner of Metro State Special Services. It says right here, on January 28, 2018, I received confirmation of the identities of Stephen Negron, date of birth Constantine Tanada, here's his date of birth, from a former employer, the owner of Metro State Protection Agency, Jay. The ex-employer advised both men had worked for him during the time of the incident on January 12, 2018. He explained Mr. Bridgemahan also worked with Stephen and Constantine, and the three were friends. It says Jay confirmed the identities of all three men and admitted all three worked for him. At the time, law enforcement and state attorney's office believed Metro State was a private security business. Jay turned his employees in, claiming he didn't want to be part of the criminal investigation and he didn't want his name released. The charges against Stephen Negron were later reduced and dropped. You can check out a video on the PoliceTube channel called Escorts and Extortion, and it kind of talks about this stuff, about what criminal operations, like what was going on with Jeremy Dewitte's gang of roving people here, what kind of stuff that they actually do: extortion, human trafficking, drugs trafficking, guns, and then sometimes they get involved with extorting prostitutes as well. And I think that's how Jeremy met Jennifer. When there's supposed to be some extortion going on, it kind of returned into reverse whatever. You got to check out Escorts and Extortion on the PoliceTube channel. Interesting show. So here's some court documents for you to check out. It says here, it finalizes it here, saying there is a common theme of police impersonation which continues to circle back to Metro State Special Services. There were no funeral escorts or motorists who were pulled over in the January 2018 case, but 3 Metro State employees allegedly pretended to be members of law enforcement. According to the victim, Mohammed, the men assaulted him, handcuffed him, and robbed him while pretending to be police officers. Stephen Negron is currently a witness for the state. He's an informant for the state against Jeremy Dewitte. It is unclear whether or not the event involving Mohammed will come to light during Jeremy Dewitte's 2020 felony trials, which never took place because they got continued until they're still being continued right now. They should be taking place August of 2021. Right now it's July of 2021, so they're coming up. Hopefully. Stephen Negron, Recycle, is currently a witness for the state. Oh, I just read that. So, okay, now it's going to go into the next part, which is part 46 of this series called The X. And that is apparently probably going to be about Jennifer Burton. We'll see if that works here. There's 218 comments here. As always, I'm going to scroll through here so we can map these out. If there's anything interesting here, bring it to my attention by commenting down below. You can pause these and read these if you see anything interesting. Other than that, if I can just ask you to take a moment and like this video, just hit the like button down below, and also make sure you're subscribed to my channel by hitting the subscribe button and hitting that bell notification. That way you can be alerted as soon as my next videos come out, because I'm putting out a lot of videos covering everything about the Jeremy Dewitte case.com defunct website. As you know, this website and all these comments have been deleted from the internet. The website's down, the domain's been taken away or changed. It's being recycled basically pretty soon. And so this is offline. So that's why I'm archiving it here on YouTube, so all of the future posterity can be reading this. You're watching PoliceTube. You can check us out on policetuber.com. And also give me a call if you have anything you want to say to me. My phone number is 1-800-480-8797, extension 5050. I should have put that on the screen because I love getting calls and reading comments from people. This website's got a lot of comments here, so it's taken a minute to scroll through these, but I'm almost done here. Thanks for watching PoliceTube. I'm going to see you in the next part, part 46. Make sure you click there, and I'll see you there momentarily. Thanks for watching PoliceTube, and as always, have yourself a great day. Here we are. We've made it this far. It's part 45 of the JeremyDewittecase.com, the deleted website that no longer exists. Archiving it right here on YouTube. This page is the 45th page of the website out of 100 pages, and it was entitled The X. Now, we all know from that, we're assuming that is Jennifer Burton. Well, we know it's Jennifer Burton because we're looking at it on the screen here. Jennifer always refers to herself as the X on this website, never by her last name either. It's just Jennifer. She tried to remain anonymous when this page was published, which was April 1st, 2020. But I think we now know that this website was in part authored by Jennifer. It's not a fact, but that's what I kind of think. The website says here, we spoke to Jennifer after this post, and this was her response. Okay, interesting. So her response to this page is going to be in part 50. So it's coming up. You're currently watching part 46. In part 50, you're going to hear Jennifer's response. So this is actually indicating that Jennifer isn't part of this website. So I don't know. We'll see what happens here because we're going to read this together. The website says, Jennifer Burton is Jeremy Dewitte's ex and the woman who turned him into police, resulting in his April 2018 arrest, an arrest that did not end the relationship. And it has some pictures of Jennifer here, the same picture 4 times, probably from Ashley Madison or the internet. It says, Elizabeth is a woman who also had suspicions about her boyfriend and his truthfulness. Elizabeth reported her boyfriend to law enforcement multiple times. She, like Jennifer Burton, cooperated with investigators and even supplied them with evidence. Elizabeth felt guilty the entire time, but she regularly spoke to her boyfriend knowing he was being investigated. Elizabeth would call detectives to report her suspicions, and other times she would answer their calls or purposely miss interviews. Or she wouldn't answer their calls or purposely miss interviews. This sounds like what Jennifer did. Now she's talking obviously about Elizabeth would later state, "Why did I keep trying to build the case against him?" Elizabeth's last name is Klopfner, and she was Ted Bundy's girlfriend. So the author of this website, who I still think is Jennifer, it sounds like she's talking about herself here, comparing herself to Elizabeth. Jeremy Dewitte is nowhere near as prolific as Ted Bundy, and Jeremy Dewitte is not a serial killer. However, the woman they dated made similar decisions. Jennifer's social media account is filled with photos of herself preparing for a night out or memes about her introverted personality. So it says she's introverted, huh? Look at these memes. Listen, I still want to be invited, but I'm not coming. Please see me. Please don't see me. Please don't see me. Please don't see me. Hey, shoot. This one says, you're such a cold and distant person. It says, I understand why you say what you say. God bless you, whatever. I don't get these memes, but apparently they were Jennifer's. And it doesn't show her actual social media account or say where it's at. It's kind of protecting her. It's like someone's helping Jennifer write this website about Jeremy, because this website's all about Jeremy and Jennifer's relationship. The website goes on to read, she is usually filled with her friends or boyfriends and photos. There are no political or religious references on her account. Political, interesting. There are also no references to Jeremy Dewitte. Jennifer has spoken to reporters and she has made social media comments on YouTube. Beyond this, it seems she has separated her personal life from the case. However, we all slip up, and Jennifer slipped up twice. In February 2020, Jeremy Dewitte turned himself into Orange County Sheriff's Office. There were 5 warrants for his arrest. He was accused of impersonating police officers and aggravated assault with a deadly weapon. And here's a picture of Jennifer trying to look cute for the camera. Jeremy Dewitte was released on his own recognizance after a brief in-jail arraignment. The YouTube channel Real World Police uploaded footage of the hearing. Deep in the comments section, a user accused Jeremy Dewitte of being an addict and stated he used with him. An hour later, Jennifer vehemently denied this claim. She and the user exchanged words, and she stated Jeremy Dewitte would never use drugs. And I would have to agree with that. Jeremy Dewitte probably wouldn't use drugs. But that's interesting that Jennifer was monitoring the stuff going on Real World Police and commenting on that channel. That's very interesting. She later filed a complaint against Real World Police saying, they're harassing her when she's commenting on their channel. Interesting. An hour later, Jennifer vehemently denied this claim. Dewitte never used drugs. Okay. Here's a bunch of pictures of Jennifer. It says, it was strange to see because Jennifer claims she and Jeremy hadn't spoken since February 2019, and the ending of the relationship was rocky, to say the least. It was unclear why she defended him of all people and why the accusation of drug use was what set her off. Perhaps it was the seriousness of the claims. Jennifer would later tell a reporter she was made aware Jeremy would be labeled a habitual felony offender, just like it said here in this same website. You can look at part 22. That was literally named the habitual felony offender. Her report to police in April 2018, as well as Jeremy Dewitte's violation of probation plea in 2018, triggered this label. Her report to police in April 2018. Yeah, that did trigger it. It says here, being an habitual felony offender could cause Jeremy Dewitte's sentencing to be doubled. Instead of 5 years in prison, he could receive a maximum of 10 years, as we went over in part 22 of this Jeremy Dewitte case archive. The timing of when she learned this information was around the same time she defended him on YouTube. There's a chance Jennifer still feels tremendous guilt for reporting her boyfriend at the time, just like Elizabeth felt about Ted Bundy. If Jeremy Dewitte were to go to prison for an extended period, it is likely this would be crushing for someone who feels they played judge and jury and regrets it. Of course, Jeremy Dewitte made his own decisions, and the charges are his own fight. The consequences for anything he allegedly did are also his to face. The second slip-up was as recent as Monday. Around this time, Jennifer had never mentioned Jeremy Dewitte on her social media account. She has never posted any passive-aggressive memes about exes or her frustrations with men. But 2 nights ago, she posted a provocative photo we can't share with the caption. And it says, "And tell me how you hate me, still try to replace me," with a musical note. So that's like from a song. "And tell me how you hate me, still trying to replace me," something like that. Oh, "Hate Me" is a song by artist Ellie Goulding. The lyrics are about an ex who has attempted to replace Ellie with a girl who doesn't measure up to her. Could this be the Jessica Bolden that we were talking about? Oh, it says right here. 2 days ago, Real World Police uploaded a video of Jessica Bolden and Jeremy Dewitte from August 2018. There's a chance this could be a coincidence or about something else, and right now Jennifer really enjoys the song. No, of course this is about Jessica. I mean, in 2020, now looking back, now we know this. Then it talks about Elizabeth Klopfner supported Ted Bundy throughout his trials and refused to testify against him. Jennifer spoke to Amir Ladan, Jeremy's defense attorney, and tried to get the charges dropped against him in his April 2018 arrest, to no avail. She also did the same thing in his April 2021 arrest. So this happened in April 2018 and April 2021. Probably some other time as well. Elizabeth claims she tried many times to push Bundy away and distance herself from him. It is safe to say Jennifer Burton also attempted to do this when she contacted the judicial assistant in February 2019 and asked for a no-contact order. And we detail that in part 17 of this Jeremy Dewitte case. You can check that video out on PoliceTube. Before Ted Bundy went to prison, Elizabeth tried to contact the police and share information with them, and many times she was ignored and turned away, just like Jennifer. Jennifer tried to tell police officers Jeremy Dewitte and his employees were impersonating law enforcement, and she was also ignored and turned away. This person that wrote this website really has a passionate feeling for Jennifer's plight here. So it makes me think that Jennifer's talking about herself in the third person. Eventually, the communication between Bundy and Klopfner slowed down. After the relationship ended, Elizabeth still refused to testify against him. During 2 recent interviews, Elizabeth said, quote, "For me, I'm hoping this is the end of my participation in anything related to Ted," unquote. Although she recently defended Jeremy Dewitte and appeared to blame herself for his 2018 and 2019 arrest, it would be safe to say Jennifer is also waiting for the day the Jeremy Dewitte case is resolved. And here we are years later, and she's still actively involved in this case, trying to get him off and then trying to get him indicted at the same time. She's very confused. So anyway, the next post is going to be part 47. It's called The Virus. You just finished watching part 46. It says 311 comments. I'm going to scroll through here so that you can pause this and check it out. If there's anything interesting that you see in these comments, comment to me down below on this YouTube channel. That way it can bring my attention to this, because I'd like to see who's commenting and what's going on here. And all this should be archived for future posterity, because Jeremy Dewitte is one of the most infamous and famous, for that matter, police impersonators of all of human history, as far as I know. So this case is going to go down in history as not only a police impersonation case, but also as a political corruption case, and also a national whistleblower case of what's going on in the Orange County Sheriff's Office. So anyway, that's why I'm archiving all of this right here on PoliceTube. Check us also out on PoliceTuber.com and on Twitter at RealPoliceTube. And I appreciate you watching. I appreciate you listening. And if you don't mind liking this video and also subscribing to the PoliceTube channel and hitting that bell notification, that way you can be notified every time I release a new video. We're going to be releasing a lot of the videos coming up here in the future days and the weeks coming up, because we're going over every page of the JeremyDewittecase.com making sure it's all archived and all noted here on YouTube. So this is almost the end of the comments. So I'm going to go ahead and log off here. I appreciate you watching, and I'll see you in part 47, which talks about the follow-up to the virus. Thanks for watching PoliceTube. I'll see you there. Thanks for watching PoliceTube right here on YouTube. You're watching the Jeremy Dewitte case videos. This is part 47 of the 100-part series. I appreciate you watching all these. If you are, if you haven't yet, go back and watch from part 1. Find out exactly what's going on. Now, this was a website that was published and taken offline, so it's all gone now, but I have it archived here, and I'm going over it with you. This part is about the virus. It's a follow-up to the first part, which was part 29, actually, the virus part 1. This is, of course, talking about COVID in 2020. This page was posted April 2nd of 2020, and it says, 1 week ago, Orange County Mayor Jerry Dimmings announced a stay-at-home order for residents of Orange County. This order was made in response to the spread of the coronavirus, or COVID-19. This was right when it started, too. On April 1st, 2020, Florida Governor Rick DeSantis made an executive order stating all residents of Florida will abide by a stay-at-home order until the end of April. The stay-at-home extension will affect many small businesses as well as government agencies. The Jeremy Dewitte currently has 9 pending felony cases in Orange County. He also has 5 pending traffic hearings in the same county. On March 14, 2020, Jeremy Dewitte was ticketed by Sergeant Keith Vidler. He was accused of misrepresenting his insurance and displaying prohibited red and blue lights on his vehicle. And there's the ticket right there, March 31st. What's that say? Oh, he's got to go by March 31st to the courthouse. Here's another traffic citation right here so you can see. The website says misrepresentations of insurance is a first-degree misdemeanor and a court appearance is mandatory. On March 16, 2020, Jeremy Dewitte was given a court date notification. And here it is for his misrepresentation of insurance. The website says on March 26, 2020, Jeremy Dewitte's current defense attorney, Amir Ladan, the best attorney in Central Orlando, filed a notice of appearance. Let me guess, he's going to ask for a continuance. It says he appeared to be distracted and entered the wrong calendar date. He requested an infraction hearing for the prohibited light tickets issued by Sergeant Vidler. And there's that. You can read it on your screen. It says here on March 26, 2020, the hearing was rescheduled. On December 2nd, 2019, Jeremy Dewitte received 2 tickets from Deputy Sheriff Michael Fuller. Here's ticket number 1. And here's ticket number 2. It says here, Fuller claimed Jeremy Dewitte was driving with a suspended license without his knowledge. Fuller also claimed Jeremy ran a red light. Jeremy Dewitte entered a not guilty plea on January 1st, 2020. He was not represented by an attorney, and the hearing is still pending. That's interesting that he entered the plea on January 1st. It's usually a holiday. On September 7th, 2019, Jeremy Dewitte was ticketed by Officer Gerald Ogletree during his infamous Windermere arrest. And, of course, we've all seen that arrest on Real World Police where he kept saying, Officer Ogletree, Officer Ogletree, Officer Ogletree. It's pretty funny. You can check that out. And it says here, Jeremy Dewitte was accused of passing within an occupied lane and passing on a double solid line. On October 28, 2019, 2 days before Jeremy Dewitte's second police impersonation arrest, Amir Ladan filed a notice of appearance. Ladan, which is spelled wrong here, requested an infraction hearing. There's that. The hearing was originally scheduled for December 10th, 2019, but it was rescheduled for April 14th, 2020. Jeremy Dewitte's 9 pending felony cases in Orange County have been greatly affected by the coronavirus, and there's been some movement, albeit at a snail's pace. Now remember, this was written in 2020. We're now in 2021, and it's still going at a snail's pace. So hopefully things will be kicking off in August of 2021. There is currently a new trial date set for Jeremy Dewitte's Windermere police impersonation case, which is May 8th, 2020, which was not going to do anything. The felony case involving an off-duty deputy, Todd Mahoney, has been continued. On March 25th, 2020, Amir Ladan filed an unopposed motion to continue. And here's that. Jeremy Dewitte has another pretrial conference and trial set with Judge Julia Julie O'Kane. The pretrial conference is May 5th, 2020, and the trial is May 18th, 2020. This is the 2019 case involving a victim named Heather, who was recorded without her knowledge while making a complaint to Metro State Special Services. You remember that video? We covered it in part 30 entitled The Caller, and that's where Jeremy Dewitte's at the park and you're seeing his cell phone and he's yelling at the nice lady on the phone and calling her the B word. There are 5 more felony cases with the same arraignment date of April 2nd, 2020. Those are still going as of 2021. Assistant State Attorney Stephen Casey Miller filed 4 notices of supplemental discovery in 4 of the 9 felony cases on March 31st of 2020, and there's that on the screen. Of course, Stephen Casey Miller is no longer on the case. It's now Colin Moore. The supplemental discovery notices involve the Department of State Electronic Articles of Organization, otherwise known as SunBiz. Metro State Services LLC and Metro State Emergency Services Unit LLC were filed and dissolved through SunBiz. Jessica Bolden, Jeremy Dewitte's girlfriend and fellow Metro State officer, was the registered agent for both businesses until she claimed she no longer wanted to pursue the business and she didn't authorize her signature on the other one. Jessica Bolden made this decision 2 days after Jeremy Dewitte was arrested for a second time of impersonating police officers, which we covered in just a couple episodes ago in part 40 called The Ambulance. Metro State Special Services Vehicle Protection Unit is still registered under the name Jeremy Dewitte. With a COVID stay-at-home order extended, headed into the beginning of May, it's still unclear when all of Jeremy Dewitte's felony cases will be resolved. And with that, we will go into the next episode called The Reviews. It's part 48, and I'll also scroll down the list here so you guys can see all the comments. If you see anything interesting on this webpage in these comments, comment it to me down below. That way I can read my YouTube and see exactly what's going on there. It's very interesting to me. Make sure you like this video. Make sure you subscribe to my channel, PoliceTube. Make sure that you are subscribed with that bell icon too, so you can see all these videos when they come out. I'm releasing videos every few hours, going through this JeremyDewittecase.com one by one, each page one by one, because it's no longer online. So I want to put it out there so that you can see it, because you can't just go to the website anymore because it's not there. So I appreciate everybody out there for watching part 47, and I'll see you in part 48 right here on PoliceTube on YouTube. Thanks for watching. Bye-bye. Hi, everybody. Thanks for watching PoliceTube. You're watching part 48 of the Jeremy Dewitte case archives that I'm going through one page by page. This is page 48, and it's entitled The Reviews. It's deleted off the internet now, but you're watching it right here on PoliceTube. This was posted on April 3rd of 2020 and deleted January of 2021. It reads, after his second felony arrest for police impersonation in October 2019, Jeremy Dewitte began to receive backlash from Orlando residents. And later, with each arrest, he would receive backlash from around the world. Before anyone knew him or his past, Jeremy Dewitte ran a funeral escort service in an attempt to gain the attention he didn't have. Today, he listed his business on the Orlando Biz List, a free business search engine. His business reviews were fairly positive. Colonel James R. Davis said, our family used Metro State this weekend and we love them. Mark Langer reported that his family was told by the Orange County Sheriff's Department they couldn't do a funeral, and he loves Jeremy. It says here, in January 2019, a man named Colonel James Davis claimed he was in the military for 20 years, retired Army captain, and he had never seen a more squared away and professional organization. That's because he was blind. The same day, another man named Mark Langer claimed he tried to use Orange County Sheriff's Office for his family funeral escort. He was told it was against Orange County Sheriff's Office policy to handle funeral escorts. Sounds like a review that Jeremy wrote for himself, because that's exactly what Jeremy always says, you know. It says, Mark contacted a friend from the Florida Highway Patrol who recommended Metro State Special Services. That sounds unusual that someone from the Florida Highway Patrol would recommend. It says, according to Orange County Sheriff's Office 2016 annual report, the Motors Unit has offered funeral escort services for at least 4 years. Boom, there it is. Whoop, there it is. A reviewer named Carol Harris left a negative comment in 2017. She said Metro State caused confusion as they tried to direct traffic and shut down parts of an intersection. Carroll also stated Metro State Special Services vehicles look like emergency vehicles, not funeral escort vehicles. There it is for Carroll's comment there. It says Metro State Special Services responded to Carroll's review. Sounds like Jeremy responding here. That was September 9th, 2017. It says 2 other motorists who were encountered Metro State Special Services less similar reviews, Melanie Stringer and Nora A. Neither one of them like Jeremy or what they're seeing. BizList offers a survey all business owners can fill out when they register their company online. The owner of Metro State Special Services chose to participate in this survey. And there's some info about the site. Categories: bridal and wedding, churches, funeral escort services, funeral escort, business services, veterans, and military organizations. It says, we at Metro State Special Services understand a funeral is a difficult time for all family members. We also know that at sometimes the financial burdens cause families to cut costs where they are not needed to be. To help fit an already stressed budget, and that's why at MSSS we will beat any written bid on 10% by 10% and work with any family budget privately as to help you get the services and security your loved one deserves. This is hard to read. That means that it was written by Jeremy Dewitte. It says they also provide VIP protection and special events and vehicle escorts, what they're not allowed to do. Parades and festivals, they can't do that. Charity runs, they can't do that. Bike and motorcycle runs, they can't do that. Here's some keywords that they added. How long you been in business? Since 2000. Wow. That's an even longer time now. Metro State Special Services claimed the business was opened in 2000. Now, that's how long he's been impersonating. Jeremy Dewitte has also claimed the business was open for 10 years in 2019. Jeremy Dewitte spent most of his time in county jails and state and federal prisons during this 20-year period. It says here, the owner of Metro State Special Services emphasized his desire for every person to have the ability to receive professional services regardless of their community standing. It would be fair to say as a registered offender, Jeremy Dewitte would be at the bottom of any community ranking system, and he may have felt repeatedly ostracized. And that's why he's saying something like that? Is that what this is claiming? It says at one time, Metro State Special Services had hopes of expanding to areas outside of Central Florida. Miami was one of those locations. Jeremy Dewitte has a history with the Miami area, but perhaps even the past couldn't stop his dreams. The owner claimed daily operations were run by 2 men named Jerry and William. William Vogt is a Dewitte family member. It's unclear if Jerry is a real person or another Jeremy Dewitte alias. Sounds like Jerry is Jeremy and William is Dylan. Jerry and William is Jeremy and Dylan. You know what I'm saying? That's, I think, where those names came from. What is your favorite quote or Bible verse? They wrote, God is the best protector, for he fears not, and he knows all that he does. The website says, we were unable to find this exact quote or scripture in the Holy Bible or the Quran. It appears to be an interpretation of Psalms 84:11, which states, and it states Psalms 84:11. Now, it's interesting that whoever wrote this website would go looking up that Bible quote. Really doing research. Why do they care so much to do this much research on Jeremy Dewitte? Do they have no lives? It says here, for many people, God is their protector, and he will right the wrongs of judgmental men. It would be fair to say with 10 pending felony cases, Jeremy Dewitte may believe he is in need of legal and spiritual protection. However, the scripture also states God will protect those who do what is right. He will not protect anyone from being appropriately punished. And the public may feel they need protection from the Jeremy Dewitte who has been accused of causing chaos for years. Jeremy Dewitte is currently facing 80 years in prison, which is actually not correct, for allegedly impersonating police officers and aggravated assault with a deadly weapon. In the state of Florida, it's up to the judge and not jury. The judge and jury, not God, to decide if this is an appropriate punishment. So anyway, the attorneys is going to be the next post. That's going to be part 49. And as I scroll through the comments here, I'll try to do it fast. Hopefully you can pick these up. Hopefully the frame rate here on this video is fast enough to be able to pause and read any of these comments. If you see anything interesting in the comments, as always, comment it down below in this YouTube video. Make sure you like, subscribe to this video and my channel. And you can go ahead and also leave me any comments, anything you want me to know or anything you want to tell me. I do appreciate you watching this part 48 of the Jeremy Dewitte defunct website, jeremydewittecase.com. We don't know who wrote this website, but we have some pretty good ideas, some good guesses. I'm going to be seeing you in part 49. It's entitled The Attorneys. So go ahead and meet me there. Until then, I want you to have yourself a great day. All right, thanks for watching. You're watching part 49 on PoliceTube of the jeremydewittecase.com. We're going over the whole website here. This page is called The Attorneys, and it talks a little bit about Amir Ladan and stuff. Now, this page was posted April 4th, 2020 on jeremydewittecase.com and then taken offline January of 2021. So it's no longer online, but you can see it right here on YouTube. I'm going to read it to you. It says, Jeremy Dewitte currently has 10 pending felony cases in the 9th Judicial Circuit, 9 in Orange County. The felony cases include charges of impersonating a police officer, aggravated assault, and we know all this stuff, interception of wire, oral communication. Each charge is a third-degree felony in the state of Florida. It says here, Assistant State Attorney Stephen Casey Miller is one of the attorneys assigned to prosecute Jeremy Dewitte case in 2020, which he eventually resigned, and now it's Austin Moore is the prosecutor, and now it's 2021, so that should all take place in August, hopefully. Stephen Casey Miller also has the bulk of Jeremy Dewitte cases. Miller was admitted to the Florida bar on September 25th, 2013. He's had no disciplinary actions taken against him since he was admitted. Stephen Casey Miller is assigned to the following Dewitte cases as of April of 2020 when this page was written, but of course all this has changed now that we're in 2021. It says here, Assistant State Attorney Marilyn Hohenmeyer is also assigned to 2 of Jeremy Dewitte's felony cases as of this time of the writing of this website. Hohenmeyer was admitted to the Florida bar on September 21st, 2016. And here's his 2 cases. Victim with Kevin and the victim with Daniel. I think we covered those in parts 37 or possibly parts 42. I think it was parts 37 of this series. It says here, John Saccaturino is an associate attorney with a Ladan law firm, and he has been assigned to Jeremy Dewitte's false impersonation case in Osceola County. Saccaturino was admitted to the Florida bar on May 18, 2018. Jeremy Dewitte's current defense attorney is Amir Ladan, the best attorney in Central Orlando. Amir Ladan was admitted to the Florida bar on April 23, 1998, the same year Jeremy Dewitte was arrested for impersonating a police officer and stealing the gas from the mobile gas station, which we covered in part 2 of this series, the very beginning. Also, Amir Ladan is really good friends with Judge Keith Karsten, who's also in charge of a bunch of Jeremy's cases. They're good friends. Amir Ladan has been the Dewitte Vote family attorney for years. In a recent uploaded video by Real World Police, Rania Dewitte and Jeremy Dewitte discuss a conversation Jeremy had with Amir, and that's at the 11-minute mark. You can't play that video from this website, but it is still on Real World Police. It says, in the video, Jeremy Dewitte states Amir is going to get the state to drop the charges. It is unclear how Amir would be able to get the charges dropped against his client. In the recorded call, Jeremy Dewitte also claims Amir has assured him the Windermere case isn't going to be filed with the state. In March 2019, Jeremy Dewitte's ex, Jennifer Burton, sent an email to a supervisor at the state's attorney's office. She claimed there was an inappropriate behavior between Amir Ladan and Assistant State Attorney Tatiana Cordner while the case was open. That's interesting. I didn't know about this. It says, good afternoon. I wanted to speak to you about the inappropriate relationship between Tatiana Cordner and defense attorney Amir Ladan or whatever. I believe something is alleged, and it's beneficial for Ladan. It says, I've contacted so-and-so about the situation and so-and-so and so. It's blurred out. About the situation, I've submitted the appropriate forms to them. I'm just waiting to hear back from your office. Thank you, Jennifer Burton. So see how it doesn't say Jennifer's email address? If Jennifer was writing this website, she would not want her last name to be put on here, and it wouldn't want the email address to be shown, but she doesn't care about showing these two people's. It indicates that, to me, that Jennifer is possibly involved in this. The website goes on to read, these accusations were made after Jeremy Dewitte was given a downward departure of 30 days in jail instead of the recommended 5 years in prison after he violated his community control. Jennifer Burton attached a document showing Amir Ladan and Tatiana Cordoner's online friendship, which shouldn't be any surprise that attorneys are friends with each other. It's puzzling why Jeremy Dewitte believed his defense attorney could make his charges go away, or why Amir Ladan believed the state wouldn't move forward with the first police impersonation case. So what this website is alleging is that Amir Ladan and Tatiana Cordoner had something going on where Amir could just talk to her, and then the state's attorney would help with his client. That's interesting. It says here, as of April 4th, 2020, Stephen Casey Miller, Marilyn Honenmeyer, and the state of Florida have not offered Jeremy Dewitte a plea deal, and his 9 felony cases in Orange County are still open. But as of the reading of this archive right now in July of 2021, he has a plea deal of 5 years to resolve all these things. As you know, he's out on home pretrial release and a pretrial diversion program for a whole bunch of stuff. So very interesting things. Join me on part 50 called The Investigation. And as you know, I'm going to go down these comments here so you can pause and read anything that you might find interesting. And we can save everybody's name and what they were saying here, because that is all very interesting stuff. I appreciate you watching PoliceTube. Please subscribe to my channel. Please like this video. Please hit that bell notification. Please leave a comment down below. Please do this, do that, and read the signs if you don't mind. So this is a 100-part series, but we're halfway through now, part 49. If you haven't seen parts 1 to 48, go ahead and go back and check all those out. Don't forget. And then I'll see you on parts 50 to parts 99. Huh? How's that sound to you? We got plenty of time to be doing this all day, every day. Jeremy Dewitte. So anyway, I appreciate you watching. We're almost through with the comments here. Hopefully you're reading these. I don't read them all, but if you see anything interesting here, make sure you comment it down to me. Comment it to me down below. There's probably some really good information here. Comments is usually the best place to find information sometimes, especially on video and internet sites. All right, so here we go. We're finishing it up. I'll see you in part 50. Thank you very much for watching. Hope you guys have yourself a great day. Okay, you're watching part 50 of the Jeremy Dewitte Case.com archives right here on YouTube by PoliceTube. This page is called The Investigation, and it was published April 6th of 2020, and starts with a quote by Jennifer Burton, talking about one of the detectives. She says, "When I met him, I thought he was really cute. Oh, this is going to be easy. But then he stared me down, and the first thing he said was, 'So, you met Jeremy on Ashley Madison?' I was thinking, oh, shoot, here we go." And then it starts to read, "Corporal John Ramsey was the man Jeremy Dewitte's ex, Jennifer, was referring to. Corporal John Ramsey and Sergeant Keith Vidler are employed with Orange County Sheriff's Office. Ramsey and Vidler were also assigned to investigate Jeremy. We received an email from Jennifer early Sunday morning. She wanted to clarify the post entitled The X. And if you haven't seen that post yet, it's part 46 of this series. You'll see it on my channel, PoliceTube, just entitled The X. And in the post, it states Jennifer defended Jeremy Dewitte in February of 2020. So I guess this is going to clarify something in that email, because there was getting some backlash or something. But this is interesting because it says that the authors of this website received an email from Jennifer early Sunday morning. Now, April 6th of 2020 was Monday. So when this page was published, it was Monday. So they're talking about an email they received from Jennifer the previous day. You know, that's important because we don't know exactly who wrote this site. The author is unknown. They just go by admin. But what we do know is that a lot of this sounds like it's written with by Jennifer, perhaps, possibly. That's my speculation. But some of it seems like it's not. And that line right there indicates to me that Jennifer was helping with this website, but she wasn't the one that was writing everything. Either that or Jennifer is definitely trying to hide her involvement with the site by pretending that she sent an email to some person. But I don't think that's happening. I think this website was definitely created by two different people. So anyway, it goes on to continue. It says, Jennifer claims she never defended Jeremy Dewitte online or anywhere else. She made it very clear she had no interest in being friends, let alone lovers, with her ex. Now, I'm reading this a year after it was written, over a year after it was written, so we know for a fact that she did remain lovers and friends with her ex. If you call this lovers and friends. Personally, I call it a secretly sworn enemy, posing as a lover and friend. It goes on with some factual details here, it looks like. In the fall of 2019, Jennifer met with Detective John Allen of Windermere Police Department and Corporal John Ramsey of the Orange County Sheriff's Department, and they met in Windermere, Florida. The meeting took place after Jeremy Dewitte's September Windermere arrest and before his second police impersonation arrest in Orlando involving an off-duty deputy sheriff. And that's one of the videos that was released by Real World Police and others, where he's banging on the, or yelling at the off-duty deputy sheriff, and he didn't know he was actually a deputy sheriff. Jennifer claims she was supposed to meet with Windermere Police, but Detective John Allen thought it would be a good idea for her to meet Corporal John Ramsey at the same time. He was really nice on the phone, she said, but he asked me if I was going to show up. I was, but then I started thinking, well, is there a reason I shouldn't show up? Jennifer's thinking. Corporal John Ramsey has been employed with Orange County Sheriff's Office since August of 2000, a 21-year veteran. His supervisor is Sergeant Keith Vidler, who has been a sworn law enforcement officer in the state of Florida since September 1988. Sergeant Vidler has worked in narcotics, canine, SWAT, and tactical patrol. Jeremy Dewitte's idol. 1988. That's when Jeremy was a kid. In 2015, Sergeant Keith Vidler and Corporal John Ramsey received certifications of commendation from the Sheriff's Office. Deputy Todd Mahoney, one of the victims in Jeremy Dewitte's felonies, also received this certificate the same year. In 2016, Sergeant Vidler received a Medal of Valor for his role in the Pulse shooting. Both Vidler and Corporal Ramsey received certificates of commendation that year. And I made a video about Sergeant Keith Vidler and his role in the Pulse nightclub shooting, that terrorist act that was international news. And it was in 2016 or 15, whenever it was. But in 2016, Vidler received a Medal of Valor for that. And now he's taken down Jeremy Dewitte. Here's their Medal of Valor recipients, Certificate of Commendation recipients, Keith Vidler, John Ramsey. It says here, Detective John Allen shared footage obtained from Jeremy Dewitte's body camera with Sergeant Keith Vidler. Many of Jeremy Dewitte's alleged police impersonations occurred in Orange County. Orange County Sheriff's Office began an investigation into Jeremy Dewitte's life. I met Detective Allen first, Jennifer said. He was nice, she said, but I noticed he would draw me into casual conversation and then ask me a heavy-handed question out of nowhere. He asked me about things I didn't know the local police knew. Jennifer claims she was under the impression it was supposed to be a normal, relaxed meeting and she was only providing information. Corporal John Ramsey arrived in the meeting space and he shook Jennifer's hand. Detective Allen was still speaking to her while Corporal Ramsey sat down. Detective Allen was speaking to me, but I could feel Ramsey's eyes on me, watching what I was doing. The energy in the room changed. He can change the energy in a room, as we all can. Jennifer? When it was Corporal John Ramsey's turn to speak, he didn't take the same soft approach as Detective John Allen, according to Jennifer. This makes me think they were playing like good cop, bad cop. One guy's a nice guy and one guy's a little tougher guy, huh? Jennifer laughed. When I met Ramsey, I thought he was really cute. Oh, this is going to be easy. But then he stared me down, and the first thing he said was, "So you met Jeremy on Ashley Madison." I was thinking, oh, shoot, here we go. And then another quote from Jennifer, "I felt like I was being attacked, and I wasn't going to back down." During her meeting with Corporal John Ramsey and Detective John Allen, Jennifer claimed there was a moment of high intensity. She says, "I was shaking. I was so mad." What Jennifer was experiencing was a sudden burst of adrenaline and an increase in oxygen being released from her body. Another textbook line there. Anger releases a large amount of adrenaline and it prepares the body for a fight or flight response. The fight or flight response occurs during a perceived attack or threat. They were talking to me like I was his current whore or his wife, and I was keeping secrets. I wasn't protecting Jeremy. I didn't care about him then, Jennifer said. Here's a picture of JD. There are only two options during a fight or flight response, and it is to leave the scene or stay and fight. Jennifer wasn't under arrest, and she could have stood up and walked out of the room. Instead, she chose to stay and fight. They said, I felt like I was being attacked, and I wasn't going to back down. Eventually, the tension in the room died down, and Corporal John Ramsey and Jennifer continued with the interview. They asked me about everything and everyone. They were very serious. This wasn't a Mastrangelo moment. Mastrangelo is the first person that she contacted. It's Jeremy's Florida sex offender registration guy, I believe. It continues on. I learned so much in the meeting. I learned about Chicago, the incident where Jeremy was throwing the chairs, and we laughed about that. I learned about Tampa. They knew about my entire relationship with him. I learned a lot about his relationship with Jessica Bolden, and he was using her for the business. I found out he was dating both of us at the same time. They told me about his fake military career, and I gave them more information about the shady businesses. And what they're referring to there is the ambulance business, and that is part 40 of this series if you want to go back and watch what she said about that. It says, I knew he was going to be arrested multiple times, she said. When I asked what it felt like to know Jeremy Dewitte was going to be arrested before he knew it himself, Jennifer replied, I felt euphoric. It was beautiful. Wow, so she felt euphoric. That made her feel euphoric, like it was something beautiful to behold. Shortly after her meeting in Windermere, Jeremy Dewitte was arrested a second time for impersonating a police officer and aggravated assault with a deadly weapon. Sergeant Keith Vidler's investigation into Jeremy Dewitte's felony cases involved the victims named Kevin, Jerome, Heather, and Deputy Mahoney. He also investigated the felony case involving Jeremy Dewitte's co-defendant, Randall Brokus. Corporal John Ramsey investigated the felony cases involving the victims named Daniel and Stephen. Although Jennifer had a rocky start with the investigators, she now understands why the meeting was so intense. She says, I didn't see the footage they had already seen. I didn't know how crazy he was with the public and how out of control this had become. I understood everything when the videos started coming out last year. When we asked Jennifer if she believed Jeremy Dewitte's claims that it wasn't him on the body camera footage, she laughed and said, You can't believe a word he says. If Jeremy Dewitte says good morning, you better look outside and make sure the sun is actually up. And that's a quote by Jennifer. While his 9 felony cases are pending in Orange County, Sergeant Keith Vidler recently ticketed Jeremy Dewitte for displaying prohibited lights on his vehicle and misrepresentation of insurance. The latter is a first-degree misdemeanor and a court appearance is mandatory. It appears that even with COVID-19 outbreak and a statewide stay-at-home order, Orange County Sheriff's Office is still actively watching Jeremy Dewitte. And then it has a footnote here. It says, We spoke to Jennifer extensively. She didn't refuse to answer any questions. Our conversations included Jennifer's surprising opinion about all of Jeremy Dewitte's cases. This website, along with others, their past relationship, her current engagement, his current relationships, family history, information that hasn't been made public, and much more. Jennifer's current engagement? Now, what are they referring to there? I don't think she's engaged. She's still along with Jeremy, is she not, as of this time last year? Because as of this time this year, she's basically still heavily involved with Jeremy. Anywho, this statement also makes me think, Jennifer wasn't the first-hand person involved in writing this website. Sounds like she was providing information to the people writing this website, which brings us to the question, who is writing this website? This is a lot of time and information to take to write out this website. Join us on the next part 51. We're going to be going over the defense. And there's 412 comments on this. I'm going to scroll through here. If you want to read these comments, just slow this video down to 0.25% by clicking the settings wheel on this video, and then go to playback speed, and then click 25%, and then you can watch these nice and clearly. And you can pause it if you want to actually read something specific here. If you see something good in the comments here, something important, something relevant, leave it for me in the comments down below so that I can check it out. And also make sure you leave a like on this video. Make sure you subscribe to my channel so you can see all the parts when they come out and any other Jeremy Dewitte videos I have coming out. So anyway, I'll see you on part 51, the next part. Have a great day. Hey everybody, you're watching part 51 of the JeremyDeWitteCase.com archives by PoliceTube right here on YouTube. We're going over the page entitled The Defense today. It was published April 7th, Tuesday, April 7th on JeremyDeWitteCase.com website, which is now gone. They took it offline, so these documents are no longer available on the website. But I'm archiving them here for you, and this one starts off by saying, Jeremy Dewitte currently has 10 felony... Jeremy Dewitte currently has 10 pending felony cases in the state of Florida. 9 of those cases are in Orange County and 1 case is in Osceola County. There are various charges in the cases, but most of the charges are for falsely impersonating a police officer. Despite a shocked response from the public, there have been similar cases of police impersonation in the state of Florida. A man named John Bobron was arrested and charged with impersonating a police officer. And here's a document supporting that. I don't know why she's bringing up Jean. Bobron volunteered to escort his uncle's funeral, in which he called his security car. Bobron had amber and green lights in the front and back of his vehicle and canine enforcement and 911 emergency and detection unit emblazoned on the side of his vehicle. This is very similar to Jeremy Dewitte's Metro State Special Services vehicles. And then they post a picture of this car, which is interesting because these are just photoshopped graphics onto a Charger. So none of these were actually stickers on the car. So I find it interesting that they actually use this because it's not Jeremy's actual car with actual stickers. Jeremy made this in order to envision what his cars will one day look like. It says here, unlike Jeremy Dewitte, Jean Bobron held a Class D and G security license as well as a concealed weapons permit. Bobron wasn't a felon and he didn't have a criminal record. According to police officers on the scene, Bobron was driving behind the funeral procession with flashing lights. He was stopped on I-95 by Officer Bryant. I-95 is the same Florida highway Jeremy Dewitte allegedly shut down during the motorcycle run. When Bobron exited the vehicle, he was wearing gray cargo pants, a black shirt, a green traffic vest, a nylon belt with a 9mm gun, 2 magazines, a taser with 2 cartridges, pepper spray, and handcuffs. John Bobron was only seen by the public once he was pulled over and asked to exit his vehicle. Officer Rogers responded to the scene and searched Bobron's truck. He found a rifle with 119 rounds of ammunition, 2 bulletproof vests, and a Velcro patch labeled police. Jean Bobron was charged with 1 count of falsely impersonating a police officer. However, Bobron's defense attorney filed a motion to dismiss. The defense attorney stated at no time did Bobron identify himself as a police officer or wear anything identifying himself as an officer, nor did he detain or attempt to detain a citizen. Most importantly, the public had not seen Jean Bobron in his uniform except when he was pulled over by law enforcement. The state asserted the defendant's vehicle had canine officer enforcement on the side of his vehicle, a laptop computer mounted on the front console, a canine cage, and a PAL license plate. Bobron was also driving at a high rate of speed on the shoulder of the highway with the vehicle's lights activated. Why is she going into so much detail about John Bobron? Miami-Dade Circuit Court David Miller granted the motion to dismiss. An appeals court disagreed with Judge Miller, and the 3rd District Court of Appeals reinstated the charges against Bobron, stating it should be up to a jury to decide his fate. Thomas Manning Hook was arrested 14 times in Polk County, Florida, for impersonating a police officer. Hook had a wallet with a gold private investigator badge and chief engraved on it. He claimed he was a fugitive recovery agent. Hook carried 10 cards which identified him as law enforcement detective, a member of the clergy, and a retired major in the Marine Corps. Marine Corps. Hook's vehicle was equipped with emergency lights. Thomas Manning Hook didn't have a Class D or NG security license because he was a registered sex offender. Okay, I think I see where this is going here. She's going to go over these different police impersonation cases and try to show that they're all weighed differently and that there's no one standard for judging how these cases are going to go. Hook was given 1 year and 3 months in prison for impersonating a police officer. He had previously served 3 years and 5 months in Pinellas County, Florida, for failing to register as a sex offender. On November 26, 2019, an Osceola County deputy sheriff saw a man standing in front of a black and white Dodge Charger with sirens. The car decals said Metro State Special Services. A nearby motorcycle had the same decals. The deputy sheriff claimed the man was directing traffic and wearing apparel with the word sheriff on it. The man allegedly lied to the officer and stated he was a sworn law enforcement officer employed with Orange County Sheriff's Office. It's not exactly what Miley said to the guy. The guy said, "You sheriff?" And he said, "Orange County Sheriff's Office, 20 years. So he didn't exactly say that, but he did represent himself like he was a sheriff rather than just some nobody volunteer. The man was later identified as Yannis Gardy. Gardy was a volunteer with the Orange County Sheriff's Office, but he was never a sworn law enforcement officer in Orange County. A warrant was issued for Gardy's arrest on December 12, 2019. He was bonded out on December 17, 2019. And there's his documentation. And there's more. On December 23, 2019, attorney Richard Nick Kelly filed a notion of appearance. There's that. On March 16, 2020, Assistant State Attorney Matthew Kazra decided not to file any charges against Yannis Gardy. And if they did, that would be highly embarrassing to the sheriff's department that one of their own, basically, somebody that they authorized, just like Randall Brokus for carrying his concealed weapon, or for having his security license and stuff authorized by Orange County Sheriff. Orange County Sheriff would find this extremely embarrassing politically if the media started reporting that all these people that they signed off on were being charged with impersonating police officers. People would be like, what's going on in the sheriff's office? We need to get the lead sheriff out of there and elect somebody new. So the sheriff decided to take care of their own. They're like, Yannis Gardy, they actually went out right away and made a media statement saying, oh, he's a good volunteer. He's always been very good. John Minna, the actual sheriff, went out and said, Yannis Gardy, he does good work. They trust him, da-da-da-da. And he supported Yannis Gardy. And then somebody was like, have you ever met Yannis Gardy? And he said, no, I haven't met him. I've never, done anything with him. So he was just out there doing press. And they did the same thing with Randall Brokus, where they reinstated some of his authorizations. And they did the same thing with Sean Bridgmahan, transport, because he was involved in a felony extortion scheme, which he claims was a prank. And he was already authorized by Orange County Sheriff's Office to carry a concealed weapon and have all these licenses. So they went easy on him in exchange, I think, for his testimony, and so that they weren't so embarrassed as well that somebody that they signed off on that was a safe public member of the public was out there extorting people with his gun. So the Orange County Sheriff's Office, like any politician, they want to save face. It says here, in John Bobrun's case, a judge immediately granted a motion to dismiss because the public had not seen him in his uniform or acting as a law enforcement officer. Thomas Manning Hook was arrested for the same crime, convicted, and sentenced to 1 year and 3 months in prison. Yannis Gardy was assisting Metro State Special Services and stated he was a law enforcement officer, yet no information was filed against him. It appears there are inconsistencies in the state of Florida regarding the laws of falsely impersonating a police officer. Each case had similarities, and unsurprisingly, each case had different outcomes. All these outcomes actually look the same, similar to me, because if you were associated with Orange County Sheriff's Office and they signed off on any of your activities, then you got relieved from having any charges filed against you, major charges and any convictions. But if you had never had any associations with Orange County Sheriff's Department, like John Bobrun, I think, or who was it? Thomas Manning Hook, then you could face some more serious time. It finishes here by saying, however, none of the other defendants were seen ordering motorists to pull over or stopping motorists for speeding. The defendants also did not have the damning body camera footage, turned state's evidence that Jeremy Dewitte stored on his office computer for years. Yeah, one thing Jeremy Dewitte has against him is all that negative body camera footage, but one thing he has going for him is the support of the church, the community, and their connections with the Sheriff's Department and his connections with the Orange County Sheriff's Department. I'm going to go ahead and scroll through all the comments here. If you want to see these comments, just click on the settings icon down below, change the speed of this video to 25%, and then it'll slow this down slow enough so you can read it. And if you really want to read something, you can just pause it and you can see it here. Thanks for watching. Make sure you meet us on part 20 part 52, entitled The Deadly Weapon. Thanks for watching PoliceTube. Make sure you like, subscribe, and comment down below if you saw anything interesting in these comments or have anything interesting to say. Thanks a lot for watching PoliceTube. You're watching part 52 of the JeremyDewittCase.com YouTube archives right here on PoliceTube. This page is called The Deadly Weapon. It was published Wednesday, April 8th, 2020 by an unknown author. And it starts off with a quote from Jennifer, who they said that they were interviewing for this website. It says, "Jennifer was this untouchable giant for so long. Stephen Casey Miller gonna knock him down." Jennifer said that. And then I'll go ahead and read the website. It says, "Jennifer is the ex-girlfriend of alleged police impersonator Jeremy Dewitte and someone we spoke to extensively on Sunday, April 5th, 2020. So they're claiming that they just interviewed Jennifer a couple days ago, and you can read that in part 50 of this. It's called The Investigation. It says, "Stephen Casey Miller is the lead prosecutor," he's not anymore, "in Jeremy Dewitte's felony cases in Orange County. Marilyn Elise Hohenmeyer is an assistant state attorney who is also assigned to the case. Although most of Jeremy Dewitte's charges involve falsely impersonating a police officer, he has also been charged with 3 counts of aggravated assault with a deadly weapon. On February 16th, 2018, Jeremy Dewitte and 5 Metro State Special Services employees conducted a funeral escort. A victim named Kevin was in a silver Nissan pickup truck as Jeremy Dewitte directed traffic. Kevin immediately asked Jeremy Dewitte if he was a law enforcement officer. Dewitte responded, 'Are you okay?' Kevin again asked Jeremy Dewitte that same question, and he refused to answer. Kevin stated he wasn't stopping for Jeremy Dewitte if he wasn't a police officer. Dewitte made several attempts to command Kevin to stop. Kevin asked for the name of the police agency Jeremy Dewitte worked for, and he also asked for Dewitte to write him a ticket. Kevin claimed as he drove away, Jeremy Dewitte screamed expletives. Kevin also claimed Dewitte repeatedly placed his right hand on his gun in a threatening manner. In September 2019, Deputy Todd Mahoney stated a black and white Chevy Tahoe was blocking the right lane while flashing amber and purple strobe lights activated. Jeremy Dewitte exited the vehicle and began to direct traffic, according to an affidavit. Deputy Mahoney believed Jeremy Dewitte was a police officer because of his actions and apparel. Mahoney claimed Jeremy Dewitte directed traffic with voice commands and hand signals. Dewitte was waving motorists through the intersection, and he raised his hands and commanded Deputy Mahoney to stop his vehicle. Jeremy Dewitte allegedly slapped the front hood of the deputy's truck and put his right hand on his gun holster in a threatening manner. Deputy Mahoney claimed he told Jeremy Dewitte he was a cop and told Dewitte he was breaking the law. Jeremy Dewitte responded, "It doesn't matter. Get out of my escort, F-boy." Deputy Mahoney called 911 as he drove away with his wife and child in the vehicle. And those audio calls and videotapes have been released, so those are easy to find out there if you want to check those out. It says several Metro State Special Services employees followed the deputy to Blue Jacket Park, where he waited for law enforcement. Although Jeremy Dewitte was at the scene wearing a bulletproof vest, Metro State employees refused to identify him. Jeremy Dewitte would later admit in a September 26, 2019 interview with Orange County Sheriff's Office that he did hit the vehicle. "I didn't know he was a cop," Jeremy stated. This contradicted his media interviews where he claimed Deputy Mahoney tried to hit him with his vehicle. Florida Statute 784.021 states an aggravated assault with a deadly weapon is an intentional threat with words or actions, the ability to carry out the threat, and an action that creates fear in another person who believes violence is imminent. Then here's a picture of Jeremy Dewitte playing with his pepper ball gun. That's when he was showing it off to Jennifer when she was in his office secretly recording him. That's how we know for a fact that Jennifer is involved in this website, because she provided these screenshots from her videos. It says an example of a deadly weapon is a handgun, a vehicle, a glass bottle, a baseball bat, pocket knife, or poison. An authentic appearing toy gun is also considered a deadly weapon. If the toy gun appears to be a Glock, and if a victim believes the toy gun is real, and they can be harmed if they do not cooperate, the courts would consider the toy gun a deadly weapon. After his September 2019 Windermere arrest, Officer Ogletree claimed Jeremy Dewitte was wearing a fully equipped duty belt, a baton, handcuffs, 2 pocket knives, and a pepper spray device that resembled a handgun. Stephen Casey Miller and Marilyn Elise Honenmeyer would only have to prove the victims believed the weapon was a real handgun. They believed they were in danger, and they feared for their safety. When the introduction of COVID-19 came about, there have been delays with court proceedings in Jeremy Dewitte's felony cases. However, there have also been court documents filed and court rumors discussed. Interesting. Jeremy Dewitte has never gone to trial in any of his previous criminal cases. He has always accepted a plea offer. When we asked Jennifer about the rumor of a possible plea deal, she laughed and said, "Consider the source. I'll leave it there." Currently, Jeremy Dewitte has 10 active and open felony cases in the 9th Judicial Circuit. That's still about right. We're over a year after this was written, and Jeremy Dewitte's attorney has delayed and delayed and delayed. So you can clearly see that this website is carrying some weight here because, he still has these things going on. It has an update here. It says, "Casual observer noticed this picture on a Jeremy Dewitte fan club page on Facebook. It's a photo of Jeremy Dewitte and his wife, Rania Dewitte. Despite never serving in the military, Jeremy Dewitte is in full uniform with his wife. It appears the two are at a military event." It's actually his younger brother's ROTC event at high school or something like that. It says, "It is unclear whether Jeremy Dewitte has ever received military benefits while wearing his military uniforms." They're talking about like a discount somewhere for gas, coffee, food, whatever. So, okay, that's been part 52. Join us on part 53, which is going to be called The Updates, Part 4, more updates. I'm going to scroll down the comments here so we can save these in the archives. If you want to view these nice and clear, all you have to do is change the speed of this video, the playback speed, to 25%, and then you can see these really clearly. You can also pause it if you want to read these. If you see anything interesting in there, leave me a comment down below about what it says. That way I can check it out, and everybody can check it out. Also, like this video, comment down below, and subscribe to my channel so you can see the next update, which is going to be coming right here in a few moments. So I'll see you then. Thanks for watching, and as always, have yourself a great day. All right, you're watching part 53 of the Jeremy Dewitte Case.com archives right here on PoliceTube. These are updates that they wanted to post. It's April 10th, so it's been a few days since their last post on this website, but it's April 10th, 2020 is when this was initially published by an unknown author. It says, "With a statewide stay-at-home order," which was COVID at the time, "things have unsurprisingly stalled in Jeremy Dewitte's 10 felony cases." And that's true. Here we are over a year and a half later when I'm reading this, and they're still stalled. However, we do have a few updates. Jeremy Dewitte's felony police impersonation case with Metro State Special Services employee and co-defendant Randall Brokus is still set for a jury trial on July 6th, 2020. On April 9, 2020, Judge Tanya Davis Wilson ordered a reset for Jeremy Dewitte's pretrial conference and trial. The pretrial conference is set for June 2nd, 2020, and the trial is set for June 15th. Both irrelevant now because those got continued. Judge Tanya Davis Wilson is the only judge who filed an order regarding Jeremy Dewitte's upcoming trial dates. She is the only judge who has required his appearance at all pretrial conferences. We spoke to a source who is close to the case, and we were told many of Jeremy Dewitte's cases may not begin until the end of 2020. We were also told the plea deal rumor is not true. We have started working on the 4-hour audio interview conducted on Sunday with Jeremy Dewitte's ex, Jennifer. We're uploading a preview of the interview. The interview was done on the telephone with a third-party phone app, which we used to record the interview with her consent. The audio was clear last night, but there is a static in the background today. We're working with the developer of the app to fix this problem. When it's repaired, we will upload a clearer version. Headphones are suggested. That's interesting. I'd like to hear that, the 4-hour audio interview. What are they talking about there? It says, "We transcribed the preview in case anyone has difficulties hearing all of the audio." And she said some things like, "I hadn't seen him since February, and then he popped up in these videos." She also said, "There are so many things I wish I'd done differently. There are so many things I wish I could change." Then it says, "I knew the police departments were going after him last year in the fall." She says, I protected him before, but I didn't feel the need to protect him again." She also said, "I know some of the people don't like me because I loved him in the past. They judge me and my actions." So she said that she said that she loved him. I guess you can't learn the lesson if you have all the answers, so I just take all of this as a lesson learned. She also said, the man I knew and fell in love with in the beginning is not the man in these videos. She also said, my friends and family, they hate him. They're watching the case and they want me to have the same level of hatred. And Jennifer's friends and family are still watching. Hello, Jennifer's friends and family. She also said there were so many lies. There are just lies on top of lies, and just it's overwhelming when I think about everything that he lied to me about. The video that was uploaded is no longer available. That was also deleted. It says here, we are also speaking to another person who had a business relationship with Jeremy Dewitte. We are in the process of interviewing this person as well. They avoided saying him, like a business relationship with Jeremy and Dewitte. We're in the process of interviewing him as well. So I think this might be a girl. Maybe they're talking about Jessica. Maybe they're talking about Michael Breen. Maybe they're talking about, I don't know, anybody. And 2 days ago, we updated our post after receiving a photo of Jeremy Dewitte and Rania Dewitte at what appeared to be a military function. Jeremy Dewitte has never been in the military, yet he was in full uniform at the event. Credit to K-Ray WFTV for the clip of Jeremy Dewitte being escorted into an Orange County jail after his second police impersonation arrest. Credit to Jeremy Dewitte Fan Club on Facebook for finding the photo of Jeremy Dewitte at the military event. Some of these people are actually still active on Twitter and stuff, and some of the people in the comments are active on Twitter. You can view our next part. It's actually going to be very interesting. It's called the RICO Act. It's part 54 in this series. There's 410 comments here, so I'm going to scroll through these. As always, you can scroll the speed of this video down to 25% if you want to go ahead and read through these, because this is a lot of people that were commenting. So some of these are people in the sheriff's department. Some of these are people associated with Jennifer. Some of these are people associated with Jeremy. Some of them are just random people on the internet, but some of these are very important. So if you see anything important here, notate it down in the comments below. I would appreciate that. Also, make sure you like my video. Make sure you subscribe to my channel. And from here on out, I'll see you in part 54, the RICO Act. Talk to you later, and thanks for watching. Hi, everybody. You're watching part 54 of a 100-part series documenting the JeremyDeWitteCase.com website. It's offline. It's taken down. It was deleted, but I've got it archived here. This is an important page of the website. It's called the RICO Act because Jeremy was charged with RICO investigation charges. That's for organized crime. And a lot of people don't even know that. A lot of people heavily dispute that there was ever a RICO investigation opened against Jeremy Dewitte. I don't know why people dispute that, but let's go ahead and read what this website has to say about it. It was published April 3rd, 2020 by an unknown author. It starts off with an update. It says Jeremy Dewitte was arrested today, April 13th, and he is currently in an Orange County jail. He was charged with failing to properly register as a SO. He has 5 holds because his SO status and because he was out on bond and arrested again. We already know all that. There's his information. Now it says the Racketeer Influenced and Corrupt Organizations Act was enacted on October 15th, 1970, RICO. It's a federal act which provides extended criminal and civil penalties for acts performed as part of an ongoing criminal organization. There is broad definitions of racketeering offenses associated with organized crime, murder, kidnapping, drug trafficking, and fraud offenses are a few of the 35 RICO offenses. An enterprise with a pattern of bank fraud, money laundering, bribery, tax evasion, and mail and wire fraud are some of the activities a government attorney can prosecute. A single count of racketeering under RICO can result in a maximum imprisonment of 20 years. Wire fraud requires the use of an interstate telephone call or electronic communication during the scheme. A government attorney must show the defendant voluntarily and intentionally devised or participated in a scheme to defraud others out of money. The prosecutor must show the defendant did so with the intent to defraud. It must be reasonable, foreseeable that interstate mail or wire communication would be used. It must be reasonably foreseeable that interstate mail or wire communications were in fact used. Mailing or wire communications do not need to be an essential element of the scheme. Obtaining money or property by any means or of false or fraudulent pretenses or representations while using mail or wire communications is also considered a RICO offense. Attempting to be paid is enough to convict. Providing a material false statement, a misrepresentation, or concealment of a material fact is proof of a scheme to defraud the government. The government doesn't have to prove the defendant used the mail to prove mail fraud. It only has to prove that mailing an item was an eventual part of the scheme. The crime is done when the scheme is hatched and a mailing, phone call, or email has occurred. Wire and mail fraud punish the scheme, not the results. It is not a defense to believe the victim would also profit. No victims have to be injured. The government only has to prove the defendant contemplated harm. Attempting and conspiring to commit mail or wire fraud or aiding and abetting they carry the same penalties as the underlying offense. If the co-conspirator associated himself with the scheme, participated in it, and used his actions to make it succeed, he has conspired to commit mail or wire fraud. And there's the face of the man. Jeremy Dewitte is currently using an alias as a registered agent identifier on sunbiz.org. Sunbiz is a Florida government website used for registering corporations and limited liability companies. Jeremy Dewitte's Sunbiz alias is Jeremy Dewitte, spelled differently with 2 I's, 1 T, and only 1 E. He also used the alias Jeremy Dewitte for his electronic signature. There's some documents. Although Jeremy claims he has operated Metro State Special Services for 10 years, his business was registered with the state on February 15, 2019. Metro State Special Services attempted to expand their business into a paratransit industry, the ambulance. This company was registered by Jeremy Dewitte's girlfriend, Jessica Bolden, who stated the effective date for Metro State Emergency Services, LLC, was also February 15, 2019. And there she is with, I believe, Stephen Negron, Recycle. The ambulance service required level 2 background checks for all employees of Metro State Emergency Services, LLC. Jeremy Dewitte is a felon and sex offender, and he would have been unable to pass the background check. It's unclear how the ambulance company provided medical services and obtained a license with a felon as the co-owner. On November 1st, 2019, Jessica Bolden filed an article of dissolution claiming she decided not to pursue the business. If she decided not to pursue the business because of potential fraud and a pending police investigation is also unclear. Articles of dissolution. Another company registered under Jessica Bolden's name was Metro State Services, LLC. This company was also dissolved on November 1st, 2019, and Bolden claimed she didn't authorize her signature on the legal documents. And there's that. Law enforcement claimed Jeremy Dewitte never paid taxes in all of the years he owned Metro State Special Services. They also claimed the employees were being paid under the table and none of their earnings were reported to the IRS. The Internal Revenues Service is typically in charge of investigating tax evasion, but tax evasion is also a fraudulent offense under the RICO Act. During our conversations with Jeremy Dewitte's ex, Jennifer, she discussed Metro State Special Services, the ambulance service, the rumors of the IRS investigation. We also uploaded 2 videos to this post. The second video is a preview of Jennifer discussing Rania Dewitte, Jessica Bolden, and Jeremy Dewitte's supporters. And these videos, I believe, do not work. Playback. These videos were deleted. So that wraps up the introduction to the RICO Act. We're going to go more into the RICO Act in Part 57, but first we're going to be going next to Part 55, which is more updates that they have for us. What you can see right here. Now, there's 500 comments here. I'm going to scroll through these real quick. That way they're all in the archives. If you want to see these clearly, click on the settings icon on this video and go down to playback speed and set it at 25% is best. That way you can see these. If you see anything interesting, leave them in the comments below. That way I can be brought aware of it. Make sure you like this video and make sure you subscribe to my channel so you can see the next parts as they come out. Thank you very much for watching, and I'll see you on the next part. You're watching Part 55 of the JeremyDewittCase.com archives on YouTube by PoliceTube. This one is called The Updates. It was released April 15th, 2020, and just giving us some quick updates of what was going on in the case way back then. It says Jeremy Dewitte was arrested on April 13th, 2020 for failing to properly register a vehicle in his wife Rania Dewitte's name. As a SO, Jeremy Dewitte is required to register all vehicles in his and his wife's name. There's the documents. More documents. Picture. And then you can read this document if you want. It just goes over why Jeremy is a registered ex-offender, and what that entails, how he has to register his vehicles and also register his wife's vehicles. Everything has to be registered. And if he doesn't, then he gets in trouble. That's what this document says. And it looks like it says here he was released on April 14th, 2020 and given a $1,500 bond. And there's 2 videos that were posted along with this, but they no longer exist. It says, 2 weeks ago, we spoke to a man who claimed to be another business partner from Jeremy Dewitte's past. We attempted to interview the man, and ultimately, he decided to remain anonymous. The man stated that he met Jeremy Dewitte and Jessica Bolden in 2019. He claimed Jeremy Dewitte and Jessica Bolden were business partners, but also intimate with one another in front of him. Could this man be one of the personal injury attorneys? The business partner said he saw Rania Dewitte in her vehicle several times, and according to him, Jeremy Dewitte was verbally abusive toward his wife. Whatever that means. I mean, sometimes some people think verbal abuse is, hey, go give me this. You know, just a tone of voice. Or it could have been a lot more. He said he asked Jeremy Dewitte to apologize to his wife. The man claimed he was conned by Jeremy Dewitte and Jessica Bolden. He stated Jeremy Dewitte tried to take over his business within 2 weeks of their meeting. He said he never saw Jeremy Dewitte's driver's license because Dewitte told him he was a police officer and showed him his gun. Oh, I think I know who this is. This is a different business partner that he lied to. I think I know who it might be. It says, according to the ex-business partner, Jessica Bolden hired a crew of African-American men to clean the new location for Metro State Special Services. The man said he mistakenly identified one of the men as Bolden's father to Jeremy Dewitte. He claimed Dewitte turned to him and said, "That's not her father. That's just another look at this expletive that he used. We already know Jeremy says the N-word because we saw him do it once on camera, so I have no doubt that he did say this. It says, the source claimed he had text messages from Jeremy Dewitte. According to him, Jeremy Dewitte was an adopted son, and he trusted him enough to leave his business with Dewitte when he was on vacation. It says, we haven't received any of those text messages. When we spoke to Jeremy Dewitte's ex-girlfriend Jennifer on April 5th, 2020, we asked her about the business partner and if she ever believed Jeremy Dewitte was a racist, as the man claimed. Jennifer vehemently denied those claims. We uploaded this section of the interview in 2 parts. Yeah, I don't think Jeremy's a racist either. In fact, that's probably why he's using the N-word, because he feels like he has cause to use it. Not for racial purposes, but because he's just ignorant about who he is as a person. And people let it slide for some reason. In lighter news, a frequent reader of this site, Casual Observer, who keeps contributing to this site, that's interesting. He's always in the comments, by the way. That's why reading the comments is important. Shared some of the parody Metro State Special Services badges he made online. And there's some of those. So next part is going to be called the eviction. Okay, the eviction. So I think the business partner they were talking about above is tied into the eviction because I think Jeremy duped the people that he was renting from and tried to start a business. Well, we'll see. Anyway, meet us in that part. The eviction is part 56. We'll see you there. And here's 500 comments. I'm going to scroll through these. As always, change the playback speed to 25% if you want to read these. And there's a lot of interesting information there. You can comment down below if you see something interesting or have something interesting to say. Also, make sure you like this video. Make sure you subscribe to my channel. And I will see you in the next part. Thanks for watching PoliceTube right here on PoliceTube videos on YouTube. See you in part 56. Oops. Now I'm going to end it. I was actually typing stuff. You're watching part 56 of the JeremyDewittCase.com archives right here on YouTube by PoliceTube. This page is called The Eviction, and it was published April 17th, 2020. It reads, Jeremy Dewitte met with Windermere Police Detective John Allen on Friday, September 13th, 2019. The meeting took place after Dewitte's September 7, 2019 arrest for impersonating a police officer. Jessica Bolden, Metro State Special Services employee and former owner of Metro State Special Emergency Services, was evicted from her Lakeland apartment in February 2020. However, Jeremy Dewitte was the first person to be served with eviction papers. During his September 13, 2019 interview at Windermere Police Department, Jeremy Dewitte and Metro State Special Services received an eviction notice. And here it is in full. You can read all that if you want. Here's his notice to pay rent or quit. Notarized. It says Jeremy Dewitte attempted to expand Metro State Special Services into a tow truck and U-Haul company. Between the tow truck company, the U-Haul company, and the ambulance company, it appeared Jeremy Dewitte was unable to pay the monies owed for all of his bills. According to court documents, Dewitte claimed there was a verbal agreement on the rental amount. Jeremy Dewitte also claimed he made all of his rental payments. In a court document, Jeremy Dewitte had a 5-year plan for the tow truck, ambulance, and U-Haul expansion. He was relying on a possible $35,000 loan to pay the necessary bills. And then here's some documents. It says, what we need is to make it and stay open the first months on the new property. What we need to take the first step. It says we need the property's rent to be and stay at $1,500 plus tax until one of the two things happen for not more than 90 days and to start receiving payments from U-Haul, tow. So from, God, it's hard to read that. It says once U-Haul starts to pay 30 days from the first date and the new month's rent following the 30 days from the first pay, we will go to $2,000 plus tax. And then in part 2, have been at property, pays no, and no changes has happened, we will start to pay the $2,000 plus tax. So these are just like this looks like a written agreement, not a verbal agreement, Jeremy. You guys can read this if you want. It's hard for me to read. At one point, Jeremy Dewitte discussed where the vehicles he owned would park in the rental lot. He discussed the patrol cars and motors, as he called them, U-Hauls and employee vehicles. The document was signed J. Dewitte. On October 8, 2019, the plaintiff's attorney filed a notice of service of interrogatories. Jeremy Dewitte would be arrested for a second time a few weeks after this notice. In December 2019, the plaintiff's attorney filed a motion to compel Jeremy Dewitte and Metro State Special Services to respond to the October 2019 notice. Between October 2019 and December 2019, Jeremy Dewitte was arrested twice for impersonating a police officer, aggravated assault with a deadly weapon, and illegally recording oral communication. On January 3, 2020, Judge Brian Duckworth granted the motion to compel Metro State Special Services and Jeremy Dewitte to answer the October interrogatories. And there's the document. It says, as of April 2020, Metro State Special Services and Jeremy Dewitte were evicted from the rental facility and the civil case is still pending. According to law enforcement, the ambulance, tow truck, and U-Haul companies are no longer in service. During our April 5th, 2020 conversations with Jeremy Dewitte's ex, Jennifer, we discussed Jeremy's expansion plans, particularly the tow truck company. In the audio we uploaded today, Jennifer discussed what she noticed when Jeremy Dewitte began his expansion plans. Jennifer also discussed real-world police videos, her breakup with Dewitte, his status as a fugitive, stolen valor, and how she met Detective John Allen and Corporal John Ramsey. So interesting. It looks like Jennifer spent a lot of time doing interviews in 2020. I also saw some with her on the news. Wonder if somebody on the news, somebody in journalism, is associated with this website. We also spoke to a source from the state attorney's office regarding Jeremy Dewitte's felony cases. The source claimed Jeremy Dewitte's attorney, Amir Ladan, has repeatedly asked for jail time only in a county jail, and every request has been denied. According to the source, the state of Florida is requiring prison time. Then it has an update here. It says, we are planning to upload the audio interview every week. We would like feedback on whether or not you would like to hear audio once per week or with every post until we have finished sharing the 4-hour interview. So join us on part 57, which is going to be the second part of the RICO Act series. And if you want to read these comments, which you really should, because, I'm scrolling through these fast, but that doesn't mean you should skip them. You should slow down the video to 25% and actually read these and see if you see anything interesting, because a lot of these were from relevant people that knew about the case. If you do see anything interesting there, type it in the comments for me below. Also, if you don't mind, leave a like on this video. Also, subscribe to my channel. That way you can see the next part. And I will see you in the next part, hopefully. I'm going there now. Talk to you later. Bye-bye. Here we are on part 57 already of the JeremyDewittCase.com archives. The website's offline, but today we're talking about the page they posted about the RICO Act, since Jeremy was under RICO investigation. This was posted April 20th, 2020. It says, before a government attorney files a RICO criminal indictment, information, or civil complaint, he must have prior Department of Justice approval through the Organized Crime and Gang Section, the OCGS. OCGS has supervisory authority over all government uses of the RICO statute. OCGS provides assistance to government attorneys and promotes consistent interpretations of the RICO statute. Government attorneys must go through a RICO review process. The review process is a final draft of the proposed indictment, information, or complaint. The RICO prosecution memorandum is divided into 7 categories. Category number 2 is the enterprise. Details of the enterprise should include the history, structure, effect on interstate commerce, and specific admissible evidence. An enterprise is any individual, partnership, corporation, association, nonprofit organization, union, or any group of individuals associated, in fact, legitimate or illegitimate. This includes the office of governors, mayors, police departments, and schools. The enterprise must have a purpose, relationship amongst those associated with the enterprise, and lovingly sufficient to permit the associates to pursue the enterprise's purpose. And here we have Randall Brocus, Jessica Bolden, Stephen Negron. It says, traditionally there's a focus on the acts committed in a criminal court, but RICO attacks the acts and the organization. It says, Metro State is a gang. It's an organized gang hiding behind funeral homes. And that was a Florida law enforcement officer that said that, according to this anonymous website. It says, Title 18 of U.S. Code 1962A prohibits investing in a legitimate business with money earned from a pattern of illegal activities. Title 18 of U.S. Code 1962B prohibits acquiring or maintaining an interest in an enterprise through a pattern of racketeering activity. Title 18 U.S. Code 1962C prohibits engaging in activities which affect interstate or foreign commerce through a pattern of racketeering activity. Section 1962D states it is unlawful for any person to conspire to violate any of the provisions of Sections A, B, or C. It isn't necessary to prove the members acted with criminal intent. The enterprise doesn't need a chain of command, fixed roles, regular meetings, or dues. It doesn't matter if the racketeering has been interrupted or if the membership of the enterprise has changed. Proving the enterprise exists satisfies the enterprise's element. Typically, this proof comes from documents, witness testimony, and an examination of what the group does. The defendant must manage or operate the enterprise affairs, be aware of the enterprise's conduct, and act on behalf of the enterprise or have knowledge of the RICO schemes, and agree to help others who manage or operate the enterprise. The corporation can also be named as a defendant if the corporation engaged in a pattern of racketeering activity. In today's installment of the interview we conducted with Jeremy Dewitt's ex, Jennifer, on April 5th, 2020, she discussed her options about the employees of Metro State Special Services, the beginning of her meetings in Windermere with Detective John Allen, the day she discovered Jeremy Dewitte was a SO, and more. And then they linked to that video, but that video is no longer available. Anybody know where you can get these videos? Join us in the next part, which is part 58 of the series. And I'll be seeing you there. I'm going to scroll through the comments here, which you should actually read these because these will give you more insight into what was going on last year in the case. A lot of these people were directly involved in the case, and they're commenting because they know things about it. So check that out. Otherwise, just remember this website is anonymous. Nobody knows exactly who wrote it. Jennifer was definitely involved in helping with it. I don't think she wrote it all, though. Anyway, I'll see you in part 58. Thanks for watching PoliceTube right here on YouTube. Have a great day. All right, you're watching part 58 of a 100-part series archiving the JeremyDewittCase.com website, which is now defunct. Today's page is called The Witness. This is the second part of The Witness. It was uploaded April 22nd, 2020. If you want to see Witness Part 1, that's in part 45 of the series that you can see on the channel PoliceTube on YouTube. It says here, Stephen Negron, I think that's Recycle, is a witness in at least 2 of Jeremy Dewitte's 11 felony cases, also known as an informant. Stephen Negron is also employed by Metro State Special Services. In The Witness, we discussed Stephen Negron's consolidated felony case. Negron was charged with extortion, grand theft, 3rd degree, and false imprisonment. He was accused of extorting a hookah bar owner named Mohammed. His alleged co-conspirators were Sean Bridgmahan and Constantine Tanata, who were also employed by Metro State Special Services. Constantine Tanata is not a witness for the state in any of Jeremy Dewitte's current felony cases. And that's true, and that's interesting. I wonder why he didn't turn to be state's evidence. It says here, however, Tanata has also been accused of impersonating law enforcement. The victim in the 2018 false imprisonment case accused Constantine Tanata of flashing a badge and stating he was a federal agent. In 2016, Tanata was arrested and charged with falsely impersonating a police officer and unlawful use of a police badge in Osceola County. There's the document on that. There's the document. And here's this guy. 2 months before he was arrested for extortion, grand theft, 3rd degree, and false imprisonment, Tanata violated his felony probation. On February 15, 2018, Constantine Tanata was arrested in Bristol, Virginia. He fled St. Cloud, Florida, and became a fugitive from justice after violating his felony probation. Boom, there's that document. There's an article about it, February 15, 2018. Here's some more images. Constantine looks a lot different here than he does in these. These ones he looks not like he's not in that great a shape. Here he looks like he exercises. And it looks like he also owned Constantine's core training, where he has condition training and boot camp fitness, personal and group training, and hand-to-hand combat. It says, we all have also uploaded another installment of the interview we conducted with Jeremy Dewitte's ex-girlfriend Jennifer on April 5th, 2020. Jennifer discussed her 2019 meeting in Windermere with Detective John Allen and Corporal John Ramsey, her 2018 meeting in Orlando with Detective Michael Mastrangelo, her thoughts on the Orange County Sheriff's Office, and a lot more. Video is now gone. Thank you to Casual Observer again from the comments areas for the additional information on Constantine Tanata. JeremyDewittCase.com has been live for 6 weeks, and after 6 weeks, these are the most popular pages and posts on the site according to Google Analytics. Looks like they were getting a little proud of how good the website seemed to be doing. That's the end of this one. You can see us on the next installment called The Updates Part 6, and that's Part 59 in this case. These comments are very important. Make sure you read these and give me any clues down below if you see anything good. Comment them in the comments down below. Also, let me know if you have anything to say or what your thoughts are on this case so far. I would finally just like to ask you to like this video and subscribe to my channel. And I'll see you in the next part of the series called The Updates Part 6. Just so you know, I'm going through these comments very fast. If you want to read them, change the playback speed of the video to 25%, and it makes it really easy to read those. I'm just scrolling down fast in order to save time. So anyway, thanks for watching PoliceTube. I will see you on the next installment. As always, have a great day. Another update, part 6 here on actual part 59 of the 100-part JeremyDewittCase.com archives here on YouTube by PoliceTube. This was a page they posted on April 24th, 2020. They entitled it The Updates Part 6. There's 6 update. And it says here, Jeremy Dewitte currently has 10 pending felony cases in Orange County and 1 pending case in Osceola County. Remember, this was written over a year and a half ago or more. Due to the coronavirus, there have been delays in his court cases. However, there have been some recent changes. On April 10, 2020, we said we received information from a source regarding Jeremy Dewitte's felony cases. We were told his trials would begin toward the end of 2020. The source also stated Jeremy Dewitte's cases may be combined. At the time, the source didn't want us to report the latter part of their comment until there was confirmation. On April 21, 2020, Jeremy Dewitte's defense attorney, Amir Ladan, filed an unopposed motion to continue case number This case involves 2 employees from the state's attorney's office. Jeremy Dewitte has been accused of illegally recording his telephone conversations between the 2 employees. This is interesting because it says that the writer of this website has a source, and the source told them that Jeremy Dewitte's cases may be combined. Who would know that information? Says at the time the source didn't want us to report the latter part of their comment until it was also confirmed. So it's somebody involved with the case. Is this Jennifer? She could know that information, or it could be somebody else now, I'm thinking. Here's a document you can read. It says on April 21, 2020, Judge Rene Roche offered a reset for Jeremy Dewitte's pretrial conference and trial date. The two case numbers were listed. The first case number is the case involving the illegal recording of the state's employees, and the second is from Jeremy Dewitte's first 2019 arrest in Windermere, Florida. Document. It says here, Jeremy Dewitte's pretrial conference is set for September 1, 2020, and his trial is set for September 14th, 2020. Of course, we now know that those were also continued for a later date as well. It says here, April 23rd, 2020, prosecutor Stephen Casey Miller filed 2 motions. It appears 2 more cases are being transferred to Judge Rene Roche. These cases involve a victim named Heather and Deputy Mahoney. Document for that. It says here, the source appeared to be correct, and Jeremy Dewitte's trials will begin in the fall of 2020. This could mean a larger trial with more media attention. In our next installment of the interview we conducted with Jeremy Dewitte's ex-girlfriend Jennifer, we discussed whether she planned to go to any of his trials. That video is now gone. Check us out in the next part. It's called The Religion, Jeremy's Religion. That's part 60 of the series. I'm going to go through all the comments here really quick. Slow this video down to 25% speed. If you want to read all these, just click the settings wheel on this bottom right-hand corner of this video and change the speed. If you see anything interesting in these comments, comment it down below to me. Make sure you like my video. Make sure you subscribe to my channel. And other than that, I'll see you in the next part of The Religion, Part 1. And that's part 60 of my video series of archiving the JeremyDewittCase.com. So as always, thanks for watching PoliceTube, and I'll talk to you later. You're watching part 60 of a 100-part series, the JeremyDewittCase.com archived website here by PoliceTube on YouTube. This website's gone, but I have saved it. This page was called The Religion, Part 1. This was uploaded to this website, which is now gone, April 27th of 2020. It says, Ramadan began on April 23rd, 2020, and ends on May 23rd, 2020. From dawn to sunset, Muslims must fast, refrain from smoking, and may not engage in any activities like Ramadan helps Muslims with their spiritual devotion and relationships with other Muslims. Jeremy Dewitte has made claims that he is a Muslim. Here's a picture of Jeremy and his wife, Rania. Then it goes on to do textbook education of Islam. It says, in the Islamic faith, God is known as Allah, and Allah is seen as all-powerful and all-knowing. Islam means surrender, and believers surrender all to Allah. There is an Islamic religion as well as Islamic law. There's a value system through the jihad, or holy war, and at one time the Islamic faith openly discriminated against believers of other religions. Jewish people and Christians were given a special label called people of the book, and they were required to pay a tax called the jizya, or jizah. Others were required to accept Islam or die. Allah's messenger was a prophet named Muhammad, who is the equivalent to Adam, Moses, Noah, Abraham, Solomon, and Jesus. That's interesting. Whoever's writing this must not be a devout Christian, because they're saying Allah's messenger was a prophet named Muhammad, and they're saying Muhammad is equivalent to Jesus, which I don't know any devout Christians that would say that. Anyway, it continues. The Quran is 114 chapters and is the word of God, is the word of Allah, delivered to Muhammad by the archangel Gabriel. Pride and arrogance are seen as cardinal sins, and whoever is prideful is guilty of seeing themselves as equal to God and violates the unity of God. Arrogance is a characteristic Allah disliked the most because it is a feature of the followers of the world. It masks shortcomings and leads people to bad behavior. Then it has a quote from the Quran. It says, I will turn away those who behave arrogantly on earth without a right, and even if they see all the verses, lessons, and revelations they will not believe in them. It says here, repentance is called Taba, and can remove all sins and restore a person to the state of sinlessness. To forgive is to pardon in the Islamic faith. The Quran confirms the existence of the Torah, Psalms, and the Gospels. Jesus spoke the gospel, and Muslims are urged to forgive. They should rather pardon and overlook. Would you not love God to forgive you? God is ever forgiving, most merciful. And that's a quote from the Quran. Is the Quran saying God? This quote, I just looked it up. It does not say God. It says Allah. So whoever quoted this, they actually changed it. So that's interesting that the author of this website would change the words in the Quran to a Christian English. It says, Prophet Muhammad entered Mecca and was rejected and tortured for 11 years. He forgave everyone, including his enemies who waged war against him and wanted to kill him. We conducted an interview with Jeremy Dewitte's ex-girlfriend on April 5th, 2020. During the interview, she spoke about the Islamic faith and forgiveness. How would she know anything about that? Is she Islamic? Does she practice Islam? She also spoke about the things she wanted to be forgiven for. Unfortunately, the second half of the audio is not as clear as the first half, and we are working on uploading it in part 2 of this post. Of course, these videos have been taken down, never to be found again. Join us in the next part of this, part 61 of my series here on YouTube called The Business. I'm going to scroll through fast here that you can slow down this video and read these comments if you want. These comments are important, so make sure you do read them. Just because I'm going fast here doesn't mean you have to skip over this video. Slow it down, read through these comments, see if you see anything interesting. If you do, comment it to me down below and to the rest of the community. And also make sure you like this video and subscribe to my channel. Thanks for watching PoliceTube. I'll see you in the next part called The Business. Look for part 61 on my YouTube channel. Thanks for watching. See you later. Thank you for watching part 61 right now of the 100-part series of the JeremyDewittCase.com. This is part 2 of The Business. This is a page that was uploaded to the JeremyDewittCase.com website on April 29th, 2021. They called it Business, Part 2. It says, Jeremy Dewitte claims Metro State Special Services has been in operation for 10 years. In 2011, he was released from prison and began building his funeral escort company. According to law enforcement, Jeremy Dewitte has never paid taxes for the income he received during that time. Jeremy Dewitte didn't register Metro State Special Services with the state of Florida until February 15th, 2019. Here's a document. It says he used the alias Jeremy Dewitte and Jeremy Dewitte on the Sunbiz documents. Under his e-signature, it states providing false information is a third-degree felony. On Monday, April 27, 2020, we received a screenshot from someone who claimed Jeremy Dewitte was selling Metro State Special Services. And I'll read this text message to you here, which is probably a troll. It says, please refrain from impersonating police and stealing valor. I promise the negativity will never stop until Jay sells his company to his employees and has nothing to do with it at all, period. Hence why several of us are personally paying the legal fees of 2 or more victims who were pulled over by Jeremy and are in contact with OCSD to press charges against him. Then the author, Metro State Services, Matt Schlieba Ryan, says, Jeremy is selling the company to me. I will not identify myself as of yet, but I will assure you I am credible. The negativity most likely will not halt. Yes, but we're near the end. That's interesting. He says, I will not reveal myself as of yet, but it has a name here. Is that a fake name, or what does that mean? And obviously this never happened. This guy never got the company or anything like that. These people that are writing this website, though, say, we also found information that afternoon from someone named Samuel Davies who said he was taking over the company. It says here, please note that Metro State is under new management, with Jeremy stepping down 2 management positions. Please refrain from posting comments and or pictures that show negativity. There will be updates to the vehicles, uniforms, and overall management of Metro State. Stay tuned. I mean, this is either a major troll or Jeremy Dewitte was trying to pull a casino type thing where, you know, Robert De Niro can't be on the gambling floor anymore, so they make him part of the entertainment division and put him on TV so that the Las Vegas Trading Commission thinks that, you know, he's allowed to be there, but meanwhile he's still running the entire gambling operation in the whole casino. What I'm referring to is the movie Casino from the 90s. Jeremy Dewitte seems to try to be doing the same thing, saying he's going to step down 2 management positions, even though he's the owner. He controls everything in the business. Discussions about, and that's the last thing anybody would want to do, is take over the management positions to an organization that's under criminal investigations for racketeering. Last thing you want to do is say, hey, I'm in charge of this organization now. I'm the consigliere. It says discussions about selling Metro State Special Services have not occurred since 2019, which Metro State has now been sold. We know that the courts made him divest everything in 2021, so it's all been sold off. It's gone now. In 2019, Jeremy Dewitte sent a series of texts to his girlfriend at the time, Jennifer. In those texts, Jeremy Dewitte claimed he wanted to sell his company and commit suicide if he was sent to prison. Jeremy Dewitte was charged with a third-degree felony in April 2018 when he didn't disclose his online dating and messaging accounts. In January 2019, he was pressuring Jennifer to find a way to drop the charges or he would off himself. He's saying, they will not listen and I will burn, and I will not go to jail. I will kill myself first, suicide by a cop or on an escort. I will drive my bike into something and just die doing what I love and built. And then Jennifer says, I will do everything I can to keep you here. I love you so much. So apparently those were sent in January of 2019. And that was after he met Jennifer on his dating app in April 2018, and she reported him to Sergeant Michael Mastrangelo for not disclosing his dating apps. And now he's going to go to jail, and in January 2019 he's saying, this is all your fault. And she's saying, I'll do everything I can to keep you here. And she has been trying to protect him off and on. She goes back and forth. Anyway, the website continues to say, while Jeremy Dewitte was pressuring Jennifer to assist with his case and placing his suicidal thoughts on her shoulders, he was also dating Jessica Bolden, who had recently used her name on Sunbiz documents for Jeremy Dewitte's now defunct ambulance company. Selling a business during an investigation is not new, but buying a business that is under criminal investigation does not appear to be wise. The business is taxable, and Jeremy Dewitte would have to be transparent with the IRS about the amount of money he received from the transaction. According to law enforcement, Jeremy Dewitte has never interacted with the IRS or paid previous taxes. The new owner may become a target of the current investigation. Financial institutions may suspend financing for the company. New transactions could be seen as aiding and abetting criminal behavior. If there is any suspicion of fraud or money laundering, or if Metro State Special Services employees are allegedly impersonating police officers. It says, we recently spoke to Jeremy Dewitte's ex, Jennifer, about his April 2020 arrest for the same crime he was arrested for in April 2018. We also spoke to her about the future of Metro State Special Services. She provided us with supporting updates, including information about a pending criminal investigation. The audio will be uploaded sometime this week or early next week. And then the next post is a 22-minute phone call. And that's going to be part 62 of my 100-part series, so look for that. I'm going to scroll through these comments here somewhat quickly. If you want to read these, you can change this video to playback speed 25%, and then you'll be able to read them nice and clearly. If you see anything, know anything, have anything to say, comment it in the comments down below. Other than that, just like this video, subscribe to my channel, and then click over to part 62 of my series so you can read about the 22-minute phone call. See you then. Okay, you're watching part 62 of my 100-part series about the JeremyDewittCase.com. I'm archiving this whole thing because it was deleted off the internet. So now I'm saving it so you can see it here on YouTube anytime in the future. This page is entitled The 22-Minute Phone Call. It was uploaded May 4th, 2020 and deleted January 2021. It says, on April 5th, 2020, we spoke to Jeremy Dewitte's ex-girlfriend, Jennifer, and we began uploading a series of audio clips from the interview we conducted. Jeremy Dewitte was also arrested on April 13th, 2020 for a SO violation, which is a third-degree felony in the state of Florida. On April 28th, 2020, we spoke to Jennifer again, and she claims she spoke to Jeremy Dewitte on April 24th, 2020. And here's those records. Here's the 22-minute phone call. In the audio uploaded today, Jennifer discussed Jeremy Dewitte's latest felony arrest and the phone call between the two. But I think this video got deleted. And then they link to Trap Nation by Eiffel 52. Why would they do that? But that is also offline. So anyway, I guess that's all we have for the 22-minute phone call. Does anybody know how we can get that audio? Find these old videos? Because they've been all deleted. If you know anything, let me know about it. I like to try to help find those. So I'm going to scroll through the video, the comments here real quick so you can see those. As always, slow it down to 25% playback speed if you want to see these. There's a lot of interesting comments here. Join us on the next part. It's called the Updates, Part 7. We're going to see what the case website has to say about that here. And we're trying to find out who authored this website. It's currently unknown. Anyway, we will see you on the next part, the Updates, Part 7. Thanks for watching. See you then. Hey everybody, thanks for sticking with us here. This is part 63 of a 100-part series called The Updates, Part 8. And this was taken May 6th of 2020. Here's a picture inside Jeremy Dewitte's house. It says, April 4, 2020, Jeremy Dewitte uploaded a photo to his Flickr account. The photo contains a framed picture of his wife, Rania Dewitte, a masked Egyptian pharaoh, a pregnancy book, and Islamic prayer beads. There it is right there. So in September 2018, Rania Dewitte uploaded a similar photo after a miscarriage. It was unclear if she suffered another miscarriage in April 2020. On May 4th, 2020, Jeremy Dewitte's mother, Ursula Vogt Dewitte, posted a photo of Rania Dewitte and another family member. Rania Dewitte is pregnant and expecting a girl named Amira. The name Amira appears to be the feminine version of Amir. Amir Ladan is Jeremy Dewitte's defense attorney. I made a video about why Jeremy named his daughter Amira, by the way. On April 30th, 2020, Assistant State Attorney Stephen Casey Miller, who's now no longer employed there, filed 2 amended witness lists. The first case involves a victim named Heather who was allegedly illegally recorded by Jeremy Dewitte, and the second case involves Deputy Todd Mahoney. Jeremy Dewitte was charged with 1 count of falsely impersonating a police officer and 3 counts of unlawful interception of wire or oral communications in the former case, and he was charged with 1 count of impersonating a police officer and 2 counts of aggravated assault with a deadly weapon in the latter case. You remember those, Deputy Todd Mahoney, that's where he told him to stop, and he didn't know that it was an off-duty police officer. And then the recording phone call with Heather, that's where he's in the park recording the lady who called him to report that some of his employees were shutting down intersections, and he got very upset at her. So there's the document. There's the other document. It says, on May 4th, 2020, Jeremy Dewitte's defense attorney, Amir Ladan, filed an unopposed motion to continue the case involving the victim named Heather. Amir Ladan stated the case was still in the process of being transferred to Judge Rene Roche. There's a document. There's the document. It says on May 5th, 2020, 2 motions to transfer the cases involving the victim named Heather and Deputy Todd Mahoney were granted. There's a document. It says Jeremy Dewitte's trial is still set for September 14th, 2020, which now we know that it's going into 2021. It's still being continued. Join us on the next part. It's called the second part of the 22-minute phone call. I don't know what will be involved in that. Maybe it'll be good, maybe not. But join us there. That's part 64 of my series. And make sure you read these comments. I'm going to scroll fast through them here, but I want you to slow this video down into 25% speed and read through these comments and see if you see anything interesting here. If you do, comment it down below. That way I can read it. Also, like this video, subscribe to my channel, and once you do all that, click over to part 64 so we can go ahead and read more about this 22-minute phone call and see what we can figure out about it. Thanks for watching PoliceTube. I'll see you on the next part. All right, you're watching part 64 of the 100-part series. This is going to be a short video today. It was an uploaded page to the JeremyDewittecase.com website, which I'm archiving here. It's now been deleted, along with the 22-minute phone call that we would all hope to hear ourselves. But this page was uploaded May 11th, 2020 to the JeremyDewittecase.com website. It says, on April 5th, 2020, we spoke to Jeremy Dewitte's ex-girlfriend, Jennifer, and we released some of the audio from the conversation. On April 28th, 2020, we spoke to Jennifer again after she had a phone call conversation with Jeremy Dewitte on April 24th. Today's upload is part 2 of our April 28th, 2020 conversation and some clips from a conversation on May 8th, 2020. Jennifer discussed the Department of Children and Families, accusations against Jeremy Dewitte, and his alleged mistress, Jessica Bolden. Metro State's Flickr account, Jennifer's personal life, the recent uploaded videos and audios from Real World Police, and Jeremy Dewitte's pending felony trials, which we're still going through. That's all that's in this. Not a lot more. The next part of this series is going to be called The Metal Chairs. That's part 65 on PoliceTube right here on YouTube. And for some reason, they linked to this song credit. Maybe this is in that video that we can't access anymore. But they linked to YouTube this song right here. Kind of weird. I'm not sure why. So anyway, I'm going to scroll through the comments here as always. So you can slow this video down to 25% playback speed and view these comments if you want. I'll see you in the next part. Make sure you subscribe to my channel. Make sure you like this video. Make sure you leave me any comments down below with anything you find interesting. Thanks for watching this short video, and I will see you in the next part 65, The Metal Chairs, the Chicago Incident. Hey everybody, you're watching part 65 of my 100-part series archiving the JeremyDewittCase.com defunct website. Today's part is called The Metal Chairs. It was uploaded to the website May 14th, 2020 by an unknown author. This is going over the Chicago incident. Remember, this website is offline now, so none of this is available anymore, and this is a long time in the future since this was published, but we're going to go ahead and go over it right now. It says on October, I'm already messing up the reading. It says on June 25th, 2019, Jeremy Dewitte and his wife Rania Dewitte were visiting the area of Lakeview in Chicago, Illinois, in a rented Airbnb apartment. A witness contacted Chicago Police Department and stated Jeremy Dewitte was throwing metal chairs from the balcony of the 6th floor apartment. Jeremy Dewitte claims the chairs were thrown to get the attention of the tow truck driver who was ordered to tow Dewitte's rental vehicle. Here's a GIF. Somebody actually made this GIF and uploaded it. Rania Dewitte walked downstairs to speak to the tow truck driver, and allegedly Jeremy Dewitte stayed on the balcony and threw metal chairs. When Chicago police arrived, Jeremy Dewitte was handcuffed and placed in the back of a patrol car. Jeremy Dewitte told the officers he was a police officer in the state of Florida, believing he was one of their own. The police officers urged Dewitte to apologize to the tow truck driver to make the problem go away. And Jeremy did not say, "I'm a police officer," but the police officer did say to Jeremy, he said, "I'm going to let you apologize. I'm going to do this for you because you're an officer, right?" And Jeremy Dewitte said, "Yes, Sarge," or something like that. And earlier, Jeremy Dewitte had insisted that he's a state agent, and he does this. He twisted his words, really finessed the words when he was explaining, which led the police to believe that he was a federal officer. He never said he's a federal officer, but one of the officers believed he said that, and then that officer propagated that information to the other officers who ran with it. It says, although he refused to apologize to the driver who was attacked with metal chairs, Jeremy Dewitte was released from his handcuffs and given the opportunity to make a phone call. The police officers on duty reassured him and stated they would not call his supervisor at the Florida police station. Jeremy Dewitte didn't have a supervisor, and he has never been a police officer, obviously. In the end, the officers were suspicious of Jeremy Dewitte's story and his law enforcement background. While being handcuffed and placed in the back of the patrol car, Dewitte claimed he was a federal state agent. He was charged with simple assault, aggravated assault with a deadly weapon, and criminal damage to his property. He was given a $1,500 bond and later released on his own recognizance. There's a document. There's an image. Look at his smirk, too. He's like, meh, like no big deal. Rania, get my badge, he would earlier claim. During his September 13th, 2019 interview with Windermere Police Detective John Allen, Jeremy Dewitte claimed he was never arrested in Chicago. He was never released on his own recognizance, and he had a court date, but he wasn't required to attend a court hearing. On his 40th birthday, February 10th, 2020, all charges were dismissed against Jeremy Dewitte. Cook County, Illinois prosecutors decided not to pursue the case. Isn't that interesting that they decided not to pursue the case? Maybe he just got lucky because, I mean, that was very early in the coronavirus pandemic, so that would be no reason to drop the case. There's the documents. It says 11 days later, on February 21st, 2020, Orange County, Florida prosecutors filed new felony charges against Jeremy Dewitte. These charges include 5 felony charges of impersonating a police officer, 2 charges of unlawful interception of wire or oral communication, and 1 charge of aggravated assault with a deadly weapon. Dewitte turned himself in to the Orange County Jail on February 26, 2020. There he is. Blurry photo. It says as of May 14th, 2020, Jeremy Dewitte has 1 open felony case in Osceola County and 10 open felony cases in Orange County. Next video is going to be entitled The Stand. That's part 66 of my series. Check that out. I'm going to scroll through these comments real quick. I hate saying this over and over, but just slow this video down to 25% so you can read these. These comments are very important. There's a lot of interesting information in there. If you see anything interesting in there, comment it to me down below so I can take a look at it. Also, like this video, save this link, share it on your social media, and of course make sure you subscribe to my channel so you can see all these episodes about Jeremy Dewitte when they come out. So I'll see you in the next part, part 66. Thanks for watching, and as always, have yourself a great day. You're watching part 66 of the 100-part series of JeremyDeWitteCase.com. This is actually page 66 of the website, which was taken offline. The page was entitled The Stand, and it was uploaded May 18th of 2020. It starts off with this text from Sean Bridgmahan. It says, when he says the name Recycle, Recycle is the call sign name for Stephen Negron. Stephen Negron works for Jeremy and is working for the state now, telling on Jeremy to keep his own self out of trouble. So that's a text from Sean Bridgmahan, who was known as Transport. And what's this an icon of? Is that Wolverine or some X-Men? It says down here, last week, a YouTube comment was made by someone with an username Sean Bridgmahan. The video was in reference to Metro State Special Services and a series of videos uploaded by the YouTube channel Real World Police. Sean Bridgmahan was one of Stephen Negron's co-defendants in a 2018 extortion case, which you can see that part. It's entitled Part 45 of this series called The Witness. Anyway, that was a 2018 extortion case in Orange County, Florida. It says Constantine Tanada was also a co-defendant in the case, which we cover him in Part 2 of The Witness, which is entitled Part 58 of this series that you're watching now. It says the 3 men were Metro State Special Services employees. I can tell you that was no coincidence that this racketeering criminal organization had 3 men out doing extortion on bar owners. Criminal organizations often do extortion on bar owners, prostitutes, strip club owners, tow truck companies, construction companies, builders, stuff like that. It says here, one of the witnesses for the state was someone named Jeremy Dewitte. A man named Jay contacted an agent during the initial investigation into the crimes and stated he was the employer for the 3 men. Before and after the alleged crime, text messages were exchanged. And it looks like somebody on a Sprint phone at 11 at night has 409 unread messages. That's interesting. But somebody's asking, is it dead or lit at Hookah Lounge? He says, bro, I'm like there's no tomorrow. It had to be that Chipotle from earlier. This guy says, it's busy. Are you 51? This guy says, I'm leaving now. Got to stop and drop something off at Metro real quick. This guy says, okay. It says Stephen Negron and Sean Bridgmahan made plans to go to the hookah bar that night. Here they are. This one's from another Sprint phone, 1104. It says, hey, bro, I'm very sorry that Sean put you in this prank that ended up wrong because Sean wanted money because of financial issues. I know you had no parts of this and you didn't know what was going on. I should have told you to leave and he kind of threw you into this. I'm sorry, bro. You know I love you like a little brother. I will make sure your name is out of this mess. It says after the alleged crime was committed, Constantine Tanada texted Stephen Negron and claimed it was a prank, and he placed the blame on Sean Bridgmahan. It appears the friendship between Negron and Bridgmahan never recovered. That's interesting. So they're blaming it on Sean Bridgmahan, who got off all the charges. And instead, Constantine and Stephen got in trouble. And Sean now does interviews with people saying that this was all just a prank. But it looks like Constantine texted Stephen and said that Sean planned this whole thing and told Stephen it was a prank. It says Stephen Negron is currently a witness for the state against Jeremy in at least 2 of the 11 felony cases against alleged police impersonator Jeremy Dewitte. There has also been speculation that Jeremy Dewitte will attempt to take the stand in his own defense. It has been found that most jurors believe if you are innocent, you will take the stand and defend yourself. Leaving unanswered questions up to the jury has been shown to be detrimental in criminal cases. A defendant's likability, temperament, and criminal history are things to consider before a defendant takes the stand. A defendant's criminal history is usually not disclosed. However, prior crimes are not excluded as evidence if the defendant takes the stand. Surprisingly, disclosing a criminal record is better than remaining silent. During a mock murder case in Massachusetts, the defendant had prior convictions and refused to testify. In the notes left by the jury, the jurors claimed his refusal to testify suggested he had something to hide. "Why would you not get up there and defend yourself?" was another common statement made in the notes. In another scenario, the jurors said they respected the defendant's decision not to speak versus a defendant who testified but refused to answer specific questions. During a mock robbery case, there were 4 scenarios. In scenario 1, the defendant did not testify and had no prior convictions. 76% found him guilty. In scenario 2, the defendant testified and was not impeached with any prior convictions. 62% found him guilty. In scenario 3, the defendant testified and was impeached with criminal fraud conviction. 73% found him guilty. In scenario 4, the defendant testified and was impeached with a robbery conviction. 83% found him guilty. Prior convictions negatively impacted the defendant's chances for acquittal. The prior conviction showed the jury the defendant's character and crimes of dishonesty or violence were the most damaging. But even defendants without prior convictions were more likely to be found guilty if they did not testify. 40% were found guilty if they testified, while 70% were found guilty if they didn't. Racial disparities were not taken into account during the mock cases. Neither were any guilty pleas which are offered in 90% of American court cases. Statistically, defendants without prior convictions are usually the only defendants believed to be innocent before they are proven guilty. We have also uploaded another part of the April 28th, 2020 and May 8th, 2020 phone conversations we had with Jeremy Dewitte's ex, Jennifer. In today's upload, Jennifer discussed Dewitte taking the stand, the IRS, Metro State Emergency Services, and the third alleged mistress in Jeremy Dewitte's life, who's Jessica Bolden. Says thank you to Casual Observer for the additional information on Sean Bridgman. So Casual Observer keeps leaving notes in the comments below, telling them about the people in the associated cases or that are associated with Jeremy Dewitte. So Casual Observer is probably not just looking for information in the case, he probably has information in the case. And it's interesting to say that the people that are running this website, who are unknown authors, they said that they had long conversations with Jennifer early April, late April, and early May of 2020. These are all important dates that are noted here. So anyway, and they link again to the song credit, which I think they put in this video file of the interview, which is now completely gone. So view us in our next part of the series, part 67, called The Lawsuit, part 2. These comments down below, as you know, these comments are important, so I'm going to scroll through them fast, but you should scroll through them slow by slowing down the video to 25%. Read through these comments, and if you see anything interesting in there, discuss it in the YouTube comments section down below. Also, make sure you like my video, comment down below, subscribe to my channel, share it on social media, and I will see you in the next part, part 67 of my 100-part series archived in this website. It's called The Lawsuit. Look for it, and I will see you then. Thanks for watching. Hey everybody, we're going over part 67, page 67 of the JeremyDeWitteCase.com archived website that I have saved. This page is entitled The Lawsuit Part 2, and it was uploaded to the website, which is now defunct, May 21st, 2020. And it says, on July 27th, 2017, Jeremy Dewitte and his younger brother Dylan Vogt were conducting a funeral escort for Baldwin Fairchild Funeral Homes. Allegedly, Jeremy Dewitte and Dylan Vogt impersonated law enforcement and caused damage to a motorist's vehicle. However, Dylan Vogt and Jeremy Dewitte claimed Dylan was the victim of a hit and run, and Winter Park Police Department was contacted. I played this video for you up on my channel, and that's where Dylan Vogt starts smacking the hood of a Range Rover. Officer Joshua Larson believed Dylan Vogt and Jeremy Dewitte were officers, and the motorist was arrested and charged with aggravated assault with a deadly weapon and battery. The motorist's name was Jerome, and the charges were later dismissed. After Jeremy Dewitte's September 2019 police impersonation arrest in Windermere, Florida, Sergeant Keith Vidler and Corporal John Ramsey from Orange County Sheriff's Office met with Jerome and his attorney Scott Roast on December 5, 2019. During their investigation, Vidler and Ramsey recovered Dylan Vogt's body camera, which had footage showing Vogt acted outside of the scope of his job. Jerome kept the pictures he snapped on July 27, 2017. The pictures captured Jeremy Dewitte as he approached Jerome's vehicle. On February 16, 2020, Dylan Vogt was arrested and charged with falsely impersonating a police officer and criminal mischief on July 27, 2017. Jeremy Dewitte was charged for falsely impersonating a police officer. In 2018, Dylan Vogt filed a lawsuit against Jerome, a successful real estate investor. Vogt claimed he suffered damages from mental anguish and the loss of enjoyment after the alleged hit and run. Before Dylan Vogt's February 2020 arrest, Jerome responded to the lawsuit and countersued Dylan Vogt. Baldwin Fairchild Funeral Homes and Metro State Special Services. On May 19, 2020, Jerome filed a motion for protective order. Jerome's attorney claimed his wife Elizabeth was ill and there was concerns her illness may be related to COVID-19. A deposition was scheduled for May 21st, 2020, and the protective order was requested because Jerome needed to take care of his young daughter. Jerome also claimed he and his family were being quarantined. There's the info on that. And here's the letter rescheduling the depositions. It says Dylan Vogt's attorney, James Gentry, filed a motion in opposition of the protective order, and he stated Jerome's deposition did not require him to leave his home because it was being done via video. Judge John Marshall Kest granted Jerome's motion for protective order, and his deposition was rescheduled for June 2020. There's the info on that. It says there were several attempts by Jerome and his attorneys to serve Jeremy Dewitte and Metro State Special Services. Jeremy Dewitte refused to be served and dodged a process server for several months. On December 31st, 2019, his wife Rania Dewitte was served with the paperwork. There it is. It says Jeremy Dewitte and Metro State Special Services never filed a response, and a motion for default was requested by Jerome's attorney, Scott Rust. A motion for default means a plaintiff can collect money from the defendant by garnishing his wages or garnishing his bank account. There's that paperwork. As of May 22, 2020, Jeremy Dewitte has 10 open felony cases in Orange County, Florida, and 1 open felony case in Osceola County. On May 19, 2020, Jeremy Dewitte had an arraignment hearing for 2 of his 10 felony cases, which are now still going on much later. The 2 cases involved Deputy Mahoney and a victim named Heather. Jeremy Dewitte was charged with 2 counts of falsely impersonating a police officer, 2 counts of aggravated assault with a deadly weapon, and 3 counts of unlawful interception of a wire or oral communication. Those cases, as well as the case from his Windermere arrest and Orlando arrest, which included 1 charge for falsely impersonating a police officer, 1 charge for resisting an officer without violence, reckless driving, and 2 counts of unlawful interception of wire or oral communications, have the same pretrial conference and trial dates. Jeremy Dewitte's pretrial date is September 1, 2020, and his trial begins September 14, 2020. Of course it did, but then it got continued on into 2021. Jeremy Dewitte has 5 more felony cases with an arraignment date of June 8, 2020, which were also continued on into 2021. Those charges include 5 charges of falsely impersonating a police officer and 1 charge of aggravated assault with a deadly weapon. Dewitte's latest charge, sexual offender, failure to register as required, is a 3rd-degree felony, and an arraignment date has not been set. The warrant was returned served on April 15, 2020, and the $1,500 bond Judge Julie O'Kane felt was appropriate for the crime filed. So that is the lawsuit page on this website. Join us on part 68 next, which is entitled The X. Part 68 of my 100-part series. I'm going to scroll through all the comments here, so as always, you can change the playback speed to 25%, and you can read these, and if you see anything interesting, comment them down below. Make sure you like my video, make sure you subscribe, and then meet me over in part 68, where we will be discussing the X, part 2. Of course, the X, that's Jennifer Burton. You're watching part 68 of the 100-part series. A quick page today that was posted by the JeremyDeWitteCase.com website on May 25th, 2020. I'm just going over to archive it here because the website was deleted, so I want people to be able to remember this forever. It's about The X, Part 2. The X is Jennifer Burton. It says, on April 5th, 2020, we began releasing the audio from an interview we conducted with Jeremy DeWitte's ex-girlfriend, Jennifer Burton. Between April 5th, 2020 and May 25th, 2020, Jeremy DeWitte was arrested for failing to properly register as a SO. Jeremy DeWitte also, and his ex also had a phone conversation on April 24, 2020. In today's upload, Jennifer discusses the accusations Jeremy DeWitte made against her, Orange County Sheriff's Office, and Detective Michael Mastrangelo. Jeremy and Jennifer's conversations about sexual orientation, his arrests, and her favorite Jeremy DeWitte YouTube video. Today is Memorial Day, and we would like to thank the men and women who truly served in the U.S. military and who died for our freedom. The video is not available, and there's 605 comments on this. So that's all for this installment. Join us on part 69, which is called The Weekend Post. Now, also, I'm going to scroll quickly through all these comments. I want you to slow down the playback speed on this video to 25%. That way you can see all these comments, because there's a lot of important information contained in these comments and the people that are commenting. A lot of them are involved in the case. So slow the video down, read that, comment anything interesting down below. Make sure you like my video. Make sure you subscribe to my channel, and I will see you on the next part called The Weekend Post, part 69. Thanks for watching, PoliceTube. Hey, what's up, everybody? Thanks for watching part, what part are we on? Oh, part 69 of my 100-part series. Now, this part is going to be very quick because, you know, whoever wrote this website, JeremyDeWitteCase.com, they put out this post called The Weekend Post, but then they got rid of it as soon as they can, and I never actually got a chance to save the page. So it's not out there anywhere. As far as I know, nobody has a copy of this page. And that also goes for part 70, which was the updates part 8. They put out an update, and then pretty quickly they deleted it, and there's no copy of it anywhere out there at all, so nobody knows what it says. So you know, there is it is actually password protected. So it was password protected, but now it's not anywhere out there. And the thing is that they also password protected the next post part 71, which is called The Surveillance, but I actually saved that page before they password protected it. So this point in time, it becomes very interesting, because the next few posts, eventually they password protected all of them, or they deleted them, but I still have access to them, so we'll be able to see what's not able to be seen anymore, because they got saved before they were password protected or deleted. So this is it for posts 69 and 70. I'll meet you on part 71, called The Surveillance, a previously deleted post that I saved. Of course, the whole website, JeremyDeWitteCase.com, has been deleted, but it's interesting that whoever wrote the website would have put up these pages and then just a little while later deleted them, and then months and months later deleted the whole website. So that's why we're covering this. That's why we're archiving it, because it's relevant and interesting. But that's all I got for you for these password-protected posts. This is part 69, 70. I'll see you over in part 71, The Surveillance. Thanks for watching, PoliceTube. Hey, everybody. Thanks for watching, PoliceTube. You're watching part 71 of a 100-part series covering and archiving the JeremyDeWitteCase.com. Now, this page is particularly important because whoever wrote this website, who the author is unknown, they published this page and a number of other pages around this time, but then they deleted them just weeks later. So these pages are completely gone. Even though the whole website's gone now, these pages were some of the first that were to be deleted. So I wonder why. I wonder why they chose to delete this type of set of pages. So it's very hard to find this page called The Surveillance, but I have it here. So let's go ahead and jump right into it and see what it says. It says, on October 19, 2019, Sergeant Keith Vidler of Orange County Sheriff's Office prepared an affidavit about his encounter with Metro State Special Services on October 12, 2019. In the affidavit, Sergeant Vidler claims Jeremy DeWitte and Randall Brokus committed the crime of falsely impersonating a police officer. Vidler stated he responded to the area of Dr. Phillips Boulevard and Wallace Road in Orlando, Florida, in reference to a funeral escort conducted by Metro State Special Services. This is also a very interesting topic because Jeremy DeWitte made a video where he dressed as Pennywise the Clown and held a red balloon, and he was basically over here hiding in the bushes, mimicking what Vidler had done to him. And he kept doing a creepy voice saying, bluish purple lights. It's a pretty interesting video. I have it up on the PoliceTuber channel. You should check it out. So here's the map of the area in question. It says the funeral procession was scheduled to leave Ibon Temple Incorporated at 7001 Wallace Road and arrive at Dr. Phillips Cemetery at 5398 South Apopka, Vinland Road. Sergeant Vidler said he witnessed Jeremy Dewitte and Randall Brokus riding motorcycles and wearing uniforms which resembled law enforcement. In his statement, Vidler also said Dewitte and Brokus activated amber and bluish purple flashing strobe lights. He noticed Stephen Negron was present in a black and white Dodge Charger with the same flashing strobe lights. According to his affidavit, Vidler witnessed Jeremy Dewitte entering the intersection and blowing his horn with his lights activated while acting as a traffic control device. And you can see this video was uploaded by somebody, Real World Police somebody. I don't remember who. But Vidler is sitting there, he's filming Jeremy Dewitte and Randall and everybody stopping traffic, and Vidler is kind of doing commentary over, like, you can't do that, Jeremy, can't do that. Vidler claimed Jeremy Dewitte was holding the eastbound traffic that had a green light to proceed. He stated a black vehicle pulled up next to the driver's door of a blue vehicle traveling east. The black vehicle entered the northbound turn lane. The blue vehicle failed to enter the intersection because of Dewitte's actions, according to Sergeant Keith Vidler. Randall Brokus allegedly entered the intersection of South Apopka Vinland Road and Wallace Road as he began blowing his horn with his lights activated. Brokus blocked northbound traffic while he waited for Stephen Negron, who was in a black and white Dodge Charger. Sergeant Vidler stated he observed Randall Brokus traveling northbound on South Apopka Vinland Road, performing the same actions at the next intersection. And here we are. Here's the road. Vidler claimed Randall Brokus blocked all southbound traffic prior to the funeral procession at Dr. Phillips Cemetery. The former Metro State Special Services employee and witness for the state, Stephen Negron, the informant, stated he was part of the funeral escort that day and he was driving the black and white Dodge Charger. Negron confirmed it was Jeremy Dewitte and Randall Brokus on the motorcycles on October 12, 2019. According to a source, Stephen Negron accepted a new job position at PCI Security with the assistance of Sergeant Keith Vidler. And that's according to this website, who author is unknown, so, this website's highly biased, so who knows if this is accurate or not? It probably is. Who knows? On February 12, 2020, arrest warrants were issued for Jeremy Dewitte and Randall Brokus for falsely impersonating police officers. That's interesting, but not Stephen Negron. On July 8, 2020, Assistant State Attorney Stephen Casey Miller filed a notice of supplemental discovery in the Randall Brokus felony case. The discovery was the video footage taken from Sergeant Keith Vidler's body camera on October 12, 2019. In his affidavit, Sergeant Vidler claims he responded to the Dr. Phillips area in reference to Metro State Special Services. However, it is unclear which call for service he was responding to. In the video below, it appears Sergeant Vidler is standing behind bushes, speaking to someone and watching Jeremy Dewitte, Randall Brokus, and Stephen Negron perform a funeral procession while his body camera is still recording. Jeremy Dewitte's next court case is September 1st, or it was, for a pretrial conference that would be delayed, and is set for September 14th, which will be continued until well into 2021. Randall Brokus has a pretrial conference set for September 1st, 2020. All court proceedings will be held in front of Judge Rene Roche. So that's Part 71, called the surveillance. There's no comments enabled on this one, so I'm not going to scroll down on that. Thanks for watching. Make sure you like this video. Make sure you subscribe to my channel, and I'll see you in the next part, which according to this is called The Camera, but it was actually called The Brothers Part 2. It was another deleted page, so very interesting that they would delete this, but I still have it. So the next part, Part 72, where I'll see you there, it's called The Brothers 2. It's on my channel. Check it out now. You're watching Part 72 of the 100-part JeremyDeWitteCase.com series. This is called The Brothers 2. This page was deleted shortly after it was posted, and long before the whole website was deleted. So it's very interesting that they would delete this page. I guess maybe we'll find out now while we're going through it. So it says Jeremy Dewitte's younger brother, Dylan Vogt, is currently a co-defendant in one of Jeremy Dewitte's 11 open felony cases. Dylan Vogt was charged with impersonating a police officer and criminal mischief after an occurred on July 27, 2017 in Winter Park, Florida. Got a little misspelling here or something. A victim named Jerome was arrested and charged with aggravated assault, which I think we covered in part 67 called the lawsuit. I think that's what this was about. I can't remember right now, though. It says, a victim named Jerome was arrested and charged with aggravated assault and battery after Dylan Vogt and Jeremy Dewitte claimed Jerome attempted to run over Vogt with his vehicle. The charges were later dismissed. In December 2019, after Jeremy DeWitte's fifth arrest of the year, Corporal John Ramsey and Sergeant Keith Vidler spoke to Jerome with his attorney, Scott Rost. In February of 2020, Dylan Vogt and Jeremy DeWitte were charged for allegedly impersonating police, and Dylan Vogt received the additional charge of criminal mischief for causing damages to Jerome's vehicle. On June 11, 2020, Dylan Vogt's defense attorney, Michael Barber, filed notices for depositions which will be taken on July 1st, July 9, and July 10, 2020. And then here's the context for that. I'd like to see those depositions, that's for show. Upon oral examination before the official court reporter, oh, this is not text, this is the documents here. Let's see. Okay, there's all that info. It says Dylan Vogt's pretrial conference was scheduled for June 23rd, 2020, and a trial date was set for July 6th, 2020. With deposition dates after the trial date, it's safe to assume the trial will not commence on July 6, 2020. As promised, here is the additional information about the situation we looked into regarding the user No Mams, We're Musicians, Uri Geller's Bent Spoon, and several other aliases who left threatening and homophobic comments for Jeremy DeWitte and misogynistic and racist comments for his ex Jennifer, and after further investigation, Jessica Bolden. Now, this is interesting because the additional information here links to the page called The Weekend Post, which is part 69 of this series, but it was deleted and nobody knows what it said because I don't even have it archived. But it's got here some questions, got some probably fake email, IP addresses. Rumor has it they sell Metro State equipment on his mother's Facebook page. Why don't you link the video here? Serial impersonator records himself. This is probably a real world police video in response to the caller. So if you guys want to go back to part 30 of this series, you can watch The Caller or read The Caller and go to the comments and see if you see this person making this comment. This one is The Girl 2, the transcripts, which refers to part 5 in this 100-part series. It says if you're going to run with this website, do it ethically. You cut off the transcript right before it somewhat vindicates DeWitte's story. Here's another one called The Photo Stream, which refers to part 30 of this 100-part series. You can read that there. It says, be careful, Jeremy is something something. They blurred it out. We're talking about Jeremy's Flickr account. Jeremy is, they probably said something homophobic maybe. Jumped in Fallujah. Be careful. Da-da-da-da. They say something there. This one says, however, Florida law states a minor can't consent to adult. The prosecutor was a person who referred to as sexual conduct for a 15-year-old. Anyway, you can read this. It's just another comment by Real World Police. I would actually say that's probably not Real World Police. It's probably fake. Because look, 6823148, 68231. Okay, yeah, so they're just making up names. This is not Real World Police. You can read it yourself. Then it says there will be more updates about this at a later date. We are also going to make changes to the comments section of this site, which they did. And now there's no more comments and we can't read them. So thanks, IP address this. So this is all we got for part 72 of this 100-part series. Meet me over at part 73. It's called The Traffic Stop. Make sure you like this video. Make sure you subscribe to my channel. And if you have any thoughts, make sure you comment down below. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you over on part 73. Okay, you're watching part 73 of the 100-part archives of the JeremyDeWitteCase.com defunct website, authored by Unknown. This page they entitled The Traffic Stop. And it says, on September 7th, 2019, Jeremy DeWitte was arrested in Windermere, Florida for allegedly impersonating a police officer. The arresting officer was Gerald Ogletree, and his supervisor was Sergeant Mark DiStefano. In his report, Officer Ogletree said he observed a black and gray motorcycle with multicolored lights, air horn, and sirens activated during a funeral procession. Ogletree stated the motorcycle passed his patrol vehicle and passed over a double yellow line while traveling in the same lane as the vehicles in the procession. Officer Ogletree activated his emergency equipment and conducted a traffic stop at McKinnon Road and Lake Butler Boulevard. While conducting the traffic stop, Jeremy Dewitte's Florida tag came back as a hit for a stolen vehicle. Dewitte was placed in handcuffs and detained during the investigation. Of course, this is the video that we've all seen where he just keeps yelling out, "Officer Ogletree! Officer Ogletree!" Ogletree said Jeremy Dewitte had to be redirected several times during the search, and Dewitte used his communication device that was attached to his helmet to yell for backup. Jeremy Dewitte was disarmed and placed in the back of Ogletree's patrol vehicle. In his report, Officer Ogletree claimed that Dewitte was wearing apparel and gear similar to law enforcement. Sergeant DiStefano said he believed Jeremy Dewitte was a member of law enforcement as he approached him, and he saw the lights on the motorcycle were flashing. Here's a statement. You can read that if you want. Basically just recaps what I just said. DiStefano claims he was familiar with Jeremy Dewitte and saw him blocking the intersection. Sergeant DiStefano gave Winter Garden Police Department Dewitte's Florida tag number, and Winter Garden Police Dispatch advised the motorcycle was stolen out of Orlando Police Department. DiStefano said after he secured Jeremy, Dewitte yelled and pulled away from him, resisting without violence. The motorcycle was found not to be stolen and properly registered to Metro State Special Services and Jeremy Dewitte. Sergeant Mark DiStefano felt Jeremy Dewitte was presenting himself as a law enforcement officer. He says, "When I called in the traffic stop, I gave Winter Garden Police Department the tag number for the motorcycle. WGPD dispatch came back and advised the motorcycle was stolen out of Orlando Police Department. I'm familiar with Dewitte, exactly what I just read, basically." DiStefano provided a supplemental report 2 days after the arrest at 2:01 a.m. In the report, Sergeant DiStefano stated he observed flashing lights on Jeremy Dewitte's motorcycle. For the first time, he said he could hear the sound of an air horn. Mark DiStefano claimed he visually estimated the speed of the motorcycle, and he believed Dewitte was traveling at 70 to 80 miles per hour. DiStefano said he was radar certified and had been since 1982. Documents. Officer General Ogletree also provided a supplemental report to add more details after he reviewed body-worn camera footage and footage from surveillance cameras. Ogletree emphasized Jeremy Dewitte's use of police codes and Florida statutes. It says here, Dewitte referred to different Florida statutes when notified of his charges. He referred to Florida Statute 790, which he said 970. Weapons and firearms, Florida Statute 493, private investigative, private security, and respective services, and Florida Statute 316, 1974, Sergeant, funeral procession, right-of-way, and liability. According to Dewitte, he performed in-house security and was allowed to carry the equipment. Now, it's true, Jeremy Dewitte did provide in-house security, and he was allowed to do that if he was an employee of a church. Then the church can have their employees act as security guards without being licensed as security guards. But the problem is that Jeremy was not employed by the church. He was like a contractor for the church. So if you're a contractor, then you cannot work for a church as a security guard unless you yourself are licensed as a security guard. And Jeremy, it says here, indicated that in-house security made him allowed to carry the equipment, including pepper spray and a pellet pepper spray gun, which he possessed at the performance of his duties. Further investigation for a security license for Dewitte produced negative results. Metro State Services, Metro State Special Services, and Vehicle Protection also produced negative results for a security license. A check for a business license was conducted through the Winter Garden Police Dispatch, as well as checks conducted on various sites such as this and this. It says Officer Jeffrey Hogwars, Officer Ryan Miller, and Trainee Officer Tuck were at the scene as well. Both Zerwag and Miller, that's the worst name for me to try to pronounce, and Miller claimed they were mistakenly under the belief that Metro State Special Services was Ocoee Police Department and Florida Highway Patrol when they first arrived for backup. This officer stated there were several Metro State vehicles on scene, and he was advised by Sergeant DiStefano to ask the Metro State employees to leave the scene. That officer said Dewitte was in handcuffs and irate. According to that officer, Jeremy Dewitte stated he was recording all the events. That officer verified Jeremy Dewitte's motorcycle VIN and provided the information to dispatch, who then verified it was a Kawasaki motorcycle registered to Metro State Special Services and Jeremy Dewitte. That officer said he spoke to Dewitte and told him he was being arrested for resisting. This officer also claimed a tow truck driver from Car Store Towing Company thought Dewitte's motorcycle was a police motorcycle. The tow truck driver allegedly said if he saw the vehicle on the road with its lights on, he would get out of the way. Neither incident was shown in body camera-worn footage. When Officer Ryan Miller arrived, he advised Officer Gerald Ogletree to place Jeremy Dewitte into his patrol vehicle after Dewitte began to yell and became irate. Officer Miller stated he noticed Dewitte was wearing apparel and equipment similar to law enforcement. Jeremy Dewitte was charged with resisting arrest without violence, unlawful use of two-way communication device, and falsely impersonating a police officer. It's interesting because these events are notated right here, like what the tow truck driver said. He would get out of the way. But that wasn't in any body-worn camera footage. So where is that? Is that in one of these police reports? Because I haven't read that anywhere. So who has access to that information to post that on this website? Because Jennifer is not writing this website, not all by herself, but she is providing information, but she's not providing that information because she doesn't know that information. Somebody that knows that information provided it to jeremydewittecase.com. During the September 7, 2019 incident, former Metro State Special Services employee Stephen Negron recorded the beginning of the encounter with Windermere Police Department with his dash camera. In the video below, Stephen Negron is driving a vehicle during the procession. Jeremy Dewitte can be seen in the video on a motorcycle, as well as Sergeant Mark DeStefano in his patrol vehicle. Jeremy Dewitte also made a jail call to Stephen Negron after the arrest, which they posted in a video, and then now it's deleted. We had a chance to speak to someone from Metro State Special Services. The person wanted to speak about those who turned on the company, those who stayed with the company, and those who are helping the company. The person chose to remain anonymous. But they did say, "We've been followed by helicopters. That's confirmed by Orange County Sheriff's Office. We have been under surveillance. A lot of what's been said and seen is taken out of context. We don't watch the videos. Someone was hired to watch them for us. When the deputy sheriffs and detectives are asking you questions, they aren't asking you the same things on the tape and off the tape. They're talking to you and getting you mad off the tape and telling you what someone said, but it's a lie. They just want you mad. Then they hit record and you're saying things you don't mean because you're upset. The cops did this with everybody, and the people who weren't strong enough, they flipped. We compared notes, and it was just a bunch of lies to get us to hate each other. There were apologies, and we moved on." That was from a Metro State Special Services employee. It says, "We will upload interviews with some of the employees from Metro State Special Services at a later date." And I don't know if they ever did. I guess we'll get to that. But we're going to go to the next part, which according to this is the missing files. But it's actually going to be called The Sergeants, part 74. It's called The Sergeant. So meet me there. I will be there right now. But before you go there, make sure you like this video, subscribe down below, and leave a comment. Let me know what you think. Thanks for watching. I'll see you over in part 74. You're watching part 74 of the 100-part JeremyDewittecase.com archives right here on PoliceTube by PoliceTube. It's on YouTube, on PoliceTube's channel. This page was called The Sergeant. This is before the whole website got deleted off the internet. It says, Sergeant Keith Vidler from Orange County Sheriff's Office is one of the deputy sheriffs involved in Jeremy Dewitte's impersonation cases. He and Corporal John Ramsey began the impersonation investigation in 2019. During that time, Jeremy Dewitte claimed he and his employees were being harassed by the deputy sheriffs, particularly Sergeant Vidler. Dewitte made statements alleging Vidler was violating his Fourth Amendment rights and threatening to arrest him and his employees. And this link right here is referring to part 20 of this series called The Storm, if you want to go and check that out. It says here, it was not the first time a citizen claimed Sergeant Vidler was violating their Fourth Amendment rights. Remember, Sergeant Vidler has been doing what he's been doing since the 80s. Is that right? Or, I mean, for a long time. He's at least a 30-year veteran of the police force. So, yeah, this is not the first time a citizen is going to claim that the police violated their Fourth Amendment rights. Search has nothing to do with Sergeant Keith Vidler. But the website, the anonymous website, goes on to read, in 2010, Sergeant Keith Vidler claimed he saw a woman named Amanda Fields standing by her car. When Vidler approached Fields, she stated she was an inspector with the Department of Business and Professional Regulations. She was having difficulties with some barbershops in the area. The Department of Businesses and Professional Regulations, or DBPR, oversees licensing and regulations. Barbershops and barbers are required to be licensed and comply with safety and sanitation rules. Barbering without a license is a second-degree misdemeanor. Only 3 people in the last 10 years were sent to jail for this crime in the state of Florida in 2010. Sergeant Vidler claimed he told his supervisor, Lieutenant Ron Chapman, and members of the Orange County Sheriff's Department that the Department of Business and Professional Regulation planned an operation. Surprisingly, the sheriff of Orange County in 2010, Jerry Demings, who's now the mayor of Orange County, Florida, says him and the head of the Department of Business and Professional Regulations never knew about the joint operations. On August 19th, 2010, 2 days before the operation, Inspector Amanda Fields and another DPPR inspector conducted a walkthrough of 6 barbershop locations. One of those locations was Strictly Skills Barbershop, located in a predominantly African American and Hispanic community. The owner of the shop was Brian Berry. Inspector Amanda Fields stated she was performing a routine inspection, but she later admitted she was gathering information for the sting operation. It says here the Strictly Skills barbers were cooperative. No violations were found, no citations were issued, and Inspector Fields was even complimented Brian Berry on the progress he made in the shop. DBPR is only permitted to conduct inspections once every 2 years. However, 2 days later, DPPR and Orange County Sheriff's Office would conduct a second inspection as part of their sting operation. License, and what was happening here is the Orange County Sheriff's Department actually got wind that this barbershop was hiring unlicensed barbers. And I think they said there was a drug operation being ran out of there, and that's what they were investigating. It wasn't just unlicensed barbers. I think somebody said they were running drugs out there, but I think nothing like that was ever proven or something like that. It says here, licensed Strictly Skills barbers Jeremio Anderson, Reginald Tremont, and Edwin Durant stated on August 21st, 2010, at least 5 barbers were on duty, and the shop was filled with close to 25 customers who were predominantly black or Hispanic. School was almost in session, and several of the customers were children. The barbers claimed police cars pulled up into the shopping plaza and blocked off the parking lot, preventing anyone from entering or exiting. They say 10 officers in bulletproof vests, masks emerged with their guns drawn in front of the customers, including the children. Inspector Amanda Fields was also present. The officers ordered all of the customers to leave the barbershop, and the officers told the customers Strictly Skills was closed down indefinitely. Now, according to the officers that were actually there, they said that did not happen that way. You know, they weren't pulling guns in front of children, and they didn't tell everybody this place was closed down indefinitely. This is making it seem like it's a SWAT-style type raid by the police, but it wasn't that level. But I do believe that the people that were working there, like these people, the employees, they felt like this was like a SWAT-style raid. But this was just, Sheriff's Department business as usual. It says here, Reginald Tremont and Mr. Anderson were patted down in handcuffs. Sergeant Keith Vidler, who was a corporal at the time, admitted he was the supervisor on scene, and he ordered the deputies to detain Tremont. When Tremont said he had not done anything wrong, one of the officers allegedly responded, "It's a pretty big book. I'm pretty sure we can find something in here to take you to jail for." Which is probably true. Edwin Durant wasn't handcuffed, but he was told to sit down and shut up. Brian Berry, the owner, walked into the barbershop and identified himself. Deputy Travis Leslie immediately placed Berry into handcuffs and patted him down. I would like to notice that this website is getting more and more spelling errors. It's almost like somebody else is writing this now, or they're using a different program or something, because it's making a lot more spelling errors than it's done the entire series so far. We're currently watching part 74, and only over the last few parts have I started to see spelling errors. And also over the last few parts, I've seen a number of these pages be deleted after they were published. Very interesting. It says, while Tremont, Anderson, and Berry were restrained, Inspector Fields and the Orange County officers conducted an inspection of the barbershop. The officers called in their driver's license information to search for outstanding warrants. Amanda Fields checked the barbering license for the second time in 2 days. The officers and Inspector Fields searched the workstations and looked through drawers. Orange County officers searched an unlocked storage room which had no connection to the barbering services that were offered. The raid lasted 1 hour. It says Brian Berry Germano Anderson, Reginald Tremone, and Edwin Durant filed a suit against several of the officers, including Keith Vidler and Dave Ogden, who was a captain with the Orange County Sheriff's Office during the raid. It's got pictures that were deleted. Ogden is now the police chief of Windermere. Police Chief Ogden made one media appearance after Jeremy DeWitte's police impersonation arrest and spoke out against DeWitte and Metro State Services. The Strictly Skills barbers alleged, amongst other things, that the barbershop inspector violated their Fourth Amendment rights. The 11th Circuit Court stated the raid not only violated their Fourth Amendment rights during the unconstitutional search, it also violated state law. It says the August 21, 2010 search was executed with a tremendous and disproportionate show of force, and no evidence exists that such force was justified. Okay, and that was adjudicated by the 11th Judicial District Court. The lawsuit also named Sheriff Jerry Dimmings, which is now the mayor of Orange County, deputies Travis Leslie, Terry Wright, Kim Perimeter, Tracy Wise, and corporals Don Murphy and Antonio Wright. The raids were conducted on August 21, 2010 and September 17, 2010. The targets were at least 9 barbershops and 39 arrests were made for barbering without a license. Of the 39 arrests, 38 individuals were either black or Hispanic. So you're telling me that they weren't just arresting black and Hispanic people. The Department of Business and Professionals Regulations fired several employees who were involved in the raid. Invoked in the raid. Another spelling error. Employees were fired after an internal review of a series of Orange County Sheriff's Office barber shop inspections with DBPR. During those inspections, canine units were used at times, property was damaged, and some DBPR inspectors claimed they failed to document the inspections. Although DBPR fired those involved in the raid, Orange County Sheriff's Office stated an internal review determined the deputies who were involved did nothing wrong. Brian Berry passed away in 2016. On December 2nd, 2019, Jeremy DeWitte was arrested in Orlando, Florida. A warrant was issued for Jeremy DeWitte's arrest by Orange County Sheriff's Office and Sergeant Keith Vidler. The warrant expired before December 2nd, 2019. However, the arresting officer, Deputy Sheriff Michael Fuller, stated he was unaware of the expiration date. Further, Fuller claimed Jeremy DeWitte ran a red light and he was driving on a suspended license without his knowledge. A traffic infraction hearing was set, but has been delayed several times because of the coronavirus. A source provided an alternative view and a video of the traffic stop and arrest that occurred on December 2nd, 2019. And that's one of the videos that were deleted, of course. And then it says, with a note, the comments section will be closed today for maintenance. Meet us over in part 75. It's going to be called The Officers, which was a deleted webpage. So that's why it says the next post is Deadly Weapon, but that's going to be coming in part 78. So I'll see you over in part 75 called The Officers Part 2. Make sure you like this video, subscribe to my channel, and leave a comment down below. Let me know what you're thinking thus far. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you in the next part. You're watching part 75 of the 100-part Jeremy DeWitte Case.com archives right here on YouTube by PoliceTube. This page was entitled The Officers Part 2. This is the Part 2 series of Part 19. If you look back at my series, Part 19 was called The Officers Part 1. So this says, today, Judge Rene Roche granted Amir Ladan's motion to quash the active warrant against Jeremy DeWitte. Jeremy DeWitte's next court date is a pretrial conference hearing on September 1st, 2020. There's the document. It says, update, June 9, 2020 at 6:27 p.m. Eastern Time. We've been closely monitoring Jeremy DeWitte's latest arraignment hearing for 5 of his 11 felony cases. Today at 3:30 p.m., Jeremy DeWitte had an arraignment hearing with Judge Rene Roche. There it is. Jeremy DeWitte failed to appear to this arraignment hearing and a warrant was issued for his arrest. Interesting. There it is. 1 hour and 12 minutes after his hearing, defense attorney Amir Ladan e-filed an appearance. There's a document for that. Amir Ladan also filed a motion to quash the warrant on June 9. There's the quashing. It is now up to the judge to make the next decision about Jeremy DeWitte's bond revocation. We usually post during the weekdays at 8 a.m. Eastern, but since there may be updates with the case, posts may be uploaded anytime now. It says on March 15, 2020, we discussed 3 of the motor officers employed by Metro State Special Services. Randall Brokus is the defendant, co-defendant in one of the 11 felony cases against Jeremy Dewitte. Jessica Bolden was a business associate, and Jeremy DeWitte's alleged mistress, Stephen Negron, is a Metro State employee and a witness for the state. And there they are. It says here, Alec Ringel is also employed with Metro State as a motor officer. Ringel is allegedly an employee who has taken the leadership position Jeremy Dewitte is no longer able to fill. Alec Ringel uses the screen name APR 1125. We also know that now that we're in the future, we know that Ringel started his own funeral escort company. I think he started that November of 2020. He filed the paperwork for it. Now he's actively running it. It's called Canis Company. It says here, on July 9, 2011, Alec Ringel's mother, Carrie, filed a police report against Ringel, claiming he was living in her home and refused to work full-time, complete his GED, or contribute toward the bills. She filed a police report against Ringel for refusing to work full-time and not completing his GED or contributing toward the bills. That sounds like half the people in this country. Or I don't know about half. It says Carrie claims she asked Alec Ringel to leave her home, and he allegedly told her she would have to evict him. Carrie told the officers Ringel's father had a history of repeated evictions, and he had shown his son how to calm the system. Carrie was also concerned because Alec Ringel was wearing a bulletproof vest every day and appeared to be obsessed with weapons. After a heated argument, Carrie told police officers Ringel tried to kick in the front door, and he threatened to spray her with pepper spray. Alec Ringel was arrested and charged with aggravated assault and criminal mischief. Charges were filed against Alec Ringel on August 8, 2011, and officially dropped against him on October 20th, 2011. This is over a decade ago. Ringel's last brush with the law was in 2014 when he was accused of concealing knives by the arresting officer, Deputy Edward F. Kelly, Jr. There's the document. There's the document. It says Ringel was ordered to pay fines and attend community service and a weapons class. There's the document. There's the document. Then it says here, we recently spoke to Jeremy DeWitte's ex, Jennifer, about her attendance at the George Floyd protests, Jeremy DeWitte's Black Lives Matter support, and her recent encounter with Metro State Special Services. And here's some animated GIFs. Where did they get these animated GIFs of her hanging out like this? We also listened to your feedback, and hopefully we have provided better audio quality. This is something we are working on. Here's another update on the person who commented from different IP addresses using different names. As we mentioned before, the user No Ma'am, We're Musicians, use multiple names. There are 2 other names believed to be his as well. There we go. Be careful, Jeremy is something. The photo stream, so we already saw those. Why don't you link them? Okay, we saw that. Okay, we saw that. Sounds we found another comment with the same name jumped in Fallujah dated March 26, 2020. We will have more updates about this at a later date. There's a list of their tags and keywords. That's interesting. Buddy Dyer and Trolls. So, it says the next page here was called The Defense Part 2, but that's not what I have it down as. I have the next page entitled The Transcript, and that's in part 76 of the series. You'll see me there in the next part. Make sure you like this video. Make sure you subscribe down below. Make sure you comment down below. Let me know what you think. And why is The Defense? Why was that the name of the next page, but then it must have been deleted immediately? Very interesting. I'll see you soon in the next part. Part 76 on the PoliceTube channel. All right, this is part 76 of the 100-part JeremyDeWitteCase.com archives. Website was authored by unknown, and they deleted all this stuff. That's why I'm archiving it here. This page is called The Transcript. It says, on June 18th, 2009, Jeremy DeWitte went before Judge Julie O'Kane after violating his SO probation. On January 10, 2005, a warrant was issued for Jeremy DeWitte's arrest. He was charged with 2 counts of lewd or lascivious battery on a minor between the ages of 12 and 15. DeWitte later pled to one of the 2 charges. A stipulated downward departure was granted by the judge, and Jeremy DeWitte was given a lesser sentence of 5 years probation. The alleged victim in the Orange County case number, Naomi Lewis, and her parents asked for the downward departure and indicated they did not want Jeremy DeWitte to serve a long prison sentence. It says, during his violation of probation hearing, Jeremy DeWitte admitted he violated his SO probation. His defense attorney, Eric Dubois, and the state prosecutor, Nicole Pigoa, agreed on another downward departure at the request of the Lewis family. Documents deleted. Jeremy Dewitte was sentenced to 4 years in prison instead of the 8 years he was originally facing. YouTube channel Real World Police recently spoke to Naomi Lewis about her relationship with Jeremy Dewitte, despite the fact that Real World Police adamantly denied Jeremy Dewitte did this with Naomi. Naomi Lewis agreed to the interview. And we've all heard that on Real World Police, I believe. Says, Naomi Lewis also changed her story about her relationship with Jeremy Dewitte and claimed it was not consensual. And this is according to this JeremyDeWitteCase.com website, which is highly biased, you got to remember. And these people, whoever's writing this website, doesn't know Naomi and barely knows what's going on. So let's just take this with a grain of salt. I'll just remind everybody about that. Because this was a young female victim of Jeremy Dewitte who was adjudicated in court that Jeremy did something wrong. It says here, however, court documents show she did believe it was consensual and she was against any prison time for Jeremy Dewitte. Yeah, that's because she's having compassion for people, but that's why the victim is not the prosecutor. She may have felt like it was consensual at first, maybe, who knows? But after she probably realized that, once you grow up and realize as a child, you can't consent to certain things because you don't know what's going on. That's the law, and that's what you figure out eventually, and that's probably why she, quote-unquote, changed her story, because she realized that Jeremy Dewitte actually could not have gotten her consent no matter what. It says here the video was released to Patreon members, and it was also accidentally leaked to the public. A source sent us an email about the video. And here's some stuff that's not there anymore. Jeremy Dewitte's ex, Jennifer, was also mentioned in the video, and she sent an email to Corporal John Ramsey, Sergeant Keith Vidler, Under Sheriff Mark Canty, and Sheriff John Minna. Why do you think Jennifer would send an email to Sheriff John Minna? We know why she would talk to Mark Canty. She's often in contact with Mark Canty. That's very interesting. Here's the email. Good morning. I was told personal information about me was being released from you, John Ramsey, and you, Keith Vidler, to a racist loser YouTuber named Jay Horowitz. Sorry about that, Jay. I'm just reading. This is not my opinion. It's not the opinion of PoliceTube. From Real World Police. Jay Horowitz has the same obsession with Jeremy Dewitte as Jennifer does. And because I don't hate Jeremy Dewitte the way you all do, I'm the next target. Lovely. Please don't say you haven't leaked information to him, because I have call logs and text messages from one of Jerome Hennon's attorneys, and they say you have leaked information from the sheriff's office to Jay Horowitz so you can humiliate Jeremy Dewitte and anyone associated with him and taint the jury pool. There were also lies in the affidavits, and I have texts from the attorney leaked information from the sheriff's office to Jay Horowitz. Oh, it's on a new page here. It says here, I have text messages from the attorney saying that. If you wanted information on me, all you had to do was ask. You don't have to go digging for it. Digging in my past for losers I barely knew, or dive into dumpsters for information about me. Diving into dumpsters. Hey, I'm going to go into this dumpster. There should be information about Jennifer in the dumpster. Never thought about doing that. Oh, and before I forget, Keith Vidler, I would appreciate it if you would stop telling people I'm a slur and I'm sleeping with Under Sheriff Haney, and you want to get him fired for that. Interesting. When did Keith Vidler ever say that Jennifer is sleeping with the undersheriff? We don't know each other on a personal level. He would never do anything like that because, unlike you, he's a professional. So Jennifer's saying that she doesn't know Canty on a personal level, but she knows for a fact he would never do anything like that. So if she doesn't know him on a personal level, does she know him on a professional level? Huh? You know what I'm saying? She says, thank you for making us famous. Have a nice day. With a smiley face. So she actually thanked Keith Vidler for making her famous through Jay Horowitz of Real World Police. Jennifer also claims she recently met with Detective John Allen in Windermere regarding Jeremy Dewitte's helmet cam footage from the day of his arrest in September 2019. They say it's missing. I was told it's as if he never turned it on that day, but there's more to that story, she laughed. As far as everything else, it will all come out. The people who think they can hide won't be able to for very long. There are private investigators watching certain people. says Jennifer chose to hold some of her comments about real-world police. I'll wait like I always do. I think I know who they spoke to, and I thought he was dead because he's an alcoholic. I was 21 and he was 50 at the time. You do the math and you can tell me if that was an equal situation. What was she talking about there? Let me read that back. Jennifer said about real world police, I'll wait like I always do. I think I know who they spoke to, and I thought he was dead because he's an alcoholic. I was 21 and he was 50 at the time. You do the math and you tell me if you think that was an equal equation. I'm sorry, equal situation. Very interesting. Let's see. As far as the Orange County Sheriff's Office, she had to say this. I emailed them and someone tried to hack into my email 5 hours later. Keith Vidler calls someone I know while he's drinking at night, and he talks about Jeremy all night long. That's what I was told. It could be a lie. So I'll just say allegedly. John Ramsey told Rania Dewitte that me and Jeremy were getting a marriage license too. I guess that's what the police tell everybody. It never happened. We received photos and video, which we will share at a later date, about the arrest in Windermere. That's interesting. John Ramsey told Jeremy's wife that Jeremy and Jennifer were getting a marriage license. But she says that that's a lie and that never happened. But I think they were probably planning on that because Jeremy said on that 911 call that I was planning on leaving my wife for you. And in one of these parts that I went over here on this website, it said that they talked about Jennifer and her engagement. Who is she engaged to? This was just recently. Anyway, this has been part 76 of the 100-part series. Meet me on the next part. It'll be called The Camera. Part 77, The Camera. I'll see you over there. Make sure you like this video, subscribe to my channel, and leave a comment below this video and let me know what you think. Pepperball. Thanks for watching. I'll see you on the next part. All right, you're watching part 77 of the 100-part JeremyDewittCase.com archives by PoliceTube on YouTube. This page says Jeremy Dewitte was arrested September 7, 2019 in Windermere, Florida after he allegedly crossed a double yellow line while conducting a funeral procession. The officers on the scene were Sergeant Mark DeStefano, Officer Gerald Ogletree, the Officer Jeffrey Schroer, the Officer Ryan Miller. Jeremy was charged with 1 count of falsely impersonating a police officer, 1 count of resisting an officer without violence, and 1 count of unlawful use of a two-way communications device. The latter charge was dropped by the state of Florida, and a new charge of reckless driving was added. During the arrest, Jeremy Dewitte stated on several occasions he was recording the incident with his helmet camera. And here's his camera. Here's his helmet here. On October 2nd, 2019, Officer Jeffrey completed an affidavit for a search warrant to obtain the video from the helmet camera worn by Jeremy Dewitte on September 9, 2019. Judge Kevin B. Weiss reviewed the affidavit and issued a search warrant on October 2nd, 2019. Here's a copy of the warrant. It says on October 4, 2019, this officer reviewed the helmet camera and discovered an SD card containing 19 videos. This officer claimed the majority of the videos showed Jeremy Dewitte on various motorcycles driving recklessly. Officer Jeffrey transferred the videos on the SD card to a CD and submitted it into evidence. According to this officer, there appeared to be an internal hard drive in the camera itself, but he was unable to access the files. This officer made an attempt to download the software from Contour.com, the manufacturer of the helmet camera, and claimed he was unsuccessful. The officer sent an email on October 4, 2019 to Contour's support team to obtain the software file. There's the email. Contour LLC was a Utah-based company that manufactured cameras, mounts, and accessories. The company shut down in 2014 after 10 years in the technology industry. Contour attempted a comeback merge with Ion Camera in 2015 after Contour sued GoPro for patent infringement. Ion filed for bankruptcy in 2016, and Contour LLC has been inactive since 2016. According to Officer Jeffrey's affidavit, Jeremy Dewitte's helmet camera was Contour 1900 model. One of the first steps when using the helmet camera is inserting the SD card. The next step is to slide the record slider forward to record. These are very important things that we're learning right now. The Contour manual states letter A is the recording indicator. If the circle is visible, the device is recording. Letter B is the record slider. The photos taken by Windermere Police Department on the day of Jeremy Dewitte's arrest show the Contour camera's record slider is slid forward and the recording indicator is visible. But those photos are missing from this. We received the photographs from Jeremy Dewitte's ex, Jennifer, who unexpectedly met with Detective John Allen and Deputy Chief Jennifer Treadwell at the camera about the camera's footage. Why would Jennifer be meeting with Detective John Allen about the camera's footage? That's interesting. I hadn't seen Detective Allen since 2019, and I wasn't expecting to see him, she said. The best thing I've learned since 2019 is Jeremy met Jessica Bolden on Ashley Madison. He used her up. The last person who saw her said she was looking rougher than usual. Oh well. She continued, Deputy Chief Treadwell was very nice to me, and I felt like she was being genuine. I sat in the same seat Detective Allen sat in the... I sat in the same seat. Detective Allen sat in the same seat. She sat in Corporal Ramsey's seat. It was just like 2019, except Ramsey wasn't there, and we were wearing masks. They said they wanted to help me, but Deputy Chief Treadwell said there wasn't any video from Jeremy's camera. She said it was almost as if he didn't turn his camera on that day. The other videos were there. The Windermere video wasn't, Jennifer said. One of the last things Detective Allen told me is I can always come into him and ask him questions if I have any. But then after the meeting, I realized public records that were redacted for other people weren't redacted for some. I'm not sure how insignificant people can have things that aren't redacted unless it was handed to them. I know Vidler calls people and laughs at videos that go up because he has a part in them and because he's pathetic. But I don't know about other officers and what they do, she said. According to another source, Sergeant Keith Vidler allegedly alerted law enforcement to be on the lookout, a bolo, for Metro State Special Services and Jeremy Dewitte on September 7, 2019. In the video uploaded today, Jeremy Dewitte makes a phone call to Metro State Special Services employee Alan Smith about Stephen Negron, from Orange County Corrections. We will also take another look at DeWitte's September 7th, 2019 Windermere arrest. It says, there are moments in the video when the body-worn cameras are muted by Windermere Police Departments. Okay, and this has been taken offline. So that wraps up part 77, the camera. Please like this video, subscribe to my channel, and comment down below. Let me know what you think. And I'll meet you in the next part called part 78. It's called The Deadly Weapon, part 2. Hey everybody, you're watching part 78 of the 100-part Jeremy Dewitte Case.com archived website. This page was entitled The Deadly Weapon. It says, on September 16, 2019, Jeremy Dewitte made a 911 phone call during a funeral procession. Dewitte stated off-duty Sheriff Deputy Todd Mahoney tried to hit him with his black Dodge Ram. Jeremy Dewitte also stated Mahoney was deliberately disrupting Metro State's procession. He's cutting in and out of the funeral. He's flipping the family off. He's telling the family that he doesn't care. Jeremy Dewitte claimed Deputy Sheriff Mahoney tried to run him over while he was slamming on his brakes and cutting in and out of the funeral line. It says here, after Jeremy Dewitte made his 911 call, 8 Orlando police officers arrived at the scene at Blue Jacket Park. One of those officers was Officer Stephen Smith. In Officer Smith's narrative report, he said he responded to a suspicious incident call, and he took statements from Deputy Sheriff Todd Mahoney and Jeremy Dewitte. Mahoney claimed Dewitte was irate and made attempts to block the intersection and direct traffic. He also claimed Dewitte followed him to Blue Jacket Park. It would later be revealed Metro State Special Services was en route to Pineywood Cemetery, which was close to Blue Jacket Park. Dewitte claimed when Mahoney tried to run him over with his truck, Dewitte hit the hood of his vehicle to stop the deputy from running him over. The two exchanged words, according to Jeremy Dewitte, and Deputy Sheriff Mahoney drove away. While Dewitte and Mahoney were giving their statements, Sergeant Keith Vidler arrived at the scene. Sergeant Vidler is employed with the Orange County Sheriff's Office, obviously, but he was called to the scene, which was in Orlando Police Department's jurisdiction. The only arrest made that day was the arrest of Randall Brokus for openly carrying a firearm. Brokus accepted a plea deal for that charge. He still faces a felony charge of impersonating a police officer in his co-defendant case with Jeremy Dewitte. And that's as of the writing of this website, which was a long time ago. On October 30th, 2019, Jeremy Dewitte was arrested for the second time for falsely impersonating a police officer. When Sergeant Keith Vidler arrived on the scene on September 16, 2019, he claimed he needed to investigate the situation. On September 19, 2019, Vidler received 2 witness statements from Deputy Sheriff Todd Mahoney and his wife Kristen Mahoney at Orange County Sheriff's Office. Todd and Kristen Mahoney said on September 16, 2019, They saw a motorcyclist who resembled a police officer because of the colors on the motorcycle, the way the motorcyclist was dressed, and how he was acting. The person was later identified as Randall Brokus. The Mahoney family claimed Jeremy Dewitte confronted them and exited his vehicle and blocked the right lane while he was flashing his amber and purple lights. Todd and Kristen said Jeremy Dewitte yelled at the two. They claimed Dewitte put his right hand on his gun belt in a threatening way. This wasn't documented in Officer Stephen Smith's narrative report on September 16, 2019, after he spoke to the witnesses at the scene. Although Jeremy Dewitte stated in the 911 call that he and his employees were going to pass by Blue Jacket Park to arrive at Pineywood Cemetery, Sergeant Keith Vidler claimed in his affidavit that Metro State's vehicles began following Deputy Sheriff Mahoney and his wife to Blue Jacket Park. On January 29, 2020, the State Attorney's Office officially filed charges against Jeremy Dewitte, adding 2 more third-degree felony charges to his case: aggravated assault with a deadly weapon, including aggravated assault with a deadly weapon. The incident involving Deputy Sheriff Todd Mahoney is one of the first trials Jeremy Dewitte is scheduled to attend later this year, which got scheduled into 2021, actually. However, because of COVID-19, it's unclear if there will be a trial in 2020 for any of Jeremy Dewitte's open felony cases. There's a note here that says, we received a video of Jeremy Dewitte's encounter with Sergeant Keith Vidler on March 14, 2020. Sergeant Vidler stopped Jeremy Dewitte and ticketed him for misrepresenting his vehicle insurance and for displaying prohibited red and blue lights, according to the officer. Although it is not seen on the video, Metro State's Alec Ringel received the same tickets. However, his traffic tickets were later dismissed by Sergeant Keith Vidler. Jeremy Dewitte's tickets were not dismissed. Dewitte has an upcoming criminal traffic court date for allegedly misrepresenting his insurance, which is a first-degree misdemeanor in the state of Florida. This video that they posted is, of course, not available. That's interesting that they would drop Alec Ringel's charges. So that concludes this part of the 100-part series. This has been part 78. I'll meet you over in part 79 that's called The Hit and Run. So make sure you like this video, comment down below, and subscribe to my channel. And then let's go over to part 78, part 79, shall we? I'll see you there. Hey everybody, you're watching part 79 of the 100-part Jeremy Dewitte series, JeremyDewitteCase.com website, archived right here on YouTube by PoliceTube. This page is called The Hit and Run Part 2. This is actually going to be a 2-page series because it starts with Hit and Run Part 1, which I didn't see until right now. So this says, it starts off by saying there's never before seen footage at the end of this post. It says, on July 27, 2017, a man named Jerome was charged with aggravated assault with a deadly weapon and battery against Metro State Special Services employee and Jeremy Dewitte's half-brother Dylan Vogt, which we already know. Winter Park Police Officer Joshua Larson responded to Chase Bank on 608 North Orlando Avenue in reference to a hit and run. Larson reviewed the body camera Dylan Vogt was wearing while he was conducting a funeral escort from Ivanhoe Baldwin Fairchild Funeral Home to Glen Haven Memorial Park. Vogt stated he was in front of the lead vehicle while waiting at the red light of Minnesota Avenue and Orlando Avenue, and when the light turned green, Vogt said he entered the intersection and dismounted his motorcycle to direct traffic. Which you can do that, Dylan. Vogt said he saw a black SUV traveling northbound in the lane next to the funeral procession, and he attempted to get the attention of the driver by raising his hands to get him to stop and yelling out, "You're a car!" Vogt raised both his hands and yelled, "Stop your vehicle." Vogt claimed the driver didn't come to a complete stop, and the driver began moving his vehicle into Vogt's legs. Dylan Vogt hit the hood of the car, and the driver accelerated his vehicle, pushing Vogt further back. Not true. Vogt claimed he stepped to the side of the vehicle, fearing the driver was going to run him over. The driver proceeded forward and rolled down his front passenger side window and stated Vogt didn't have the right to hold the intersection. In the arrest affidavit, Officer Larson stated he reviewed the body camera video, and the video showed Vogt trying to stop the vehicle numerous times while the driver continued to move the SUV in Dylan Vogt's direction and eventually come into contact with Vogt. His hands. Officer Larson stated, "I have probable cause that Jerome committed the act of aggravated assault with a deadly weapon and battery by actively maneuvering his vehicle in the direction of Dylan Vogt and even making contact with Vogt with the vehicle." Jerome was placed under arrest and transported to Winter Park Police Department. And they were nice enough to blur his face and last name here, since he was found innocent later. The charges against Jerome were dropped and his criminal record was expunged. Dylan Vogt filed a civil suit against Jerome on March 23, 2018. Jerome countersued on June 7, 2019. The civil case is still pending. Nearly a month after Jeremy Dewitte's third police impersonation arrest, Sergeant Keith Vidler of Orange County Sheriff's Office claimed he received a phone call on December 11, 2019 from Officer Joshua Larson, who was currently employed with Orlando Police Department. Vidler stated Officer Larson claimed during that time his agency failed to investigate the legitimacy of Metro State Special Services. Sergeant Vidler said Officer Larson wasn't aware Metro State Special Services wasn't law enforcement, and Larson believed Vogt and Dewitte were police officers because of their uniforms and decals. Vidler told Larson he had requested to meet with Jerome prior to December 11, 2019, because he was conducting an investigation about the 2017 arrest. Vidler claimed Jerome's civil attorney, Scott Rost, and his private investigator, Billy Lane, contacted him on November 22, 2019. Rost and Lane said they watched the news stories about Jeremy Dewitte's arrest and believed Jerome was a victim of Metro State Special Services. Scott Rost handed Sergeant Vidler the Winter Park Police Department's charging affidavit and the court case number. On December 5th, 2019, Sergeant Vidler and Corporal John Ramsey met with Scott Rost and Jerome Rost at Rost's office. Scott Rost gave Vidler a copy of Dylan's body camera video and pictures taken by Jerome of Jeremy Dewitte. Jerome made a recorded statement to the Orange County deputy sheriffs. He said, Jerome claimed he was traveling back to his office when a police officer on a motorcycle stopped him. Jerome stated he was redirected several times when he approached the motorcycle and Dylan Vogt was erratic, hit his vehicle and yelled at him. He claimed he was scared during the encounter and drove away to get out of the situation. Jerome claimed when he drove away from Dylan Vogt, Jeremy Dewitte cornered him and began cursing and yelling, claiming he was a law enforcement officer, and Dylan Vogt followed him. Jerome said Vogt was hostile, and Jerome claimed he stopped his vehicle in front of Vogt because he thought he was a police officer and he had the authority to stop him. Jerome stated Vogt began yelling and striking his vehicle with a closed fist, and that when he realized Vogt may not be a real police officer, Jerome said he believed Dylan Vogt and Jeremy Dewitte were real police officers because of their uniforms, helmets, microphones, badges, belts, and guns. Jerome showed Vidler pictures of Jeremy Dewitte on the driver's side of his vehicle and stated he took the pictures as Dewitte approached and threatened him. Wow, look at these pictures of Jeremy. I haven't seen these before, of Jeremy being like, hey, F-boy, you hit one of my officers. This picture's gone. Sergeant Keith Vidler completed an affidavit form, and in the affidavit he stated he saw Dylan Vogt dismount his vehicle on his body camera video, and Vogt directed traffic with hand motions and verbal commands. Vidler claimed Vogt ordered Jerome to stop his vehicle 6 times. Vidler claimed Jerome came to a complete stop and Vogt proceeded to pounce on the hood of Jerome's vehicle. That's true. Vidler said Vogt moved to the passenger side of the Range Rover and slapped the passenger side mirror with his right hand. That's true. Vidler claimed Vogt is clearly the aggressor and attacks Jerome's stopped vehicle with a closed fist. That's true. Vidler stated Dylan Vogt was acting outside of the scope of his profession and he was impersonating a police officer. Dylan Vogt was charged with falsely impersonating an officer and criminal mischief. Jeremy Dewitte was charged with falsely impersonating an officer. Documents. Last week, we spoke to Jeremy Dewitte's ex, Jennifer, who claims she gave someone from the other side information about the investigation. This audio will be uploaded soon. During that time, she claims she also received information from an anonymous source. One of those items was a video. It says here, because of my personal relationships, I'm closer to this case than any of the others. You know, she's Motor 2, she considers herself. And for months, I was told a different story about what happened with Dylan and Jerome, she said. I made up my mind, and it's hard to get me to change my mind, but I think people need to see this video. This is the video Jennifer shared. It's a raw video of Dylan Vogt's body camera footage of his encounter with Jerome. It was recorded on a screen by Winter Park police officer who can be seen on the screen at times. Why would Jennifer have a video that the Winter Park Police Department officer recorded? That's interesting. Of course, this video is no longer here. After reviewing the video of Dylan Vogt and Jerome's encounter, this is what we observed in the video. Dylan Vogt dismounted his motorcycle. Dylan Vogt rode by on his motorcycle with the funeral procession. Moments later, a black Range Rover approaches. The driver of the black Range Rover turned on his hazard lights and attempted to join the funeral procession. Drivers are prohibited from driving between vehicles in the procession if their headlights are on, unless directed by a police officer. Vogt held up his hand, commanded Hennon to stop, and said, "Whoa, hey, hey, hey." Hennon is Jerome Hennon. I don't know why they didn't redact his name here. It says Jerome moved into the left lane and toward Vogt, who said, "Stop your car." He repeated himself as the SUV continued to move forward. Vogt said, "You're committing an assault right now. Stop your car." The Range Rover moved forward and never stopped. Dylan Vogt said, "Hey." The driver of the SUV continued to move forward and appeared to be pushing Vogt backwards. Vogt knocked on the hood of the car with his knuckles. The vehicle kept moving forward, pushing Vogt backwards. Dylan Vogt hit the hood of the car with his fist and yelled, "Hey, you're a car." The vehicle never stopped as Vogt moved to the passenger side of the Range Rover and hit the passenger side mirror. Jerome rolled down his passenger side window and said he was calling the police. It was the first time Jerome appeared to reach for his cell phone. Dylan Vogt told him to stop his vehicle. Jerome said, "You don't have the right to block streets." Vogt said, "You don't have the right to hit me with your vehicle." Jerome said, "Give me your card right now." He dials a number on his phone. Vogt said, "You don't have the right to touch me with your car." Now, during this actual video, Dylan Vogt was panicking. He was saying weird things. Like, "You don't have rights," is one thing he said. He also said, "You're a car," to Jerome. Jerome was remaining more calm, but this is correcting all of Vogt's language on this website here. It says Vogt moved to the side and Jerome drove away. Vogt read Jerome's vanity plate number to someone, and he told the person, "Range Rover pulling up on you." Vogt mounted his motorcycle. Dylan Vogt's next court date is a trial management conference on September 9th, 2020 at 10 a.m. and a pretrial conference. Those have all been rescheduled or whatnot. Then we go on to the hit and run part 2. It says on July 14, 2020, Officer Joshua Lawson recorded a video during his deposition for a civil case involving a man named Jerome Hennon, Dylan Vogt, and Metro State Special Services. There's a document for that. Officer Larson was the police officer who arrested Jerome on July 27, 2017, after a 911 call was made by Metro State Special Services employees. In the call, the employees claimed Dylan Vogt, Jeremy Dewitte's brother, was struck by Jerome's Range Rover during a funeral procession. Jerome was charged with battery and aggravated assault with a deadly weapon. The charges were later dropped, and Jerome's record with the state attorney's office, as well as his record with Winter Park Police Department, was expunged. In 2018, Dylan Vogt filed a lawsuit against Jerome. Jerome countersued Dylan Vogt, Metro State Services. We already know all this. In February 2020, Dylan Vogt and Jeremy Dewitte were charged with impersonating a police officer for the 2017 encounter with Jerome. Vogt was given an additional charge of criminal mischief for allegedly damaging Jerome's vehicle. A video was provided of the incident between Jerome and Dylan. During his deposition, Officer Joshua Larson stated he was a fairly new police officer at the time of Jerome's arrest. Larson said he had never seen a funeral procession while on patrol before July of 2017. Michael Breen, who we've talked about a lot, Michael Breen is now mentioned. First of all, Michael Breen is a personal injury attorney. He has direct connections with Jeremy Dewitte. He helped Jeremy Dewitte start his ambulance business in 2019. Michael Breen also contributed toward the sheriff, John Minna's political campaign. He's good friends with the sheriff, John Minna. Michael Breen also helped Dylan Vogt during this personal injury case in order to do this against Jerome. And Michael Breen also recently had his servers hacked and all of his documents stolen, and apparently those are going to be released to the dark web here pretty soon, according to the hackers. This is the first time it mentions Michael Breen. It says, Michael Breen, Dylan Vogt's attorney, asked Larson about his training and his familiarity with the crime of aggravated assault. Officer Larson claimed when he arrived at the scene, Dylan Vogt showed him a video of the incident. Larson asked if he noticed Dylan manipulating the video and if he believed the video could have been edited. Officer Larson said the video showed Vogt trying to stop the vehicle numerous times, and the vehicle continued to move toward Vogt. Dylan Vogt filled out a sworn statement, and Winter Park Police Department found Jerome's Range Rover at his place of business. He was later identified by Dylan Vogt as the man who committed this alleged crime. Jerome Hennon was taken to the police department and placed in a holding cell. Larson stated there was never a point when he considered charges against Dylan Vogt. Officer Larson was asked if he had ever contacted anyone from the Orange County Sheriff's Office about the 2017 case. Michael Breen read Sergeant Keith Vidler's report, which stated that on December 11, 2019, Officer Larson called Vidler about the investigation. Larson said he didn't recall making any calls to anyone other from Orange County Sheriff's Office. He may have returned a call, however, he couldn't remember Sergeant Keith Vidler or Corporal John Ramsey's names. When asked about whether he believed Metro State Special Services had the right to direct traffic, Officer Larson said he did believe the company could direct traffic, but he was unsure after his phone call with Sergeant Keith Vidler. Officer Larson stated Vidler's interpretation of the law confused him. Attorney Michael Breen asked Officer Joshua Larson if the same incident occurred while he was directing traffic. Would he be authorized to use deadly force to stop Jerome's vehicle? Officer Larson replied yes. Attorney William Ruffier cross-examined Officer Larson with follow-up questions. Ruffier asked Larson if citizens could stop and direct traffic. Officer Larson stated Dylan Vogt could block the intersection in order to make sure those who were not in the funeral processions could not merge into it. William Ruffier asked Officer Larson if Metro State employees were allowed to have flashing red lights. After an objection from Michael Breen, Officer Larson stated that he didn't believe Dylan Vogt had red or blue lights, and he didn't see any flashing lights. Ruffier asked Larson if he saw any bruising on Dylan Vogt's body, and Larson said he did not. Larson was asked several times about Dylan Vogt's rights while the funeral procession was occurring. Jerome's second attorney, Stephen Filler, attempted to cross-examine Officer Joshua Larson, but after a heated discussion between Filler and opposing attorney Michael Breen, the deposition was terminated. On July 16, 2020, Stephanie Filler filed a motion to compel deposition and a motion for sanctions against Michael Breen. Filler also filed the transcript of the deposition. The 28-page transcript is available for download. And of course, it's not available anymore. It was uploaded and then it was gone. On December 5th, 2019, Corporal John Ramsey and Sergeant Keith Vidler interviewed Jerome in his third attorney's office. Attorney Scott Rost was present during the interview. Meanwhile, Jeremy DeWitte's ex, Jennifer, has made public records request after seeing the video of Dylan, Vogt, and Jerome. Of course, these videos are gone. I was told Jerome's wife and his manager were calling their lawyers when he went back to the office. They were telling the lawyers to hurry up and get over there because Jerome was going to be arrested. The state is offering Dylan these probation deals because he doesn't have points to go to prison. They want him to testify against Jeremy. The public records have been interesting, she said. It's very interesting hearing what people say behind your back. It's clear to me Ramsey underestimated me. He thought he was going to be able to tell my story and I was just going to fade away. I was never going to let that happen. Now this is quotes. I think this is Jennifer being quoted. It continues to read, he said I sent him emails and he was just so confused about it. He didn't know why. Well, when someone tells you to email them, you sort of do it. He wanted to know about everything about Jeremy, even his favorite sexual positions. He said he even wanted to know his whole life, Jennifer continued. Then he told police he didn't know why I wanted to speak with him. I didn't want to speak with him. I wanted to talk to Detective Allen. Ramsey called me and almost made me a pinky promise to come in and talk to him, but he changed his story for the audience. I didn't know he was a regular dummy. They wanted me to be the villain and the mean girl. Jessica Bolden tried to run over Rania DeWitte with her truck, but I'm the villain? I've never tried to kill another person, and I've never destroyed someone's property and left dents in their vehicle. Jessica Bolden does those things. It's finally coming out, but the sheriff's office tried to hide it. Now, I've never heard anything about Jessica Bolden, Jeremy's other girlfriend, trying to run anybody over at all. But I did see a video of Jessica Bolden saying, her car's all dinged up because of karma. I don't know why she did that to Rania, it says. I'm sure it was jealousy. When I spoke to her on the phone, she talked to me like she was 10. But I saw the Tampa video, and I saw someone who was barely a 5. Oh, so she talked like she was a 10 looking, but she was actually a 5, according to Jennifer. Those old friendships and relationships are irrelevant, dead and gone. So much has changed, she said. I knew there was something going on with the public records because I was requesting them with a few other people, and we weren't receiving the same things that are online. I didn't want to give the police departments any wiggle room and blame someone who didn't properly redact. She went on to say, I wanted to put them in a corner, and that was so tight they couldn't move, and that is why I requested the seminal power sports call. Ramsey and Vidler wanted to be the stars, and I wanted to make sure I kept that light on them. So here's a FOIA request. Here's another FOIA request. Here's the response. I mean, Jennifer's actually making FOIA requests. That's not easy to do, and for her to do it, that's kind of impressive, because some people say that she's very dumb, but she actually made FOIA requests and wrote things and filed things, and she recorded things and followed up on appointments. So she's got something about her wits. Jeremy Dewitte's next criminal court case, according to this, is September 2021, but of course that's all been trialed and retrialed, and it's going on much later. Check us out on part 80, which is coming up next. It's called The Deadly Weapon. Like this video, subscribe to my channel, comment down below, and look for the link for part 80, The Deadly Weapon. Thanks for watching PoliceTube, and I'll see you next time. You're watching part 80 of the JeremyDeWitteCase.com archives right here on YouTube by PoliceTube. This page they published was called The Deadly Weapon Part 3. This is after my part 52 series and part 78. So part 52 is The Deadly Weapon Part 1. Part 78 is The Deadly Weapon Part 2. And this is part 80, The Deadly Weapon Part 3. So make sure you check those other ones. Some of this will be rehashing, though. It starts off by saying, on September 16, 2019, off-duty Deputy Sheriff Todd Mahoney and his wife Kristen Mahoney placed a 911 call in reference to Jeremy Dewitte and Metro State Special Services. According to a sworn affidavit prepared by Orange County Sheriff's Office Sergeant Keith Vidler, Todd and Kristen claimed they observed employees from Metro State behaving as law enforcement. Allegedly, during the September 16, 2019 funeral procession, Jeremy Dewitte exited his black and white Chevy Tahoe and began directing traffic. Todd and Kristen Mahoney stated Jeremy Dewitte slapped the hood of their Dodge Ram truck with both of his hands and placed his right hand on his gun holster. During a 911 call, they told the operator Jeremy Dewitte placed his right hand on his gun belt a second time when he was on North Fern Creek Avenue. On Jeremy Dewitte's 911 call, he appeared to be speaking to the operator while he was crossing North Fern Creek Avenue. Metro State employees Stephen Negron, Recycle, Victor Lopez, Photo, and Randall Brokus, ASAP, were also working that day. The couple said they felt threatened by Dewitte's actions and they believed he was reaching for a gun while they were being followed. They also told the sergeant their 4-year-old son was in the back seat of the vehicle in the affidavit. However, there were no references to the child or confirmation of a real gun in the 911 call. Both parties were directed to meet at Blue Jacket Park by 911 operators. That's where it said there's no report of a real gun. We all know what that is. While meeting with 8 police officers from Orlando Police Department at Blue Jacket Park, Deputy Sheriff Todd Mahoney requested an Orange County Sheriff's Office supervisor to arrive on the scene. Moments later, Sergeant Keith Vidler arrived to assist. According to the officer Stephen Smith's narrative, Vidler took over the investigation and the original Orlando Police Department witness statements were handed to Orange County Sheriff's Office. All these documents have been deleted. Jeremy Dewitte was arrested on October 30th, 2019 for falsely impersonating a police officer. Prosecutor Stephen Casey Miller filed 2 more charges against Dewitte for aggravated assault with a deadly weapon. Jeremy Dewitte's next court date was a pretrial conference on September 1st, 2020, and a trial date set for September 4th, 2020, which has been continued. It is unclear if there will be a trial in 2020. Of course, there won't be. We also received part 2 of Jeremy Dewitte's encounter with Sergeant Keith Vidler during a traffic stop on March 14, 2020. Dewitte was ticketed for misrepresenting his automobile insurance and displaying prohibited red and blue lights. Metro State employee Alec Ringel was also ticketed. The criminal traffic court date is still pending for that. And it looks like this video is not available, but it looks like it's still active. It's just privated. I just clicked on this link and it says I have to log in order to view the video, so that's very interesting. So that's the end of this page. Join us on part 81. It'll be entitled The Deadly Weapon Part 4, and it'll continue this. So make sure you like this video, subscribe to my channel, comment down below, and then click over to part 81. I'll see you there. Thanks for watching. You're watching part 81 of the 100-part Jeremy Dewitte series. This part is called The Deadly Weapon Part 4. We just finished The Deadly Weapon Part 3 in part 80 of this series. Deadly Weapon Part 2 is a part 78 of this series. And Deadly Weapon Part 1 is part 52 of this series, if you want to check those out. This page was uploaded to the JeremyDeWitteCase.com website in about August or September of 2020, and it was deleted in about January or February of 2021. This page reads, on September 16th, 2019, an off-duty sheriff, Todd Mahoney, and his wife, Kristen Mahoney, met with Orlando Police Department at Blue Jacket Park in Orlando, Florida. Jeremy called 911 and accused Mahoney of disrupting his funeral procession. He also stated the deputy sheriff hit him with his truck. Both parties met with officers, but no arrests were made between the two. Metro State Special Services employees Stephen Negron and Victor Lopez were detained, and Randall Brokus was arrested and charged for openly carrying a weapon. On September 24, 2019, Sergeant Keith Vidler made an unannounced visit to the office of Metro State Special Services. Sergeant Vidler peered through the windows and took photographs of the building and vehicles. And it's got some of the surveillance camera footage of Keith Vidler doing this. You can see it right there. Maybe he's in one of these windows or something. I can't exactly tell. Here's him outside photographing the ambulance. What's funny is this monitor that they're filming this on looks like the exact same monitor that Jeremy Dewitte threw in the trash after he assaulted Jennifer. The police came and took pictures of a bunch of stuff, and they looked in the trash, and this monitor was thrown in the trash, it looks like. There's Keith Vidler out there talking to somebody. It says, after the incident at Blue Jacket Park, Jeremy Dewitte filed a complaint with Orange County Sheriff's Office. Most complaints are filed with professional standards, which is the equivalent of internal affairs for the Sheriff's Office. During the investigation, Todd Mahoney's supervisor, Deputy First Class Wasco, concluded Todd Mahoney was professional on September 16, 2019, and the complaint was dismissed before it reached professional standards. On July 29, 2020, Jeremy Dewitte's ex, Jennifer Burton, requested Dewitte's body camera video from the September 16, 2019 encounter with Todd Mahoney. Orange County Sheriff's Office stated they did not have any video of the incident. Says, she said, I spoke to professional standards and they didn't know what the hell I was talking about because everything was closed down before it was given to them. Vidler and Ramsey took over the internal affairs investigation. Wesco wasn't even a real supervisor back then, Jennifer said. I asked for the video and they said it didn't exist. But then I received it from the state. It could have been an Orange County clerical error, she laughed. Jeremy Dewitte was arrested on October 30th, 2019 for falsely impersonating a police officer. Assistant State Attorney Stephen Casey Miller filed 2 more charges against Dewitte for aggravated assault with a deadly weapon. During a jail call with Jeremy Dewitte on October 30, 2019, his wife Rania Dewitte stated Corporal John Ramsey had recently left their home after speaking to her for over 2 hours. Rania Dewitte stated her phone chimed because it was linked to a program called Life 360. Both Rania Dewitte and Jeremy Dewitte downloaded the program to use as a phone location tracker with GPS. The program only works when a phone is powered on and being accessed. Prior to arresting Jeremy Dewitte, Corporal John Ramsey interrogated Dewitte and confiscated his cell phones. He had not secured a search warrant for the phones on October 30th, 2019. Rania Dewitte told her husband that his phone was headed in the direction of his new office and the phone was activated and in use. The phone remained at the new office location for over 30 minutes, according to Rania Dewitte. The following day, October 31, 2019, Corporal John Ramsey obtained a search warrant. In the video below, the brief encounter between Todd Mahoney and Jeremy Dewitte is captured. It is a video of a video, which is how it was received from Orange County Sheriff's Office to the State Attorney's Office to the public. The video shows clips of the meeting between Todd Mahoney, Jeremy Dewitte, and his employees, Orlando Police Department, and Sergeant Keith Vidler. There's also a jail call between Jeremy Dewitte and his wife Rania Dewitte as they discussed Corporal John Ramsey and the activated phone. So that wraps up part 81. Meet us on the next part, part 82, to watch The Witness, part 3. So part 82 is next. Go look for it. It's entitled Part 82. Also, make sure you like this page. Make sure you subscribe to my channel. Make sure you comment down below. Let me know anything you want to know or think, anything like that. I appreciate you watching PoliceTube right here on YouTube, and I'll see you in the next part. You are watching part 82 of the 100-part Jeremy Dewitte Case.com archives right here on PoliceTube. This part is called Witness, The Witness, Part 3. And it was posted in September of 2020. It says, Stephen Negron is a former Metro State Special Services employee and witness for the state of Florida in Jeremy Dewitte's felony police impersonation cases. Before working for Metro State Special Services, Stephen Negron was a community service officer for Great Value Suites and an operations manager for Freeman Security. On April 4, 2018, charges were filed against Negron for extortion, possession of firearms, and in the commission of possession of a firearm in the commission of a felony and grand theft. As we all know, Stephen Negron and two Metro State employees named Sean Bridgmahan and Constantine Tanada were charged for allegedly assaulting and forcing a hookah bar owner to withdraw $1,000 in cash from an ATM. The bar owner claimed Constantine Tanada had a badge and stated he was a law enforcement officer. A witness named Jay, who was later identified as Jeremy Dewitte, spoke to Agent Alex Roman and confirmed the men worked for him. After Dewitte spoke to Agent Roman, the charges were later reduced and dropped against Stephen Negron. In 2020, Sean Bridgmahan left a comment on a YouTube channel claiming Negron was still working for Metro State Special Services, but he had become a witness for the state to save himself. And here's Sean's comment. It says, when he says the name Recycle, Recycle is the call sign name for Stephen Negron. Stephen Negron works for Jeremy and is working for the state now, telling on Jeremy to keep his own self out of trouble. And it's funny because Jeremy also informed the police about Stephen Negron, so they were witnesses against each other. Interesting, on two different cases. Prior to his 2018 charges, Stephen Negron was also arrested and charged in 2017 for aggravated assault with a deadly weapon. Negron was accused of pointing his loaded gun at a man named Romello Moore at Great Value Suites in Orlando, Florida. There's the document. On August 19, 2016, Stephen Negron met Leo Guzman, the property-owned manager of Great Value Suites, at the front desk. According to court documents, Negron and Guzman were friends and former co-workers. While Stephen Negron and Leo Guzman sat in the security office, two men named Sean Roderick and Romello Moore walked in. Negron recognized Roderick because he used to be Roderick's supervisor. Negron did not recognize Moore, but Romello Moore remembered Stephen Negron. Moore allegedly became offended and reminded Negron that he used to live at the hotel with his family until Negron had his family kicked out. Orange County Sheriff's Office was called during the incident, and the Moore family received a trespass warning. Romello Moore was working as a security officer at the hotel, unbeknownst to Stephen Negron. According to Negron, words were exchanged, and while Negron was walking to his vehicle, Moore followed him and approached him. Stephen Negron claimed he was in fear because Romello Moore's building and boxing career. And here we are, Mr. Negron and Mr. Moore. Negron drew his weapon but said he never pointed the gun at Moore. Romello Moore walked away but still chose to exchange words, according to Stephen Negron. Negron stated he was going to contact Orange County Sheriff's Office, but Leo Guzman talked him out of it. Moore did contact law enforcement and Negron was arrested. Sean Roderick wrote a witness statement and said Romello Moore moved towards Stephen and Stephen pulled a semi-automatic pistol. Roderick claimed he also feared Stephen and he was in fear for his life. The charge was later dropped against Stephen Negron. Victor Modesto Lopez is another witness for the state and former Metro State Special Services employee. In August 2014, Victor Lopez was arrested and charged with grand theft by fraud. Now, this guy's named Photo. According to court documents, racetrack operations supervisor Wendell Crawford noticed a high number of refunds through racetrack's manual refund report. Crawford forwarded the information to Alexis Riviera, who was the store manager. Riviera believes Victor Lopez was conducting the majority of the refunds for large quantities of 5-hour energy drinks, usually between 30 to 60 times. On August 24, 2014, Wendell Crawford investigated the refunds and confirmed that Lopez conducted the refunds. Crawford also reviewed surveillance video, and he claims he saw Victor Lopez keying in refunds and setting money aside that he would then place in his left pants pocket. Lopez admitted that what he had done Victor Lopez admitted what he had done and said he did it for fun. He admitted to stealing $2,700 in 6 days. Victor Lopez had only been working at racetrack for 5 weeks. He claimed some of the money was spent on a watch, movie, and food for the homeless. So Victor Lopez is claiming that he's stealing money out of the cash register, basically, and giving it to the homeless. And she had a fake ID. And it was all a prank. These are the excuses of Metro State employees. During the investigation, Lopez provided the wrong home address. Officer Patricia Martins knocked on a door next to the address Lopez had given, and a woman named Nashmida Vinton opened the door. Vinton confirmed Victor Lopez lived there, and she said he was her son. Vinton stated she was going to contact law enforcement herself, and she was going to contact Lopez's probation officer. Victor Lopez was on probation after he was arrested and charged in juvenile court for burglarizing a dwelling in 2013 when he was 17 years old. After Officer Patricia Martins arrested Lopez and placed him in a patrol car, she claimed Lopez said he was planning to turn himself in and he wanted to be a police officer, but he knew the arrest would make him ineligible. Lopez entered a plea and began probation on June 26, 2015 for 18 months. He was also ordered to complete impulse control class and pay back the $2,700 he took from racetrack. His probation ended on November 28, 2016. According to a source, Victor Lopez began stealing lights and equipment from Metro State Special Services, and when confronted, he would remove surveillance cameras from the office. Recently, someone with the online moniker Victolo in Orlando, Florida, has been selling lights and police-style equipment on eBay. The seller has been accused of being dishonest with buyers. So let's remember, everybody's innocent until proven guilty here, and this website is authored by an unknown person, so we take it for a grain of salt. We're just going over the archives here, but, you know, this does look pretty damning. I mean, Victolo, I mean, who else could that be? These are Jeremy Dewitte's, it looks like. Victor Lopez has also been accused of breaking into a Metro State employee's home and stealing $600 in cash from her mother. The employee, Star, never pressed charges against Lopez. Her mother asked Star to leave her home after the burglary. So apparently Star is currently working with Alec Ringgold doing funeral escorts with Canis Corporation. That's the new company that Alec Ringgold, ASAP, started after all this went down at the end of 2020. It says here, after Jeremy Dewitte's felony police impersonation arrests, longtime friends Victor Lopez and Stephen Negron began working with Orange County Sheriff's Office against Dewitte. Randall Brocus, Jeremy Dewitte's co-defendant Metro State employee, told Dewitte that Negron and Lopez asked him to begin to turn against Dewitte. Allegedly, Sergeant Keith Vidler offered Stephen Negron a security position at PCI Security. He offered Victor Lopez a position at UPS, and he offered Star assistance to get into a fire academy. Well, it sounds like Sergeant Keith Vidler, he can just get people jobs anywhere. Apparently, Keith Vidler is the hiring manager at PCI. He's also the hiring manager at UPS and at the fire academy. It says, a man named Jatavis Williams was hired by Metro State Special Services in February 2020. During this time, someone was creating multiple Facebook pages with claims they represented Metro State Services. From April 2020 until Saturday, August 29, 2020, no one from Metro State Special Services knew who the person was. That's interesting because that's right after this website, JeremyDeWitteCase.com, was started. This was started in February. They started posting in late February. And then a month later, someone started creating other troll accounts. That's interesting. According to Jeremy Dewitte's ex, Jennifer Burton, and another source, the identity of the person was revealed on Saturday evening. And it says here, I heard about it on Saturday, but I didn't know anything about it before that day. The person left several comments on their webpage. It says, Metro State Services, the current troublemaking employees we have now will not be kept when the new business starts. It says here, so you're going to make a separate company? Does that does the same thing, but legally? Hopefully I got that right. If not, Metro State Services, please explain. This person said, correct. No sirens, less lights, no law enforcement makeups. Just a simple vehicle with the required list lightings, and that's all. This sounds like it is Alec Ringgold that's saying this. It says uniforms will be simple, no motor units. Personnel will be called vehicle operators, not units. Correct. No sirens. It says that sounds good, interesting. When do you plan on doing this? says here, within the upcoming weeks, I recently got approved for the business loan. And it says here, Bernard M. Stevens Jr. says, so OCSO told you all you can't use sirens? Did they also inform you that is not illegal? I run a company and we provide funeral escorting and more. There are several other firms that I know of that use sirens in the state of Florida. So I'm a bit confused. This person responded, barking up the wrong tree. I got hired in February of this year while it was happening. So this one, then he said, you didn't answer my question. Florida Statute 316-217 should answer your question. It's plain and simple. And this person said, the question is, do they know how to 50-50 an intersection? Can they get some speed? Can they get to 100? This person says, I will make sure they are properly trained. But as I stated previously, we will not have a motorcycle team. This sounds like Canis Corporation ran by Alec Ringel, and then Starr is also working there too. It says, no more Motor 1. This one says, not at all. Honest question, who is taking over the business? Will the previous owner still be associated? This guy says, no, sir. Once Jeremy is incarcerated, the company will most likely leave with him. I'm starting my own company the right way, though. And this is Alec Ringel. It's got to be. This one says, what's the ESU van for? Truthfully, I honestly cannot tell you. It was an experiment for a tactical ambulance, but he got shot down from the county to do that because it's stupid. He says, even if everyone isn't committing stolen valor to the degree that Jeremy does, you all are complicit with his habitual nefarious and dangerous behavior. You all put lives at risk. Boston Rab says, this Alec and Jeremy Dewitte people are the two. I'm talking about criminals who want to be cops, so they pretend to be. Alec is also stepping down, it says. The mystery person uploaded a video of a funeral escort which was deleted on Saturday. Jennifer said, they found out it was someone named Tolles, was what I heard. I think someone called the number on the page and it went to voicemail and it was his real number. The number on the page is a Google Voice number. According to a source, harassment and attempts to infiltrate the company have been tested. We receive harassing phone calls all the time. People don't have lives and waste our time. That sounds like something Jennifer would say. According to Metro State Special Services, Tolles is no longer with the company. In today's video, Stephen Negron is recording Jeremy Dewitte as he speaks to him in December 2019 about Victor Foto Lopez's decision to share damning evidence with the Osceola County Sheriff's Office and Orange County Sheriff's Office. It should be noted that Stephen Negron was also working with Orange County Sheriff's Office during this time. Video is not available. Look, that says Alec Ringel right there. It's kind of interesting that it says literally Alec Ringel. And this whole page is not even about Alec Ringel. It's all about Stephen Negron and stuff, but the first tag is Alec Ringel. I definitely think that was Alec Ringel, not Tolles, that was starting his own funeral company. But anyway, who knows? Join us on the next part 83, part 83, which is called The Missing Files, Part 1. Make sure you like this video, comment down below, whatever you're thinking, and subscribe to my channel and find the link to the next part. I'll see you there. Thanks for watching right here on PoliceTube. You're watching part 83 of the 100-part Jeremy Dewitte Case.com archives right here on YouTube by PoliceTube. This page that they uploaded was called The Missing Files, Part 1, which also indicates there's going to be a Part 2, but I don't think they ever published Part 2 before they deleted the website and all of its contents. It says here, on September 16, 2019, Jeremy Dewitte and Deputy Sheriff Todd Mahoney contacted 911 in reference to an incident which occurred between the two. Mahoney claimed Jeremy Dewitte attempted to pull him over and impersonate a police officer while driving erratically during a funeral procession. Dewitte claimed Todd Mahoney hit him with his vehicle and refused to leave the funeral procession, which is like what we just went over a few posts ago. Orlando Police Department arrived at Blue Jack Park and defused the situation. Sergeant Keith Vidler from the Orange County Sheriff's Office also arrived on the scene and detained Metro State Special Services employee Victor Lopez, Stephen Negron, and Randall Brokus. Lopez and Negron were released, but Brokus was arrested for openly carrying a weapon. On the scene, Sergeant Vidler spoke to Jeremy Dewitte about a hit and run, about a run-in he had with another Metro State employee under the call sign of Repo. Vidler stated Repo almost ran him off the road in Lake County, Florida. Now, it's funny, I've looked into all the Metro State employees' names, but I can't find out who Repo is. Hopefully it says in here. says, we had the opportunity to speak to Repo as he explained his side of the story in an interview we conducted this week. The interview's gone. After the arrest of Randall Brokus, Jeremy Dewitte hired an attorney and filed a complaint with Orange County Sheriff's Office against Todd Mahoney. A USB flash drive contained hours of video, including the Lake County incident, a separate encounter with Sergeant Keith Vidler during a funeral procession, video surveillance of Sergeant Keith Vidler allegedly attempting to open a locked window at Metro State's former headquarters, and the extended version of the exchange between Mahoney and Dewitte. According to a source from Metro State Special Services, the flash drive was given to someone at the company believed to be from a professional standards. Instead, the flash drive was allegedly given to Sergeant Keith Vidler, Corporal John Ramsey, and Deputy Wasco during an interview. The complaint was not investigated by professional standards, according to this website, which is authored by an unknown person. The flash drive is no longer available. Windermere Police Department claimed they also lost helmet camera video files from the day Jeremy Dewitte's September arrest. After Corporal John Ramsey and Sergeant Keith Vidler conducted a search of a previous Metro State office location in October 2019, there have been claims of missing surveillance footage taken during the search. The source also provided text messages between Sergeant Keith Vidler and Jeremy Dewitte, who texted one another from September 2019 until March 2020. That's interesting. So for 6 months, Sergeant Vidler and Jeremy Dewitte were texting each other back and forth. Sergeant Vidler says, as I've always told you, Jeremy, you have a great concept, a need in the community. It just needs to be run lawfully from the ground up. That's to include all permits, insurances, taxes, and how the escorts are conducted. The sheriff's office is not against you in any way. We just want you to provide these escorts lawfully. And you cannot, I repeat, cannot be doing any charity rides like the one you were scheduled to do last weekend in DeLand. Make sure you call Debbie at the evidence section first before you go down. And also confirm the other information in reference to if the actual module has true LED amber or the module isn't LED module amber. We do not have to tint it. Is that correct? Because quite honestly, a lot of the modules are amber white modules. He says, as long as you're removing the red lights and replacing it with purple, I will dismiss those tickets. As stated before, you're not a security company, so there's no reason to even have an amber light. Since you're just doing funeral escorts, just use the bluish purple lights. That will get you in compliance. Sergeant Vidler says, you're correct, Jeremy. What I said was if you were doing it our way from the beginning, it would not be drawn attention to yourself, and I drew it out. It's no different than somebody speeding 9 miles over the speed limit. If it's still speeding, but it doesn't draw attention to themselves compared to the person that's doing 30 miles over the speed limit. By doing it in the manner you guys were doing it, it drew attention to yourselves, and that's why we got involved. I cannot tell you to violate the law. I was just merely giving you an example that if you were doing it that way, you would not have drawn attention to yourself or your company. It says here in October 2019, Sergeant Vidler set up a surveillance operation of Metro State Special Services and Jeremy Dewitte. During the surveillance, Sergeant Vidler spoke to himself and possibly one other person as he watched a funeral procession pass by. And that's the video we've all seen on Metro State Services channel where Jeremy is near the Dr. Phillips Road and he's dressed as Pennywise the Clown, pretending to be Sergeant Vidler. On August 31, 2020, Rachel Maddie, defense attorney for Randall Brokus, filed a motion in Limine. I'm sorry, that's pronounced Limne. She filed a motion in Limne, which is basically an order regarding the admissibility of evidence whose exclusion is sought, especially on the grounds that it is prejudicial. She claims Sergeant Keith Vidler's narrative was prejudicial. There's the document. Document. It says, a hearing has been set and it is up to Judge Rene Rocher to make the final decision. On September 9, 2020, Dylan Vote's defense attorney, Michael Barber, withdrew as counsel, stating there was a conflict of interest. Wonder what happened to Michael Breen. Jeremy Dewitte's next court date is November 10, 2020. Of course, that's been continued. And in July 2020, 10 months after the case began, Jeremy Dewitte's daughter was born. So July 2020 is when his daughter was born. So she's just over 1 year old now. Congratulations to Amira. Hopefully she grows up strong and has all her faculties to her. And she doesn't hold on to this stress from her father, and it doesn't turn into a neuroses later in life. But that's another video for 30 years from now. This has been part 83 of the 100-part series. Check me out on part 84, which is called The Traffic Stop, part 2. Thank you for watching PoliceTube. Make sure you like this video, subscribe to my channel, and leave a comment down below and let me know what you think. And find me over on part 84. I'll see you there. Thanks. Bye-bye. You're watching part 84 of the 100-part series of JeremyDewittCase.com archives. This page is called The Traffic Stop, and it was uploaded to this website, and it says, on September 7, 2019, Jeremy Dewitte was arrested by Windermere Police Department for resisting arrests, unlawful use of a two-way communication device, and falsely impersonating a police officer. Sergeant Mark DeStefano claimed he observed Jeremy Dewitte stopping traffic while flashing lights on his motorcycle at a roundabout on McGuire Road and Park Avenue. As Jeremy Dewitte and the employees of Metro State Special Services left the area around a tree-lined bend, Sergeant DeStefano stated he never lost sight of Dewitte while he was on his motorcycle and allegedly crossed a double yellow line. While conducting the traffic stop, Jeremy Dewitte's Florida tag came back as a hit for stolen vehicle. As we know, Dewitte was placed in handcuffs and detained during the investigation. In the end, Jeremy Dewitte was arrested and charged for resisting arrest without violence, unlawful use of two-way communication device, and falsely impersonating a police officer. The charge for an unlawful use of a two-way communications device was dropped and replaced with reckless driving charge by the state of Florida. In September 2020, Jeremy Dewitte was in Windermere, Florida for a business meeting. According to Dewitte, while he was driving, he noticed a Windermere police officer following his Metro State Special Services vehicle in a squad car. It says on September 13, 2020, Metro State Special Services employee Alec Ringel, Andrew Ross, Dean Perry, and an employee who goes by the call sign of Oaks conducted a funeral escort with Apopka Police Department. It says during the funeral procession, Alec Ringel noticed Sergeant Keith Vidler from Orange County Sheriff's Office parked under a bridge observing Metro State employees and Apopka police officers. Sergeant Keith Vidler was in his unmarked patrol car fully dressed in his uniform. Dean Perry and Oaks were stopped by Sergeant Vidler and received multiple tickets. One of the tickets they received stated both of the men displayed flashing purple lights outside of the funeral procession. According to Metro State Special Services employees, Sergeant Keith Vidler stopped them during the funeral procession. Here's the ticket for Dean Perry. Sergeant Vidler's complaint claimed Perry and Oaks violated Florida Statute 316-2397, Sarge, which states flashing lights are prohibited on vehicles unless with certain exceptions, such as a motorist who flashes his lights to change lanes or uses lights to indicate his vehicle is lawfully stopped. Alec Ringel uploaded a video of the encounter, which is now gone. Florida Statute 316-1974 states non-law enforcement funeral escort vehicles shall be equipped with at least one lighted circulation lamp exhibiting an amber or purple light or lens. Flashing amber or purple lights may be used only when such vehicles are used in funeral procession. Over the last few months, we have received several items from Metro State Special Services, including video footage, screenshots, and text messages. A series of text messages from Stephen Negron and photographs of Stephen Negron and Victor Foto-Lopez were forwarded to us this week. Sounds here. Okay, so I got $100. Make it sound like it's a month late, owed on the 2nd. Bro, that was yesterday, so I got you. I'll find you $100. This person says, no, it's not that. But my mom's been that I never pay bills on time. I have to pay car insurance and phone bill this week. It was just stretching things out. It says cash preferably so I can just put in my account and they can take it from my account rather than waiting a day for it to clear. This person says, any escorts tomorrow? Don't put me on a effing escort again with ASAP. He effed up the route like always. He says, how? He says, you go left then, all right? He didn't want to listen when I said make a left on Dillard Street. He continued to go straight through downtown Winter Garden. Then back roads, which that route did not allow us to move up or lead. This one says, hey, are we getting paid Saturday? Are you coming to somewhere? I mean, yeah, I borrowed money to pay my phone bill. So if you're coming on Saturday, then yes. WTF, bro, what's he doing? Listen, dog, I have no idea, but he's stupid as F. I can't save him from this S. He will never learn. Yeah, starts pissed. Police are already involved. He better pay everything back. He said he did, but now she's demanding $500 more for rent. Hey, can you give me cash tomorrow so I can pay my mother back? Thanks. I believe these are texts with Stephen Negron or whatever. I don't know. Recycle. Here's pictures. Jeremy Dewitte's next court date, which has been continued, was on September 23rd for a trial management conference with Judge Richet. So this has been part 84, the traffic stop. I'll see you on the next part, part 85, called the statutes, part 2. Make sure you like this video, subscribe down below, and leave a comment down below too. Let me know what you think. Thanks. I'll see you on part 85. You're watching part 85 of the JeremyDeWitteCase.com archives. We're almost through here, a 100-part series. Website authored by unknown. It's gone now, so we're archiving it right here on YouTube. This page was called The Statutes, Part 2. And it says, on October 23rd, 2019, Sergeant Keith Vidler conducted an interview with Curtis Protective Services in Orlando, Florida. And you've probably seen that video. It's been released. Curtis Protective Services is a security company that claims to provide professional safety with highly trained employees. Funeral and procession escorts are one of the services the company provides to the public. There's one of their cars. It says, although Metro State Special Services isn't a security company, Sergeant Keith Vidler sat down and interviewed Chief John Campbell and his colleague Sergeant Alvarez of Curtis Protective Services. Amid speculation that Sergeant Vidler wanted to start his own funeral procession company and was offered a position with Curtis Protective Services after his retirement from Orange County Sheriff's Office, according to sources from the Sheriff's Office, Sergeant Keith Vidler made a full disclaimer at the beginning of the interview that he wasn't affiliated with Curtis Protective Services. And in fact, both the owner of Curtis Protective Services and the main guy there both said they've never even talked to Vidler before and they're not in business with him or anything like that. Sergeant Vidler claimed he simply wanted to be educated on what a security company can and cannot do. In the taped interview, he said he felt Chief John Campbell was an expert on security for nearly 25 years in the industry. 2 statutes were discussed during the interview. One of the statutes was Chapter 493, which covers private security, amongst other things, and the other was Florida Statute 316, 1974, Sergeant. Throughout the interview, Sergeant Keith Vidler quizzes Sergeant Alvarez and Chief John Campbell on their knowledge of both statutes, despite his earlier claims that he believed they were experts in the field of security and funeral processions. That's a little biased statement. He quizzed them. He was asking them questions about them. During the interview, Sergeant Vidler asked Campbell and Alvarez about their personal opinions on security assignments and funeral processions. Sergeant Vidler used an example of a neighbor who wasn't trained in funeral processions and whether the neighbor could lawfully drive in a procession as an employee or contractor. Chief Campbell stated he didn't believe it was legal. The statute states anyone can operate a non-law enforcement motor vehicle. Sergeant Keith Vidler asked Curtis Protective Services what should occur when a funeral procession approaches a red light at an intersection. Chief John Campbell responded, "We are required to stop." Sergeant Keith Vidler then asked if the company could in any way, shape, or form act as a traffic control device at any intersection. Chief John Campbell responded, "We cannot take control of an intersection at a red light." Curtis Protective Services was asked at least one more time about funeral processions and what should occur at an intersection with or without a red light present. Photos were provided to us of Curtis Protective Services at an intersection on Pine Hills Road in Orlando, Florida, during a funeral procession. During the procession, the employee from Curtis Protective Services stopped traffic at a red light with his motor vehicle, lights, and horn, exited his vehicle, and began acting as a traffic control device. Ooh, that sucks. Wonder what's behind that. How do they explain that? If I were them, I would just explain, that wasn't even me. That's not even my face. In the past, Curtis Protective Services has received scathing reviews from the public, according to this website, regarding their professionalism during funeral processions and from former employees that claim they were immediately handed uniforms but were never properly trained, which is exactly what Jeremy Dewitte was accused of doing, by the way. Here's some stuff about Curtis Security. It's irrelevant to the Jeremy Dewitte case, but you can check it out if you want. Sergeant Keith Vidler and Corporal John Ramsey from the Orange County Sheriff's Office conducted many interviews during their 2019 police impersonation investigation. One of those interviews was an exceptionally long discussion with former Metro State Special Services employee Victor Lopez. During this interview, Victor Lopez admitted he had stolen several items from Jeremy Dewitte and Metro State Special Services. Recently, a police report was made against Victor Lopez and Stephen Negron for breaking and entering and the theft of Jeremy Dewitte's property. We will have more updates about this at a later time. On September 23, 2020, Jeremy Dewitte had a trial management conference with Judge Rene Roche via a virtual hearing. A trial management conference is a meeting where all parties discuss what they need from each other and whether there are any plea deals available. We spoke to Jeremy Dewitte's ex, Jennifer Burton, who claimed Dewitte was offered a total of 18 months in prison for all of his felony cases in Orange County, Florida. At one point, probation was also discussed during the hearing. This was a significant downward departure from the 80 years which were originally on the table. Jeremy Dewitte would only serve 1 year and 6 months in prison if he accepted the deal. The only condition of the deal would be to end Metro State Special Services. Here we are in 2021 now, and we can see that he was ordered to divest himself of all things Metro State Special Services. Metro State Special Services would no longer be an active company, and this would allow other companies such as Curtis Protective Services and any other startup funeral procession companies to replace Jeremy Dewitte and Metro State Special Services. Jeremy Dewitte's next court hearing in Orange County is a pretrial conference. Hopefully no other companies replace what he was doing. Hopefully they all go their own route and do something even better and more legitimate. So anyway, this is part 85 of the series. Join us on part 86, which is entitled The Idiot. You can find that on PoliceTube right here on YouTube. Make sure you like this video. Make sure you subscribe to my channel. And make sure you comment down below before clicking over to The Idiot, which is part 86. I'll see you there. Just got a short video for you here on this one. This one is titled Part 86. It's entitled The Idiot. And no, we're not talking about Jeremy. This page was posted to the JeremyDewittCase.com website, and I'm archiving it here for you on YouTube. This page is made about a YouTuber named Unit88 who has copied and pasted word for word our original content on JeremyDewittCase.com, which was uploaded to our site on September 29, 2020 at 7 a.m. and placed in his video description box. The exclusive information regarding the 18-month plea deal Jeremy Dewitte was offered was only revealed to those closest to the story. This individual has never spoken to Jeremy Dewitte, Jeremy Dewitte's ex Jennifer, nor has this individual ever been affiliated with JeremyDewittCase.com. Here we are here looking at Unit 88's page. What's happening, my man? Oh, wow, he just uploaded last week. So let's see how much Jeremy Dewitte content he has. So he's got quite a few Jeremy Dewitte pages here. They go back quite a ways. Let's see, I might even contact this guy and say what's up. November 9, 2018. So pretty interesting stuff. This guy is now living in infamy. He's famous, thanks to the JeremyDewittCase.com. Okay, so I just sent an email to this guy. We'll see if we can contact him and see what he has to say. This one's labeled Unit 88 and Trolls. That's pretty interesting. So what's up? I hope this guy hears me. And whatever I find out, I will bring it to you. So thanks for watching part 86. It's a quick one, but let's go to part 87 called The Pursuit. The next two parts were actually deleted, the pursuit and the extortion. And now it just goes straight to the accident, which is going to come in part 89 of this series. But next part is part 87, The Pursuit. Meet me there after you like this video, subscribe to my channel, and comment down below. Thanks a lot. I'll talk to you later. You're watching part 87 of the JeremyDewittCase.com archived website right here on YouTube by PoliceTube. This page was uploaded October 9, 2020, and it's entitled The Pursuit. It starts off by saying, on September 7, 2019, Officer Gerald Ogletree activated his emergency equipment and conducted a traffic stop at McKinnon Road and Lake Butler Boulevard. Officer Ogletree of Windermere Police Department claimed Metro State Special Services owner Jeremy Dewitte passed over a double solid yellow line during a funeral procession. Officer Ogletree's supervisor, Sergeant Mark DeStefano, claimed Jeremy Dewitte passed on a double yellow line on McGuire Road and Park Avenue, and he and Ogletree made contact with Dewitte at Lake Butler Boulevard and McKinnon Road. Officer Ryan Miller, Officer Jerry Swarvers, an officer in training, later responded to the call. Sergeant DeStefano stated he never lost sight of Jeremy Dewitte even as Dewitte was obstructed by a brick wall and 60-car, quarter-of-a-mile-long funeral procession. According to Winter Garden Police Department and Orange County Sheriff's Office, McKinnon Road and Lake Butler Boulevard are outside of the town of Windermere and located in Orange County's jurisdiction. The line of demarcation clearly marks where the town of Windermere ends and where Orange County's jurisdiction begins. McGuire Road and Park Avenue to Lake Butler Boulevard and McKinnon Road is approximately a 2-mile stretch of road. In order for Sergeant DiStefano and Officer Ogletree to make the traffic stop, they would have to engage in a vehicle pursuit to leave the town of Windermere. The town of Windermere is 1.9 square miles and located in Orange County. Members of Windermere Police Department can engage in a vehicle pursuit when they have reasonable suspicion to believe a fleeing suspect has committed or has committed or has attempted to commit or has a warrant for one of the following violent, forcible felonies. So this website's trying to make an excuse saying like once the police see the vehicle, and it leaves the city limits, they can no longer pull them over or anything. Lists a number of things here from murder to home invasion to kidnapping. Pursuits for misdemeanor offenses, non-forcible felonies, and traffic or civil infractions are prohibited. Jeremy Dewitte was pursued for allegedly crossing a double yellow line, which is a traffic infraction in the state of Florida. Dewitte was later charged with 2 felonies, falsely impersonating a police officer and unlawful use of a two-way communication device, neither of which are listed as violent, forcible felonies. Dewitte was also charged with a first-degree misdemeanor for resisting an officer without violence. The charge for unlawful use of a two-way communication device was dropped, and a second-degree misdemeanor for reckless driving was added. Windermere Police Department's members, supervisors, and command staff has a responsibility to monitor the progress of each vehicle pursuit. All members must have pursuit training prior to engaging in vehicle apprehension tactics, and supervisors are responsible for understanding the limitations of their subordinates. I don't think this was a police chase like the website's making out. I believe they were just following Jeremy Dewitte. An incident report must be completed by the primary pursuit vehicle, and a supplemental report must be completed by active participants in the pursuit. A list of vehicle apprehension tactics which were used or attempted are documented in the incident report. The supervisor critiques the incident report and is responsible for completing a memorandum detailing the critique to the chief of police. It must include whether the vehicle pursuit was in Windermere Police Department's policy, the original charge, whether the policy was followed, and if the member trained to perform the task. And whether the policy was followed and if the member trained to perform the task. Each level of the chain of command must provide comments on the memorandum to the chief of police. The only memorandum that was created for the September 7, 2019 arrest was in reference to Jeremy Dewitte's internal affairs complaint against Sergeant Mark DiStefano. There's the document. If police officers from Windermere Police Departments engage in a vehicle pursuit that was against their policy, the traffic stop would be unlawful, and any evidence found during the unlawful search and any search warrants conducted after the fact could be inadmissible in court. Today's video demonstrates the drive from McKinnon Road and Lake Butler Boulevard back to Park Avenue and McGuire Road. Except that video, of course, is not there. So this has been part 87. Like this video, subscribe to the channel, and comment down below. And then after that, meet us on part 88 called The Extortion. And we'll be going over what that means. Thanks for watching PoliceTube. I'll see you there. You're watching part 88 of the JeremyDewitteCase.com archives, 100-part series here. We're almost done. This post was posted on the website October 16th, 2020. It says, on July 9, 2011, a woman named Carrie contacted Orlando Police Department and claimed her son, Alec Ringel, refused to leave her residence, as we covered before. Alec Ringel is a former Metro State Special Services contractor. Carrie told the police officers Alec Ringel lived in the apartment for several months without her permission. She initially agreed to allow him to stay in her home under the condition he obtained his GED, worked a full-time job, and contributed toward the bills, illegal things in a lease. However, according to Carrie, Ringel never paid $1, and Ringel told her she would have to evict him because he knew his rights. Carrie also claimed Alec Ringel's father had a history of repeated evictions and taught him how to work the system, which we already covered. Carrie said she feared for her safety and the safety of her 8-year-old child at the time, and she left her home with her child to get away from Alec Ringel. At one point, Carrie returned to pick up some clothing and locked the door behind her. Allegedly, Ringel called Carrie and threatened to kick the door in if she didn't return to the apartment and unlock the door. According to the police report, Alec Ringel also threatened to use pepper spray on his mother and her friend. Carrie claimed her son was obsessed with weapons and he wore a bulletproof vest every day. When the officers arrived at the apartment, they noticed several dents in the front door. Carrie stated the dents weren't there earlier, and she showed the officers a text from Alec Ringel saying she wouldn't receive her security deposit back. Ringel was arrested and charged with aggravated assault and criminal mischief. And it says to Judge John Adams, I came to the courthouse today to find a way to return Alec's belongings to him. I am being evicted from my apartment and do not have funds for storage of his items. If there is any way for the court to contact him and let him know to get them immediately, it would be extremely helpful. His cell phone number is this. We have no contact order and I am worried about him losing his belongings. Any help in this matter without me violating the no contact order would be appreciated. It says here, Alec Ringel was recently evicted from his Winter Park apartment. Jeremy Dewitte allowed Ringel to temporarily stay in his commercial office location. During his stay at Metro State offices, Alec Ringel allegedly made several statements about his wealth, about the wealth of his family and his connections with Orange County Sheriff's Office, particularly Sergeant Keith Vidler. Despite his wealth and his connections, Ringel refused to leave and remained in the office while sleeping on an air mattress. That's when Jeremy Dewitte came in with the police one day and said, Alec, you're out of here, and accused him of stealing a car and stealing other stuff. And the police basically made Ringel, I think the police made him leave, but I don't know, I can't remember because Ringel said he had paid some bills there, so police were a little torn. Alec Ringel's personal vehicle was repossessed and Jeremy Dewitte allowed him to use his Metro State Special Services vehicle for free. After Ringel was fired from Metro State, he no longer had permission to drive any of Metro State's vehicles. Allegedly, Ringel and another former employee named Star Yukulin, who they work together now at Canis Corporation, they used DeWitte's truck to move several items into Ringel's storage unit. Prior to the incident, Jeremy Dewitte and Alec Ringel discussed a business plan Ringel wanted to execute. Alec Ringel had a desire to start his own funeral escort company, which he has now, and eventually his own security company, despite losing his security licenses. Because of his criminal record, Ringel asked DeWitte to sign a contract with the funeral escort company, which would allow Ringel to have several Metro State vehicles to begin his company. Alec Ringel refused to buy Jeremy Dewitte's vehicles or purchase his own vehicles, and he refused to invest his own money into the business. Jeremy Dewitte declined the offer. After he was fired, Ringel allegedly demanded a $2,000 check to pack his items and leave the commercial building peacefully. He also claimed he would become ambiguous and change his testimony in Jeremy Dewitte's favor if he was subpoenaed as a witness, but only if he received $2,000 from Jeremy Dewitte. In today's video, Jeremy Dewitte and Alex Ringel discussed the use of Dewitte's truck, the failed business plan, and the $2,000 check, while other contractors walked in and out of his office. A call between current Metro State Special Services contractor Jeremy Dewitte was captured in the video. During the call, the possibility of traffic tickets being dismissed in exchange for leaving Metro State Services was discussed. Earlier this year, Sergeant Keith Vidler voluntarily dismissed tickets for Alec Ringel and Star Euclid. And this video is deleted. So that's been part 88. Make sure you like this video. Make sure you subscribe to my channel. Make sure you comment down below. And then meet me over at part 89, which will be the next part. It's called The Accident. So look for part 89. I'll meet you there. Thanks for watching. This is part 89 of the 100-part series detailing and analyzing and archiving the JeremyDeWitteCase.com website, which was written by unknown authors. This page is called The Accident, and it was uploaded October 26, 2020. Now, this website entirely was started March 5th of 2020. So, and it was deleted early 2021. This page says, recently we discussed a YouTuber named Unit88 who has copied and pasted our original content in a post called The Idiot. The Idiot was part 86 of the series. There is yet another YouTuber named The King's Palace who has taken edited videos from this site, Jeremy Dewitte Case. He isn't affiliated with either individual, and we have never allowed anyone to take content from the site, including PoliceTube. On October 11, 2020, Jeremy Dewitte was involved in a traffic accident in Orlando, Florida. Florida Highway Patrol was contacted as well as Orange County Sheriff's Office. Orange County deputies Jared Alexander, Donald Mueller, Troy Polk and Kristen Hackey and Trooper Tyler Karstensen arrived on scene. There's the animated GIF. A motorist named Shamar Smith was traveling westbound on Clarkona-Ocoee Road in a left turn lane as he approached the intersection of Apopka-Vinland Road. According to Trooper Tyler Karstensen, reports Jeremy Dewitte was also traveling westbound on Clarkona-Ocoee Road toward the intersection of Apopka-Vinland Road. Shamar Smith claimed he was in the left turning lane because he was going into a neighborhood to take an alternate route home, but Smith also admitted he made an attempt to overtake Jeremy Dewitte's vehicle. Jeremy Dewitte claimed there was a funeral procession in the right lane as he was headed west on Clarkona-Ocoee Road in the left travel lane. He stated he saw Shamar Smith change into the left lane and attempt to go around him. However, Smith shifted back into the left travel lane when he saw a median, and the right side of Smith's vehicle collided into DeWitte's SUV. Prior to speaking to Jeremy Dewitte, Trooper Karstensen spoke to Shamar Smith and Orange County deputies at the scene. Orange County Sheriff's Office was dispatched when Shamar Smith was heard on a 911 call making physical threats after the traffic accident. Despite the threats, Orange County Sheriff's Office didn't speak at all to all of the witnesses, nor did they take any of the witness statements. According to comments made by Jeremy Dewitte in his body camera video, Deputy Christian Hackey tried several times in the past to obtain Dewitte's automobile insurance information at the request of Sergeant Keith Vidler from Orange County Sheriff's Office. When Trooper Tyler Karstensen arrived, it appeared the deputies discussed Jeremy Dewitte's pending criminal cases as well as Florida Statute 316-1974, Sergeant. Karstensen initially declared Jeremy Dewitte as driver 1, which would allude to the automobile accident being his fault. Trooper Karstensen claimed Dewitte impeded the flow of traffic during the funeral procession. During a brief debate, Dewitte insisted he was following the statute and Shamar Smith improperly used the left turn lane to overtake Dewitte's vehicle. And there's the sketch. Trooper Karstensen's final report named Shamar Smith as driver 1 and Jeremy Dewitte as driver 2. In today's video, Dewitte and Trooper Tyler Karstensen discussed the traffic accident as well as Sergeant Keith Vidler's phone calls to Dewitte's insurance company in an attempt to have his automobile insurance canceled. So that is part 89. Make sure you like this video, subscribe to my channel, and leave a comment down below. And check us out on part 90, which will be called The Dr. Phil Show. One thing I find interesting about this is they not only go over the YouTuber named Unit 88, but they also talk about the King's Palace, who is still making YouTube videos. And it's interesting that they say the King's Palace, who has taken edited videos from this site and posted them on his site. I mean, that's a scathing accusation about the King's Palace. It's actually interesting, too, because the King's Palace has posted direct videos from the PoliceTube right onto his website, and got in some scuffle with YouTube about it before he got a copyright strike, but I helped him take care of it after he contacted me and let me know that there's a copyright strike on his channel for re-uploading one of the PoliceTube videos. He says the video was sent to him a day after PoliceTube released it, and he just uploaded it without checking it. But he eventually, I think the video was deleted or something. I mean, no big deal to me at all, but it is also interesting because the King's Palace used to accuse PoliceTube of stealing his content. In fact, I was just talking to King G recently about it, and he still claims that PoliceTube stole his content on an insurance video and then deleted the video as soon as he mentioned it. But PoliceTube never deletes videos, and PoliceTube almost always gives credit to anybody if we're using their documents. But what he was referring to is a screenshot that I gave of one of his videos. And even in the video, I said, I got this from the King's Palace. Go to his channel, check it out, da-da-da-da. Video is still live on my channel. It's called, Where Did Jeremy Dewitte Get the Money to Start His Businesses? And then it refers to the foremost insurance payout that he got, which the King's Palace took those documents, put them on his video, and then I just screenshotted his video. And then King's Palace is like, you should have asked me, like, I own that image, which he doesn't. And then he said, straight up, PoliceTube is stealing from him. And I was like, what about fair use? You know, fair use is a law. And he says, fair use isn't for you, is what he told me. So I'm actually surprised to see King's Palace is here on this website being named as someone taking videos from the website and uploading them, especially since King's Palace told me that I steal from him. And especially weird because he actually took one of my videos and posted it right on his website and blamed somebody else for it. So whatever. It ain't no thing but a chicken wing. So make sure you check out part 90. I'll meet you over there. Thanks for watching. Hello, everybody, and thank you for watching. You're watching part 90 of the 100-part series archiving the JeremyDewittecase.com website. This page is entitled The Dr. Phil Show, and it was posted November 13th of 2020, and it was erased off the internet just a couple months later. I remember seeing this announcement that Jeremy Dewitte said he was going to go on the Dr. Phil Show, and I didn't believe it. But now we know it was actually true, and he did go on the Dr. Phil Show. This website says, on September 28, 2020, a producer from the Dr. Phil Show contacted Jeremy Dewitte and asked him if he would like the opportunity to tell his side of the story on national television regarding his police impersonation cases in Orlando, Florida. It says JeremyDewittecase.com was also contacted by the Dr. Phil Show. According to a producer, this website showed a different side of the story and was the reason they wanted to hear Jeremy Dewitte's version of the events. YouTube's Real World Police was contacted as well. A producer stated they made several attempts to have a phone conversation with Jay Horowitz, who operates the channel, but they were dodged and communication only occurred via Twitter and email. The producer claimed the channel owner was worried about lawsuits against him. The producer stated there were other channels and blogs the show was considering to bring on to replace Real World Police in the event they refused to appear on the show. Ultimately, after multiple emails, extensive phone calls, and video messages regarding COVID-19 testing, topics that would be discussed, fees and accommodations, Jeremy Dewitte and his defense attorney Amir Ladan signed the appropriate release forms to appear on Dr. Phil's show in Los Angeles, California. Days before his flight to California, Jeremy Dewitte's Motor One motorcycle was picked up by an auto transport company in Orlando and delivered to Los Angeles by the show. Dewitte and Amir Ladan were also required to produce negative COVID-19 results prior to boarding the flights. And here's his motorcycle being driven away. On October 29, 2020, Dr. Phil's show sent a videographer to Orlando, Florida, to take B-roll footage of Jeremy Dewitte while he discussed Metro State Special Services. He showcased his fleet of vehicles and rode his motorcycle in the city. The motorcycle ride was cut short, though, because of an unmarked Orange County Sheriff's Office vehicles that were directly behind Dewitte during the shoot. On November 1st of 2020, Jeremy Dewitte flew to Los Angeles, California, to begin the 4-day filming process. 4 days is important because he can't leave the state for more than 3 days without notifying his probation. Jeremy Dewitte was tested 2 more times for COVID-19 in California at Hollywood Urgent Care. During his first day of filming, he was interviewed at the Loft by a segment producer for the show, while Amir Ladan joined in virtually from his Los Angeles hotel room due to COVID-19 restrictions at the location. Now, you got to remember, who would know this information, like that they got tested for COVID in California at the Hollywood Urgent Care? Who would know that except for Jennifer? And Jennifer was there with them. So I think Jennifer is definitely feeding this information to this website, if she's not producing it herself. On his second day of filming, Jeremy Dewitte was given a polygraph examination using the empirical scoring system, multinomial ESSM. Jeremy Dewitte volunteered for the test and was never asked to take the exam by the show. It was Jeremy's idea. Prior to his examination, the producers for the Dr. Phil Show stated the questions would cover the time period of 2011 to 2020. In part 2 of this post, we will discuss the types of questions, but not the specific questions that were asked, the polygraph's examiner's background, and why Jeremy Dewitte volunteered for the exam, while being mindful that the episode has yet to air, which it has now aired, and certain topics will not be discussed until this occurs. It says producers for the show agreed to bring security expert John Stern on the stage. Stern is the owner of the lucrative company Southwest Patrol in Los Angeles, California. John Stern started Southwest Patrol in 1994. He has contracts with several businesses in the state and provides security detail for the Los Angeles Lakers. After he met Jeremy Dewitte in person, John Stern stated his opinions about Dewitte changed and he said that his opinions about Dewitte had changed, and he could see the harassment and corruption from the police departments. The show reached out to Windermere Police Department, Orlando Police Department, and Orange County Sheriff's Department office several times, and according to the producers, they received generic responses from the agencies. Of course, it's an open investigation. The producers claimed Real World Police refused to make an appearance, and in lieu of Jay Horowitz, they chose a YouTuber with the channel name of Blue Bacon. I don't know how to pronounce that name. Blue Bacon, to join in the stage. During his pre-interview, the YouTuber Blue Bacon claimed he knew Jeremy Dewitte was impersonating police despite giving Dewitte a neutral interview several months before and stating he wanted to help Metro State Special Services at the time. Dr. Phil and Jeremy Dewitte confronted the YouTuber about his new attitude toward Metro State and Jeremy Dewitte. When confronted, Blue Bacon allegedly backed down and recanted his accusatory statements. During a commercial break, Dr. Phil asked the producers to politely remove Blue Bacon from the stage. And of course, this is all hearsay because the producers of this website were not there. So they're taking the word of a biased reporter, which is probably Jennifer, that's feeding them this information. Of course, Blue Bacon had a neutral type interview with Jeremy Dewitte because that's how you conduct an interview. You're not going to bring him on the show and be very accusatory toward him. That's exactly what Dr. Phil did as well, because now we've watched the Dr. Phil episode and we see that Dr. Phil was not accusatory toward him either. What you do as an interviewer is you ask neutral-based questions and you let the guy speak and just let the audience decide what's going on. It says here, Dr. Phil, Jeremy Dewitte, and Amir Ladan continued to discuss Jeremy Dewitte and Dr. Phil's love for motorcycles, which we know that's weird that Jeremy just brought that up. Dr. Phil wasn't liking that at all. Dewitte's pending felony cases in Orange County Sheriff's Office is all the things they discussed. Dr. Phil expressed he didn't believe Dewitte belonged in prison, and he didn't believe any prison time was necessary or helpful. Dr. Phil also didn't even investigate the case. He just interviewed Jeremy Dewitte about a number of things, and he was very skeptical of Jeremy Dewitte. Because the show has yet to air, we cannot go deeper into detail about what occurred on stage or behind the scenes at this time. In part 2 of this post, we will discuss the polygraph examination. Once the show airs, we will be able to release more information about the filming process. As we know now, they deleted this entire website and they never did any updates to this. They moved all of the updates to the Metro State VPU YouTube channel instead. So anyway, this is part 90 that you're watching. Meet me over on part 91 entitled The Warrant, and we'll see what happens there. Thanks for watching PoliceTube. Make sure you like this video, comment down below, and subscribe to the channel. Thanks for watching. I'll see you over in part 91. You're watching part 91 of the Jeremy Dewitte Case.com archives, posted on YouTube by PoliceTube. I am PoliceTube. Thanks for watching. This page was posted December 1st, 2020, and it's entitled The Warrant. It says, on Friday, November 13th, 2020, a warrant was issued for Jeremy Dewitte's arrest for a misdemeanor simple battery charge in a domestic violence case. Detective Bradley Smith from Orlando Police Department believed he had probable cause for the arrest of Jeremy Dewitte after a complaint was filed. The victim claimed a former Metro State Special Services employee contractor named Whitney Tools Nichols attempted to strike her and made threats toward her with Jeremy Dewitte's ex-girlfriend, Jessica Bolden. Jeremy Dewitte was present during this exchange. Now we know a lot more about this situation because the police dash cam video has been released according to this. And you can see the testimony of almost everybody involved. Wendy Tools Nichols said that Jennifer posed up to fight her, and Wendy Tools Nichols was like, I don't think so, we'll fight if you want. But then Jeremy stepped in and shoved Jennifer and basically told her, get out of here, leave, you're not firing my employees, you're not the owner here, you're not going to fire Wendy Tools Nichols or Jessica Bolden. And so after that, Jennifer Burton called the police and said that Wendy Tools Nichols and Jessica Bolden were following her and stalking her, and she even filed stalking charges against them. But I don't believe those are true because those didn't go anywhere. And then Jessica Bolden and Wendy Tools Nichols, filed stalking charges against her, and just the testimony makes it seem like Jennifer was the one that was making that whole situation happen. It says, although the victim made the complaint against Wendy Tools Nichols and Jessica Bolden and didn't name Jeremy Dewitte, he was questioned about his actions during the incident, and an arrest warrant was created because they figured out that Jeremy Dewitte had pushed Jennifer, maybe. The victim went to Amir Ladan's office and signed a declination of prosecution affidavit stating she never wanted to press charges against Jeremy Dewitte. That's Jennifer Burton. Amir Ladan is Jeremy Dewitte's defense attorney for all of his police impersonation cases. The victim contacted the state's attorney's office and said she wouldn't participate in the prosecution of Jeremy Dewitte. I can't believe Jennifer would do that. And this was at the end of 2020, because in April of 2021, she called the police and had Jeremy Dewitte arrested for domestic violence and sent him to jail for 45 days. And then she did the same thing, said, I don't want to prosecute. I want him out of jail. I want to help him. Jennifer is a little special type of crazy. It says here, oh, there's the document, by the way. It goes on to read, the victim, Jennifer Burton, said days after this incident she was followed from her place of employment for over 10 minutes by Whitney Tools Nichols and Jessica Bolden, who were in separate vehicles. She stated the two women tried to hit her car, drove on the wrong side of the road at times, and ran red lights to chase her in and out of the city of Orlando. According to Wendy Tools Nichols, Jennifer backed her car into Wendy's car and caused damage. And Wendy Tools Nichols is like, I'm going to sue her and I'm going to sue Metro State because I know the owner, so Metro State is paying for this damage. I believe her. She claimed at least one of the women had a handgun during the 911 call, which lasted during the chase. And I can almost guarantee that neither one of those women had a handgun. Nothing ever came of that. And I think Jennifer Burton made that claim up in order to get the police running to the scene. Because whenever you call the police, if you say there's a handgun, they'll come even faster. The victim was granted temporary injunctions against Whitney Tools Nichols and Jessica Bolden, signed by Judge Jeffrey Ashton. Turned out that this was all false, now that we're looking back on it. Shame on Jennifer. Jessica Bolden's hearing was continued, and Whitney Tools Nichols has yet to be served despite efforts by multiple agencies to locate her in the counties of Orange, Osceola, and Seminole. The temporary injunctions against Bolden and Tools Nichols are still active. The victim, Jennifer Burton, claims she contacted Detective Bradley Smith because she didn't understand why Jeremy Dewitte was being targeted by Orlando Police Department. It quotes her, I asked why he was being singled out when two people tried to run me off the road with weapons, and they could have killed me or something else. Killed me or someone else who wasn't involved. It says it wasn't the first time Jessica Bolden was accused of maliciously using her vehicle. According to this website, which is totally biased, remember, in a recorded interview with Corporal John Ramsey in October 2019, Jeremy Dewitte and Ramsey discussed an altercation between Dewitte's wife, Rania, and Jessica Bolden. According to Jeremy Dewitte, his wife's vehicle was struck and damaged by Jessica Bolden multiple times in 2019. That's interesting because Jessica Bolden did say in an interview, she's like, my car's all messed up. It's got dings all over, but that's karma. That's because of karma. So I wonder what that's about. But just because even if she did slam her car into Rania's car, that doesn't mean she slammed her car into Jennifer's car. Detective Bradley Smith asked the victim to identify Whitney Tools Nichols and Jessica Bolden in a follow-up email. Here's the email. I understand your concern, Officer Crow, and I are meeting in the morning to discuss. I'll update you in the morning. As far as Whitney and Jessica, please let me know who is who. I labeled the pictures 1 and 2. Here's Jessica Bolden. Here's Whitney Tools Nichols. During this time, a warrant was released for Jeremy Dewitte's arrest. The victim contacted Florida Department of Law Enforcement and asked an agent to speak to Orlando Police Department about the direction of the case and the warrant that was issued for Dewitte, but not for Whitney Tools Nichols and Jessica Bolden. The victim claimed she was guided to Orlando Police Department by 911 dispatch because there were IRIS police cameras in the area. The cameras were able to capture the suspects chasing the victim. That's not true. The cameras were not able to capture the suspects chasing the victim as far as I've seen. I've never seen anything like that at all. On November 24, 2020, Orlando Police Department filed stalking charges against Whitney Tools Nichols and Jessica Bolden. And looking back, we can see that those were dropped. Stalking in the state of Florida is considered a first-degree misdemeanor when a person repeatedly and maliciously follows or harasses another person. It is punishable by up to 1 year in prison and a $1,000 fine. Jennifer tried to get Jeremy's ex-girlfriend fined and imprisoned for a year. It is considered a third-degree felony when a person repeatedly and maliciously follows another person and makes a credible threat toward that person with the intent to cause fear or of death or bodily harm. It is punishable by up to 5 years in prison and a $5,000 fine. Jeremy Dewitte turned himself in on November 29, 2020. His initial appearance was the following morning at 9 a.m. Eastern. Judge Amy J. Carter announced the state attorney's office decided not to pursue the charges, and the case was dropped before his hearing. Jeremy DeWitte's defense attorney, Amir Ladan, emphasized the errors in assigning the case as domestic violence. The victim and Jeremy DeWitte never lived together and were never married. That's dating violence. Amir Ladan went on to say he felt it was an attempt by law enforcement to manipulate the information and another way to have Jeremy DeWitte's bonds revoked from his police impersonation arrests. The victim thanked the judge for choosing not to move forward with revoking Jeremy DeWitte's bonds. The victim here is Jennifer Burton. This keeps calling her a victim. Jeremy DeWitte was released at 2 p.m. Eastern on the day of his hearing, despite turning himself in on November 29 and attending his first appearance on November 30th. Osceola County Sheriff's Office arrived at his front door later that evening. The Sheriff's Office claimed the warrant was still active in their system. In the end, Osceola County Sheriff's Office admitted there was an error on their end, and a deputy sheriff apologized for the mistake. In today's video, there's a clip of the 911 call between the victim, Jennifer Burton, a dispatcher, and an Orlando Police Department officer during the alleged stalking chase. Jeremy DeWitte's initial appearance at Orange County Jail is also included, as well as exclusive footage of Osceola County's deputies attempting to locate DeWitte at his home to arrest him for the warrant that was no longer valid. So that's the end of part 91 here. Meet us over in part 92 called The Updates, part 9. Of course, make sure you like this video, subscribe to my channel, and comment down below. Let me know what you're thinking. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you over in part 92. You're watching part 92 of the JeremyDeWitteCase.com archives. This page is called The Updates, part 9. And it was released December 8th, 2020, just before this whole website was taken offline and thrown away. All this is deleted now. That's why I'm archiving it right here on YouTube. Thanks for watching. I'm PoliceTube. This says Jeremy DeWitte was arrested today, December 8th, by Osceola County Sheriff's Office. According to a source from the Sheriff's Office, DeWitte had a warrant for his arrest for failing to register a temporary address. Allegedly, Jeremy DeWitte left Orlando, Florida on November 1st, 2020 on a flight to Los Angeles, California for a taping to the Dr. Phil show in Los Angeles. He returned to Florida on November 5th, 2020. In the state of Florida, a registered SO must report in person to the sheriff's office within 48 hours before the date he intends to leave the state. Failing to register is a third-degree felony and punishable by up to 5 years in prison. Prior to his arrest, Metro State Special Services created an online merchandise shop with over 1,000 products for the public. Many of the products ironically read, "Free Jeremy DeWitte." And this is a shop that he has up on his Metro State VPU channel. A lot of crap and a lot of offensive stuff like Straight Outta Fallujah and Motor Lives Matter. It says here, we will have an update on Jeremy DeWitte's recent arrest as well as exclusive footage later this week. So thanks for watching part 92. Like this video, subscribe below, and leave a comment down below. And also check us out on part 93 called The Updates Part 10. Thanks for watching. You're watching part 92. Nope, now you're watching part 93 of the JeremyDeWitteCase.com archives. This one is labeled The Updates Part 10. And this was uploaded to the website December 9th, 2020, just before the website was actually deleted off the internet entirely. So I've archived it here for you. I'm going to go ahead and read it. It says, Jeremy DeWitte was arrested on December 8th, 2020, as we know from part Updates 9, the Updates Part 9, which was my series part 91. I'm sorry, part 92. It says the deputies alleged Jeremy DeWitte failed to register his out-of-state travels to Los Angeles, California for the taping of the Dr. Phil show. SOs are required to inform the sheriff's office when they are traveling out of state or when they are visiting a location for more than 3 consecutive days. Osceola County Sheriff's Office claims Jeremy Dewitte vacationed in California from November 1st to November 5th, 2020. I wonder why Amir Ladan, his defense attorney, didn't make sure that Jeremy went down and met with the sheriff before going to Los Angeles. You would think that he would be protecting Jeremy and making sure that all the T's are crossed and all the I's are dotted, but he forgot to dot that lowercase j. It says here, during Jeremy Dewitte's initial appearance, the presiding judge ordered a $1,500 bond for the felony charge. Prosecutors attempted to revoke Dewitte's bond today, but a hearing was scheduled for a later date instead. Jeremy Dewitte was released. One of the conditions of Jeremy Dewitte's release is he may not leave Orange County or Osceola County. Today's video is the first appearance by Jeremy Dewitte at the Osceola County Jail. It says Metro State Special Services has also requested has released an online merchant store with over 1,000 products, and here's pre-orders, Of course, this video is not updated, but it's interesting that this touches on the fact that Dewitte was not allowed to leave Orange or Osceola County. And later on the Metro State VPU channel, just in June of 2020, Jennifer released some damning evidence showing that Jeremy did leave these two counties. Like he crossed the line into another county, and she used that videotape evidence to try to get him in trouble. So anyway, this has been part 93 of the series. Catch me on part 94. It'll be entitled The Vlogger. And I'm certain they're not talking about PoliceTube because this was long before PoliceTube. This website's gone now. So make sure you like this video, subscribe to my channel, and comment down below. Thanks for watching. I'll see you over there. All right, you've made it to part 94 of the JeremyDewittCase.com archives 100-part series. This page is called The Vlogger, and it was uploaded to this website December 14th, 2020, just a month or two before it was actually taken down and deleted off the internet completely. It starts off with an update. It says, Metro State Special Services does not have a Twitter, Facebook, or Instagram account. Anyone claiming otherwise is a fraud. It says here on December 13th, 2020, Jeremy Dewitte received an email from YouTube vlogger Jay Horowitz. Of course, we all know him, Real World Police. Horowitz runs a YouTube channel called Real World Police. In January 2020, Jay Horowitz began uploading body camera footage of Jeremy Dewitte. From the beginning of his uploads, Horowitz accused Dewitte of being a serial police impersonator. He began the year with 300,000 subscribers, and as he rapidly turned his channel into what he jokingly called the Jeremy Dewitte channel, the number of subscribers tripled. I actually thought Real World Police started uploading in 2019, but I guess it was January of 2020. Time is certainly flying, isn't it? Despite labeling himself a journalist, Jay Horowitz didn't appear to be impartial when he openly mocked and defamed Jeremy Dewitte every week for nearly a year. That's a type of journalism. Anyway, Dr. Phil's show producers claimed they watched Jay Horowitz's videos, but they were skeptical about his videos. One of the executive producers believed Horowitz edited his videos in a way to slant the information in his favor. The Dr. Phil show reached out to Jay Horowitz multiple times. The producers said they asked him whether he manipulated his videos and spliced them together, which is obvious he does, but it's not like he's making Jeremy appear to be impersonating. He really is impersonating. Jay is just editing the videos to make them easier for us. They also asked him to make an appearance on the show during a November 2020 taping. Jay Horowitz refused to speak to them on the phone. He refused to appear, and according to the executive producers, he was afraid he would be sued by Jeremy. The show producers also reached out to JeremyDewittCase.com. When we spoke to the production team, we were told the website was the catalyst for contacting Jeremy Dewitte. The show believed the felony cases against Dewitte were no longer black and white, and there may be another side to the story, which included police corruption. Well, there you go, police corruption. After failing to appear on the show and being replaced by another vlogger named Blue Bacon, Jay Horowitz began to slowly release information in favor of Jeremy Dewitte. One of those pieces was an email from Sergeant Keith Vidler's supervisor, Ron Chapman. In the series of emails, Larry D. Krantz, who is currently chief of police at Castleberry Police Department, ordered Orange County deputies to stand down on any enforcement actions against Metro State Special Services. And that's right. That's important to know. Chief of Police, Castleberry Police Department, ordered Orange County deputies to stand down on any enforcement actions against Metro State Special Services. They made a stand down order. On December 13th, 2020, Jay Horowitz sent an email to Jeremy Dewitte's business email. In the email, Horowitz described a crime with a victim's name. Jay Horowitz asked Dewitte to confirm the information in the email, and he also stated he was beginning to believe Jeremy Dewitte. Here's the email. I am writing with a question in relation to a story I will soon be publishing. If you are going to respond, please do so tonight. If you are willing to confirm the date of that message but don't want your involvement getting back to da-da-da, please let me know. I have no problem leaving that out of the story. Frankly, I believe you that da-da-da-da. Of course, if you would like to comment, you are more than welcome to do so. It says, assuming he was revealing new and relevant information, Jay Horowitz continued in his email that he would also forward the information to Amir Ladan, Jeremy Dewitte's defense attorney. Jeremy Dewitte responded with the following email. You bashed me for months. I don't care what you believe. Me and Jennifer are on great terms, or maybe my wife. You're the only person stalking anyone. It says, we spoke to Jeremy Dewitte, and he claimed he and his attorney knew everything Jay Horowitz typed in his email about almost 2 years ago. Dewitte said he and the victim of the crime were in fact on great terms. I hope not. The victim used Ladan's services this year, and most of the statements in that email were incorrect or confused with another case. Here's a quote from Jeremy Dewitte. It says, Horowitz tried to destroy me and my family. He tried to ruin my chances for a fair trial, and he has put my life in danger with the threats to kill me and kill my family that we received every day from strangers. And he thinks I care about some cases from years ago? No, I care about my family, friends, and my future, and suing him for everything he has and everything he has ever thought about having. Jeremy Dewitte is going to sue Real World Police for everything he has and everything he's ever thought about having? I don't think he'll win that. It says, before Jay Horowitz became Real World Police, he went by the alias Yair Horowitz, who lived in New York. During a short marriage that ultimately ended in divorce with a woman named Amy Oppenheimer, he placed an ad on a website called Couchsurfing. And this is all very biased too, so you got to remember that this is all coming to you by an unknown author that never signed their name to JeremyDeWitteCase.com. So very biased. Take it for what it's worth. Couchsurfing.com allows travelers and those without homes of their own to find a place to stay all over the world. Hosts can also create accounts and offer their homes for travelers. It says here, after his divorce, Yair Horowitz enjoyed Couchsurfing's services once more as a single man in Austin, Texas. It says Couchsurfing has gained a reputation for being a hookup app, and there have been numerous complaints about sexual advances made by hosts and travelers. Customers weren't happy when Couchsurfing recently became a paid service and forced its members to either contribute $2.99 per month or $17.99 per year. Prior to the changes to Couchsurfing's project, Jay Horowitz and Amy Oppenheimer traveled to the Dominican Republic and stayed at a nudist resort. During their stay, a police report was written and a complaint against Horowitz was made. We will discuss the details in part 2 of this post, as well as terroristic and biological threats Jeremy Dewitte and his family and friends have received. So that's interesting. The Dominican Republic at a nudist resort has a police report against Jay Horowitz. They're trying to claim that there's something wrong with them because they went to a nudist resort. Oh my gosh. Anyway, thanks for watching. This has been part 94. Check me out on part 95 called The Updates Part 11. And also like this video, comment down below, and subscribe to my channel. Thanks for watching. I'll see you over on part 95. You're watching part 95 of the 100-part JeremyDeWitteCase.com archives. This page was uploaded December 24th, Christmas Eve of 2020, and it's entitled The Updates, Part 11. It says, on October 12, 2019, Sergeant Keith Vidler of Orange County Sheriff's Office placed Jeremy Dewitte and Randall Brokus under surveillance. Dewitte and Brokus were suspected of impersonating police officers while conducting business with Metro State Special Services. Hey, Dr. Phillips Road. In an incident report, Sergeant Keith Vidler stated he saw Jeremy Dewitte and Randall Brokus riding motorcycles at the intersection of Dr. Phillips Boulevard and Wallace Road in Orlando, Florida. He claimed Dewitte and Brokus mirrored law enforcement with the uniforms they wore and the motorcycles they were riding. Of course, we remember the video of Vidler hiding in the bushes next to the building and filming Jeremy Dewitte. Here he is right over here. Later, Jeremy Dewitte dressed as Pennywise the Clown and came over here and made some weird video with Jennifer encouraging him. says Sergeant Keith Vidler witnessed Jeremy Dewitte and Randall Brokus entering intersections, blowing their air horns, blocking eastbound traffic and southbound traffic, and acting as traffic control devices on October 2019. On February 12, 2020, arrest warrants were issued for Jeremy Dewitte and Randall Brokus. And also, and not just for this incident, but on February 10th, Jeremy and Dylan were charged for impersonating. So the charges were just coming down in February 2020. Both men were charged with falsely impersonating a police officer, which is a third-degree felony in the state of Florida. 10 months later, on December 9, 2020, Randall Brokus pled to the lesser charge of disorderly conduct, which is a second-degree misdemeanor in the state of Florida. He was ordered to serve 1 day in the Orange County Jail with a credit for 1 day served. Assistant State Attorney Stephen Casey Miller dismissed the charge of falsely impersonating a police officer against Randall Brokus. There's the documents. Pause it if you want to check those. It says here, Jeremy Dewitte and Randall Brokus committed the same crimes according to Sergeant Keith Vidler, but the plea deal was only offered to Randall Brokus. Well, that makes sense because Jeremy is a felony with a bunch of points in Florida, so he can't get the same plea deals, especially since he's the leader of this organized crime ring. On December 2nd, 2019, Jeremy Dewitte was pulled over by Deputy Sheriff Michael Fuller. A routine traffic stop for running a red light, according to Fuller, turned into guns being pulled on Jeremy Dewitte and his pregnant wife by Orange County Sheriff's Office. A warrant which wasn't available for the public to see was improperly issued by Orange County Sheriff's Office and had not been cleared before Fuller and Dewitte met face to face. Deputy Sheriff Fuller claimed Jeremy Dewitte was reaching into his pockets while he was holding his cell phone to record the stop. Dewitte and his wife, who was also recording with her cell phone, were placed in handcuffs. 1 year later, on December 8th, 2020, a hearing was set for the 2 traffic tickets Jeremy Dewitte was issued by Deputy Michael Fuller. The offense were failing to yield right-of-way while turning at a red light and driving while his license was suspended without knowledge. Judge Melissa Monroe dismissed the offense of driving with a suspended license. The hearing was reset by the judicial assistant for the first traffic offense for failing to yield. On November 10, 2020, Osceola County Sheriff's Office was contacted by Jeremy Dewitte. According to Dewitte, he received a suspicious letter in the mail through the United States Postal Service. The letter was enclosed in plastic, and a white powdery substance was inside the envelope. Jeremy Dewitte says that this was sent by one of his haters named Donald Roth. It's interesting because Donald Roth is also one of the users that comments on all my videos, very hateful things. It says here, when Dewitte and Deputy Sheriff opened the envelope, a threatening letter was inside. The sender stated he would blow up Jeremy Dewitte's home and business location unless Dewitte apologized via YouTube for his actions. There is currently an active investigation about the sender, how the mail was traced back to the original location, and the substances used in the envelope. Here's a picture of the envelope, and it just doesn't look safe to have all this white powder all over your hands if you don't know what it is. And then they dumped it out on the grass. Good thing it wasn't, anthrax. Here's the letter. It says, Jeremy Dewitte, how does it feel to be dating a pedophile and your husband hit my vehicle one day? Now you and him will have to pay. How would you like it if your wife, like you, that child? I got the perfect opinion instead of between your wife. I don't live too far. How about I just blow up your house? And I sure you and your wife, whoever live with you, and your company building, you sick monster. So this person's writing a letter saying, I'm going to blow up you and your wife, and you're sick. The person that's writing this letter is obviously a very sick and disturbed individual. Your wife must be retarded. Your day is coming soon. Threatening, this is what we call a hater. Phone number, the only way I would not do it is if you get on YouTube and apologize for all your shh. That's an interesting letter. It says Jeremy Dewitte's next court case is April 2021. Of course, we know that even got continued. Right now it's going until August 2021 because April is when Jeremy got arrested for Jennifer saying he slammed his door on her foot. It says, today's video shows Sergeant Keith Vidler in a patch of bushes watching who he believes to be Randall Brokus and Jeremy Dewitte in October 2019. The video also contains exclusive footage of Jeremy Dewitte's encounter with Deputy Sheriff Michael Fuller in December 2019. Of course, the video is gone. And then they want to remind you of their merchandise shop that's on the Metro State VPU channel. So anyway, this has been part 95. Subscribe to my channel, like this video, comment down below anything you're thinking, and then meet me over on part 96, which is the hit and run part 3 page. I'll see you there. Thanks for watching. All right, you're watching part 96 entitled the hit and run page. This was posted to jeremydewittecase.com. You can see the other hit and run part 1 and 2. They're together as part 79 of this series if you want to go back a few videos. This page was posted January 5th, 2020, and it was erased just like a month later, or 2 months later or something like that. So it was only online for a very short time. It says, on July 27th, 2017, Winter Park Police Department was called to a scene involving Jeremy Dewitte's brother, Dylan Vogt, and an unknown man. According to Dylan Vogt and Jeremy Dewitte, who made a 911 call, Vogt was struck by the SUV by the man named Jerome Hennon. Officer Josh Larson was one of the responding officers, and in his offense report, he stated Dylan Vogt and Metro States were conducting a funeral escort from Baldwin Fairchild Funeral Homes to Glen Haven Memorial Park. Larson claimed Hennon was seen on Vogt's body camera attempting to enter the funeral procession by turning on his hazard lights and cutting into the procession. There's the document. Pause it, read it, learn it. Got it? Let's move on. The driver could be seen in the video hitting Dylan Vogt multiple times with his SUV. According to this website, in reality, Dylan jumped in front of this car, kept going toward him, and then when the car got close enough, he started slamming his fists on the hood, and then he moved to the side of the car and broke the mirror. Jerome Hennon was arrested and charged with aggravated assault with a deadly weapon. Boom, there's the document. Boom, there's the document. The hood of Hennon's Range Rover SUV was processed for DNA collection. 3 latent lift cards, 2 swabs, and 67 photographs were entered into evidence. There's a document. There's a document. It says, ignoring the video footage, Jerome Hennon hired Thomas Fighter, an Orlando attorney, and private investigator Billy Lane from a company called Prison Break. Although Billy Lane stated he was an investigator, he made an error when he made multiple claims that Dylan Vogt was a convicted felon. In 2013, Dylan Vogt was lured into a sting operation in Kissimmee, Florida. A few weeks after his 20th birthday, he was charged with 4 felonies and 2 misdemeanors in Osceola County. No action was filed on 3 of the 4 felonies, and 1 felony for unlawful use of a two-way communication device, and 2 misdemeanors for possession of marijuana were withheld, and a criminal conviction wasn't entered. In other words, he got away with it. Billy Lane also directed his attention toward Jeremy Dewitte, who wasn't even seen in the body camera video, and was finishing the funeral escort at the time of the assault, apparently. Billy Lane claimed Jeremy Dewitte and Dylan Vogt created an elaborate scheme to hold Jerome Hennon for ransom. Lane stated he would have committed similar acts against Dylan Vogt, and he didn't believe Hennon was wrong for his behavior. Let's just look at some of these documents here really quick. If you want to pause this and read this, please do. It's part 2. Next one. Next one. If you see anything interesting in these that you want to bring my attention to, comment it down below. That way I can read it and be aware of it if I'm not already. Scrolling down a little bit more, it says, the charges against Jerome Hennon were later dropped and his criminal record was expunged. 2 years later, Sergeant Keith Vidler from the Orange County Sheriff's Office resurrected the case after he claimed he received a call from Officer Joshua Larson. As we know, Vidler stated that during the call, Larson seemed confused and was misled by Jeremy Dewitte and Dylan Vogt in 2017. During a deposition in July 2020, Officer Larson said he wasn't confused and he would make the same arrest today. In 2020, a video surfaced of the encounter between Jerome Hennon and Dylan Vogt, which makes Dylan Vogt look like he's the aggressor. It appears the Assistant State Attorney, Stephen Casey Miller, didn't believe in the strength of the case against Dylan Vogt, either because Miller chose not to file on one of the 2 pending criminal cases against him. On December 31st, 2020, Miller filed a nolle prosecuti for the charge of criminal mischief in favor of Dylan Vogt. So he refused to prosecute, and there it is. It says, during his investigation, Sergeant Keith Vidler sent and received several emails about Dylan Kent Vogt's case and hundreds of emails about Jeremy Dewitte. There's the doctor, or there's the document, another document. I'm going to be reading this in full in the next video, part 97 of this, which is entitled The Emails, Part 1. It says down here, we will discuss those emails and the recipients at a later date. Yeah, next video. Jeremy Dewitte's next court hearing is a pretrial conference, but this got pushed back until later. So anyway, this has been part 96 of this 100-part series. Click over to part 97 and we'll see you there. Make sure you like this video and comment down below, and also make sure you're subscribed to my channel too. Thanks for watching. All right, this is part 97 of the 100-part Jeremy Dewitte case.com archives. Make sure you check out all other 100 parts of this. This is entitled The Emails. This is one of the very last posts that was on the website before they deleted the website completely off the internet. This was posted January 15th of 2021. And right about now is when Metro State VPU started uploading videos to the YouTube channel. So they stopped updating this website, and then they started updating the YouTube channel with new stuff. So anyway, this says, hundreds of emails to and from Sergeant Keith Vidler of Orange County Sheriff's Office were shared with this site recently. The emails specifically mentioned Jeremy Dewitte and anyone affiliated with him or Metro State Special Services. One of the first emails we shared was a letter from Sergeant Keith Vidler to his supervisor, Captain Sandy Carpenter, in December 2019. According to a source, Sergeant Vidler and several employees from the Motors Division of Orange County Sheriff's Office were given orders to stand down and end their investigation into Jeremy Dewitte and Metro State Special Services. And we have an email, what looks like an email, signed Keith Vidler, KV. There's no header on this, but it does say to Captain Sandy Carpenter, per your order, the Jeremy Dewitte Metro State investigation has been shut down today, even though the investigation has uncovered more felony crimes. The felony crimes we pulled case numbers for have all been filed with the state attorney's office. During a meeting with Major Anzueto, the Chief Deputy Zweig, on December 5th, Chief Deputy Zweig asked how much time we needed to file all the cases. I replied 3 months. After the meeting, we were informed by Major Anzueto we had till the end of January to finish the investigation. On December 12th, I had a phone conference with Major Anzueto, Corporal Ramsey, and yourself. During that conversation, the Major changed the investigation end date to December 31st. On the evening of December 12th, you called both Corporal Ramsey and myself and said there was new marching orders. You informed us that we had till the end of the following week, December 20th, to close this investigation, and there would be a meeting in your office on Monday, December 16th, to confirm the orders. Monday, December 16th, Lieutenant Steffens, Corporal Ramsey, and I met with you in your office, and you reiterated the investigation had to be closed by the end of the week. You further stated if we failed to file all the charges we currently had by Friday, December 20th, you were going to write us up for unsatisfactory performance. Due to the time restraints put on this investigation, it was humanly impossible to review over 80,000 items, videos, documents, and pictures retrieved from Dewitte's computer-related devices. Therefore, we were unable to successfully fulfill the requirements of the search warrant without being able to obtain further witness statements for other felony crime we discovered through the viewing videos. Those crimes will not be filed. We have completed our investigation to the best of our ability per the guidelines that we were put upon us. Sincerely, Keith Vidler. It says here, before the order was given, Sergeant Keith Vidler and numerous members of law enforcement in Florida and around the country appeared to be fixated with Metro State Special Services and Jeremy Dewitte in particular. The emails were shared with us, and we are releasing them in their rawest form. Any highlighting and notes were not made from this site. On May 20th, 2019, Sergeant Keith Vidler sent an email to one of the attorneys for Orange County Sheriff's Office, Austin Moore, who's the new attorney in charge of this, after Stephen Casey Miller resigned. Sergeant Vidler believed the use of a pepperball gun was illegal. Moore contacted the supervisor of misdemeanors, who corrected him and said the use of the pepperball guns was never illegal. And here's the email that we have from your attorneys saying I can be doing what I'm doing. It says, Sergeant, I talked to the supervisor of misdemeanors, and unfortunately she didn't see anything illegal about Metro State guys openly carrying the pepperball guns. Let me know if you come up with any other ideas about dealing with the Metro State problem. And the thing about this is, yeah, the Metro State guys, they're usually not felons, so they can carry a pepperball gun. That's legal per statute. But Jeremy Dewitte, being a felon, he's not allowed to carry a firearm or a fake gun. Now, he can carry a pepperball gun as long as it's obvious it's a pepperball gun, but since it didn't have that yellow stripe on it, and Jeremy Dewitte said that the way that he carries it, you can't see the yellow stripe even if it did have it, that means he's concealing the fact that it's a pepperball gun, which means that it's a deadly weapon, because a reasonable person would believe that it is an actual firearm, which means it is a firearm. So while, yeah, normal people can carry pepperball guns, that's fine. They didn't say anything in this email specifically about Jeremy Dewitte being okay to carry a pepperball gun. It says here, Sergeant Keith Vidler sent an email to Assistant State Attorney Stephen Casey Miller on October 21, 2019. In the email, Sergeant Vidler stated the use of badges was also unlawful. You can go ahead and pause this and read that if you want. Down here it says, Stephen Casey Miller clearly stated the use of badges wasn't illegal, but in his opinion, the combination of the uniforms and the vehicles gave the appearance of an impersonation of a police officer. You can go ahead and read that here if you like. It says here, Sergeant Vidler reached out to Austin Moore again on October 28, 2019. Vidler questioned why he couldn't press charges against Jeremy Dewitte, who he believed forced his employees to impersonate specifically security officers, not police officers. Austin Moore stated Jeremy Dewitte couldn't force his employees, who were adults, to impersonate security guards, and the employees could have quit or said no and didn't at any time. This contradicted the statements made by Keith Vidler and former Metro State employees, contradicted the statements made according to this website, which is highly, highly biased. So there's a recap of that email right there. It says Austin Moore also rejected a warrant written by Sergeant Vidler on October 30th, 2019. Moore didn't believe Sergeant Keith Vidler and John Ramsey needed any of the files located on Jeremy Dewitte's office computer. Sergeant Vidler claimed Jeremy Dewitte made a confession about the evidence in his office. The confession has yet to surface, but if it does, we'll update you. We'll update this post. Sergeant Vidler sent an email to Detective John Allen from Windermere Police Department. Windermere Police Department was the first agency to arrest Jeremy Dewitte in 2019 for allegedly impersonating a police officer. In the email, Sergeant Keith Vidler asked Detective John Allen for advice on how to properly word a subpoena request. Detective Allen attached samples of subpoena requests he's used in the past. Detective Allen wasn't the last person Sergeant Vidler asked for assistance for rejected requests. We will discuss those emails at a later date. Here's the document if you want to read it. It says, during this time, Corporal John Ramsey and in particular Sergeant Keith Vidler corresponded with other police officers and agencies about Jeremy Dewitte and Metro State Special Services. In one email, Corporal John Tart from Orange County Sheriff's Office contacted law enforcement in Lake County, Volusia County, Brevard County, Polk County, and Osceola County. On October 8, 2019, Corporal Tart spoke on behalf of Sergeant Keith Vidler and asked the other agencies if they were aware of Metro State Special Services and if they too were interested in getting on the same sheet of music and equally hammering those guys. There was that document. Detective George Kovas appeared to enjoy the same sheet music because he emailed Corporal John Ramsey on November 5th, 2019 to inquire about upcoming funeral processions for Metro State Special Services. Detective Kovas stated his admin wanted warrants pretty bad for Metro State Special Services in Osceola County. And there's that document. It says, prior to the email exchange between Orange and Osceola counties, Sergeant Jeff Wingard from Volusia County Sheriff's Office asked Sergeant Keith Vidler to make a PowerPoint presentation about Jeremy Dewitte and Metro State Special Services on October 30th, 2019 in DeLand, Florida. And there's that document. It says here, in a redacted email from September 2019, there were claims that Sergeant Keith Vidler was contacting multiple federal agencies about Jeremy Dewitte and Metro State Special Services. And there's that document. It says one of the agencies Sergeant Vidler emailed was the Division of Workers' Compensation. In a series of emails which will be uploaded in the next few posts, Sergeant Keith Vidler and compliance investigator Linda Ulfoot discussed Jeremy Dewitte's finances as well as what they believe to be the inner workings of Metro State Special Services. And there's the document. Moving on, here's the other document. It says, soon we will discuss the other agencies Sergeant Keith Vidler contacted repeatedly to report Jeremy Dewitte, which include the FBI, IRS, and TSA. Sounds like Jennifer Burton. So anyway, there's one more page here in the series. So check out part 98. That's going to be called The Emails Part 2. And we'll see what the final verdict on all this is. Go ahead and leave a like on this video, comment down below, whatever your thoughts are, and hit subscribe to make sure you're subscribed to my channel. Okay, thanks for watching part 97. I'll see you over on part 98. Okay, you're watching part 98 of the 100-part series, basically, of the JeremyDewittecase.com. This is basically a 100-part series. You know, this is the second to last installment where it's going over the emails. This was posted to JeremyDewittecase.com January 25th of 2021. This is the last post made on the website before they shut down the website and deleted all of this information. It's also interesting to note that at this time, the website was never updated again after this, except for being taken offline. But the updates started coming from the Metro State VPU channel in the form of YouTube videos from this point forward. Let's go ahead and see what this says here. It says, in part one of the emails, we discussed several emails exchanged between deputy sheriffs from Orange County and the surrounding counties. The emails were shared with this site via a third party. Any notes or highlights were not made by the site. It says, although Sergeant Keith Vidler was a motor officer for Orange County Sheriff's Office, he was at one time given permission to lead the investigation over the Jeremy Dewitte case. He and his motor partner, Corporal John Ramsey, were ordered to stop their investigation in December 2019. And here's the email. You can read it here, or you can hear me read it on part 97, the last video of the series. The video before this video that you're watching now. It says, before his orders to stand down, Sergeant Vidler exchanged hundreds of emails with other members of law enforcement, including Detective John Allen from Windermere Police Department. Windermere Police Department was the first agency to arrest Jeremy Dewitte for allegedly impersonating a police officer in September 2019. On September 11th, 2019, Detective John Allen shared a link to a Chicago, Illinois news article featuring Jeremy Dewitte. During the infamous Chicago incident, Jeremy Dewitte was accused of throwing the chairs at a tow truck driver. Dewitte was arrested but later released, and all charges against him were dismissed in 2020. Detective John Allen sent the Chicago emails approximately 6 months before video footage was released online. So there's a copy of that document, and this has a link here to the article about Jeremy Dewitte going through all this. It says here, Detective Allen also tried to help Sergeant Keith Vidler find probable cause for a search warrant. Sergeant Vidler was unable to articulate why he needed certain video files from Jeremy Dewitte's cameras. And this email here says, you have probable cause. There are some typos in the affidavit, and you could add information detailing his recent arrests and the fact that a recent search warrant executed on his helmet cameras yielded video files depicting him impersonating in order to strengthen your case. He has a history of impersonating and was arrested based largely on video evidence from his camera. You have seen him violating the law while wearing cameras. He told you videos were being stored on cameras and computers in his office. You have probable cause to search the office for computers and cameras. That's a document, and it says Sergeant Keith Vidler also contacted Orange County Sheriff's Office employees James Montgomery and Juliana Udan for assistance with his search warrants. There's the details on that if you want to read it. You can go ahead and read through that if you like. And here's a document saying all the things that they want to conduct a forensic search for on the computer. Go ahead and pause this and read it if you like. And it says the following day, the search warrant was rejected by Judge Michael Murphy. There's the rejection letter. As an employee history for Sergeant Keith Vidler was located in one portion of the documents we received. Sergeant Vidler received multiple complaints during his career as a law enforcement officer with the Orange County Sheriff's Office. Complainants claimed Vidler was rude, abrasive, and vulgar, and he lacked the courtesy that was required from a public servant. People, when they get arrested, they always are like, "You're so mean, you're so rude, you're so abrasive," to the arresting officer, you know. One important thing to note is Sergeant Keith Vidler's badge number was 666. Kind of spooky. You know, a normal person would actually change that. So that's interesting that he actually kept that, you know. Documents for you to look at. It says on more than one occasion the deputy sheriff was accused of mishandling investigations as well as filing false complaints, as well as falsifying documents. Yeah, according to this website. And this guy's a major veteran of the police department, so I'll let you guys figure this one out. It says here in 2009, a citizen claims Sergeant Keith Vidler harassed him about his personal business arrangements between the two. It's funny because they're trying to use these documents, these complaints, as evidence against Sergeant Keith Vidler, like Keith Vidler is doing all these things to Jeremy Dewitte. Like if we find Keith Vidler acted unbecomingly, that makes Jeremy Dewitte innocent. You know, nothing that Keith Vidler has ever done in his past makes Jeremy Dewitte less guilty of anything, okay? That's like saying that because Sergeant Keith Vidler was awarded medals of commendation for his heroic actions during the Pulse nightclub terrorist shooting, that would make Jeremy Dewitte more guilty. You know, it doesn't matter in the Jeremy Dewitte case. But this website is trying to put these documents up here, trying to taint the investigators. Here's more documents. Please pause this and review these for me. In 2005, a complaint was sustained after Sergeant Vidler wrecked a vehicle on duty. He lost control form only, vehicle accident, Ford Windstar. Documents. Pause this video, read these documents, learn them, love them, then report them back to me. If you see anything that I'm missing here, type it in the comments down below. On one document at a time. Make sure you like this video too. Make sure you subscribe to my channel now that I'm thinking about it. Look at one of these complaints right here that this website's trying to use against Keith Vidler. One complainant says, Miss Knowles is a teacher at Bay Meadows Elementary School. She observed sheriff office vehicle Keith Vidler driving behind her, and when she spoke to the deputy because she needed his help, the deputy said he cannot help her and he left. Miss Knowles felt the deputy was rude and should have helped her or gotten someone else to help her. She described the deputy as Keith Vidler. So Keith Vidler was probably doing something and going somewhere, and this lady's like, "Hell, can you help me?" He's like, "I can't help you, I gotta go." And he leaves, and she's like, "How rude. I needed help." And she actually filed a complaint. Hey, Miss Knowles. Here's another document. It says, one of the first complainants stated Sergeant Keith Vidler used racial slurs toward him and allowed his canine to bite the individual. The law enforcement officer was also accused of using excessive force nearly 30 times. That's once a year. In part 3 of the emails, we discussed the agency's Orange County Sheriff's Office and Sergeant Keith Vidler contacted, as well as an interesting response from one federal agency. And of course, they never uploaded anything more ever again to jeremydewittecase.com. They never uploaded part 3 or anything like that. So you've been watching all the parts now. This is part 98 that we're finishing up. I appreciate you watching all these right here on PoliceTube. This is basically a 100-part series. 98 is so close to part 100 that we're just rounding it up to part 100. So thanks for watching. This wraps up the archiving of the jeremydewittecase.com website. Depending on when you see this, Jeremy Dewitte might have already gone through all these court cases. Maybe if you're watching this right away, that you'll see that he wasn't in these court cases yet, because his court cases are coming up next month in August of 2021. That is, unless they get continued for a later date. So either way, make sure you check my channel, PoliceTube, on YouTube. That way you can see any other updates, because I'm going to do a whole nother recap of a whole nother series here, in addition to a whole bunch of other things. So thanks for watching PoliceTube. And if you've watched this whole series, I thank you for watching all 100 parts of this series, basically. And if you haven't, go back, because there's 100 episodes of this, and we go over every single page that was ever posted to jeremydewittekcase.com website before it was deleted beginning of 2021. So thank you very much for watching. I appreciate you. Make sure you like this video. Make sure you subscribe to my channel, and leave me some comments down below and let me know what you're thinking about all this stuff. Thanks for everything, and as always, have yourself a very, very good day. Hi everybody, thanks for watching PoliceTube and PoliceTuber. I want to thank everybody for watching the 100-part series of the jeremydewittekcase.com. The series is over. This is part 99. Since there was a part 0, you know, this is 100 parts total. I want to do a little case recap here because after reading all this, people want to know one thing more than anything, which is who wrote this website. Now, I've heard a lot of theories and stuff. One overwhelming theory that I've heard that seems to be running true is that Jennifer was behind this website and she was pretending to be someone else. She was feeding information to Jeremy, acting like she didn't know who was behind the website when it was really Jennifer all along. That's really how this website seems when it's being read. That's what the information that's on the website seems like. And I also got that information from somebody who was close to the website, who is Alec Ringel. You know, Alec Ringel, sorry to put this picture of him up on the screen with the face mask, but you know him. He got kicked out of Jeremy Dewitte's office by Jeremy Dewitte and accused of a bunch of things by Jeremy Dewitte. You know, standard Jeremy Dewitte, standard operating procedure when he needs to fire an employee. You know, accuses them of theft and kicks them out of the office and blah, blah, blah. So this guy has his own funeral escort company now, as you know. I've talked to him a number of times, and somebody once told me that him and Jennifer, or I thought they told me that him and Jennifer were working on the site, but I checked with that person. That person said, no, it was just Jennifer that was working on the site. And I talked to Alex, and Alex confirmed that, yes, it was Jennifer working on the site because sometimes he would call Jennifer and talk to her and give her information that she would post on the site. So Jennifer writing the website, she would need sources for the information that she was posting. Sometimes Alec would be that source, amongst other people. So I've specifically talked to Alec about this, and he said that is completely true. Have you guys seen the video that takes place at Jeremy Dewitte's office where Jeremy Dewitte shows up with the police and walks into the office and Alec is in there sleeping because Jeremy let him stay there? And Jeremy starts telling the police, like, he stole my truck, he's not allowed here, he's got to get out of here. That video was prompted, or that incident was prompted by Jeremy Dewitte because of what happened the night before that. Because the night before that, Alec was in Jeremy's office and he had called in to Jennifer and gave Jennifer a bunch of info to post on the website. Alex says the info actually wasn't true. He told Jennifer that I was out driving around in Jeremy Dewitte's car last night. I stole the car, and he told him some other stuff. And then Jeremy Dewitte heard that information. Alex stole my car, and then Jeremy called the police and came to the office. That's when Jeremy realized, okay, this car wasn't stolen, but I'm still going to go with this because that's what Alex said on the phone. He tried to kick Alec out. So the thing that precipitated that incident, that if you call it an eviction or whatever, was Alec calling into the website and talking to Jennifer. Jeremy seems to think a man named Scott was running the website. That's what Jeremy says in that video, is that Scott was running the website. But according to sources, Jennifer would actually use a voice changer with a deep voice to make her sound like a man, and then call Jeremy and tell him things about the website and tell him that her name was Scott. And Jeremy believed that. I don't get why. Now, a couple times on the website, if Jennifer was writing it, she says that she has a new boyfriend, somebody that works at the sheriff's department. And so I've often wondered, like, was he helping contribute to this website? There may have been another contributor to the website, because in the middle of the website, all of a sudden the writing changes a little bit and the format changes for a short time, but then it goes back to normal. So Jennifer, I would have to say, and I haven't verified this for sure by talking to Jennifer or seeing actual records, but according to all sources, it looks like Jennifer was the main author of the website, and it looks like other people were helping her contribute to the website, but she was the main person that was making this website. She was the one in charge of it. She's the one that set it up. She was the one that was managing it. She was the one deciding what information to put up on the website. There was nobody else that was controlling the website. She was getting information from other people, but that's just normal talking, and then putting that information on the website is her own doing. Jeremy was always very confused about this, because why would his girlfriend be posting this stuff, you know? And he was always like, you know, if it was you, then why would you, if it wasn't you, then why would it be this? And he was really struggling in his mind to wrap his mind around that it was Jennifer that's been spying on him this whole time. Jeremy really got caught off guard with that one. So this has been part 99, the 100th part of this JeremyDewittCase.com, and we're wrapping it up with that Jennifer seems to be the main author of the website. I know we've assumed that all along, but this video is important because I've confirmed with Alec Ringel, who's so close to the situation, and he's confirmed with me that that's Jennifer that was running the website. And he said that it was okay for me to go on the air and give this information and tell everybody that he's the one that told me this information. But he said he's not ready to go on the air and go live yet with anybody. So take that for what you will, but that's just the final little bit of knowledge about the JeremyDewittCase.com website. I find the website very interesting because it started in March of 2020, and it ran all the way up until January 26th, I think, of 2021. Maybe January 25th of 2021. And then the website stopped and was taken offline. And the very next day, Metro State VPU started uploading day in the life of Jeremy Dewitte videos. So it transitioned from articles being written on the website to videos being posted online within the matter of one day. So January 25th is the last day posted to the website, and then January 26th was the first video uploaded to YouTube. So that was all planned. I think this is a series that Jennifer had created in her mind and made it into reality. In one of Jeremy Dewitte's first videos, the Getting Ready With Me videos, he says, I don't know why I'm making these videos. Somebody talked me into making these videos. That person was Jennifer. So that's it. Thank you for watching PoliceTube. You are truly the best. I appreciate you. Make sure you're subscribed to my channel. Make sure you give this video a thumbs up in respect to all the videos, the 100 video series, 14 hours of audio book reading this website. I appreciate you sticking with me. If you haven't watched all of them, go to PoliceTube, click on playlists, and you can see all 100 parts of the series. Thanks for watching PoliceTube, and as always, have yourself a great day.